Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions break, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment, take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise,
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad? If I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad, only care about a bad. In control, that's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. You know who it is, coming round again. You want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough, let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush? disappear. I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, cut out to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex. never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. No, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
Welcome everybody to Worlds 2021. Now we are starting the day with an important update. Due to a potential COVID-19 exposure to a member of our crew, we have made the decision to cancel the pre-show, as you might have noticed, and move the broadcast start time to 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time today. That's right now. And while we're waiting for additional results to come back, we have isolated cast and crew who have been first contacts. Luckily, Kato and I are not among them, so we will be bringing you the first game coverage with a slightly reduced broadcast crew. So make I didn't write this, but they said cheer us on. Production says cheer us on. I agree. Cheer us on. We're going to do great, and obviously, you know, hoping the best that all the results are going to come back negative. We need the full crew back and staffed to give you the world coverage that you know and love. But now we're going to jump into it. You know what it is. It's time for week 2 of groups. It's time to start taking teams out. 2 teams will be eliminated today. Let's take a look at our schedule. Both Rogue and C9 are going to have a ton of chances to change their fate as they will be taken to the stage 3 times throughout the day, along with Damwon, Kia, and FPX.
Yeah, there's a lot of important games here, right? Damwon winning that game against FPX at the start of the day could solidify them as the first seed. Not locked, of course, but it will get them out of groups. And the second day of the game, straight away, Cloud9 versus Rogue, right? If Cloud9 lose that, they're sitting at 0-4. They're not mathematically out, I think, but their backs are certainly against the wall with Damwon and FPX coming up.
Yes, we have a foldy sheet. I will be folding it throughout the day to keep you updated. The first fold guarantees that if Damwon, Kia win that first game, they are guaranteed out of the group. They can still play tiebreakers to see if they get first seed or second seed, but they will 100% be guaranteed to get out of the group. And the other piece of good news is, of course, that the West is guaranteed a win today. It's good news and it's bad news because, sadly, that's the point where we're at.
Damn it, I had a joke. The West is 0-6. Will we see 9? You get it?
I appreciate it.
But we're not going to see 9.
We're not going to see 9. But of course, this is a high-pressure day for all of the Western teams. A high-pressure second week. It was not a great start for NA and EU. There's nothing to kind of beat around the bush about. But FPX is the other team that we do have our eyes on. Of course, easy to look at Damwon, Kia as the potential favorites. But a win here from FPX ties the head-to-head. And if they come out with a tied score, it's going to be a very, very big deal for affecting who might make it out. It might make things even harder for Cloud9 and Rogue, which is kind of crazy to imagine when things are already pretty much as hard as they can be. Of course, our first match of the day, we'll see 2 empires grapple in a war for global acclaim that could very well determine the fate of all teams in Group A. Evan, our writer, is on fire. Today, our featured matchup is presented by Mercedes-Benz's FPX versus Damwon, Kia.
Plus Phoenix versus Damwon, Kia, the clash of titans and the 2 top dogs of Group A.
Stun comes through for Barrel and Vulcan. He is gonna fall. Next up is gonna be Fudge. Yes, pushed right down.
The reigning champions have looked unstoppable, and the question is if anyone can take down the Damwon dynasty, who dismantled FPX last time they faced off.
And an 18-2 absolute slaughter.
To get their revenge, the 2019 World Champions need to channel their knockout stage buff and show the LPL are here to reclaim the throne.
He's gonna get taken down. The bullet time is huge as well, but Tian, he's getting all of the resets, and now the curtain call comes in.
This is the fight for the top spot in Group A between two former champions fighting to achieve glory for themselves and their regions once again.
Starting the day with our incredibly hype featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FPX versus Damwon Kia. Now, the last time these two teams played, we saw our first Yuumi at Worlds 2021. Showmaker was snowballing. Massive pop-up. We thought this was going to be like the super close group deciding game, but it was Damwon Kia dominance kind of from start to finish.
Oh yeah, there's two takeaways from that game that they last played. First one is Yuumi, right? Maybe FPX wasn't scrimming against it because we saw a lot of teams first rotating Jarvan, right? They picked red side, 1-2, they went Jarvan on the 1-2, and it looked like a lot of teams were doing that. But the thing is, when teams started going on blue side, 2-3ing things like LeBlanc and Graves, they're like, well, guys, we're playing Jarvan Galio against LeBlanc Graves, so who are we locking down? Is it the Fed MF with the Yuumi, and that's the only target that they could select? So Damwon's comp was a little bit better, I'd have to say, in being more mobile around the FPXs. And then FPX, obviously, when they picked Jarvan again, they almost lost the game against Cloud9. They came back, and then they dropped it completely and went for Tian's Viego, which he's had so much success on domestically.
Yeah, and if you look at Damwon right now, it's pretty easy to feel incredibly confident in this team. I don't need to give you any good news because it's been all good news for Damwon throughout the entire group. They've been obliterating people, but now, when we look back, this draft in this game was rough for XCX, but as you already highlighted, the drafts have been getting consistently better. It feels like FPX's grasp on the meta and what works for them has improved across their second and third games.
Yeah, you can see it right there, right? The jungle matchup as well, Jarvan into Trundle. Trundle kind of wins the 1v1s. On top of that, you're playing a melee support against Trundle, Yuumi, so if he can't really find a good engage, all you have to do is run away. And then, you know, when you're playing Jarvan and you can't engage with your Galio follow-up because you know that they have flash on MF or they have a dash, then they're going to get out of the combat. But we're straight into draft for the second time that these Titans face up against each other.
FPX versus Damwon Kia, presented by Mercedes-Benz. This is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup, no doubt in my mind, especially when we're seeing Draven banned away already. I want to see it more on stage, but I understand why people are banning it.
Yeah, we'll see what else gets taken away, because Graves already banned away. Aphelios, Irelia, Lee Sin, these were the kind of priorities last time around. I wonder if FPX are going to first pick Yuumi themselves, perhaps, or banning away on blue side. And in Damwon, do you want to target Tian's Viego as well? These are kind of two off-meta-ish picks in a way. Viego we haven't seen too much in jungle more recently, on more recent patches, but it's Tian's most successful champ by far.
Absolutely. And I think what we saw coming out of a lot of playoffs regions is you had a lot of players who very much liked to go towards that Viego. We expected significant changes coming into this patch, but as the tournament has gone on, it's been very clear that what Viego brings is still powerful enough, even with some small nerfs to that passive, to that reset potential as he picks up souls left and right. I like to call that the inspired nerf after the domestic pentakill he got, but he's been nerfed enough on the stage
he even
so far.
Out Riot when he got the pentakill. He's like, thank you, Riot.
Thank you, Riot. We're going to see if anyone else gets that opportunity. Of course, LeBlanc.
Showmakers.
Again, taken away, and I think it makes a ton of sense here. Now, Doomb versus Showmaker, this is a matchup that we're always going to gravitate towards, always a matchup that we're going to look at, but limiting these high individual agency carry potential picks is big.
Yeah, Jace is a huge point priority now, I think, for both teams. Irelia as well, huge contested pick. There's Lee Sin open as well. There's a lot of playmaking individual solo laner champions which can dominate. Lee Sin, the strongest jungler for FPX. Interestingly, Damwon took away Yuumi from FPX. They're the ones who first picked it. Maybe they thought FPX had been practicing themselves, and they're going to take that away. Are they going to match you with maybe something like TF Sinzal, TF Trundle that we've seen from Canyon before?
Taking their time now. Lee Sin and easy first lock-in, and love seeing it in the hands of Tian. Now, debating if it is going to be the Twisted Fate. While this pick was incredible in playoffs, it has not been flawless at Worlds so far, but they are going to opt to lock it in. Frees up a lot of global playmaking ability. Obviously, easy point and click CC is very good in a meta where there are so many prevalent assassins. You can't outplay a gold card.
No, and that needs setup. Is Sinzal going to be the pick here for Canyon? Are they going to leave jungle till 4-5 and go for an AD carry here like Aphelios or MF? Because TF is good at setting up your jungler, but it doesn't have that much individual damage, right? LeBlanc, Lee Sin both naturally have good damage and good setup, but together, when it comes to TF, he needs some kind of burst in jungle, things like the Lee Sin and the Sinzal. But that's going to be MF picked up for Damwon. We'll see if FPX want to respond with bot lane. We've seen LWX play things like Kai'Sa, MF, and Jhin. Jhin almost being picked up quite surprisingly here at Worlds, I think.
I think Jhin rising in priority very rapidly did definitely catch me off guard. Now, last time they were into the MF Yuumi, they did opt to go for the Nautilus Kai'Sa. It was a hectic matchup. Now, it wasn't just the matchup selection that made it difficult. It was also the choice to leash at level 1.
Are we going to get Doinbeast Irelia into Showmaker's TF?
Yeah, finally, dude! Okay, here's the thing. If you're wondering why I'm so excited, it's because when you VOD review,
you're really excited.
When you VOD review LPL, all you see are Aurelias that are out of this world, where you're like, that champion can do this, and all you see when you set foot on the world stage are bans, unless Morgan's on stage. Then people don't ban it as much. But This Aurelia is, I've been waiting.
There's the Jhin. Yeah,
I've been waiting.
There's the Jhin. You know, okay, Dracos, let me tell you something. Doinby has 2 Irelia games in the LPL playoffs this summer. He won both against WE and against LNG. He had a KDA of 40 on Irelia. So I'm so excited to see this champion in his hands. Of course, could still go up and towards the top lane, right? Their blue side. I think Damwon are aware of this flex and they're not going to pick their top laner until 5. There's Leona coming in from Damwon. Just kind of getting a good bot lane rounded out. FPX, maybe there's going to be support bands targeted at them, or things like the Jace. We'll see what Damwon wants to opt into.
Absolutely. Already we have 3 incredibly powerful champions locked in on both sides. Of course, support still waiting to come through from FPX is going to be a big game changer depending on what they do opt to go for. And we have to remember that the Aurelia is always naturally going to be the flex pick. That said, certainly feel like Damwon Kia have clear ways to make plays. You've got Leona, you've got a gold card, you've got an MF ult to throw over the top of it. So if we are in a situation where this Aurelia does fall behind, where DK can again pull ahead in the laning phase as we saw in their previous matchup, Champion's impact is going to feel very heavily mitigated. Yeah, there's the Sylas ban coming out against, you expect Doinby, picking the Sylas into TF lane. I wonder if they're going to touch onto a Ryze ban or something like that as well, or a Galio ban to deny any more kind of global match into the TF. And Talon taken off the board from FPX. I expect them to ban away Xin Zhao as well, 2 kind of setup junglers that are AD that work well with TF. And then, oh, that's going to be a Gwen ban actually. Interesting. Targeting Nuguri. Maybe they are just trying to cover both bases, right? Covering a mid ban, covering a top ban, just to make sure. And certainly, with an Aurelia already locked in and a Lee Sin already locked in, you have 2 AD damage sources on your top side. And yes, there is some magic damage in Aurelia's kit, but not a lot. So if you ban away Prevalent AP top laners and you force them into a triple AD top side, you can start getting really weird with the picks that become viable. This is when people can pick Malphite like unironically at international level.
Yeah, you're right actually. I think that's a very smart approach there. Banning away Gwen, banning away Sylas. If they do play Aurelia mid here, Kennon's also banned away on the first rotation, so there's not that many AP champs left unless Nuguri wants to opt into something like a Kali, which I don't expect. So I think with that Poppy coming out, Poppy jungle could come out here from Canyon. We saw this already once in the tournament from Owner. Phase rush Poppy to deny these champions like Lee Sin and Aurelia. It's very, very powerful in teamfights.
Absolutely. I mean, the ult for the disengage if you're ever in an unfavorable, and of course, just in general, the W, the Inspired Presence, that ability is so powerful overall at mitigating potential engages, will deny Aurelia the reset on her Q stacks. Very, very strong. That said, Jhin, a champion that can be left on his lonesome in the bottom lane. We might see another very engage-heavy roaming kind of support if they do opt to go for the Alistar here. Personally,
Alistar.
I love Alistar just because level 6, you get so many resistance for free. But Braum is a better champion.
Yeah, the problem is you can't really hard engage onto a comp with Poppy with an Alistar because you're just going to get denied most of the time. So having more dash in your comp with Aurelia Lee Sin is kind of dangerous, but Jhin Braum is already really good. Braum's good into Leona, and when Poppy dashes in and gets the flash E, gets the stun or goes forward, you have the Braum to deny that. And that's going to be Gragas. So I expect that to be a Gragas top, right? I don't want to go too deep in the rabbit hole of like Gragas jungle, Lee Sin top, Aurelia mid, Lee Sin mid, all those kind of things, but I expect that to be perhaps a Gragas top.
Okay, compositionally, let's talk about it. We're going to see a counterpick top laner here. Jace is certainly a solid option.
But if that's a Jace top, Aurelia does really well into Jace. So I wonder if Doinby just says, you can give me Gragas, I can play this into TF, and you can go Aurelia top here. So there's a lot to wait here for FPX's comp as to who goes where, I think.
Damage reduction on the Gragas W2. You can eat the gold card with that up. You've got decent wave clear. It's not a champion that'll say I'm 100% confident in what he can do in the mid lane, but I've watched enough Season 1 Scarra montages to know that it can be pretty ridiculous.
Looks like it is going to be Gragas top for now, but we'll wait and see anyway. But Gragas top, you can kind of negate Jace's push. You have good wave clear and good sustain. The champ obviously kind of fell off. I think the Q mana cost went up or something along these lines, so it kind of killed Gragas solo lane. And then we only saw kind of glimpses of Gragas in jungle. Of course, Icon played it mid against Tryndamere as a kind of counter pick to deny the engage. But for now, if you're looking at both these comps, Damwon, a lot of side lane pressure. Good 1-3-1. Jace, TF, they're playing top side 100%. FPX has kind of negating lanes, right? You've got the Jhin Braum good into Leona to kind of negate that lane. You've got Gragas top, which can negate Jace and just kind of free farm and has good gank setup, good kill pressure. So I think when you're looking at FPX's comp, the main carry is Doinby on Aurelia. If he's ahead, he can deal with Jace on side lane.
Absolutely. Big pressure on him to show up and perform today. Of course, right now you win, you're tied up, the head-to-head's even. You feel like it's all but guaranteed tiebreaker at the end of the day. Of course, Rogue and C9 can always upset the apple cart there, but both these teams looking like the heavy favorites to make it out. Pretty much the best you can hope for, really, if you have the 2-0 head-to-head record or the 0-2 head-to-head record versus Damwon Kia is second seed, which is a difficult place to be. You're going to be fighting a first seed coming out of another group. On the opposite side for Damwon Kia, they win, they're out. The rest of their day is basically stress-free. Yes, they still have to fight for first seed, but much easier, much more relaxed for what is a very intense schedule.
Yeah, but this is the second round robin now, and FPX did better in the second round robin last time they were at Worlds in 2019. They finished 4-2 in their group, in a group with J-Team, Gigabyte Marines, Splice, right? Not the strongest of groups, but they were struggling some of those games. J-Team, they threw a game against them. Splice, they should have lost. Of the 3 games, Splice was ahead in both of them and only won 1.
It's a super important call-out because FPX's groups was not the part that looked like World Championship material. No. It was the bracket stage where FPX really came alive and looked incredible, but have to see some of that World Champion stuff starting here in the bottom lane, fighting for early priority. I love it.
Yeah, just contesting the second brush to make sure they have control just in case there's any level 1 shenanigans. But now FPX moving into the bot side. Interesting to see if they go for a late invade. Of course, Braum is really good at late invading, but then you're splitting the map top and the enemy team has a Jace. So can you really trade off the punish in getting bot plays versus top plates? Probably not. Jace would get ahead and you get some good dives top. Poppy is very good at diving in the early stages, especially on top side.
Absolutely. Phase rush as well, so she can combo in and then immediately run out. A little bit less tanky, a little bit less mobility than maybe something like the Predator, but still I think overall a pretty solid option. That said, I think it's important that we talk about Damwon's early game because really they have been peerless in the tournament so far. We expected FPX to contest them, and when they didn't, you saw that Damwon Kia got away with numbers like this. Ludicrous early game stats.
Yeah, 3 games, 100% first tower, almost a 5k gold lead at 15. They were relentless. They have had their ups and downs though, right? Against Rogue, they almost threw that entire game away. That game was locked and loaded in the bag. One team fight, Ghost kept getting called out a lot in mid, and that's kind of what put Damwon on the back foot. But for now, this is a whole new game, and both junglers doing different pathings, right? Canyon's pathing towards the top side, Tian's pathing towards the bot side. Canyon, of course, wants to make sure Khan can push in this lane. Doesn't want to get ganked because Gragas Lee Sin have good kill pressure onto Jace, and Canyon needs to make sure he's there to match it.
Yep. Difficult when you're dealing with a potential flash body slam as setup CC to really get a lot done. But Khan playing with fire here.
He has the range advantage, but he keeps going into melee range to hit Nuguri there, so he's actually losing out on the trade kind of with the Gragas W. Nuguri will take that.
Yeah, I think really counting on the phase rush to give him enough additional movement speed that he could really juke and outmaneuver around the Gragas abilities, but because it doesn't work out, he ends up looking a little bit foolish, taking a bad side of a trade there.
And Nuguri versus Khan, that's got to be a little bit personal. Right, Nuguri, of course, was on Damwon, Khan was on FPX last year, now they've swapped sides, and FPX is the only team at Worlds with 5 World Champions in their team. 1 on each role, of course. Damwon, Khan never really has won anything just yet, but he's always been on these strong teams.
Well, and the Khan tragedy is that every time he leaves the team, he joins World Champion teams, they then don't win Worlds the next year. Yeah, so I feel for him because I don't think it's his fault. And I think in the past you could look at Khan as maybe not. It was hard to compare Khan initially to Nuguri when he first joined the team, but he has been getting better and better. And when he got the better of Nuguri the last time they played, it really feels like this man is coming back into that peak performance level of the potential to be a world champion.
Yeah, look at mid though. You can see Canyon did a full clear to top, skipped his Krug, skipping Crab. He's hovering around mid now. I wonder if he thinks there's some kind of gank setup for the enemy team because Showmaker looks like he's trying to crash a wave. Canyon's making sure he's safe because early fighting towards the top side is very, very important for both these teams. Canyon wants to make sure Showmaker can crash that wave so he can go to Crab, just in case Tian was around. They could match the 2v2.
Nuguri sitting forward for the cancel, has level advantage. Ooh, not quite able to connect in the body slam. Close. That would have been a nightmare for Khan if he was forced to stick around in this lane.
Yeah, maybe he could have procced the phase rush and got out. But still, he might have had the flash. But for now, just both junglers trading off. You see FPX has the bot push, of course, because of the level 1. They got a ward in the bush, and they got full push control. That means they get bot push, and top lane is going in favor of Khan for now, who has TP'd back. Nuguri could try to crash this wave, but if he freezes the wave, Khan, it means Nuguri will have to TP back, and TP should be expended from both sides.
Trying to find that match, see what the decision ends up being in the end. Feral and Ghost. Gonna be a lot of fighting for pressure here. We've seen mostly just junglers shadowing their lanes, just trying to make sure that they can push. Hasn't really been about a lot of early active ganks. Of course, when level 6s start to come through, that might change very rapidly, given the power of Leona as an engage option, Showmaker with his ultimate. But for now, just a battle for lane prio, seeing what you can free up for the rest of your team, seeing what vision you can lay down as you see Damwon Kia very much vision control along the top side of the map.
Yeah, both junglers, of course, resetting, getting their first items after having full cleared, and now they're going back to their second respawn. So now Tian will be up towards the top side, Canyon will go down towards the bot side. Side lanes both have wards in river, so there's not much gank set up for either side just yet. And the game is quite slow paced for now. I think the game will start to pick up the pace when TF hits level 6, the Herald starts to spawn, FPX bot lane bases and moves towards the top side. These are the things we're kind of looking for.
Yeah, and it certainly is a very high pressure setting because because, again, FPX winning here doesn't guarantee you a tiebreak at the end of the day. There's a lot more games to play, but it opens up the opportunity for a tiebreaker. A loss here really means the most you can hope for is second seed at best, because as long as you're competing with Damwon Kia, you will immediately lose that tiebreaker. On the opposite side, Damwon, they would love to lock a way out of groups already just to kick things off. What a fantastic game one of a 6-game day where you have to play 3 opponents and you're already locked out of groups. That sounds like heaven.
It definitely does, and Tian now, the man to make the first move, is going to take away Canyon's Raptors. Will be here first. Canyon's clearing out his Wolves, and we'll spot this out when he arrives. Tian, good ward, good pressure, will help all lanes here. Spotting jungle is so important because now your bot lane can play more aggressive, and Noguri doesn't actually have to worry about being ganked. So Tian can get the +1 on the camps, and he can back off towards the bot side if he so chooses, but it looks like he's just going to stick around for now.
No energy, but yeah, very confident to play on the edge here. Obviously, with Doinby having mid lane priority, Canyon has to be very careful about how far he steps forward. Having a TF in the area as well as having the W means that most of those dashes are just not going to be too threatening. That said, a lot of damage between the mid-jungle duo of FPX.
Yeah, Showmaker hasn't based yet, and Doinby has, so Canyon kind of fancies that fight when Showmaker levels up, but then he realizes he hasn't based just yet, and they're basically spotting Canyon to help the side lanes as much as possible. Noguri actually had Khan on the tower there for a couple waves, and FPX's bot lane can play a little bit more aggressive, so looks like Tian's going to go back towards the bot side. The crab is spawned, and Canyon doesn't really want to give that one up, because then he's 2 camps down. Tian will be quite close to level 6, and then maybe they can look for an early Drake, so looks like he's just going to back off in the end. So early game kind of going in FPX's favor for now.
Are we going to see a cross map? It looks like we might top side. They know there's so many on the bot side. They're going to try to go for Noguri. Noguri now running for his life, but he is going to get collapsed by this Poppy. There's no way he makes out of this one. Steadfast Presence is going to deny him, trying to go over the wall. Oh, over the wall, into the wall, and take it out. First blood for Damwon.
Yeah, things went good towards the bot side of the map for FPX. They got the crab, and you can see Tian's on the Drake. Bot push is great, but TF had hit level 6 as we expected. Ult came towards the top side, and Noguri doesn't actually have phase rush, so he can't get out of that, he can't escape, saves his flash, and does end up dying. Small blunder there, I have to say, if your whole team's playing towards the bot side and you spotted enemy jungle top, but it's a Drake for first blood trade.
That, however, well, that Drake is going to feel good if we go late enough, I think, for now, because they weren't able to also grab a kill off of it or get anything else. It's going to feel so incredibly good for Khan, who was already pulling ahead in CS. Now essentially gets to go back. He completes a little bit more lethality. Noguri going for the full AP build means that he's going to be very vulnerable to the poke and harass that he was already losing out to in so many circumstances.
Yeah, Damwon's whole win condition is the top lane, so Canyon smartly gives the first blood over to Khan, and now he is ahead. TPs are down for everyone for now, and so is the global ultimate of TF, so I think the game again will start to slow down. But 30 seconds from now, Herald will spawn. FPX's bot lane are basing. Will they choose to move out towards the top side, or will LWX go down there on his own and Crisp runs up? We'll have to wait and see.
First TF ult being impactful, though, always is going to feel good, especially when you have Summoner Spellbook as well. There's so much potential mobility here. I think the sad thing about Poppy Jungle for me, Cadril, is that Lee Sin, I feel like, is always out here trying to make plays and kill people, and I feel like in this game, Canyon's there for a little bit of backup and there to make sure that nobody dives onto the back line.
Yep, he's just there to defend people. You know, as someone goes in, nope.
And
that's his job.
great. Like, that's a great feeling to be the guy who just ruins your champion experience. Like, absolutely love playing Poppy in that context, but I'm just saying I want to see some flash body slams into the wall. You know, I'm a fan of bloody League of Legends, and I feel like because there's a Poppy in this game, it's going to slow things down to a certain degree.
Yeah, we might see that if the fight does kick off in topside river. Barrel's already moving his way there, and FPX, they based first, they ran bot, pushed out bot, and now they're moving towards the top side, whereas Barrel just kind of beeline towards the top side of the map, so eyes on that. And the big thing about both these comps is there's very little AP damage. Noguri's going to be the only AP damage dealer for FPX, and Showmaker's going to be the only AP damage dealer for Damwon. He's building plated steel caps. He's going to build Everfrost rapid fire, so the damage size sources on both sides for AP is very, very little.
Cool. Really good call.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch Tian going for the Mission Impossible steal here, but has been spotted.
He's spotted on a ward, Barrel's around.
Crisp in the area.
You see LWX is moving first, so the longer this goes on, the better it is for FPX, because Damwon knows this is a 5v4.
And while the Poppy is highly disruptive, when you've got a Lee Sin, an Aurelia, and a Braum, if you make one single misstep in that skirmish, coming in second, you are instantly going to get popped.
Oh, good guy, Doinby. Leaves the crab for Tian as well. What a homie. Dude, this is what I like to see from my solo laner.
This is bad.
This is fantastic.
You can't show this to solo queue junglers. They'll think they deserve to be treated like this.
And Canyon sees the Herald die on a ward, so he's like, I'll take the enemy red buff. He tries to run through mid to the bot side of the map, but FPX smartly respond in time, so Damwon just lose a Herald for nothing. Can they get anything else? Canyon's still hovering around the bot side. There's no Drake. Ghost has the bot push, so Damwon kind of losing out in the neutral objectives trades for now. Well, the Dragon for first blood, now it's a Herald for nothing. Canyon kind of wants to force something here.
Trap over the wall will give him a little bit of vision. Now
They
they're
make
in the area, they're going to go throw him straight into the wall, but it's a Braum with Guardian and Unbreakable up and available, so there's just really not a play there to be made. And Kato, I think it's such a good highlight because while Damwon Kia are almost 1,000 gold in the lead, you've got a Herald, you've got a Dragon on the opposite side, and while you certainly don't need to snowball this game completely out of control, FPX are doing very well to kind of keep it as close as it has been despite some of these early winning lanes.
Retrading with Khan a bit. Showmaker has ult up again as well, so FPX should know the only real telegraph to play Damwon has is TF ulting over sides because Showmaker's been sitting on a tower all game and Nogri's been sitting on a tower all game, so the lane states are in a place where he can read the map very well, right? Doinby just has to make sure he keeps vision on Showmaker, and when he's in fog, then Nogri just needs to not push top. Looks like FPX bot lane gonna base again, people starting to build towards a mythic. Khan might have Eclipse for now as well, and Damwon just want to keep focusing on the top side of the map.
Certainly working so far. Of course, the big thing about shutting down Gragas is that the CC, the barrel, the body slam are always going to be there, so there will be kind of a minimum guarantee of what he can contribute to a team fight, but being too low means you can just get absolutely one shot as you try to walk into the fight. It can be very difficult. And you can see Khan here just essentially walking under tower, taking a tower shot just to poke a little bit more. This man is an absolute bully.
Oh yeah, he has lifesteal as well, so it doesn't matter if he takes tower shots. Nogri's going full AP Gragas, it looks like. And it looks like he will have to TP back top as well. So if Khan can push this wave in quickly and back off, he can keep TP advantage to keep his bot lane safe.
I think
It looks like he will be able, yeah, he will be able to do so 100%. And look at Nogri's build, he's going quite glass cannonish here, probably building towards the Everfrost. And there's the Herald from Tian. It's going to go mid for Doinby, of course. Who did we say is the only champ that can match this Jace on side lane? It's the Irelia. Doinby is already up in CS, 10 CS up, and will get this Herald plates as well. Won't get the tower, I think. Showmaker's there. Crisp is around, though. Could be wrong.
But they have Gore Drinker too. The Herald is still here. It is with Braum in the area as well. If they overcommit to stepping forward here, they may just die.
I feel like Damwon missed an opportunity there. You can see the ward behind FPX's mid jungle in the lane. They could have looked for a TP play behind them and looked for a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 4 with that ward right there. But it looks like Khan just TP back top and he's just going to push in the wave.
For now.
Nothing will actually happen.
Yeah, and then the mid jungle just continues to get stronger again. Herald used, gold shared. Both Tian and Doinby feeling very good at this point. Doinby already with the Gore Drinker finish. That much more of a threat. We start to look for more skirmishes across the map. But I think it's good that we highlight this mid lane matchup because last time they played, it was a very one-sided affair. And at Worlds so far, Doinby, as good as he is generally in this match presented by Mercedes-Benz, hasn't been the king of lane. But this time around, on this Irelia, in this matchup, it feels like he is getting stronger and stronger and is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, he definitely will. He's playing a carry now. We've seen him on things like the Galio and the Malzahar. He looked like he wasn't really the Doinby of old because the Galio Jarvan didn't have plays to make and he looked a little bit off on the Malzahar. So on the Irelia, I'm excited to see what he can do. But for now, it looks like Damwon's going to get the second dragon and that will be that dragon trade-off. Herald's already used. Neutrals are dying. And plates will be falling soon, so no one's really willing to pull the trigger on a dive just yet. Damwon obviously have the TF ult to do so, but Doinby can match with TP. That's the importance of Doinby running TP. Yes, it's great for lane. The first TP will be used for himself, but the second TP, now 12, 13 minutes in the game, needs to be saved in case Showmaker looks for some kind of side lane dive.
Yeah. I think one of the things that we talked about earlier too in the draft that I want to bring up now is kind of how when you have this TF.
Oh, no,
that's the body slam right back. Khan now is going to move forward. He's going to be able to proc the phase rush. He's trying to run in. He's trying to look for the 1v1, but in the meantime, Doinby now coming in. He's going to make it a 1-for-1 though. Good from Khan, but still, Doinby now pushing in on the top side.
So FPX pull the trigger with the teleport straight away. That means Showmaker will get mid plates, and it's only a 1-for-1, so great play there by Khan. Just kind of flashing after Nuguri, knowing he's dead no matter what, because Doinby can gap close. But a lot used there by FPX. 2 flashes and the teleport just to take down Khan. Doinby trading off on plates on the top side of the map, but it's inevitably a lost play there for FPX just because of the amount of spells they use for it.
Certainly, and I mean, it's a plate. It's a single plate. You know, it's definitely not what you want to do when you're investing that TP, because you said the TP, it's going to be used to help the team, and in this case, it may help the team stay even in a top side play. So maybe a bit too eager. Well played by Khan, as you said, to get more aggressive, to not try to run away, but to stick around and go for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. If there was a ward behind Khan in the lane, this would have been a lot cleaner, because the gap close here from Doinby, he has to commit a full flash. Nuguri's trying to kite as long as he can, but he used his E and his ult to get the engage in the first place. So what does he have to defend himself? So great play there by Khan. And this is the thing. The kill went to Doinby, which is great, but the thing is he's always going to be against 2 members when it comes to the side lane, the Jace and the TF ult. So Nuguri's going to have to play kind of bodyguard for a lot of this game. When Doinby's pushing out bot or top, he needs to be behind him.
Showmaker, the body slam through is going to connect him right as he comes in, buys himself a bit of time, but he's just too squishy. Easy kill pickup. Tian has landed the kick, but he cannot go in as long as the steadfast presence is up and available, which is for Canyon. So he's just going to do his best to clear the wave and back away.
Yeah, look at the lane assignment from Damwon as well. 3 members committed to the top side while their bot lane is mid. LWX at base, I think, earlier on, so there's no real cross-map trade available for FPX. And Damwon are going to get themselves a kill and the tower. Really good identification there by Showmaker of the actual map state and how much he can gain and loss from that play.
And Cagel, you called this in the draft.
TP bot as well, so they're not going to get anything.
Playing incredibly well towards their strong top side. Showmaker using the ulti to come to the play, going bottom to block the incoming play. Now using the MF ult to try and delete the wave, but the Braum is here to deny it.
Okay, so that mid tower was very low from the Herald earlier on. Looks like FPX will pick up that. The Herald is spawning in a sec. Damwon know they have a lot of gold to spend. Maybe FPX can sneak that away while Damwon's resetting.
Could be an opportunity. Last time FPX had the setup first, even with Damwon having the vision, they did not feel comfortable to walk into the river. See if that is still the case. Now, earlier in the game, we talked about wanting you know, a high damage jungler to pair with the Twisted Fate. We haven't seen that this game, but because they've gotten Khan so far ahead, it feels like we got past that early game stage concern about maybe not having, you know, the kill pressure in the mid lane that we needed. And now, I think even more than it was when we first talked about it, I'm just looking at Doinby wondering when does he get his pop-off moment? Needs to find that skirmish, because if we keep playing the rotate Jace around the map, push in on side lane game, I feel like Damwon Kia's got this.
Yeah, especially when Doinby's going top and Khan's going towards the bot side, right? There's no TPs to match either, so the only real thing we can see here from FPX is cross-mapping. Showmaker wants to hover around mid because its TF ult can't cover from top to bot, so now we're going to have this awkward trade-off where Damwon's going to get bot tier 1, FPX is going to get top tier 1, but maybe FPX can get a Herald as well. I think Nogri just has to play safe because look at the map. There's just battle lines drawn. It's an absolute split map.
Certainly is. Downside, as you highlighted, though, is that the Herald's on top side is up and available, which means that FPX are going to get 2 for the price of 1 here. We'll see if Khan and Canyon want to continue to push forward, maybe take down a tier 2 tower as well, or Damwon Kia can make a play in the mid-range. Showmaker running forward with the gold card, will not find the connection.
Yeah, this is the only point to contest really for either team. Just make sure mid is pushed out, because otherwise the enemy team can play on 2 lanes, right? If I commit LWX top, hang on Nuggery.
Big damage now going in. Nuggery, so incredibly squishy. He's had a difficult lane phase. Now he's locked up again and taken down. They're just bullying their former teammate.
He had one job and one job only. Just don't die on side lane. He gets caught out in the end. Showmaker makes the play happen. Luckily for FPX, they have the Herald. So yes, Damwon will get this bot tier 2, but FPX can Herald the top tier 2. So they're not too far behind. Khan might fancy himself a tier 3 here. And that's it. It's just going to be a pick for Damwon, a kill for a Herald trade, 2 towers for 2, and that's all she wrote.
Pedro, I feel like we're not seeing anybody opt into lane assignments that put strong member versus strong member.
Nope.
You've got Aurelia as far away as humanly possible from the J. Why? Why is nobody fighting? Why is this the situation we're in?
The big reason is let's just picture Doinby going bot there and matching into Khan. Showmaker can ult down and Nogri didn't have TP, right? So what's Nogri's job? Unless he's laning bots with Doinby, what you're doing is sharing resources. So it's in FPX's best interest to cross map because they can't commit the same amount of numbers Damwon can because they have more globals. Now Nogri has TP and FPX are just going to trade off again. They're going to play for bot tier 1, play for this Drake. The Damwon really want to cross map this. There's nothing top apart from a top tier 2. So I really wonder if Damwon wants to give up all of these bot side resources for what? Can they force something mid?
Yeah. And it's really important to highlight that the gold is not that far apart, that FPX, yes, they've been ahead in objectives, they've used their heralds though, so that theoretical gold value is very much now visible in the gold screen, and it is just a 700 difference.
Yeah, Showmaker, this is the same situation. Showmaker has no ult, right? Now Nogri has TP, so Khan could go bot, but Showmaker can't match with numbers, so they can't play on the same lane. Looks like they're just going to trade off again. Tier 2s for tier 2s, a lot of macro going on here, and not much blood.
Certainly not, but I have to say, Pedro, we keep seeing, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but FPX keep trading up because they keep getting, yes, the towers, and then also the Herald. Yes, the towers, and then also the Drake. And while FPX are firing back, hold that thought. LWX in the mid lane is going to try to Gale Force out. Poppy now going forward. A clean flash over the wall out to safety.
Okay, Damwon do invest their globals in the end. LWX has to blow both summoners. So that means when it comes to mid pushes, LWX is very vulnerable. He can't push mid alone. He will get collapsed on because Showmaker's ult will be back in time before his cleanse is up. So yeah, you're completely right, Drake. It's just a trade-off going on both sides. It's 5 towers to 4. The only thing that Damwon needs to get now is the mid tier 1. Obviously, FPX had a Herald for that. 2 Heralds are gone, 2 Dragons are gone, neutral objective trading. The only job FPX have is don't get caught. They have got caught a little bit. That's why Damwon have a small gold lead. But that's about it. I think this is a very even game. Doinby's already identified how much AP damage Damwon have, and it's only really the TF. So he's building towards even more armor.
Randuin's is going to be so ludicrously powerful too. The active slow on top of the crit damage reduction, and yes, MF is going towards lethality, but even then, the damage reduction is going to be huge in the fights to come.
Yeah, the main thing that we're waiting for is when is Doinby gonna match Khan? When those two are on a side lane, it's gonna be Armageddon. But for now, they keep mismatching each other. Doinby's top, Khan is bot. Look where Showmaker's standing. He's making sure he can hover behind his solo laner, and it's just a matter of time before they do match each other.
Man, and it's so fascinating too now, because obviously on the side of FPX, you really want Tion to be there to shadow, to help make these plays. And if you're Canyon, you're like the biggest babysitter on the face of the planet. You have to be ready to flash in with your steadfast presence at a moment's notice. Because if you stop Aurelia from resetting her Q, way easier to win those skirmishes. It's over. Yeah. But if Doinby gets to proc that, if Doinby gets a sick ult, it's montage material.
It is indeed montage material. And Damwon, the only real difference that they have going for them right now is they have mid-push. Why do they have mid-push? Well, in most cases, they have mid-push 2v2 because LWX doesn't have sums. When Doinby can push out top and move mid, FPX can push that in, and then they can move bot and push that in. So FPX kind of have a little bit of map control, but when Showmaker pushes out top and Doinby has to match it, this map control will fall apart. Damwon just needs to be careful not to get picked off.
And I will say, this was the matchup we expected. When we saw FPX and Dan1 Kia, we're going to kick off the groups. This is the match. Close, hard. Now, admittedly, I expected it to be more bloody, but this kind of intense, back and forth, trades across the board, clean macro, good lane assignments. This is what you want to see from two front runners for favorites in this tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people were kind of fighting. Who's going to win the group? FPX, Damwon, FPX, Damwon. Damwon ahead right now. This game will tell us the tale of who is actually going to finish in the group, but there's a lot of tournament favorites right now. You know, RNG raising up as a favorite. EDG, Damwon.
Absolutely.
FPX still in contention, of course, despite losing a little bit in the best of ones, as they did in 2019. So knockout stage is going to be extremely exciting, but the first step of that is getting there in the first place. And FPX winning here would help them out a lot.
Similarly hurt the rest of the group. We'll see. Now hold that up. That's big ulti coming across the backside. Instantly, Nagari just gets taken out. The TP's now coming into Dan1 Kia. Want to keep this fight going. That's going to be the lockup onto the Lee Sin. Doinby not going to connect on the Flawless Duet is going to be big. Barrel off to the side, but tanking up to the stand. Canyon now going in the midst of everybody, holding onto his cooldown for so long. That's the ulti. That's the setup. But they don't have the MF ult. They do not have the necessary damage to push for anything else.
Yeah, they just lost Doinby's TP as well. I think FPX thought they could try to fight that, but maybe they didn't realize how fast Nagari was dying. Crisp is low. Damwon could force this mid-tier one that they've been so direly trying to take. It looks like they're going to be able to get it in the end. Not much wave clear left for FPX, unless they want to make a last stand under the tower, which I think wouldn't have to be killed them. They hard. Doinby's playing so aggressive. He's so tanky. It looks like he is actually going to be able to clear the wave. Look at the QE from Khan. It doesn't do any damage to Doinby. So yes, Nagari is extremely squishy, but it looks like Doinby is incredibly tanky. So he's able to hold. And yeah, look at Nagari's build. He's going full glass cannon.
The problem is, you're right, Nagari is full glass cannon, but again, the glass is breaking more than it's firing right now. Like, it's not really a glass cannon, it's kind of just a glass house. That's not been weaponized well whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is a big problem, because you need that initial impact, and the biggest thing is, if Doinby ever gets to 1v1, he can murder anyone on this team, no questions, because he's just so tanky, his resistance purchases are so effective, and of course, Gore Drinker Sterex is like the most ludicrously broken 2-item combo in the game. He is OP. The problem is, Poppy W, in this exact circumstance, also very OP. Point-and-click CC is OP.
What is Nagari doing? He's walking up to the Leona like he owns the lane, and then everyone just kind of like, guys, this guy's walking up, they turn on him, they one-shot him. FPX fancy the kind of fight here, but they realized they were running out of engaged tools when the Lee Sin Q didn't connect. And now Damwon have full control of the map. Showmaker constantly grouping with his team.
Can now locked up. No follow-up damage there as he manages to evade, and Doinby just cannot hit any
TP coming in from Nagari. It's going to be a 5v5. This is Ocean Soul Point, if FPX can pick it up, and Damwon want to stop that.
Ocean Soul, again, on a full armor stacking Aurelia. Probably a win condition at this stage of the game.
Oh, Showmaker.
Off to the side. Gold card's going to be big. Nagari very squishy, but if he can isolate a single member with the combo, he is going to do an immense amount of damage.
FPX could just look to push mid here and try to threaten the tier 2 and trade off the dragon for a tier 2 mid. LWX is going to push it in. He has a lot of range with the Jhin ultimate as well. Eyes on Doinby. He is FPX right now with some artillery in the background blind from LWX. Nagari's on the flank.
Eyes on Chris too. Doinby massive ult. He's been knocked out. Canyon took him out of the ball. Now immediately the fight's going to kick off. Bomb, body blocking what he can. LWX untouched in the backside. Nagari going to throw a barrel across just to try to disengage the fight. Curtain call coming out. 1, 2 looking for 3, 4. Can he find it? Won't even need it. Khan getting picked off. LWX Are they going to be able to turn this fight around? Doinby still standing strong, but there's 4 members. The Dragon 4 of Damwon Kia. The Dragon getting lower and lower, but Canyon's going to finish it. Doinby on the backside. He's so tanky! He does so much damage, but the raid boss will drop. The game over flash. Massive shutdown for Damwon Kia.
Oh, that knockback from Canyon saved the fight. I think Damwon were even losing 5v4 for a little bit there. Doinby eventually arrives, but by the time he does, the rest of FPX have fallen. He's running plated steel caps. He doesn't have that much tenacity, and he gets stunned up, locked up, and dies. Damwon gets 5 kills, 4-1, and they're going to get the Nash as well.
Incredible fight, patience from both sides, but that Poppy, again, just disrupting for so much of it. Such a close exchange. Damwon Kia, though, coming out on top means they solidly now hold on to absolute control in this game. Dragons 2-2, but they've got a Baron. They're about to have a 5K gold lead, and they're going to start breaking down towers across the map.
Oh, so much was happening in that fight. Nogri was off to the side. Let's watch it again, because it initially starts with Doinby going in first onto Canyon, as we'll see in a sec. And look at Nogri's position. He's actually towards the top side blue buff. So Doinby goes in, Canyon knocks him out of the fight completely, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Damwon think they can turn, but the MF ult is blocked so long by Crisp. Nogri comes in from the side, and watch Damwon. They make a small mistake here. They split up. Showmaker goes off with Ghost. Khan and Beryl and Canyon on the other side, so FPX can actually re-engage. But where's Doinby? He finally arrives. Nogri dies after buying so much time, but now it's a 2 versus 4.
And I think you can see, though, the potential threat of Doinby in a team fight is not when you can 4v1 him.
Stun.
No matter how strong your character is, no matter, you get that damage reduction up to 80%, you feel good. If you're chain CC'd, like you said, there's no tenacity there. You cannot play the game. You do not get to click your buttons. And Doinby, he was supposed to be the mega carry, slightly more damage than the Jhin, because he just could not auto-attack. He could not get any abilities down. He was knocked out of the fight.
And Showmaker most damage in that fight, doing so much work, actually. He could hold off Nogri on his own. Damwon did split up a little bit, but he did a good job to shut Nogri out of the fight in case he was trying to look for a re-engage with E-Flash. But for now, 5k gold deficit for FPX. Baron Duff creeps, and Damwon are playing on 2 lanes.
And the important thing to remember as well is that Doinby's still very, very strong. Damwon Kia in absolute control. Yes, they will probably break down this tower. Yes, they are the favorites right now in the game. They have control of the map. But if they make a mistake, this Aurelia is in perfect position to punish. One sloppy fight and Doinby will take over.
FPX don't have that much wave clear. It's basically a Jhin unless Doinby can start to dash forwards and with some Gragas barrels. So these cannons stacking up are really going to hurt. The only real way they can hold this is fighting.
Going in, big ulti. They've knocked the Braum to the side. That's the cast. It's going to hit multiple, but they don't have any follow-up damage. Doinby's still holding off. He has to wait for the perfect opportunity. It's just too hard to get under the Damwon Kia backline. They just get a rain poke from afar without giving up anything.
Nah, it's too risky. It's too risky. They do have the numbers advantage and they can poke them out, so they're not going to end. Looks like they're just going to back off and take the bot inhib. That's the thing, FPX's comp against the Baron Duff team, they don't actually have any wave clear. They have a couple, like 3 or 4 melee champions, they have a Jhin and Gragas barrels. So if you actually want to defend these tier 3s, the only way you can do it is by engaging. In the end, they can't. They're forced back. That's an inhib down already, and Damwon going to base, keep this Baron buff for 40 seconds, and maybe start to pressure the top side of the map.
Yeah. As much as I want to build hope for FPX, because I do think this Aurelia will be a big problem if she gets to pop off, it's so hard to find those opportunities. That's a 21 stack Medjai's. We talked early game, TF, you know, doesn't have all the damage to set up and needs a strong jungler. He's now a strong independent TF. He does not need anybody to kill backline.
Yeah, and Showmaker did his job phenomenally. His job wasn't to pop off and carry, it was just to cover Khan as much as possible and look for plays windows where they wouldn't lose too much on the opposite side of the map. Crisp.
Lock up. They kill Crisp before a fight breaks out. That means MF ult is going to be a game ender.
Yeah, Nogri 0-6 right now on the Gragas. Just keeps getting called out non-stop by Showmaker, who is 10 out of 11 kill participation right now. And they're going to get this mid-tier 2. 6 towers, 7 towers to 5 now. And FPX, just like you said, this whole draft of Damwon really shuts down Doinby and what he wants to do. You know, you're playing 4 melee champions that want to dive onto you with a Jhin ult in the backline. The enemy team has Leona, Poppy, TF stuns. It's incredibly hard.
Very, very difficult. And credit to Damwon Kia. They played it slow, they played it controlled, and while they were trading back and forth, and it looked a little bit like FPX were starting to trade up, they've just been playing so well to their strong point, and it just happens that their strong point mitigates entirely FPX's strong point in Doinby.
Doinby going full tank now, has bought a Spirit Visage. The only real healing reduction on Damwon is Canyon's Thornmail. So he kind of avoids him in the fight. Maybe he can start to heal through all the damage. Their FPX's frontline, Doinby. FPX's damage, Doinby. So eyes on Doinby, I think, for the next fight. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. FPX could choose to drop this and cross-map top, but if they do that, that's a tier 3, and Damwon can just base and clear the way from max range. So I think contesting mid-wave and looking for some kind of 5v5 is their way back into this game. Lee Sin, Jhin, not the greatest of scalers.
Yeah. And Canyon, of course, I think in this game has been phenomenally, even if his job isn't that flashy. Hold that thought, it's a little bit of engage. Ulti now going in, but he is in that connection, instantly going into the back line. You have a curtain call across the top. This has to be the best possible fight they can take, but instantly, MF there now to punish. Doinby just refusing to drop, though. He's getting tankier. Oh, he just cannot be stopped, but they're burning it. Take him down, and they finally get him. Absolute chaos in the fight as I lose my mind. Canyon now pushing in. Showmaker on the backside. He's playing it slow. He knows that they can continue forward as long as they don't overcommit. Doinby down, TP down into bot lane. Now they just have to herald him. If he stops the backs for Canyon, there's no way they get back to this one. Greg is all he's going to deny it. They're not even going to need to take a fight. They're not even going to need to go for the 5v5. They kill Doinby, and now he's racing down on the bottom side, and that is going to be it. A second TP now used. FPX scattered to the wind. They won't even get another look at their base before this game ends. Damwon Kia, steady, controlled, confident game as they guarantee their way out of groups.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute game, and FPX Doinby tries to find something. He was 1 versus 5 for about 6 seconds there. I was holding my breath. He kept healing and healing and healing, but eventually he fell. And the second he fell, we talked about it. What is FPX? It's Doinby in that game. The second he died, Damwon, just end the game.
Yeah. You know, you saw the paths to victory for both sides coming out of the draft. And when Aurelia was looking good, I was sweating for Damwon Kia. But the way they played as a team, so good. I mean, Canyon, such a boring job for 90% of the job. But just by existing, you can see how hard it was for Doinby to get anything. And the final opportunity where he finally, Poppy used his steadfast presence. He's finally landed an ult on multiple people. He jumps in by himself, and there's nothing there for him.
Yeah, he just needs to be at the right place at the right time and press W at the right time as well. He actually split off a bit in that last fight. That's why I think Doinby kind of dove onto the rest of the 4.
Exactly.
But a lot of that game was just macro, which is very, very interesting to look at.
Absolutely. Well, good news, obviously, for Damwon Kia is that they have guaranteed their way out of the group. There can still be a tiebreaker for first later in the day, but they are 100% out. We'll see what happens with the rest of the team. But we are also very happy to inform you that the additional COVID-19 tests have returned negative, which means you can feel very positive about our Berlin team working all together. Our cast and crew is going to get out of isolation and back to the Berlin studio. We're going to be adjusting our show over the next few hours as we bring everybody back on board. Full strength Worlds going forward. We're going to learn more about Damwon's win in a few minutes, but first let's get closer to the 2019 and 2020 World Finals MVPs. Thanks to our friends at Oppo.
일단 제가 작년에 롤드컵 MVP를 받았다고 했을 때 처음에는 엄청 실감이 안 나기도 하고 내가 받을 만큼 잘했나 생각했는데 일단 받을 때만큼은 엄청 행복했고 감사했던 것 같아요.
当时的感受觉得自己天下无敌，一击命吧。现在感觉就那样还好。压力的话肯定是有的，但是说到 MVP 这个东西的话，其实每个人都想要当英雄嘛。就是如果可以的话，希望我不是，就是我做不到的时候，希望有人可以做到，都是这样子。
I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big, mean vibe on the way, look.
Come and watch me
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Damwon Kia solidified themselves as a top team in Group A. They are guaranteed to continue on to the quarterfinals. However, it's not guaranteed yet that they lock that #1 spot, but we'll, of course, update you. It would come down to Rogue winning all their games. So we're going to say it's a soft lock. Let's just put it that way. Let's talk about the draft. Once again, though, we see Chronicler, your team, Damwon Kia, setting aside FPX, I would say, again, rather handily.
I'm happy that you call it handily. For me, I was a little bit nervous in the early game. There was a lot of cross-map trading going on, and while I felt like Damwon had the edge in terms of draft if they found a stable early game, FPX is still a terrifying team to face against. But the decisiveness with which Damwon was able to identify the weaknesses of FPX and then also go in extremely hard on them was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I think Damwon utilized their draft very well. I really loved the Poppy pick coming out. It does so well against both the Lee Sin and the Irelia, shutting them down from being able to get on the back line. But even for FPX, despite the loss, I like that they're going back more towards like the FPX flavor, bringing out the Irelia. We see like Crisp on something where he was doing well in lane. We saw Tien on a comfortable champion. And yeah, it just wasn't their game. Damwon played too clean.
They did, but on the other hand, they were able to control the early game in FPX to a certain level, right? This was completely different in the first time they met. In our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, we had Showmaker versus Doinby, and we got to talk about how instrumental Showmaker also was in the way he roamed across the map, especially early and towards that top lane, to make sure that Damwon could get the advantage.
Yeah, I feel like especially in the early game, we saw Showmaker doing such a good job because FPX were kind of setting up Nuguri to be able to have a safe landing phase. They were in Canyon's face, making sure he couldn't go up towards top side. Nuguri being a bit over-aggressive. His former teammate Showmaker realizes that, goes up, abuses him, and yeah, Showmaker was not going to let Nuguri have an easy game.
Chronicler?
I agree. Nuguri, even when he was really good on Damwon, had his moments where we joked a lot about the O2 power spike. And Damwon obviously know the player very, very well. So I thought that the way that they were able to consistently make plays around him, like look at how deep Damwon is, but it's a well set up play. There's a lot of vision available. They lock him down. There was barely any possibility for Nuguri to get out of that play. And if you just keep doing that, you're going to generate more and more gold for yourself. And even though I think FPX was trading the cross map way better than they did in, for example, last game, I think in the end, Damwon always got the favorable trades.
Yeah, it was pretty lopsided when it all started racking up, I think, right? And I feel like you also felt out of FPX's play that they knew that they had to make something happen. It comes to the Drake fight eventually. Lyric, break this down for me, and why does it not go the way they may have hoped?
I feel like a big thing at this point in time was FPX were just too far behind. We saw Nuguri especially as a whole item behind Khan. Because they have been getting pushed in the whole time and losing on the map, they aren't able to get vision. And when you look at FPX's comp, I actually think it can take fights in mid and late game, but it's all about how they're able to approach it. If both Doinby and Nuguri are able to flank at the same time, maybe get a nice explosive cask in there, you know, they'd be able to take the fight. But we saw here, I think Canyon especially, amazing ultimate, taking Doinby out of the fight right away. And sure, FPX returns some damage, but once Nuguri gets zoned away, I mean, FPX just don't really have a way of getting back into the fight.
And I was particularly impressed with how this game felt to me like a pressure cooker, right? Like it was just, there was constant cross-mapping. There were a couple of kills on Nuguri, but there was no really big moment until this point right there, where the game was broken open. And I feel against a lot of other teams, FPX would probably have been able to find that play that you're looking for. But Damwon have looked better thus far, I think, than they've looked all year. And the way that they play out those team fights, like really cognizant of the strength of their opponent, the vital piece in Nuguri getting knocked away, and then all-inning on the subsequent fight.
Final question, as you set it up so beautifully, right, in the terms of Damwon looking better, and then FPX luckily now don't have to go up against Damwon anymore unless they make it to the final. But Lyric, where do you land on what we've seen from FPX against the caliber of opponents, maybe the top end though, that they're going to be facing if they continue on at Worlds?
I think we've seen FPX slowly progress, so I don't feel like they're down and out just yet. Right before it was the draft, it was the meta read. Today, it was just a bit of a misplay coming from Nuguri early on, and Damwon are a world-class team, so they kept abusing it. So even though FPX definitely not at the level of Damwon right now, I still think they are a contender, just not as much as we thought they were.
All right, I see. Well, we'll track that throughout the day. And coming up next, Rogue and Cloud9 face off in a must-win match for both teams as they look to make a comeback run in the second round robin.
top again, I would be lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back, run it back now. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we continue the final day for Group A. Cloud9 and Rogue, who take to the Rift in only a few moments in a must-win match for both teams. In fact, for C9, it is simply do or die. Rogue, however, can still lose and make it work, but since we know who both of these teams are up against after this, that is going to be incredibly hard. But I do have Raz here, who is the LCS expert, who is going to talk to us about C9. And Raz, as I understand it, you want to look at the FPX game that they played in the first round robin to show us both the good, the bad, and the ugly?
Yes, that's my palms are sweaty here, Shocks, because it comes down to this game for Cloud9. And so we'll talk about the goods, the bads. I think a lot of people have looked at the negatives here for Cloud9. But the positives that I've seen with this team is that they are a playmaking squad. When they went up against FPX, you saw this play that they were able to make through mid, how they were able to convert it into a positive win there for Blabber. This happens quite consistently domestically for Cloud9, and it's something you want to see from them, because one good thing that I saw specifically from Perks was the fact that he was able to not only get that lead, carry it towards the top lane. That happened in this very same game that we saw versus FPX. It also happened versus Damwon when he was able to work with Blabber to then go into the jungle, go into the Raptor camp, fight Canyon. This is what we want to see from Cloud9 if they want to see success.
It's what we've said the whole year, right? When it goes like up and down, say like, oh, we want that mid jungle to be stable, to be able to be proactive. I think there's also something to be said for not leaving your top lane on an island when the matchup isn't going that well or it's designed as such. But that FPX game was a great example of how proactive Cloud9 can be. But now it comes to that end game of FPX. What do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, the problem is the communication or just not being aligned as a team. Because in the play that you're seeing here, you're going to be seeing Camille in the bot lane, right? He doesn't have TP, but you know, Cloud9 has a lead. Maybe they can start pressuring slowly. But you also see on the top side of the map that Vulcan is trying to make a play separately with you know, Perks. So then why are we contesting for Vision in the river when you don't have TP in the bot lane, and he's slow to move here, that's fine, and you're also making a separate play topside? You just need to work as a team. And this has just been a constant thing that when we look in North America from Cloud9 that sees them losing games, right? If they find a lead, it can start to really squabble because of these plays that happen quite consistently. So for me, be on the same page.
Also, they were up against FPX, right? Who is the best team at turning things around when it's not going their way. This time they're up against Rogue, and Rogue also hasn't had the best start in this tournament. One game picked up over C9, hopeful performances from Hansama in the bot lane, but also a lot of question marks, right? That top lane being one of them.
A lot of question marks, but I still like what I see here. For me, it's Larssen. When Larssen went up against Cloud9 on his Twisted Fate, he was a real difference maker, honestly shutting down what Perks wanted to do. And then also the same could be said for looking at the top side for Abdouamne. They have great players. I mean, you've seen this team, their road throughout the full year, and it gives them such success, and you also just want to see them play around the greatness of Hansama in the bot lane.
And what works, yeah, indeed. Yeah. A tall order, a lot on the line in this matchup, and so it's also time to see what everyone at home thinks. We're going to check in on our MasterCard fan predictions. Rogue barely edging it out with 58.6% of the votes. I feel like this reflects what many of us feel. Because it's such an important game, I couldn't call it.
Yes, it's tough.
Are you gonna call it?
I got my oxygen mask on, got the NA Hopium.
Okay.
Cloud9, I know it's a must win. I'm going to send my energy in that direction and want the full North American region to do the same.
I think that is fair from the side of Raz. Both teams up against it. It's time to join our casters in the arena to see if whether Cloud9 or Rogue will come out victorious.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We're here in the arena, in the midst of picks and bans. We're dropping hot, folks. It's coming in quick. All of us together. COVID can't keep us apart, baby. Welcome to the desk.
I've been quarantined for like an hour and a half just drinking coffee the whole time, so
that's what we need.
So what's more hype, Kobe with no sleep or Kobe on 10 coffees?
I think I'm going to get a little shaky with this one. Let's get into the picks and bans, though, baby. Yuumi right off the table. Love to see that.
And Nami as well, right? Just to deny the Lucian Nami from Hans, right? His Lucian was phenomenal against that one. He almost solo carried the game. The next biggest point of contention is MF, so C9 are going to first pick Leona for it.
And I think it's great that both of them are focusing on the bottom lane, because that is going to be one of the biggest determining factors for these two teams. You mentioned Hans. This man has been playing out of his mind. I think best player on this team so far performing in group stage. Going to be very big for bottom side control of the map, but here we go with the early Rise.
Interesting early Rise denial if they do decide to lock it in, to deny it from Perks, who's got 2 Rise games. Obviously, he was split pushing a lot against FPX. You know, they could have won the game perhaps, but a lot of happy little accidents is what we'll call it. The thing is, Rise is a short range mid lane mage, of course, and it's very strong over side lanes. The problem is he could struggle against champs like Syndra if Perks does choose to do so because of the range difference. Now, jungle is another big point to look at. Things like Xin Zhao, we've seen Blabber's Kiana, we've seen Inspired's Kiana.
But you know, that's locked in, baby. All right. Now there's one champion. It's the Blabbers, you know, whatever about anybody else. That's Hansama Draven. That is an OG Hansama special since the Challenger series. This man is known for this pick, and it is especially powerful and ban-worthy in the meta. This is going to be big for C9. They have to weather the storm.
And I wonder if they're going to third pick Braum if this MF gets locked in, Kobe.
Yeah, it's really good at denying the ultimate. Obviously, Unbreakable is so strong at countering. And plus, when you go in on the Leona, you know, you have stand aside on Draven, Braum jumps in, puts up the wall. It's just very good at setting up for these early executions to get the cash in for Draven already. I am scared.
Yeah, especially when, that's a Graves as well, so it gives a lot of value to the Braum pick, especially when Leona dives in. The Braum can block the MF damage while you target Leona, of course, right? So it's really good against these Aftershock supports. Or do they want to match with some kind of jungler here or a solo laner? Maybe Odoamne's Rumble, maybe Inspired. Nope, it's going to be Braum.
And on the side for Cloud9, that means that it's easy for Rogue now to throw multiple bans at Perks to try and protect the early Rise pick. They know that Perks is going to go for some sort of big AP, mid lane carry here for Cloud9, since it's already, Graves locking here, very heavy in AD. And there's not as many great APs for Blabber to play, especially with his champion pool. You definitely think of him much more on these AD junglers early priority.
Yeah, definitely agree. I'm looking at champs like Yeah, LeBlanc. I was also thinking champs like Zoe, right? You're playing Draven, Ryze, Braum, not that much engaged, more side lane, short range champions. Things like Zoe could do a lot of damage against those champs. Syndra as well. So we'll have to see what perks does opt into.
I wonder too, yeah, if he eats another ban here for mid lane, do they actually pull something as deep as the Cassiopeia out into the Ryze? Fairly old, but also has decent play into Draven.
And I think when you have a Cassio and a Graves on the same composition, what initially looked like a very scary first trio from Rogue can be heavily mitigated. Smokescreen is super, super oppressive. The Miasma is super oppressive. You would be matching close range firepower with close range firepower. But do they go for opting to outrange? The Syndra, one of those longer range champions. Zoe, what Kadril highlighted earlier, I think still something worth considering, because maybe you just never need to get in touching distance of this Rogue composition.
Meanwhile, Rogue, they're probably looking to go one of two directions. Either invest more into some split pushing power or find some hard engage for themselves. Because Braum is great defensively and very strong for team fights, but not great for the initial engagement, trying to actually get initiative when you want to start one of those fights out.
Yeah, and I really wonder what Odo will go for, because now Rumble's taken away. I think the best jungle pick now for Rogue is probably something along the lines of Xin Zhao that pairs well with the Ryze, good setup, and best skirmishing jungler available right now. You have to argue with Lee Sin down, and Jarvan just kind of covering the misfortune.
Plus, it's so good at creating space. One of the reasons why Xin has not fallen out of the meta, even with the slight nerfs to the early game, is the ultimate that you can create so much space for.
Okay.
This is a much more offensive look.
Oh yeah, definitely. I thought Xin Zhao Braum would be a good pairing together with the Draven Ryze. It's all short range and buys a lot of time, but no, let's throw some kind of wild card in it with the Kiana, which has so much burst damage that can catch anyone out.
Plus, it's a really good denial for Blabber. Cloud9 have clearly invested a lot of time, at least in scrims, in the Kiana jungle, combinations for Blabber. So stealing that one away from him.
Uh-oh, there was an Olaf hover. Maybe we get an Olaf, but if this Irelia does get locked in, we need AP junglers, and there's a Lilia picked up for Blabber. So they're running double 80 solo laners. Blabber is the only AP damage left on the team, and now it's up to Odoamne what he wants to counterpick these solo lanes with.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here for Lilia. I'm not quite a big fan of the current state of the champion. I know Freak is super enamored with it, but...
I'll fight! I'll fight!
It does have, more sustain now through the jungle, a bit more clear as well. Let's see what the final lock-in on the top side, though, with the Gwen. This is one of my personal favorites right now with, how popular Miss Fortune has gotten. It just feels so nice of any frontliner to be able to avoid the big ultimates. It makes you move so much more freely through some of the team fights.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at it between the Gwen and the Braum, it's going to be so hard for Sven to find that really clean setup. The good news is, we got to mention this combo every time there's a sleep in the game, sleep, MF ult. There is a world where Cloud9 can set up this combo, can remove a lot of that interactivity, but generally, outside of surviving the bot lane, outside of weathering the storm of this Han Sama Draven with these new ult buffs, I'm looking at the top side of the map. This is going to be explosive.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Irelia pick into mid lane and towards the Ryze, because that one as well, if I'm a jungler, your eyes just get real big when you see volatile lanes like this with a melee matchup in mid lane where Irelia does rely on kill pressure, but the Ryze can set them up as well early on. So oftentimes it is going to be about who controls their vision around mid lane better, keeps the supports out of the equation, and can get those early ganks off.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at both comps, mid lane is definitely the point of contention for both these teams. Junglers are going to focus mid. And then if you look at side lanes, C9 should have top push. Graves into Gwen, early top push, but Rogue should have bot push. So both these sides collapsing towards mid could be very important to give vision or to provide some assistance in these setups.
Absolutely. And remember, this is not a calm week 1 game. This is not either of these teams feeling each other out. This is not the fun.
This is must win!
This is do or die. For remember, Rogue, if they lose here, they might still have another chance. It's going to be a difficult road and it takes some crazy results to happen. But Cloud9, you lose, you are out of contention.
It's that simple.
Deep breaths all around here, everybody. Breathe it in. Nice calm opening to the game.
the calm.
Oh, yeah. The Lilia's rolling with Conqueror. Blabber went with Conqueror. I've seen Lilias go Predator and Phase Rush, but he's actually going for the Conqueror. Maybe it's because Rogue have 3 melee champs. He thinks he can proc it the short range. Oh no, Blabber. We've seen him die level 1. Earlier in this tournament.
Come on, man.
It wasn't.
We have seen that. That's true.
It wasn't against. I think it was against Damwon when he died level 1, and then his top lane was really struggling.
Handle. The problem is you make it sound like it's a regular occurrence when you say things like that. Like, oh, it's the iconic level 1 Blabber death.
It's just he doesn't even know. You know, Pepe Laugh. He doesn't even know there's 5 people just standing there right there.
This is a player that really values entertainment value. Okay, there's a lot of high points you build to these crescendos in the game very early on. Yeah. You know, is he going to die at level 1? Is he going to die at the second crab, the first crab? You know,
just keep checking the boxes.
Yeah. All I'll say is we had a nice long discussion about Olaf Brain, and I just want to see how Lilia Brain stacks up to Olaf Brain. That's my big question, because I see the high highs, the dreams of multi-target sleeps. You know, you've got these kind of tank burning damage and sustain package, and maybe, ooh, a cheeky level 1.
But look at Rogue as well. They have a level 1. Draven Braum level 1 is incredibly strong. Blabber gets spotted out on Raptors, so now they can move to red. The problem is, Blabber will be on Raptors in their eyes, but they're going to see him now. 3v3, level 1.
Braum passive, ludicrously oppressive in the first few levels, and Draven level 1 with Halo Blades also very, very strong. C9 smartly just going to walk away here.
A lot of times when you get invaded like this, you should, especially if you're a big AoE champ like Lilia, just immediately go for Raptors, try and get the level 2 advantage so you can punish them afterwards.
Uh-oh. Come down to a smite battle. Perks and Larson.
Who's going to win this fight?
Rally lost the stacks. Who got it? Blabber managed to get it. Trip. He's getting burned down. It's disastrous for Rogue. Now the flash forward for Perks. He's got the reset, the 2 stacks. Hansama flash out. Blabber's not done, baby. Proc that Conqueror. Spinning in, coming in, knocking down. Goodbye to the Draven. Hello, C9.
Okay, yeah, we have seen Blabber die at level 1, Keijo. We have also seen them run away with it. This counter on the red buff here, it comes down to 61 health inside the brush, the early smite from Inspired. And these level 1 invades, they all depend on which jungler's getting the smite, getting to level 2.
Yeah, the thing is, it was a 50-50 because Rogue saw Blabber go to Raptors. Blabber was starting the Raptors on purpose to force Rogue to do the red. He got his passive stacked up, he ran down, won the 50-50. Now, Kiana level 1 is terrible. The clear without a leash is awful. If we could put the camera on Inspired right now, he's almost dead, has no potions, and just has smite up, and he's level 2. Blabber ran through mid after doing red Raptors, and he's taking his top side. Inspired is going to be so far behind.
Yeah, I love how the observers overruled you, and they're like, well, guess what? The Kiana's also losing the red quadrant of the jungle.
Sag.
Yeah, the Draven's also losing.
Look at his HP, he has no potions.
No.
Can he even do Grump? I'm not sure.
So this is a good time to talk about our first talking point supported by Graphical Aid. Blabber versus Inspired. Never mind. 5G Alt we'll get there, Verizon, don't worry. But Blabber versus Inspired, these guys a bit all over the place across the group stage so far, but you can see that Blabber a little bit more active, Inspired a little bit more farm heavy, and sadly for Inspired, it seems like he's just going to have to be the one who's more farm heavy.
Sometimes it can be very frustrating as a jungler who's on the winning end of this because you are taking away all options from Inspired, but he can be forced into ganks off the other.
Blabber's dead. He's dead.
No. Oh my!
What just happened?
Kobe, you called it. He's here for the drama. He's here for the entertainment. Blabber giveth and he taketh away. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
At least he's changed up his arsenal from MSI, right? MSI was a crap. Now we've seen level 1 red buff and now top dive.
This is a very serious high stakes game.
I'm glad I'm here with you boys for this, but honestly, what are we watching?
He's gonna lose top crap as well.
Okay, so it's kind of feels okay to laugh at because nobody got the kill gold, but in light of Inspired now catching up in the jungle, it doesn't feel as funny for Cloud9 fans.
It definitely feels good for Inspired because I was about to bring up the point where you've already been denied 3 quadrants of the map. He's so far behind, and yet he has no health to do any camps except scuttle crabs.
And look at Odo. He got a lot of XP from that. Yes, he didn't get a kill, but he got the XP for the kill, I believe. So he's just naturally been given more XP in the top lane.
First, remember a big part of the win conditions here for Rogue are the scaling options. Ryze and Gwen scale like monsters. These AP threats for the side lanes. Gwen can also be a very effective team fighter later on too. So any help in scaling towards these champions definitely changes the way that we're looking at the early game.
And got this coming in from the Verizon 5G all chat. Mr. Sillyhead, fantastic name. Long have we waited. C903 looking faded. Group A overstated. Miracle Run activated.
I like it. Oh.
Blabber Tower Death also activated, but Perks little outplays here is going to try to find something. Firing back though, passive fully stacked. Blabber in the area. Rally with a deceptively large amount of sustain if you can get a few more Qs in here, but it's just going to be a trade back and forth for Poke. Blabber hovering around to make sure that they can't fully lose out here on the start. Birds playing with fire. What is happening? He's trading 1-for-1. Outplayed. Larson now running away from the Lilia, but the Lilia's Proc Conqueror, and they're going to absolutely murder him. No, they're backing away from each other. What?
I, for one, am so surprised that the West didn't win any games yesterday with plays like this. Let's go. The kills traded back and forth at the tower.
I mean, the only real thing I can say behind that is maybe Perks was trying to bait them into some kind of dive with his W because he held it for so long, and then when they commit, they're TP behind both.
Behind. If Hansama gets a kill here, it's going to be big. He's got a few stacks under his belt. That's going to be looking for 3 and 4 on the concussive blow stacks. That should be Sven going down. Vulcan, there's nothing he can do on the Leona. Sven He's gonna now not make it out, just barely. Vulcan now getting burned down, taking so much damage going down to the Hansama. Wants to trade 1 kill back. Hansama cashing in.
This is huge for Rogue, as we mentioned in the setup, as we refocus on some of the champion select and where they wanted to play the game from without all the craziness.
Yeah.
Remember the whole game plan for the Red Invade. This was all based off of Rogue trying to set up for bottom side focus. And with all this craziness, it's actually good that they have retained that focus. Okay, back to the Draven. Get some shutdowns here for Hans.
So let's go back to the mid play, because Perkz didn't have stun because he used it to peel onto Inspired. He Qs away, so now Blabber's running away. I think Larsen's waiting for his W and they want to crash the wave. But then Perkz goes back in here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have his stun up just yet, I believe, but he has his W. So when Inspired goes in, he saves it for now. I wonder if he's trying to bait some kind of dive because Inspired has no flash. In the end, it's just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it is interesting, you know, the extra kill gold actually goes over to Blabber, so didn't go into the hands of Perkz, so not the worst thing there for him trading over.
Also, C9 still up in gold, 1k gold lead, and Blabber is still ahead in XP despite dying, and he's level 6.
Wrong, caught out. They can try to mitigate this stun, but there's just too many people there. Trimby, you're in enemy territory, buddy. I know it looks like you're jungle, but Cloud9 showing up and taking him out. Now Hansama is going to be in trouble because they can go for an easy dive here on the Draven. He has Flash, he has Cleanse, he's got Stand Aside.
It's 4 versus 1. He needs to make sure this wave doesn't crash. He has to play aggressive in the 1v1 and hold the wave. If this goes under tower, Hans is dead. He has summoners for the outplay. Vulcan's tanking.
Anyway. Vulcan can now go forward. He can Cleanse and try to flash his way out, but he's accepted his death. Sven going to grab that kill as well, moving for some tower plates too. This is disastrous for Rogue.
The other side of the map that Rogue now have the extra numbers on is top side, so Fudge has to know that he's the one under attack here. Larsen missing from mid. They have to assume that it's going to be a big dive.
No more. Fudge now running. Yes, Flash. Ulti now coming out, flashing out. Smoke screen doing so much work there, mitigating a lot of the damage, but it's still an easy dive for Rogue.
Yeah, good cross map by Rogue, but it feels like C9 are the ones in the driver's seat. You can see Perkz running back out on the map. They should have the aggression down towards the bot side soon, because you can see the vision they already have is established, and Hans is behind on the Draven. A kill top is great for Rogue, but C9's main win condition is to shut down Hans on the Draven.
And I'm kind of revisiting the gold allocation where a lot of these early kills have gone. Since Blabber is the single AP threat for Cloud9, you know, a lot of the money being fed into him, it actually will do a decent amount for their team fight phase as well.
Yeah, look at this. C9 still have the vision towards the bot side. Perkz can just fast push mid waves and they can keep hovering down. So Hans, luckily he did save his summoners, but he might have to use them here.
Hansama gonna have to run for the hills here. Sidestep and immediately gonna get locked up. Trimby is gonna have to run. He's gonna hide in the bush, tail between his legs. Nothing he can do to save his AD carry. Cloud9 are merciless on the bottom side. You called it out, Kobe. They see it. You want to play through bottom, we're gonna throw all our advantages there to make sure it cannot happen.
And there's always a seesaw effect in League of Legends. When you commit 4 people down bottom, of course top side of the map has to be victories for Rogue. They have to trade the other objectives up there. So immediate start on the Rift Herald there from Inspired. They will pick that one up. It's still a super beneficial focus from Cloud9. Another successful play on bottom side means more turret plates for Sven, more jungle invades from Blabber.
And deja vu there as Trimby walks past Blabber on the Wolves. Blabber's taken Inspired's bot side respawn 2 times now, so he's getting really far ahead. Will almost be 2 levels up, I think. Sven has gotten almost 4 plates in bot lane. Look at the cross-map trade. Rogue haven't even got at a single plate top. They've only killed Fudge once.
And the thing is, you have to be so scared already of the very fed Aurelia and the very fed Lilia. Not a word I expected to be saying today, or phrase. But on top of that, Sven is also really far ahead of Hans, and if you ever misplay with Braum in a team fight, that ultimate is just going to shred through Rogue.
Definitely true, and I like how you brought up the synergies between the Lilia and Misfortune.
Oh no. He has no flash.
Darkness.
They've got eyes on him.
Go for the auto. Can leap over the wall, but Perkz is in the area. Has already burned the W2. He's going to go to sleep. Good night, Otawamne. Just going to get burned down. Rogue are falling apart. Cloud9 are just finding picks left and right.
Yeah, and I have to give massive credit to Perkz this game. He's practically everywhere. He's up 2 CS, yes, but he was diving bot twice, and now he's on the top side of the map. Him and Vulcan are just moving up and down the river so well, and him and Blabber have 100% kill participation.
Exactly, and I love the key point there because so many people, us including, love to meme on Blabber from some of the big plays of dying early or getting caught in jungle, but he also has those high highs. Very aggressive, following up on the early invade and the lead that he got. Definitely has had a very good direction for Cloud9 here, and they've snowballed that early lead with very big returns.
And I think it's so important when you outplay in the level 1, when you find those early advantages, that you make good on them, that you are the player to step up and carry your team, and Blabber is certainly in that position. 100% kill participation has been everywhere. And yes, people will look at the tower dive and meet him, but ultimately, as long as you win this game, people will look back at this and know that Blabber and Perkz together are the reason that Cloud9 came out on top.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Rogue try to hover around bot side there. Hands got 2 plates. They didn't opt to drop the Herald because they ran out of time. But they're finding resources in bots, but now C9 are back on the map. Perks is coming back on the map. I think C9 are going to go back towards the bot side and keep playing down here.
One of the metrics as well that's incredibly important to try and judge teams by for can they make good comeback attempts here in the mid stages is vision, and Perks walks right through it.
Larson. Stun going to connect initially. Trimby is in the area, but all of Cloud9 now collapsing. They have a man advantage. Trimby has to flash for his life, but it looks like he's still going to go down. Can't even proc his own passive onto Perks. Now pushing forward. Blabber in the area. Blabber no ulti up and available, but can go for the big play. Inspired now trying to find the disengage, but he's already used ultimate, and that just means they can keep the fight going. Cloud9, they're getting so much in exchange for so little. The stun, they want to keep it going. It's a party on the top side. Rogue, we're not a fan of this one. Some unwanted guests.
Yeah, we thought they'd go down towards the bot side, but this mid-jungle support duo of C9 is absolutely everywhere. Trimby and Larson were only 2-man. Maybe they're looking for a dive. They have no wave.
Sleepy but invisible. That's going to be big. Does manage to lock Inspired up for a brief moment, but can't really follow up there. Perks now clearing the wave. They can reset for the tower dive. A bit difficult for Graves normally. Odoamne now using the ult to try and clear, leaping forward. Trying to block as much as he can. Inspired again in the darkness, but he is going to fall, trying to get at least 1 kill back. In the meantime, Cloud9 get away with everything. Perks blocking the last tower shot.
Gentlemen, you are witnessing domination from the side of Cloud9. This is patented map surfing, we like to call it. Plays on bottom side successful, plays in mid lane successful, chasing all the way up through top side as well. They have been running over this entire map, constantly forcing these plays. Proactive engages here, following up once again. Blabber moving down to Sven to allow him to pick up the extra wave. In addition to all these kills, they've also been handling their side waves quite well. One thing worth mentioning there is Sven catching a lot of them. You know, Misfortune Ultimate is such a good tool, yes, for team fights later, but also for getting, you know, these 30-second windows where you can ult a wave bottom, move up to mid, catch that as well.
Absolutely. And Hans Sama, who we expected to be this big focus point for Rogue, the kind of the one player who has shown through for Rogue in every single game, has not existed in this one.
Yeah, look at this. It's the mid support looking for a pick together. Inspired was clearing a camp up toward the top side or getting some deep vision for the team, and they're 2-manning a play where Blabber and Vulcan are matching, so it's a 3v2 initially. Fudge has dropped top wave completely just to make sure he's here. He eat over the blue buff wall, and now there are 4-man units. Rogue are so split, and C9 just played it perfectly.
And look at the minimap, because all the kills on screen are one thing, but I want to refocus on their objective focus. That minimap has Sven rotating up from bottom side. He pushes that wave up into mid. He even got a turret plate while they're getting all of these kills, plus then the top side getting those bonus ones as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad you highlighted that, Kobe, because what C9 are doing is they're transitioning pressure so well. They have bot push, they invade bot, they get a pick. They translate that to mid push, then they translate both to top. Here goes Rogue.
Up. Fudge should be just stunned up here and taken down. Should be an easy kill pickup. Ulti coming across the backside. Can they give it to Draven? Waiting, but will not be able to give it over. Shutdown important there. Cloud9 on the opposite side will match the tower and a dragon of their own.
Definitely a good play there from Rogue. I thought Fudge was about to walk a little bit forward and hit over for the execute, but he critically does not. Definitely what Rogue want to do, though, trade different sides of the map. They're completely out-itemized right now because there's such a heavy gold lead. So that was basically best-case scenario for them, getting the trade on towers plus a kill.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're behind, especially like 5k gold down almost, trading evenly is always good for the losing team, right? Rogue trade towers, they trade a kill for a dragon. So in the end, when it's a first dragon, we'll take those, right, Rogue? It's an even trade, but C9 needs to make sure they're forcing more. They need to play on more lanes. Now you'll see C9 play mid to top. They've got top tier 1 and mid tier 1 as their next point of contentions with this next Herald coming up, and that's where they're going to be focusing. Rogue will start to lose out on these cross maps the longer the game goes, though.
An incredible credit to C9 for having such a dominant early game from the level 1, punishing Rogue, transitioning that across the map, some incredible plays, and that's right. This is where we now evaluate them, because remember, while this is an elimination game, if C9 want to make it out, they have to keep winning, which means we need to not just see a good early game, we need to see a flawless mid game, we need to see a clean win if they want to make it out of this group, if they want to contest FPX as the second seed.
Yeah, because usually when you see the team that has such a heavy lead in map control, they basically set up taxes for any sort of trades that go on. They're like, okay, fine. If you want to push on top tower, then we're going to get, you know, bottom side as well as your whole jungle, as well as, you know, possibly a dragon or objective or something like that. So when you can get those even ones, it's a very big one. You see C9 overloading on top side. Meanwhile, they already push on bottom side as well, so you don't get that, you know, even throw back there from Rogue. Here's the sweep around, though.
You're completely right, though. Perks pushed in bot, as we saw on screen, and he's moving mid now. C9 going aggressive.
Up, knocked down. Do they know the MF is coming? If he uses the W too soon, the MF ult now coming down. Can they make it out of this one? Blabber now stepping forward. Ulti is going to go in onto the Gwen. She should be all right. Healing up. will be fine and walk away. Vulcan going down there in the end.
Yeah, confusing play from C9, I have to admit. Maybe they didn't expect that many members of Rogue being there. They had the tower. All they had to do was push the wave in and go to Herald, take Herald, and Herald mid. That's 3 out the tower straight away. In the end, they do lose a member. It's not going to be the end of the world. Vulcan does die. 1 pick for Rogue, but again, the cross-map trade. We talked about 2 lanes they're playing on. Top and mid, that's going to be 2 tier 1 soon. Maybe Larson can trade for this bot tier 1, but Perks has been moving around the map beautifully.
Yeah, definitely the setup has been really clean there from Cloud9. You mentioned the multiple objective victories, and yet when you are in this position, you can't help but start to count these little pieces that you're throwing over. You know, kill here, kill there does add up as far as comeback potential. And if we refocus on the composition from Rogue, you know, they do have some very high damage output outs for later in the game. If they can enact a split push, you've got your scaling Gwen, scaling Ryze, and Qiyana has plenty of burst damage to try to set up picks.
And we saw that against FPX, right? Perks was the one who was really far ahead on the Ryze. He can match absolutely anyone. The problem is he was over pushing sides, getting collapsed on while his team wasn't on the map to actually do anything. This time around, instead of forcing a bot tier 2 or trying to dive Larson, pushes out bot bases, moves mid. He's covering plays that C9 could lose out on while they make plays on the other side of the map, instead of playing as an individual.
Certainly what you want to see, again, development coming into week 2. Because remember, this is not the week 2 of old where you have an actual week to prepare. They've had 24, 48 hours to really find their footing, and to immediately play an elimination game as your first game of the day is incredibly difficult.
As a North American fan for every year of competitive play, I'm happy to hear that this is not the week 2 of old, because that has never gone well for us.
Can I just say, C9 is playing beautifully, right? No one's top, they're dropping top side, they pushed in mid, moved bot, this is a tier 2. Now they can move back to mid and take the tier 1 mid. Like, they're playing on 2 lanes so well, whereas look at top side for Rogue. They just pushed in a wave. That's all C9 have lost.
Yeah, they've done such a good job this game of snowballing off of that early lead. And again, as we've set up so many times, with moving immediately back out onto the map to the other side to then set up your next objective. And then they're able to chain these, pushing out the wave, rotating over so that they can keep pressure on multiple lanes.
And the thing is, at this stage of the game, even if Cloud9 don't play flawlessly, they're so far ahead that they're going to find so much leeway in plays. And I expect them to play well, don't get me wrong, but Perks is already 2 items, it's 18 minutes. You know what I mean? He can make a mistake and still probably win a 2v1. The same might even be true for Blabber. Already completing the Mythic, already completing the Zanyas. It's going to be so hard for anyone on the side of Rogue to find these picks or get these big shutdowns.
Especially when you're kind of face checking with 3 melee champs and 2 short range champs into Lilia, Leona, MF. It's going to hurt.
The thing is for Cloud9 too, today they have to remain so focused, not just through the end of this game, but then they match up versus FPX right after it as well, and will need to continue to win games, continue to play cleanly through all stages if they want to make that miracle comeback.
Yeah, definitely. This is the first step to a miracle to get that comeback, like you said. And Fudge was pushing in top there. You can see Trimby moving up, Inspire moving up. He obviously started to back off Fudge, but he needs to not get caught here because they're playing bot side. He's playing with fire a bit here, trying to take away his own Grom. But look at bot push for Perks. Drake's coming up soon. Mid tower should be a free objective for them. His job here is just to use his ult on this wave, maybe just QR it and make sure Rogue can't push.
Rogue not even feeling confident enough to go for a dive or try to force there. Of course, creeps quickly deleted, and now it's just going to be pretty much a free dragon. Rogue trying to contest that feels like it just would not be a winning proposition. Is now mid lane is also opened up on top of the dragon. We talked about slightly unfavorable trades being Cloud9's goal, even trades being Rogue's goal, but now it just feels like everything is hugely favored in Cloud9.
Well, yeah, and the problem for Rogue here is that since Cloud9 have the advantage, they get to decide which side of the map they want to control, and the objective timers are desynced. Dragon is up. There's nothing on the top side for Rogue to get, so there's nothing for you to try and force a trade on. You can see at tower, all Fudge has to do on Graves, you know, one of the reasons it's so highly prized, very versatile, wave clear is there, and Cloud9 don't have to overcommit any resources to pick up Dragon number 2, I mean, because it would be so crazy for Rogue to try and walk through all of the enemy vision.
Yeah, definitely. The game's in C9's hands now. We've said that before against FPX and Rogue. The only real way you can think of a comeback is doing what FPX did. You know, Ryze ult the side lane when Perks is pushing up with Odoamne there and look for the 1v2. Like you said, Dracos, maybe there's a chance he can win that 1v2. Maybe there's a chance Fudge can TP in. C9 just needs to control the top side of the map right now, and it's all about Rogue just being reactive.
And one of the critical things for Cloud9 to keep in mind as they're trying to push in these waves and then set up their control around the Baron side of the map, now that Dragon is down and Baron is up, you have to move your vision there first. Because if Rogue are able to push out on the side and then get one of those picks, you know, Qiyana burst damage and plenty of setup there, that's where the gold starts to leak away and those comeback options start to grow. As you can see, good toggle there by the observers. Cloud9 have done just that. They're moving all of their vision over to the red quadrant behind the Baron, try and deny Rogue any of these opportunities.
Love the slow, controlled setup. Again, Cloud9 don't need to risk anything here, so playing it out diligently, so crucial to make sure they can close it. Because again, for Rogue, you're waiting for that mistake. You're waiting maybe for too many people to group in a Dragon Pit or a Baron Pit, so Inspired can get that perfect ulti. We've seen a lot of games where it's come down to maybe disrespecting some of these big AoE teamfight ultimates that can be the game changer. But that said, hyperscaling was one of the things we brought up initially. Feels hard to really sell it at this point when the Aurelia is building towards Wit's End, already third item, but there is always a world where Ryze, yes, short range, Gwen, yes, short range, but can be monsters that can take over these skirmishes or fights.
Yeah, definitely. C9 just trying to push Rogue out of the top side for now. The problem they have, C9, is their Baron is not that quick and there's not that many people to tank it, right? So if they just commit to a full Baron, it's very hard to stop Rogue from entering because they don't have as much turn unless they have Leona kind of out of the pit. But then you might struggle. So Rogue are starting to build towards these two items. The problem is they're losing all three lanes. C9 just need to not overextend for a tier 2 and look for some kind of random 5-man siege.
That turn is exactly what I'm looking at, because you mentioned the Leona and the Lilia, and one of the big things for late game Lilia that I always like to do is try and set up your wards so that you have long corridors to throw the seeds down. The Swirl Seed has a decently low cooldown now. That was one of the buffs to the champion. So towards late game, you just kind of go fishing and see if you can tag somebody to set up one of your, ultimate combos.
Go fishing.
Exactly. You go fishing with your seeds. If you tag somebody,
oh, we got a bite.
You put them to sleep, and Misfortune ults over while everybody else collapses. All of that damage and the long range of Leona ultimate does mean you can reel that fish in.
As long as it's not a 10-man sleep.
Exactly. You have to have the follow-up.
Oh, Inspired! There you go, Inspired right to the wall. That's going to be 3 members locked up. Instant wombo combo. Vulcan going to get shredded down, but Sven on the backside. Huge damage back! That Brahmi was useless. Larson, can they turn it back though? Fudge now in the midst of the fight. So much healing, so much sustain, but Rogue finally finding some kind of opportunity. Ottawamne will be sacrificed, but it's something positive for Rogue.
Oh, Inspired found one window of opportunity in their own vision for a 3-man ult. The problem was the Draven ult didn't connect as much because of the stopwatches. The Braum follow-up was a slightly bit too late, and then Sven just took over that fight.
Yep, you can see it in Rogue's eyes. They're just waiting for some opportunity to jump on for a comeback. And so they take one of the risky plays to try and find this pick. But Cloud9, huge victory here. Very good punish. You see the flashes over to disengage there, and they're able to turn around. Reward is a Baron, which pushes ahead, the way that they can end this game so quickly.
Yeah, and as we see in the new Axe Effect replay, Inspire just pulls the trigger instantly. Stopwatch comes out from Blabber though, and then Sven on the back line. Yes, Trimby has to stop the barrier up, but it just eventually runs out of time. He stopwatches, Hans is against Perks. He has to flash out. Ottawamne TP's in, but there's really not much he can do here to save the fight. He's won before, and he ends up falling too.
Yeah, the Aurelia, there's a reason why you kept on bringing up every kill that went to the Aurelia on in the early game. She gets so tanky later on that you can zone these entire team fights. Gets to split, basically, the lines of Rogue and break up that combo. You said forcing the flash there out of Hans, and since they burst down Inspired after his ultimate, no more damage left.
And it's so sad for Rogue, because you feel like now that the Baron has gone over to C9, that was maybe your one window of opportunity to find a pick before this game was well and truly out of your hands, and now it is firmly, if it wasn't already, in control of C9. 9K gold lead, double Drake.
Sales of Hopium are skyrocketing, Dracos. You better buy some quick, because that's right.
Invest in C9. This is the time. Buy low, sell high, folks. That's what it is. C9 were low coming into the day, and C9 fans certainly feeling good right now.
Now they're high?
Yeah, now they're definitely high. Rogue fans feeling low, but now maybe a pick. Fudge caught off guard. Unbreakable already used, though. Means Sven again can just set up his ultimate and murder everybody. Perks on the backside. Cloud9 aren't messing around. They don't want to slow siege. They want to absolutely throttle Rogue. It's just running them down. Ansama, no room to maneuver. Perks gonna let him go, but it's out into enemy territory. Has to walk away from his own base just to get in on this one. And Cloud9, complete dominance from the level 1, snowballing it cleanly through, and now the Baron feels like the final nail in the coffin.
This keeps the group interesting, my friends. Cloud9 with one of the necessary wins here.
Yeah, Rogue had no wave clear, so they tried to get the fight. C9 just dived them. They take the win. 25-minute win for C9 over Rogue. They're looking for some KDA here, just trying to get some damage dealt, farm some numbers before they close out the game. That's a massive win for C9. Backs against the wall, you lose, you're out, they win the game. But now they still got a long road ahead of them.
And I think we have to take a second now to appreciate everything that C9 did well in that game, because in 5 minutes, the only thing they're going to get to think about is FPX. The opponent that stands in front of them. So for now, what we can say is Rogue, they made a mistake at level 1. Cloud9 absolutely outplayed, punished, moved across the map. Yes, Blabber did die to a tower, but let me tell you, Rogue died a lot more in that one.
Exactly, and that was one of the few, if only, your real big kind of egregious errors that they made. One of the main things I was looking at with the critical eye coming into the day to have hope for that miracle run for Cloud9 was specifically coordination on their mid and late game plays. And that control as far as the vision game and not overreaching too far, then immediately collapsing and turning around these fights is exactly what you need to see if they're going to come back today.
Yeah, their communication looked great from start to finish. You
Much better than
Much
the early
better, right? Yeah, they get ahead, they snowball the lead perfectly. Yes, Rogue did the fight, they got Baron, and then they just go in for the dives, but the mid game was just phenomenal. The early game as well, moving around the map.
It's a good sign when the Oopsie is not diving over the red wall and getting double killed immediately, but the Oopsie is dying to tower for no money and then hard stomp.
And then quick death timer. Back up to top side.
They didn't even touch him.
It was a confidence play. He was just flexing. It's like emote BM, no, dying to tower BM. That's the new meta. As we go to a break, let's listen in to the last time Rogue and C9 faced off in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
We can look. They're inting. MF.
This is good, play slow, we'll catch everyone.
I can flash here. Okay, they bust.
We can win this. I'm ulting there. Okay,
yeah.
I will there.
They all die.
They're here. They're TP with Nar, go to Nar. Silas is here.
Just kill the TP,
Kill the Nar.
He has flash, he wants to flash.
Don't worry, he cannot. Go Nash.
Nice.
Holy, flanking
nice
Nami. Someone pushed top, I think, already.
Okay. I can ult the Nexus, I'm ulting the Nexus.
Guys, it's really huge. I'm ulting there.
I'm not in anymore.
Just careful, Silas.
Just reset the fight. Play with me. Yeah, chill. We answer.
Yeah.
Nice, guys. EU hope. EU hope.
EU last hope, I guess.
EU hope.
I'm joking. Well played, guys.
EU hope.
KD. Can we get some KDA in the chatters? Okay, GG.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Countless worlds colliding, only one
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Cloud9 stay alive at Worlds 2021, but it's once again do or die in this next game. They are up against Fun plus Phoenix. But let's focus on the positive for now.
Yeah.
And also in terms of the group, no teams are eliminated. However, Rogue's loss does mean that Damwon Kia are locked in as the first seed from Group A. And for the rest, now both teams are really up against it. But let's highlight, what went well here for C9 in this incredible early game. Starting from the draft, though, we didn't know the level 1 was going to happen, or maybe we did. Raz, what did you make of the plan they crafted versus Rogue this time around?
This time around, this kind of is a different take, but the same idea that Cloud9 had in the first few days, which is just a 1-3-1 composition, playing towards Aurelia and the Graves in this case on side lanes. That was the intent. They had the Soul AP from Lilia, so getting gold on the Lilia was going to be super valuable. So then the resistances would be hard. It would be, you have to split it if you're on Rogue's side as the game went on.
I also feel like when you look at Cloud9's draft, it's just like been the meta draft throughout the tournament so far of you go for your bot lane 1-2, you get one strong Soul laner, typically it's been LeBlanc or Graves, and then you get counter pick on jungle on blue side, which has shown you can make such a strong mid-jungle 2v2 to impact side lanes, and that's what Cloud9 did all game long.
And the TLDR from the Rogue side is also that, they recognize that Hans Sama was a very good, strong point for them in the games that they lost, so they say, okay, let's give him the priority with the Draven, but that influences so much of what we're going to see in this early game and the priorities. Raz, break down this level 1 from both sides.
Oh, baby, because when I see this level 1 coming in, I can understand it from Rogue's perspective. They have the Braum. They also have the Draven, so from their perspective, they should be able to deal with anybody front to back.
They're hitting the ward.
Yeah, so when they actually want to pull red, my biggest concern is just simply how much damage Trimby's taking here. The goal for Blabber is that he wants to be able to reach level 2 as quickly as possible, but they're starting to burn red down as quickly to pull Blabber in soon. Just take a look, gets ignited, the Braum gets bursted, Trimby takes down a lot of DPS, so then once you just instantly lose Trimby here, Perks is able to get first push here too, so it's actually a numbers advantage instantly for C9.
And the question then is, do you as Rogue, are you supposed to just pull the trigger, you invade, you see that they've got you covered on one side, just flash, cue someone to start instead of dragging it out and then losing the play from mid, it seems like?
I would have liked them, because they knew they were going to be on a bit of a timer, that they're going to have Larson come in a little bit soon, but pull the red buff into the bush, start burning it, force one of them to at least contest. It would be Leona to contest the bush so they can at least see vision on red, and then you get Braum to tag Leona. So that would be what I would have wanted. It didn't happen though.
It's a high pressure situation, right? Yeah. And I do love that we saw action from minute 1. And then the question is, Lyric, how good can you translate that into the rest of the game if you are C9? The upper player of the game was Blabber, because C9, because of him, and I think because of the rest of the team as well, they were able to relay that into a huge gold lead straight off the bat.
Yeah, I really love the way that Blabber played this, because after they do win this level 1, he instantly goes cross maps into the enemy's red side jungle. He's stealing away all of Rogue's camps. And there was a bit of a blunder up on top side, but it didn't matter. It didn't really set C9 behind. And we got to a point in mid game where we see Larson go for this TP on bot side. Perks elects to stay mid, pretty much gets this level advantage and always this prio mid, to where Blabber just keeps going mid first, invade enemy bot side jungle, go for the dive, and keep nailing down on this Rogue bottom lane.
Yeah, it seemed to be that Rogue was being read like a book. They were already behind, and you know that they want to put resources into the Draven, right? So C9 really just know what to do.
Exactly. This is another mistake that Trinby ended up making. They had full vision that the C9 wanted to go into the blue side jungle, gets caught in this. And I think C9, what they do really what they're great at is being able to pull resources into Blabber. If he has a lead, he knows what to do with his advantage. So they constantly push for dives, and in this case, the Lilia got rolling.
Yeah, she did. Adorable. Let's now talk about, what is here at stake for Cloud9. Of course, they want to make it to those quarterfinals. That means they now have to go directly into a match versus FPX, which is a direct elimination game. I want to pull up the draft of FPX versus C9 when we saw it in the first round robin, because the draft wasn't really the issue, right? I think we all agreed, Raz, that it was the late game decision making. What do you want to see from them for C9 to replicate that early game strength?
This one, there were multiple times in the late game with C9 is if they were getting pushed on side lane with Perks, they weren't on top of Baron. They weren't forcing FPX in a difficult decision. And also, this was a pop-off game for Nuguri. Nuguri had a humongous advantage. Whenever he was alone on side with Perks, it was Perks actually getting solo killed. So if they ever have a situation like that, be willing to pull an extra member to get a kill there and then move towards Baron. Or if, once again, if Perks is hitting inhibitor turret like he did at a certain point, before Misfortune came in and got the kill on top of him, start Baron and force FPX into a difficult decision.
I also
be on the same page.
I also do feel like we've seen a complete different FPX since this draft happened, right? Because I know whenever we've talked about FPX, it's been a lot about draft, a lot about meta. Keijo's been hitting on it a ton of like the blind pick Jarvan coming through. It hasn't really been working. We haven't seen jungle later in the draft. And I think for FPX that will be so crucial because when you look at the game that just happened and all of FPX's games so far, it really feels like this game is going to be all about the mid-jungle 2v2. That's how Cloud9 just completely took over that last game. That's always been FPX's strength, and that's where we haven't been seeing them deliver. I don't want to see another Malzahar like last game. It was fine in the draft, but I don't think DoinB looked all too comfortable on it. Bring out another Bruiser, bring out something that has more agency on the map, Raz.
100%. I think in this game, Nuguri saved them. They would have lost this game without what he was doing, a superhero performance. And it's just going to be a night and day look here, as you see, like a lightened up Perks.
He's gesturing towards DoinB, I believe.
There we go.
Blowing kisses at each other.
I think it's just going to be a night and day look from FPX as a team.
Yes! Yes! This is the best.
This is what we need.
It's kind of what you want to see, right? You know,
Yes.
because it means you're not stressed. You're just blowing kisses to each other.
Exactly.
Fine. I like to see them so very relaxed, but there is so much at stake. I think for FPX as well, you never want to lose a game to a Dom1 in the first of the day and then continue to lose another game as an LPL representative, as an ex-world champion. And on the same vein for Cloud9, this is starting to come to the zenith of their year for everything that we've seen from them. And so many times when I've talked to all of you from the LCS Raz, it's all about C9 can beat the best of the world, but they can also beat themselves, right?
Yes.
So what is kind of the core for C9 here to focus on to make sure that they can keep this day going?
What we just saw from the last game is what we kind of hit on at the top of the day, right? When we were talking about the goods and the bads of C9. When C9's at their worst, they're kind of on different pages. But what we saw was them trying to play around Blabber when he had advantage. Perfect. If this next game, if it's either Sven or Perks or hell, Fudge that has an advantage, play towards them as a team. I just want to see them united.
I feel like the big thing on the opposite side for FPX, right, is that like you said in their previous matchup, Nuguri was the one who had a pop-off game, 40+% of his team's damage, I believe.
Incredible.
So in the last game, he was the one who got focused. He made one mistake, and then Dom1 just kept going on and on about it. So I'd love to see FPX put more resources up towards that top side, but at the same time, we can't see the same like 0-2 power spike Nuguri that we've been seeing.
Yeah, and Perk still has a tab open with DoinB from way back when, so he definitely wants to get a win on the board versus FunPlus Phoenix. And when we return, C9 take to the stage to step up against FPX in another must-win match for the LCS 3rd seed. Don't go anywhere.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll rot into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. Say the heart is the strongest muscle. Perkz is going to need a lot of heart alongside C9. But even more important than that struggle is the struggle is to finding out what Kobe is actually going to call Mr. Cadril here. I'm Daniel.
Well, you're Daniel from last time, so the makeup artist informed me they call him Bobby for some reason.
It's a long
I'll
story.
just go with Bobby.
So, well, but why you shouldn't be called Kobe, you should be called Sam.
Okay.
So it's
Actually,
Sam,
that's fair.
Sam, Mark, and Dracos, SMD.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's an abbreviation.
Trademark.
Absolutely. Here we are, Cloud9. So really important game, I think. It's easy to say. Because again, Cloud9 are at the point where they lose and they're out. But if they win this one, chances look good. There are even chances where they don't have to win their third game of the day. The Miracle Run could be a 2-win Miracle Run.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly important win or game for Cloud9. You know, you're talking about possibilities later for Rogue if they take down FPX as well. Then, you know, they could help leverage them out of the group. But just coming off of that win versus Rogue, of course, they're all warmed up. They're still going to be hyped. You have to refocus on your game plan here. You already saw some nice exchanges. You know, they're on amicable terms, especially Perkz and Doinby, but this one means so much.
Yeah, they just came off a great win, right? 25-minute win against Rogue. They need to rein it in a little bit, right? It's good to have the motivation train where you're like, nice, this is the comeback, this is the start of everything, but getting too overhyped could come back to hurt you, but they're in a great spot.
Sometimes it's hard to bring yourself down from a win where you're so far ahead and you're just taking every fight, you know?
Yeah.
So your brain is just, it makes you feel like you're so far ahead in every scrimmage
so
already.
Much power!
Yeah, exactly. So when they show, you're just like, fight them! But you have to recenter here. Obviously coming in, even here versus FPX, going to be an uphill battle.
Well, it does make a lot of sense. Important to remember that FPX are coming off a loss at the start of the day. While the early game did look a little bit back and forth, it was a rough game for Nagari. So many deaths across the top side of the map, forced into that AP Gragas. Not the premier AP top lane option, but one that they had to pick because things like the Kennen and the Gwen were banned away. You can see the C9 already banning away the Kennen. Have to see what he ends up on this time, because while FPX you would expect to still be the favorites in this matchup, have to hope that they've shaken off that earlier loss.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things happening in this draft, right? C9 taking Yuumi away from FPX. Damwon banned it away from them in the first game of the day as well. Irelia banned from FPX against Perkz, which we just saw last game. Doinby obviously played it as well. Lee Sin ban coming in, and the Kennen ban from C9 spells that they want to put something, Nogri on something that they can actually target and maybe counter.
Yeah, I mean, the bans here from Red side just seem very obvious so far. I feel like Red side now has the duty of banning Yuumi for the rest of the tournament, and then Nuguri was literally the reason FPX beat Cloud9 last time. That was such a Cloud9 favored game, and he absolutely destroyed them with the full damage Kennen build.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go some kind of first pick Jace here. Lucian banned away, takes away Lucian Nami. Yuumi banned away, takes away the MF Yuumi. You've got things like Graves top, Jace, MF available, Aphelios is up with Thresh, so there's a lot of OPs, I think, for both these teams. LeBlanc as well, notably.
Graves, I think, just looking so oppressive and so just generally strong in the meta right now with, you know, so many AD options, AD assassins, AD junglers, a lot of, you know, the hyperscaling AD carries as well. We'll see how Cloud9 want to build their composition to potentially mitigate the value you get from the True Grit, from this top lane pick, and what Fudge wants to take into it. What is the option going to be? Again, we had a Malphite hover last game. I'm just saying maybe it's time for the Malphite, but the Twisted Fate, certainly a strong start.
That makes me think it's not going to be a Malphite. That makes me think carry, because when you have Twisted Fate, you can affect both sides. So Jace, to me, is one where you can play the lane for early push versus the Graves, and try and push that way, and then use Twisted Fate pressure mid.
Ooh, I think C9 took a page out of Damwon's homework there. First rotating TF MF. That's exactly what Damwon Gaming did. And then
I mean, if you want to copy somebody's homework,
yeah, it's not bad.
That's a good kid
they
in the class.
Jace. They swapped to Jace, so they are going to still same kind of thing, right? They're playing TF Jace. That's exactly what we saw Damwon doing. Will they go into the kind of similar full composition? But TF Jace is probably the strongest topside you can get. The only problem is blinding TF when things like Ryze and Sylas up could be a bit dangerous.
And it's very critical for how you play the early lane phase versus the Graves, because you can play it to get the early shove, and you can play it aggressively, but you have to support it with every resource. Twisted Fate does not start with the ability to get up to the top side. So jungle pathing is going to be incredibly important in who controls.
We're going to get the Jarvan coming out here. Now, Tian, the last time he was picking Jarvan, it was on red side 1-2 against all his dashes. We talked about it. But this time around, not much mobility for C9, right? TF's going to get locked up. Jace's only way out is queuing a minion in hammer form. And so they're going to go for Ryze Jarvan. You'd expect Sylas Jarvan, this kind of combo. The only AP damage will be in the mid lane, this double 80 topside.
Now the question will be, if they do go for mid lane here, are Cloud9 going to match the first three with picking jungle on their own side, or will they opt to go for one of the premier AD carry options left up and available? But instead, don't want to put too much AD there. You got to get the Rumble.
A classic combination.
Yeah.
The hot pot here. Jarvan Cataclysm and Rumble Ultimate over the top.
Yeah, I was thinking Ryze will do well kind of individually against TF, right? The 1v1's great, but Jarvan Galio could be good against this comp. Jarvan Rumble, the hot pot is coming in. How does C9 respond?
This is full AoE wombo. So this already, Cloud9 know the direction they have to go. They're not going to want to fight into these big AoE combinations, split the map, play for split pushing here. Blabber on early aggressive jungler. Zen definitely capable of setting them up for strong lanes.
Now, interestingly, AD carry support not picked from either side. This is full top side from both teams. We saw Lyric talking about it, where they early rotate, you know, solo laners and things like this. We see it all from the top side now. So MF, Aphelios, we're going to see things like Kai'Sa, Ezreal, and Jhin come out.
Banning a lot. I mean, we have to see exactly what they want to ban. You can ban away the Premier support options. Taking away Thresh obviously sometimes makes that pick like Aphelios feel a little bit weaker. I like the Ziggs respect ban coming out. Do not want to put C9 in a position where Vulcan is completely free to roam or even set them up for one of the Ziggs kill lanes that we've seen so much of. Amumu, all but invisible since the play is now also getting banned away. But this is the luxury you have when both sides have matched first round picks heading into second round bans. They can target so many of these niche picks.
Are they gonna, target Ezreal or target Aphelios as far as continuing on with the bottom side focus here? Because I think the Ziggs is really intelligent. They know Cloud9 are gonna want to have roaming plays early on to really set up solo push and split push, so they're trying to pin him in lane.
I think Jhin would be a big pick here for FPX, but it looks like C9 is gonna go for the Rakan. Looking for some kind of Ezreal or Rakan lane you'd expect with a double dash to play kind of weak side. Very, very safe, of course. You can play towards the top side. Now, FPX have full choice. You know, we have got things like the Aphelios without Thresh, though. Kai'Sa could be a good pick, but then is it something you want to opt into? Because, I mean, if you do blind pick Ezreal, C9 can go Kai'Sa. I think Jhin is just one of the strongest champs here.
Definitely agree, high priority there because it further enables that pick possibility if you're trying to spread things out. Rakan, I also just love as a pairing with Zen. Because if you're facing into Jarvan Rumble combinations there, Rakan is so good versus Jarvan. You cannot lock him down. Sets up a lot of river fights and vision skirmishes in your favor.
Kai'Sa Rel.
I mean, it's a lot of engagement.
Wombo, baby.
The Wombo is there, and I think at this point, I feel like you cannot afford to pick an immobile AD carry like Jhin. You are so vulnerable to dives against the J4, Relk. I feel like it just has to be something with a dash, and it's not going to be the Ezreal. Instead, we're going to get the Tristana now coming out.
Tristana into Kai'Sa. Okay, I thought they would go for Jhin for long range, but like you said, Drake, was FPX going full dive.
And this means, hey, we're going to keep you guessing where we're putting our focus. Xin Twisted Fate can go to the Jace lane to support this pushing versus Graves early on, but they can also kill lane bottom side with Tristana, Hell of Blades, set it up with the Rakan. You can double jump, you can help him get in further.
Yeah, and I want to see exactly what C9 were doing last time around, where Blabber, Vulcan, and Perkz were just moving up and down the river so beautifully. How do you do that? You establish control on one side first, have top pressure or bot pressure, and then transition that from top to mid to bot. Can they do this again? I expect them to play top side early, of course, with the Jace, path up there to cover him in the early stages so he can get the push, and then see how they dissect the map.
I love that focus, because so much for this game does determine for me on the early stages, and can they set themselves up for the early pushing. The plays between jungle, between support, opening up control around roaming from mid to the sides of the map is going to be, step one. Do they find success there, or does it all come crashing down?
Absolutely. And for Cloud9 and Cloud9 fans out there, this is the time to take a breath, to reset. This is not the previous game. This is not Wampa stomping. This is not super fed. You are back to 0. You have to work your way up to find this win. A loss means elimination. A win keeps hope alive for the rest of the day.
Day 2 groups is really where the composure of the players on stage is measured and matters the most. These are the ones where you make or break your entire year. You've been playing, working through your region's league the entire year, and it builds up to, at sometimes, a single game, which means life or death in the tournament.
Yeah, it was life or death last game, and it is here again. C9, are they going to go for some level 1 shenanigans? They weren't the one to pull the trigger. It was Rogue, and they were the ones able to punish it, but you talked about it, Kobe. Some kind of split map topside could be really beneficial for C9 here, because they can play weak side with their current bot lane. Tiana is going to spot out Blabber, and the whole army of C9 moving into the top side.
And the best way to do that, to split the map, is for a level 1. One of the best things that, the successful teams at this tournament have done thus far, namely Damwon and EDG, is rotating the cooldowns on their early trinket wards to track enemy jungles for a large portion of the early stages, removing that surprise factor from Tian. Damwon, that's how they've dominated him. They neutralized the first 3 gank attempts that he went for when he was on Jarvan last time.
So 2 things I just want to note here. First of all, C9 ran topside and didn't place a ward, so they didn't actually get information as to where Tian is starting. The good thing is Blabber swapped the sweeper, and he can sweep out that bot side ward because he probably wants to path top, but as I say that, a lot is happening here. C9, maybe they were trying to bait laid some wards into their bot side jungle. Now they're faking some kind of invade, I wonder.
They don't have the sweeper with them. And the only benefit there is that your sweeper is ready at an earlier stage if you don't have the swap out, so you have the activation. If you drop the ward and then go back, then you won't be able to sweep before starting your camps, but he doesn't do it again, and the only one they get is up on Raptors.
Yeah, a lot of things happening in this early game. The thing is, C9 didn't actually do anything. They didn't get any deep vision apart from that ward on Raptors with FPX Soul, so now they have control of bot push, and they have vision on Blabber.
After shotgun a proc, and they get all 5 stacks down, immediate exhaust. They know they have to keep this fight going if they want to come out on top. It's Sven. Gets the explosive shot, well traded back by the side of C9. That could have been disastrous.
And the reason I say they have vision on Blabber is because they have vision on this blue Sven. A lot of fighting here.
Second trade definitely not going nearly as well. Sven gonna be forced to use his pot very early. LWX in a similar boat.
I wonder if Blabber's going to do red Raptors into Gromp here. I think bot lane is kind of like Armageddon right now. Sven might have to base level 1. It's not going to be a cannon wave, so if FPX fast push this, I think Sven has to stay.
And this is where we see the ramifications of the level 1 play, because Blabber goes, oh, the ward just
expired.
out.
This is perfect. This is perfect for C9.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Let's go.
Yeah, but the thing is, Sven, look how much he's losing for not staying. I think Blabber could have covered him. Now he's level 1 with 2 CS. LWX can base and maybe pick up a refillable. Come back out on the lane. A lot of experience missed there from C9.
Even overlapping here, because he had early push there from Perks, replacing the ward towards Raptors to see if the Jarvan makes the play towards top of this bottom side river, because we turn our eyes towards the Scuttle Crab spawn now, and off of the reset there, should be able to push out and acquire bottom one.
Well, and just honestly, such a difficult level 1. Again, Sven also into precision instead of inspiration, so he doesn't have cookies, he doesn't have biscuits, he doesn't have anything here.
It's so funny how we just talked so much about the early game, but nothing actually happened.
Well, there's so much with the vision play, and again, the rotation of the cooldowns on your trinket ward is actually critical, and it has been the difference in these early fights.
3v3 bot side, he talked about it, Kobe. Sven can start to push the wave. It's bouncing in C9's favor. It's going to be a 3v3.
So much AoE CC potential here, though, with the J4 coming in as well. They're focusing Tian for now. He's not going to be able to land the hooks. Ooh, flag and drag not going to work. He's going to get the reset. They can go right back over the wall. Sven can get things kicked off. That's going to be first blood for C9.
Oh, the target selection from Blabber and Vulcan. I just have to give him credit, because it looked like Crisp was walking up there, but they didn't make a decision on who they want to go onto. But Vulcan and Blabber instantly dive onto Tia, and Sven right behind him has double buff, stacking wave. Are we going to see some kind of dive here? FPX don't have a heal.
This is just so monumental of a victory for Cloud9. Not only do they prep for the early skirmish, but winning on the crab, they also are able to secure this bottom crab. So you know that Tian is immediately going to beeline for top side crab. It's very easy to continue tracking him, because you know the setup he cleared from blue side down to bottom 2.
Yeah, look at the target selection from Vulcan and Blabber. Crisp walks up and kind of jumps in, but look at Blabber and Vulcan instantly going for jungle. Crisp is kind of a little bit dizzy there. Tian misses his combo because Blabber flashes Tian's combo. Sven follows first blood and double buffs.
And this is why I love the Tristana pick for our bottom side, because you do have the threat, the kill potential here for the all-ins early on. It changes completely the way they want to play these early stages. Now we're seeing Jarvan as well exit from top side of the map and a re-entry on top side. Immediately Vulcan now moving with Blabber to try and take over this vision control of top side.
And one thing I want to highlight is FPX blind picked Kai'Sa. C9 could have gone for Ezreal, but it's a losing lane. They opt into Tristana, a winning lane, and it has a dash as well to escape this Jarvan Rumble combo. You just talked about it, Kobe.
Top side.
Moving towards the top side. Nuguri has flash.
Has the dash, has the smoke screen. Has to be patient, but there should be no way out of this one. Immediately the knockup, they follow through. Clean kill on the top side.
When you win bottom side, unlock the support for the first roam. Those extra seconds matter so much.
Yeah, we talked about it and we saw it last game. We thought C9 would unlock top first to bot, but they're unlocking bot to mid to top. Vulcan might have to dash out here. He has the flash.
Then on the way, he can take his time on this one. Has to flash out, but he's going right back in. That's going to be the gold card. Vulcan getting burned lower and lower. They're trying to barbecue him alive. He's ticking down and he will drop. How many kills can they trade back? For now, it's a 1-for-1, but Nuguri on the way in. TP coming in too. Perk's going to go for the gold card, waiting to lock it in now. Blabber committing fully to the fight. Xin Zhao absolutely popping off. They do it first row, and they're going to do it again versus FPX.
Triple kill for Blabber, baby! Are you kidding me?
Kobe was jumping up and down there. That's a huge fight from C9. FPX had the numbers advantage initially, but massive props to Vulcan. 6 assists, 6 kills to C9. 3-0-3 for Blabber. This jungle supporter playing amazingly.
That's the Blabber fish right there in the river. Another skirmish. And you called out perfectly, Dracos, the commitment into the fight. Okay, so Vulcan, he holds everything, so nothing gets interrupted by the rail, has the double dash to gain some extra range, and that makes Doinby commit his flash to finish off the first kill.
Yeah, and as we see in the new Axe Effect replay, Nuguri does TP back, but he's so far away. He TP'd top, whereas Fudge TP'd mid, so by the time Nuguri arrives, Fudge does too. C9 come on top, 3 kills to Blabber. C9 are running away. with this early game.
You guys called it at the beginning of the day. This is not the week 2 of old. This is the new and improved week 2. Cloud9 now, they have to refocus. We talked about in Champ Select, first checkmark was going to be the mid-jungle roams. Can they set themselves up in these lanes for success? Yes. Box is checked right there. So now you have to transition it to Twisted Fate ultimates here for Perkz. He's now level 6 off of the experience from that early skirmish. If you open up the vision control around mid lane, then you get to hover to either side of the map, and it makes both side lanes of FPX have to respect these roams. So you get so much pressure just off of denying vision and threatening even the use of that ult.
Clean, controlled snowball, similar to what we saw last game. I think the big difference this time around is FPX have the Rumble, they have the Jarvan, they have some easy ways to set up kills, to set up picks. So Cloud9 have to keep giving respect to FPX as they try to push this lead forward.
I think this is where you need to focus because Doinby, the classic for his Rumble is the Predator Rumble. So he likes to roam around. But if you keep him pinned under tower and you have mid-jungle roam again for that vision to support Perkz, then you get first move.
Yeah, C9 own the bot side of the map right now. Vulcan and Blabber pairing up. Look at that pink they have on the Raptors, so deep in the enemy jungle, they can control bot side as much as they want. So now you have to think, FPX, what do you want to do right now? Well, Tian probably has to play towards top side. He's getting level 6, Fudge has no flash. They can use their ultimates to kind of chain CC him down. So Blabber smartly decides, okay, I'll match top side. Perkz has ult anyway, so he can come to the play first, and he has mid push. So Blabber could catch Nuguri off guard here.
Oh, and a level 5 Jarvan is just honestly not that menacing. Blabber moving up, level 6, going to zone Nuguri away. He will spot him out, but he's going to delete the control ward pretty handily. Perkz has to be careful here. Tian and Doinby, obviously a lot of burst damage as long as the flag and drag connects, but Perkz still confident enough to step forward here.
So many resources from Cloud9 invested in opening up the vision control through both sides of mid lane through the river. This sets them up for taking objectives without being contested by the combination that has big wombo combos. You know, they don't even get to go into the river because there's that threat of that pick. So C9 will be able to get it without any bloodshed.
And let's talk about the wombo combo right there, the scaling of it. Jarvan Rumble doesn't scale that great. 3-4 items starts to fall off. This is a mid-game Dragon Herald kind of neutral objective orientated comp to fight around with the amount of AoE you've got. If they're on the back foot up until 25-30 minutes, their comp slowly starts to lose its pressure.
That's why I like that you called out the flash cooldown for Fudge, because the top side of the map is where you want to use your combinations on these targets that don't have flashes to get out of it. And Fudge plays the wave accordingly with the support of the extra vision through River. They're able to push it out and they don't have to deal with that opening.
C9 have Herald now, so what they're going to do is Blabber's probably going to clear out Krugs, base, clear his bot side jungle, Herald bot for Sven, maybe use a TF ult kind of dive and get Drake for themselves. So FPX, the problem is after having lost that early fight on top side, their options have run out. Now they're level 6, but C9's flashes are starting to come up. The only thing they can really do now is cross-map top.
And that's a critical point, because if they do give up the bottom side, then you're also giving over. Not only should be side lane pressure with all the extra tower damage to, you know, with the Rift Herald for Cloud9, but if you take away that early dragon, the thing that FPX want to force you to group up on so they can use their wombo combo, the draw just is not there.
Absolutely the case. And I think now for C9, it's just about keeping a cool head and staying focused on the goal in front of you as Vulcan may fish for this pick onto Chris. Chris, of course, still has the dash out, but he's going to flash first. TF ult coming in. He's going to go over. Blast Cone. Is it going to come out? He is going to manage to make it out to safety. Well played by Chris to get into the animation as the stun came in.
Yeah, he saw so many wards being dropped there. A pink, a normal ward, just to try and stop him from hitting the Blast Cone. He does get out. So TF ult used there, so that does relieve a little bit of pressure on the map for FPX, but C9 still have the setup. Look at the deep vision in FPX's bot side jungle. 2 pinks and a ward, they see absolutely everything. And by process of elimination, if Tian's not there, he's topside.
Exactly. They've done so much with their early investment into vision. Now is when you actually get paid off for that. And because there's no teleports coming from the side of FPX, there's no surprise factor here for the attempt.
I also have to say, going in, Ignite now taking down Blabber on the way forward. Chris trying to body block, but LWX already going to get set to fall. Blabber now going forward. He's ready for the re-engage. Sven still wants to go forward for the one, but the Q comes out. He miscalculates. A Cathian Rain finds the kill back. They're at least going to get 1 kill onto Chris. Perkz off to the side, though. Doinby does a ton of damage. They have to be careful. LWX now firing in. He goes golden, but Vulcan now has to run his way in. Is his entrance going to do it? Tian getting ready to come over the wall, waiting for the ulti to fall away. Immediate ult. Flag and drag comes through as well, but they've stopped him from going in. Tian has overstayed his welcome. He's taking down Red. Going away. way. Blabber manages to get it back. It's a messy exchange.
Red buff, red smite, they get the kill. I think Vulcan leveled up there, luckily, at the end somewhere to get the ultimate, to get the perks just in time to save him. Blabber has 5 kills on Zinzao right now, 11 minutes in, and he has a gore drinker in these bot fights.
And that means you do get that dragon. They force the fight on bottom side. They get their kill. They critically don't give over the bounty that is on Blabber, even though Sven does go down with the extra last auto there. That, you know, they were trying to get 2 for 1. It's a little bit of a greedy, you know, trying to leave the 1 kill for Sven to pick up and chase down the support. But in the end, they still get the objective and the extra money.
Oh, so much happening in that early bot fight. Perks was running through the enemy jungle. Doinby was chasing him all the way to bots. And so much happening. It started off with Sven dying in the 1v1.
And again, since they've got Cryo mid, you see on the mini-map, Perks is moving down, so you just force it with your jungle here. This is the point where Blabber doesn't stay by Sven to help him chase down. Yeah, he's going under turret, so they thought he might be able to have it. And the Q cooldown coming up that quickly means, you know, Kai'Sa actually does have the burst, but they still get a massive victory there.
Yeah, and Blabber still has Herald, so where is he going to use it? TP top here from Perks to zone away Nuggery. I don't think there's going to be much to happen.
Just getting down a couple tower plates, trying to get more gold in the back pocket of C9. Keep in mind, no towers have gone down yet, so a lot of standing gold up and available for the next 2 minutes if C9 can really push these individual advantages.
I think Perks realized he can't enter bot right now. He has no flash, no stopwatch, and there's a Jarvan Rumble hitting his bot tier 1, so if he even tries to step up in that lane, he's going to get engaged on. Being mid does nothing, so let's just force away the enemy top and actually cross-map here. Bot trades for top trade, Perks is going to base. He is going to lose out on creeps, but it does get Fudge ahead on this chase.
And look, because they use Herald, they can rotate everyone towards mid quicker, so you gain a little 30-second advantage there by getting first tower bonus, as well as this move into the jungle.
From mid to top here, they have control of map. They're playing on 2 lanes. I think that's going to be tier 2 as well.
Tier 2 charges from Heralds are so valuable because of the extra money that was moved into it. Local gold split by both split pushers there.
5k gold advantage, 13 minutes into the game. Tower plating hasn't even fallen yet. Cloud9, absolute control in the early game, total dominance. Again, 100% kill participation for Vulcan and Blabber. It felt like Blabber and Perks in the first game, Vulcan and Blabber this game, absolute monsters.
And again, this is similar to the last game, but Cloud9 are snowballing it ahead very effectively because they are not going for resets to try and defend weak side. They are forcing FPX to basically play this game of chicken because they can push harder. When you have Herald, you can get 2 for 1 in the trade. You can push all the way to the second turret. You can move in and get the deep vision. You don't have to respect the counter push from FPX, and you just take more in the trade than they can get on the weak side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of macro going on there. C9 winning out, but now it's going into a 1-3-1 scenario where Perks has ultimate, but he is level 9 and he is behind as an individual into Nuggery and into Doinby. If they group up, you can see Doinby's right behind Nuggery. If they can get some kind of lockdown on the Perks, he will die. So Blabber and Vulcan are trying to cover him. There could be some kind of 3v3 here, but the biggest winner right now is Fudge. He's taking a bot tower. Nuggery has to just TP from top to bot. He's going to
stop for the interrupt, immediate gold card. It's easy. Do they have enough damage to lock him down? He's been held up for a second. Blabber now on the way in. Nuggery running, but the TP is canceled, which means, again, the big winner is Fudge.
Yeah, rings the bell right here for Fudge. He just earned a bunch of tower gold on bottom side. Can they punish mid, though? LWX wants to try and force.
How many plates is he getting? I don't know how many plates that tower had, but he's going to get the entire thing. Doinby has TP, but if he invests TP bot as well, and you're losing double TP against C9 with a global, it's lights out on any side lane play. So for now, they're just going to let it drop, and FPX can't get anything topside. This is now almost a 6k gold lead.
And gentlemen, Daniel and Bobby, if I may. This is refocusing on the main issue for Cloud9 in week 1 of Brutes. The coordination was all over the place. Even things as simple as teleporting to join a team fight. What was, desynced and 30 seconds off at sometimes. But this time around, week number 2, so clean on the calls here. Twisted Fate ult popped. They go, they stop the split pusher. They allow Fudge to get the extra tower. These macro victories are coming from such a cleaner setup. And the comms, you have to think, are so much cleaner this time around, so much more well-focused.
And I think it's really good that you point that out, because in the Rogue game, you can credit C9 for responding well to Rogue's maybe over-eager invade. But in this game, they picked the bot fight. They outplayed in the skirmish in a bot lane. Sven started this game with 2 CS to 9 on the opposite side. I thought that was going to be the red flag to end this. And it wasn't. They turned that fight, they found that lead, and now on the opposite side for FPX, you're looking at tying C9 if C9 win this game, and you need to start sweating because you felt like the guaranteed second seed with Don 1 in the lead. Doesn't feel like the case anymore.
And I must say that, you know, at the chance of cursing here, you can feel so much more confident in ending games through split push when you have the Twisted Fate, not just because of the obvious, oh, we have an extra global, but what's so big in professional games is the vision reveal. It removes some of the scary points where teams that have big wombo combos like FPX will oftentimes try and set up in rush, try and get these surprise plays where they pick somebody off, but Twisted Fate can be used very liberally to gain that extra vision.
And I think he just popped ultimate right now, as you said it, Kobe. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the ultimate was used. He's going to use it towards mid after pushing out bot, and he just gets vision of the enemy team, right? Free Herald will spot them all out. I don't really need to make a side lane play for the next couple of minutes anyway, and they're just going to pop this Herald mid soon, you expect. 5-man grouped up, and Doinby is probably going to push in bot and collapse towards mid. We might see FPX look for some kind of defense here on a 5v5. Or are they just going to opt to give it up? If they do, they might lose Dragon as well.
No Rumble here means it's really hard for them to force a fight, but they're going to try to kick things off as the TP is coming in. Rumble's going to go in and keep your eyes on the Equalizer. It goes across, but it's really not going to connect. Blabber now going to be in trouble. That's going to be a massive shutdown into the hands of the J4. Graves damage raining across the backside. Ulti well used, but the tower's still going to drop. 1 kill trades for the tower.
Yeah, the objective was guaranteed, but Blabber and Vulcan dives for some kind of play on the backline. Crisp gets away without even using the flash, and then FPX just picked up a massive shutdown, so maybe they can look for this Dragon themselves. Doinby used TP and he's in a base, so it looks like it's just going to be a standoff for now.
Yeah, they didn't quite have the range to follow up. You know, Tristana gets more auto attack range from the passive with extra levels. Sven, it was very risky for him to follow up on that Blabber play. Yeah, there's 200 health left on Jarvan, really juicy rel target right there that he wants to finish off, but they don't quite have the backline since Jace can get blocked as far as the shock blast and not enough range to finish off that kill. So it's a very good punish by Tien to go in and actually punish Blabber trying to exit, you know, just under the
TP. TP now coming. Perks on the way in as well. He has the flash. No rapid fire cannon, but the gold card will be ready in a moment. Nuggery's going to be in trouble. Flash back to the previous game. Is now going to dash and flash out to safety.
Okay, I can see why they went for the play, right? There's no tier 2. Maybe they can overextend and get the kill, but Perks didn't have ult to gap close to CC, and it feels like C9 are making good plays and the correct plays around the map, but they're just making these small blunders here and there. Now they've lost TP, they lost the member, they lost the shutdown, they almost lost the Drake.
They're coming in, gonna connect on Tien over the wall, but he's very far away from the rest of the team. There's so much chain CC. Blabber knows not to overcommit this time around. LWX getting stronger and stronger. Level 11 already, improved to Cathy and Rain means they do have to respect the potential for FPX to force a fight. Equalizer down though. Now Cloud9 can feel a lot more comfortable while they back away.
C9 Crabber helping him out once again. They won the bottom crab fight. Then he's able to W dash over to this one as well for the exit, because you have to take a magnifying glass to some of these plays, and Casual brings it up. The opportunity cost of going for that top side play where you don't have huge rewards is going to be a very delayed Dragon. Yes, they still have control of the map, so you can go for the reset because nobody got caught there on the top side and try and get there, but this is going to be a much further delayed Soul as far as stacking it up, and when you have full control of the map like this with your Twisted Fate ult and your extra globals, then you should be focusing on trying to acquire the value much quicker.
Yeah, the reason this game just feels tense, even though C9's up 5k gold, is they were in a similar situation last time these two teams played against each other, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All you have to do now is just kind of play the map well, don't trade off evenly, and find good picks. But against FPX last time, that didn't happen, and it is FPX, right? The second seed from the LPL, so there's always that thought in the back of your mind of, you know, they can still find the comebacks. They have.
Oh, it's in the front of my mind. It's right there in 4K, baby.
Flashbacks. But Fudge is the biggest point that they need to target, and he has no flash. He's the man that they need to kill FPX, but C9 are covering him.
And again, I think the extra card that Cloud9 have to play, never mind, there it is.
We're committing so much damage now onto Chris. Doesn't even have a chance to proc his own Aftershock, so very squishy. But Cloud9 committing to the siege. There's no response on the top side for FPX.
Fudge has no flash. If they just 5-man dive onto him, they can get a guaranteed kill here. I think C9 know that they have to be careful.
Cloud9 backing off. Cloud9 can see the force coming. Blabber just kind of teasing them, playing at the edge of madness. He knows if he overcommits, he dies, but if he plays on the edge, maybe he keeps FPX around so long that Chris dies before the fight even starts. Both sides backing away, but if that fight had kicked off, we might have seen 4 or 5 deaths on both sides.
How can you not love Blabber's playstyle? He's just daring them. He's like, do it, what? Chunking them down, daring them to go on him again because he has the safety of the ultimate. Xin is very deceptively, good at taking those fights. Everybody's well, accustomed to it now with Gore Drinker, with your ultimate. But I kind of like that where they're chunking them down and kind of baiting them into it because you just need that one overstep that will blow the game wide open.
He's feeling himself. He's playing with confidence, right? He knows FPX's limits and he's showing it to them in their face in the way he plays the game, and it's just great to see what C9 are doing around the map, right? They push in mid, move bot, siege the bot tier 2, force FPX to respond. Perks TP's top to push out. They keep all 3 lanes pushed in. Perks has a global anyway, and Fudge's flash is coming back up soon, so they don't actually have to cover Fudge as much.
But the later we go, the higher the stakes get on some of these small decisions. Tension building. Kobe, you can't see him, but he's running in place. He wants to feel excited, but he's afraid. I understand the feeling well.
Excuse me, sir. I am the picture of calm and professional, reliable.
I didn't say it was professional.
I do want to bring up, though.
Sam, calm down.
Excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. I do want to bring up once again, the biggest difference to me and what might help bring down the blood pressure of some North American fans at this moment is that the difference between the previous game versus FPX and this one is that your split pushing, again, is afforded much more safety by the vision reveal of Twisted Fate. So now it is not as much on, okay, they have to do the steps of moving in to get the deep vision for the rotation first. You have a little bit of an extra out with the extra cooldown reduction here for Perks' ultimate. So they have a little bit more safety.
And it's a kind of deja vu from the last time they faced, because Tian's on Jarvan and because FPX have hard engage. They have one play to make over side lanes, and that's catch you and engage on you. Perks is playing a similar champ where you have a global and you have a flash to get out of these kind of lockdown CC abilities, so they should know from what happened last time around and why they lost, how to adapt and how to win this time around with the similar composition that FPX have.
That said, FPX always fishing, looking for that opportunity, looking for that engage, looking to catch out an isolated member. Cloud9 doing very well, never leaving any one person to roam alone.
And you can see Fudge on the bot side. He should be able to push in and take this tier 2. Nuggery's going to go match. His only job is not to be careful, right? If he sees them in mid, he can start to hit this tower. If he doesn't, he's going to get collapsed on. C9 should know from their mistakes in the last couple of games when to push these towers.
I just like how you say his only job is to be careful, and he's face taking the turret.
Yeah, Perks used ultimate to spot him out. He's getting engaged
on. Eyes on the rumble, equalizer. It's big damage across the backside, but Vulcan finishing for the disengage. Instantly, the AD carry into the backside. LWX is getting exhausted, though, is clutch. Crisp now going in, but he's just going to get burned down. Aftershock, not enough. Sven finding the resets. Cloud9, do they want to commit to anything else? It's a recall from Perks. Looks like they're happy to just back off. No, just baiting.
This is huge. No, this is huge tempo. You got to push forward now. Try and leverage the kill. They can get the extra towers.
Breaking down tier 2, massive for C9. Again, FPX look for an opportunity. Again, FPX go for the wombo combo, but again, it does not pan out. C9 holding on to a 7K gold lead.
And I just love when games like this are played well. When you have these very clear, distinct, different playstyles of the champions locked in, you know, first 3 champions, as we talked about in Champ Select, we could already tell FPX going for a big wombo. They need to play off the synergies. They need to find those big fights and use the Rumble Jarvan early, but Cloud9 have to split the map. So much depends on the early you know, support and jungle finding success, and when you find that success, being able to then play it out into the split push effectively like this is key.
Yeah, and Perks, just like you said, Kobe, is using the ultimate to spot out FPX. He uses ult here to push out top and move towards mid while Fudge is hitting bots here too, and FPX are getting tired of it. They're playing against the same comp Damwon was playing, TF Jace, and they're pulling them around the map, and FPX are having none of it. They go for the engage, but it's just so scattered. Tian first, Crisp afterwards, LWX in the middle diving in, getting exhausted, and FPX need to find a way to break these side lanes pushing in non-stop from C9.
Small things too, like Perks has been playing with ice in his veins. He's held his flash so late in so many of these skirmishes that he's baiting more and more FPX members in, and that has been turned around by C9 members. So even though he's not got any of the last hits, any of the kills, he's doing quite a good job.
C9's comp is all about globals and side lanes and single target damage. If they do drop the ball and they do get engaged on and lose Nash, they are really going to struggle. But as long as they keep their lead, they should be okay. Tian,
Ultimate coming in, and Tian wants to commit to the play. That's going to be Jungler down.
He finally fell. Blabber's like daring him again, charges in, forces on him, and he's had enough, so he tries to force it on Cloud9. Huge punishment. The rest of FPX are staring at each other as the Dragon and the Baron slip through their fingers. Where's our jungler?
Yeah, Tian called Blabber's buff, but now that's going to be Infernal Soul point for C9.
He wasn't bluffing. He's got his whole
He wasn't bluffing. He
had
double aces, and now they're going to lose Nashford, I expect, as well, because 10 seconds on Tian, and Tian has been struggling so much this tournament. The Viego play was good because it's comfort, but from the finals in these mid-early ganks to now the World Championship, Tian is really struggling.
Vulcan on the backside, they see the engage, they see the potential to get the fight kicked off. Cloud9 kicking things off, Blabber immediately to the backside, using the ulti. Doinby can't do any damage to this Zen. Chris trying to do what he can to disengage, but now Perks ulting in, gold card on the LWX. Sven, blood in the water, he can smell it. That's a double. He's ready to jump up below, he's ready to fish for the triple. Can he find it? Nuggery next on the list again. That's going to be 3. Sven still alive, leaping out to safety. Gold card comes in, Doinby from downtown manages to snipe him away. Tian, though, getting cut down. C9 can turn right back to the Baron.
Jungle freaking diff right here. They're going to both be down for this one. Blabber will finish up the Baron. Cloud9 own Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, 5 kills for 1. Only Sven drops. They're going to get a Baron. They're on Infernal Soul point. The scaling is in their favor, and they have full control of this game.
Tien dies for the pick, forced the fight for the rest of the team. As soon as he revives, runs back in, dies again. Name in Lights and Cloud9 in back-to-back must-win games.
Yeah, and the survivability tools that C9 can now have, right? Blabber has the stopwatch he can build towards GA. Perks can now start building Zhonya's. This dive comp from FPX is running out of time. And C9 had a free Baron here, but they just want to turn because of Vulcan's positioning. Great engage on the backline to buy time for Blabber to come and follow up. And it's all about Perks' rapid fire to keep this fight going. Ults behind them, rapid fire onto LWX. The target selection was great.
Exactly. You mentioned it before, but Blabber's not bluffing. He has the chase from the rest of the team right behind him. Twisted Fate ultimate. Tristana jumping right over. Chasing down every one of the kills. And now we're going to go right out of that replay into a full reset from Cloud9. Baron powered recalls, and they've spent all that money.
Yeah, and they've got such good side laners to do it as well. Fudge can push in bot, just give him vision. You can see Perks is already hovering around with ultimate up. FPX, the only way you can stop this siege is Rumble ulting waves or hard engages. So they're going to have to make one of the two decisions soon when C9 starts hitting onto their inhibs.
9 pushing their vision line forward. 4 members here. You've got Jace pushing in on the bottom side. Slow, controlled siege. Cloud9 far enough ahead that they maybe can take a full-on 5v5, but not going to take any risks here. Have poke, have Baron buff. They do not need to play this fast. They can take their time.
Yeah, target selection is key here for FPX. Obviously, Fudge has no flash, but he has stopwatch. I talked about the defensive items. Look at the stopwatches on C9. They need to be careful. Perks has flash coming up as well. The siege begins. Bot tier 3 falls. FPX are on a timer.
Blabber committing. Sees Chris already use the Hex Flash. Now wants to go in. As long as he has the ultimate, he's relatively safe to step forward. Perks just poking. They're committing again. Tien gonna be locked up. Vulcan pops the ult, expecting a little bit more of a fight. That is one cooldown missing. But C9 might just try to end the game.
Backing off is the best choice here. You have a wave coming in. You could try to threaten it, but now they've lost Vulcan's ultimate. Crisp has flash. C9 could just back off here, but it looks like they're going for it.
Going back. Gold card ready, FPX respecting it. They're getting zoned away. It's the rapid fire cannon as well. Waiting, biding their time. FPX need to make a decision soon. It's a slow siege in. They're going to lose at least one tower if they don't kill this cannon minion. One tower will fall. Now committing. Tien has fully gone in for the fight. If they lose this one, Cloud9 will just end the game. Now Blabber going forward, taking out the jungler. Backing off, turning back to the top side. Cloud9 again, not overcommitting, not diving the towers, moving up to the top side, ready to keep this siege going.
Yeah, FPX have no engage left, only Crisp really, because Tian's dead. The only follow-up is Doinby's ultimate. Crisp has to find some kind of fight.
Now Vulcan going in, that's enemy support taken down. LWX off to the side, isolated, gold carded, locked up. C9, eyes on the prize, eyes on the Nexus, eyes on making it out of groups. They started the day 0-3, a win over Rogue, a win over FPX, the miracle in their sights.
North America will not be ignored. They will not be trifled with. They will not be denied. This time around, they get the win over FPX.
C9's hopes of getting out are alive. These two games have been amazing to see. What did they have for breakfast? What did they scrim with yesterday? They're playing like a completely different team today.
So clean, so well coordinated. Success in the early game snowballed in back-to-back games. Cloud9 are simply on fire.
You're seeing, I think, the best parts of C9 come out in these games. You know, the ability to snowball, the ability to move across the map. You talked about it, just surfing through every single lane, and then respecting what FPX can do, not making those same throws that they did in week 1.
They have always had the capabilities for these high highs. The ceiling at the very top in MSI, taking games off Damwon, off RNG, taking games off the best games, the best teams in the world. And here is the critical point where they're doing it in crunch time.
Yeah, and
now you look forward to possible tiebreakers, a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, and I think the important thing from these two games, which is just such a positive for Cloud9 going forwards, yes, they won, of course, but there was never a moment where you thought Rogue or FPX were actually turning the tides. That whole game, since the top fights of C9 winning out against FPX, were in full control of the entire map, always winning out on trades. Oh, it's going to be a long day.
This is what it looks like when you play so aggressively and with that confidence being rewarded and followed up with strong macro play from ahead. It's really nice to actually see those mistakes or those openings not being given over to the opponents.
Absolutely. And now we're at the position where there are 8 remaining scenarios for how the games can go for the rest of the day. It's getting closer and closer, but they have 1-1 against FPX. They have 1-1 against Rogue. So things are looking good. If it comes to a tiebreaker, they will get a tiebreaker. And that's... I'm trying...
Tiebreaker. Wait, what is NA's win rate in tiebreakers?
No, don't
it's
talk
pretty low.
Okay, we'll say that. North America, you could be happy right now. We'll talk about everything else later in the day. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Cloud9 collapsed right in time to secure a triple kill for Blabber.
Yeah, well, this was on the top side fight. Vulcan was there to respond. Fudge's TP was great, and it was all from Vulcan's turn.
I love it too, because some people will, you know, panic and try and dash out on Rakan, but he waits for both CCs to hit, then flashes, returns for the knockup, sets his teammates up to actually get the kills.
And I think I love about their composition too, so you have Xin and Rakan going in, immediately delete the enemy jungler. And again, Crisp and Tion burn their cooldowns, and then Blabber just gets to run wild. What does Rel do without her cooldowns? What does Jarvan do without his cooldowns? Absolutely nothing.
Boom! Done!
Conquer stacked up, and one of the best things about Xin, you know, compared to champions like Jarvan, you can easily either flash or dodge the abilities from Jarvan, and all of a sudden your skirmish is just terrible compared to Xin. Meanwhile there, especially with the setup from Vulcan, every ability lands.
And every second counts.
Every second does count. Thanks, Cisco.
That was beautiful.
When we
Great
return,
setup.
this is so good. When we return, we'll hear from the players of the day so far. Cloud9's Blabbers, as the LCS third seed, are on their way towards a miracle run.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming at your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is big. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see that rising cut. The stars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and defense defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 Group Stage C9. Get the necessary win over FPX and Blabber. Thank you so much for joining me. What an absolute domination for C9 today. Insane games. That I mean, it starts right from the early game, and I do want to believe that usually it's the jungler that's going to lead the communication and the early game plays for the team. So tell me about your role here in this game specifically, but overall for Cloud9 today.
Yeah, so in general, I talk most about the early game. what I can do, what we can do as a team, and like how to push our advantages or how to play defensively. And this game, we got a really good kill bot lane 3v3. Like we weren't that confident in the fight, but I was very confident saying we're gonna win this. So we just fought, even regardless if we win or not, and we took the fight. And after that, they just started running it down.
It's one thing to grab the advantage, but it's another thing to just keep it through the game. How did you keep your head cool and the mind steady to grab the win in the end, especially against FPX?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we knew we had the lead and we knew we were probably going to outscale too. Okay. So we kind of just decided to take the game slow. There were like a lot of times I felt like we could have pushed harder, but I think the way we played the game was pretty good and we never let them come back. I gave like a shutdown mid, but I think that was just unlucky.
It was incredible, honestly. And I mean, you just had one day to turn things around after a disappointing first round robin, I think. So unlike other teams, just 24 hours to come back ready. Tell me about yesterday and the preparation and the mistakes that you guys have to fix.
Yeah, we kind of just watched over our games like afterwards and kind of reviewed on what we could play better. And then we scrimmed an EU team yesterday. We fisted them really hard. They had to cancel. So that gave us a lot of confidence going into today.
That's really good. Nice that you got this confidence. Bummer for EU teams, though. Last question, though. The next opponent is going to be Damwon Kia. They look unbeatable from the draft to the gameplay overall. What can you tell me about this matchup and how are you going to win it this time?
Well, we have beat Damwon before in a necessary game to make it out of our groups at MSI, so I'm confident we're able to do it again. And I think we are playing very well today, and I hope our momentum keeps going.
What is going to be the focus here for this matchup, if you can tell me?
I don't know. Kenyon's Poppy was kind of smurfing, so hopefully it's a jungle gap for us.
Wow, well, hopefully it's a jungle gap for you guys. Well, thank you so much, Blabber, for the interview. Good luck on the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a short break now, and Rogue will have a big task as they need to win against Damwon Kia in the next game to stay in the run. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Group A has been blown completely open by Cloud9's win over FPX, making a three-way tie still possible, making everything possible outside of knocking out Damwon because they are already qualified. So, possibility for a three-way tie between Cloud9, Rogue, and FPX is still on the table. However, Rogue cannot lose to FPX later today, and they also can't lose to Damwon. Should they lose to Damwon, they then need Damwon to beat C9 and then win versus FPX. For C9 to directly be qualified, they need Rogue to beat FPX and then beat Damwon themselves. And you know what, Chronicler? Everything is possible today.
So you're saying there's a chance? There is the possibility.
There is more than one, in fact.
I am, as someone who has, you know, done Kia, they're through no matter what.
Yeah.
So I can watch this mayhem unfold from
a
very comfortable position here in Seoul.
You can just sit back and relax and enjoy that Damwon has gone through. However, huge stakes in this game for Rogue versus Damwon Kia. And we wanted to take some time to look at the top lane and more specifically at Khan, Chronicler, and a man who has announced right before the tournament that this is going to be his last World, so very high hopes on his shoulders. And he has such an illustrious career already, doesn't he?
Yeah, known as an OTP Riven before he actually found his way onto Longshu, played in the secondary league of the LPL. Khan was part of the fairy tale run that Longshu Gaming had in the summer of 2017, where they were looking incredible, then made it to Worlds, and then, you know, had a 6-0 group and then got crushed. Yeah. And then they did really well on T1 when he moved over there. And then they also got crushed by G2, which I'm sure you will remember very well.
Just a little.
So it's been an illustrious career, but in terms of domestic success, he's been insane.
Yeah, I think that's a TLDR, right? That fighting for that international success time and time again. And now we arrive here at the last chapter of his competitive career so far, Damwon Kia Khan. And I think on a team like Damwon, it's very hard to stand out, but he has done exactly that.
It's really impressive because coming into the split, it was, of course, a question mark to what extent you could match Nuguri. Nuguri was such a unique player. Obviously, you know, he had his weaknesses in lanes, but he was also a single-handed win condition for Damwon in the 2020 run, and he was one of the main reasons why that team was so threatening. They could play for basically any lane. But Khan has actually done exceptional, right? And if you look at their MSI in particular, I personally feel like we have seen a lot of pressure or a lot of praise going to Showmaker for helping out, you know, Baron Ghost, who didn't have the greatest tournament, as well as a Canyon who couldn't really adjust as well to the jungle changes. But Khan, in that tournament, was incredible. And thus far, we've seen him win matchups on both sides, crush everyone in terms of stats. And I think it's a shame that Khan doesn't get mentioned as often as a lot of the other players on Damwon, like Showmaker and Canyon.
And I think it's probably a side effect of the caliber of players he found himself on teams with in previous years. And he's been on so many of them as well. But Khan now looking to give a fantastic chapter at this World Championship. I want to relay this into this next game we have, because even though Damwon Kia is already qualified, Rogue is still up against it. And I want to pull Khan's champion pool up this tournament so far specifically and kind of relay it into the conversation about the top lane matchup here. For Rogue, I don't think Oduwamne has had the best tournament. What is your prediction for what this lane might look like and where they should look to prioritize for Rogue and that top lane?
That's a really hard one because Khan got a lot of criticism as well for, you know, being one-dimensional. There was a lot of sign one-trick talk when we came into MSI, but he's actually had an incredible amount of champions played throughout the split, and I think it's one of the main reasons why it's so hard to really reliably shut him down, because if he gets a counter pick, he will do incredibly well, and that's something that you want to try and avoid when you're Rogue, but then at the same time, he never really becomes a liability. Yeah. And we've seen him already win, even when getting theoretically counterpicked.
Exactly, he played two sides of the same matchup in the Jax Graves one. Now, to button this up in terms of the underdog possibility for Rogue, last time we saw these teams play, Damwon Kia won, but it got stalled out. We had the fiddle, you know, they tried something completely different, and it didn't quite work out, despite Hansama racking up a couple of kills as well. What do you think is the best plan of attack, which I know sounds incredible when you go up against Damwon Kia?
It's got to be bot lane. I think that the top side of the map, you're just I don't think you can match. I don't think there's any team at the moment that can possibly match Khan, Canyon, and Showmaker. But Ghost and Barrel have already shown that they are, in fact, they can bleed. Sometimes they take 2v2s that they shouldn't take. And I think that if you get a good matchup for Hansama and you give him the room to carry, just camp that lane. Draft something that can roam, you know, the Grise, the TF, we've already seen a lot. Galio, for all I care. Just make sure that this man on your screen can somehow carry. Because I think that attacking Damwon as hard as you possibly can on that bot side, or baiting them into trying to, you know, go for extended skirmishes, setting up a level 3 dive with a couple of stacked waves, getting Hans ahead, that's the only avenue.
That is the only avenue. Unfortunately, a monstrous task up ahead for Rogue. They're playing Damwon, Kia, and then FPX back to back. We'll see if Damwon's dominance continues here on day 4 as they face Rogue for our next matchup in Group A.
Thank you very much, Shox. And as you and Chronicler have very well mentioned, Khan perhaps overlooked often for Damwon. Last time we saw these two teams meet, he wasn't overlooked at all. Because he was pretty darn big on that Jax.
Yes. I think Khan had a great playoffs towards the end of the LCK, and I also think that he's had a very solid Worlds run. I think there were a couple question marks, and I think now that they've locked first seed in this group, he will be moving on to the best of 5s, and perhaps that's where we'll get to see or have more of an opportunity to have a more critical eye, considering the caliber of top laners that also exist throughout the rest of the tournament. But we've talked a lot about Damwon, we've talked a lot about Khan. We also have to turn our attention to Rogue, because as the analyst desk did mention, Odo Omne has not had the best tournament. When we look domestically at their performance, typically this team was a bot-side focused team, with Odo Omne being dubbed the weak side king. He was the type of player that was very difficult to kill. You could throw resources at him, but it didn't matter. He would always find ways to still be relevant. Some of his signature champions, like Aatrox in particular, was something that he was always able to be very self-sufficient on, even if he wasn't funneled resources. But as we moved later and later into the regular season, the team actually shifted their approach, actually playing more of a weak side bot, and then shifting way more resources top to things like Camille, and Nocturne in particular, when Odo Omne became more of a carry. What we've seen is that the problem doesn't even come from a resource factor for Rogue. It actually, all of the issues are stemming before the laning phase can really kick off. Individuals are not performing to the caliber that you typically expect of Rogue, and this needs to change. They need to find a way to get their way through the early game in order to stand a chance against Damwon, because they showcased last time that they can go toe-to-toe in the team fights. They know how to punish mistakes, and they know how to... They've clearly improved their mid to late game, but their early game right now is the part that they are struggling with.
Rogue time seems to have moved about 10 to 15 minutes earlier on in the game than it used to be. Damwon, though, respecting the fact that this Nami Lucian bottom lane really caused them a lot of trouble last time these two teams played up against each other. They'll get rid of the Nami. Yumi, Lee Sin taken away by Rogue, and Irelia, as well as that initial ban from the LCK.
I wonder if Misfortune will also be added to the ban table. Something that Damwon could look to prioritize. Remember that Leona is often paired with this Misfortune, but we've also seen a lot of things like Leona Jhin. And we know that Ghost and Beryl are more than happy to bring that one out. The question is, what will Rogue decide to remove? The fact that Sylas has been banned does suggest to me that Damwon is looking at a Twisted Fate priority, and it seems to be the theme of the day. Twisted Fate, Jace, this strong top side that you can play through. Top lane does seem to be the predominant carry role right now, with a lot of focus up towards there. And with the Tryndamere being banned, Rogue have to have an answer to Showmaker's Twisted Fate.
And the answer you would expect is something like the Rise coming out from Larson in the mid lane, something that can roam, that can follow that Twisted Fate. But by picking the Twisted Fate here first, you say to Rogue, well, are you going to give Odo Omne Jace? Are you going to put him on a carry when he's been struggling so much through the rest of group stage?
So there is one thing that they could also do, which they haven't done for a while, but Inspired, one of his most played champions was Lilia. And the reason why I bring that up is because Tristana used to be Rogue's answer into the Twisted Fate. They basically prevented the TF from ever being able to roam around the map, and they would use Trist to like perma push in mid lane and force the TF underneath the tower. And if you ever did roam, you basically lose your tower. It was something that Larson was very comfortable on, and something that back in the day they did leverage quite a lot. But of course, you do need that AP jungle threat, and that's also why I mentioned that Lilia. For now, Rogue is just going to prioritize getting themselves a strong
2v2 bot lane. We talked about the Leona being up, and with Nami and Yuumi both removed, this then becomes the next premier bot lane.
It does make sense for Rogue to put a lot of eggs in that bot lane basket. Hansama and Trimby have been having a stellar tournament so far, but immediately into it, it's going to be Draven alongside what looks like a Thresh here for Damwon.
It's looking scary right now for Rogue with Draven and Thresh on the bot side of the map. This is a very potent 2 versus 2, but remember, the last time that they met, it was Rogue getting the better in the 2 versus 2 up against Ghost and Beryl. So a lot of eyes will be on this Draven, and we know that Hansama is more than equipped to play into a champion that he is known for.
Yeah, he'll definitely be comfortable down towards that bottom side. Ghost and Beryl, not always the most stellar players on Damwon, often just utility role players more than anything else. Ryze now locked in for Rogue. Larsen's going to take that and try and follow Showmaker on some of these roams.
Let's see, because to be honest, Larsen really hasn't been getting out of lane very often. Even during the regular season, he wasn't known for his roaming style, and that kind of, when you looked at players like Niski, when you looked at players like Caps, Humanoid, these are all players that kind of got the better of him due to their roaming nature, and now you're going against Showmaker, who literally has a skin for the champion that he is playing. You know how he's going to find those opportunities to get impact on the map.
It really feels like Worlds is defined by mid-jungle roams. Support's going up there, teaming up around that Herald as well. And Larsen has been struggling. I had a quick look at some of his numbers, Vedi. 20% of his team's damage. Very low for a mid laner. Compared to Showmaker, a full 6% more of his team's total damage. Showmaker having a good tournament. Larsen being a little bit invisible from time to time. As we move into the second phase, though, Graves banned away. Jarvan taken out of the pool as well. Thresh, of course, okay into the Jarvan. You can flay away. The Flag Drag combo does the same with the Leona Zenith Blade. So that Jarvan, just a respect ban, and want to get rid of some of the ability to get those early ganks off.
They're just removing the strong team fighting tools. Remember, last time it was the team fighting that Damwon almost lost to. And when we kind of look at the Siege, I think that Damwon Siege isn't as weak as it was the last time that they played up against each other. But still, they're showcasing that respect. They know that it could be a pretty safe blind. And right now, Rogue is definitely looking to lock in their jungler. I'm thinking of things like Viego, with the Xin Zhao banned away as well. We're definitely heading towards a Talon Kiana once again. The last time that they did meet, it was Canyon bringing out his Talon, and he played it into Inspired's Fiddle, which he dominated the early game with, and it definitely helped that Khan was able to get a solo kill top lane.
Actually looks like Rogue might be keeping their jungler for last here. Not getting the top lane counter pick, instead picking the Jace for Oda First time he's brought that here at Worlds. Of course, Jace, a very contested pick, as you mentioned earlier on, Vedius. Now Damwon have to work out, how do you answer this in the top lane? Do you just go for something that can soak up the pressure? Do you go for something that will try and trade back? And alongside that, what are you going to put Canyon on? You're going to give him this Kiana that's been tearing up the Rift.
Certainly looks like it. I think that Odoamne just wants to get himself comfort. You know, he hasn't had the best tournament. Jace is something that he's played throughout his entire career. Yep. And it is generally a safe top side. And also a lane that you can easily play through or you can leave on the weak side. With the itemization changes that happened, Jace really benefited and really does scale so much better than he used to with that full lethality build of old. For now, though, Damwon, they're going to get themselves the Kiana, and it looks like they're trying to match the aggression on the top side of the map. It will be Khan's Lucian. So we talked about them wanting a strong top side. Khan is definitely going to be putting a lot of weight behind his carry potential.
And it just makes those roams from Twisted Fate even more deadly as well. You get up there, you gold card Odoamne, and then you have the Light Slinger himself just chipping away at that Jace's health bar. Does mean that Damwon are a very squishy team as a whole, though. Obviously, Goredrinker will contribute for Canyon in the jungle, but the rest of the team very easy to lock down.
Now, this Olaf is a bit of a throwback because for those that don't know, when Inspired first joined the league, he was known as an Olaf one-trick.
Yep.
The Rogue's win rate was something like 80 to 90% with Olaf, and then they didn't win any other games. Basically, whenever he got his hands on this champion, they would win domestically. Now, he hasn't really been bringing it out in recent history. I actually can't remember this year if he's even played it during the regular season at all. So the fact that Inspired is going back to this, yes, Blabber is known for his Olaf, but Inspired, perhaps he can look to emulate Blabber's success on the champion as well, and they need it. They are currently sitting at 1-3 in the group. If they can get a win over Damwon, this group becomes very interesting indeed. It's not completely over for Rogue, but their chances become that much higher. We have some very interesting compositions. Rogue going for much more of a team fight. They have very strong side lanes as well. They have solid engage. Overall, a very well-rounded comp. They seem to have a lot of options all across the board. Damwon, they're going to be looking to attack side lanes. They're going to be looking for picks. If they get ahead, it's going to be very difficult to stop the snowball with champions like Draven, Lucian, Qiyana, and Twisted Fate. If they get their hands on the steering wheel, they are not going to let go.
Damwon have been steering themselves to success for the last week of groups. Now they're looking to make it 5-0 in this matchup versus Rogue. As we've said, Rogue are not out of it at all. If they lose this game, they can still find that three-way tie with FPX and with Cloud9. But a win here would actually accelerate them into the possibility that they could take it all, that they could get that second seed unperturbed by anyone else without having to play a tiebreaker. They're coming off the back of a disappointing loss for them against Cloud9 earlier on today. And Damwon Kia fresh off a dominant victory earlier today as well.
Yeah, it's... I've been reading a lot of the comments for EU fans, and I can see the frustration because it often feels like that in the first game, you know, that level 1, the way in which they're playing, you know, this isn't typically what you see from Rogue. And we can hear from the Rogue fans if you want. You can use the hashtag Verizon 5G or chat. You can send your support. Obviously, it is a very huge uphill battle to be able to take down Damwon, but I can feel that frustration. I understand that frustration. I know a lot of EU fans want to see this Rogue perform, but let's see if they can do it. They had a pretty crazy game the last time. You and I were casting it.
Yeah, we were.
Remember, we were at 5 minutes, and we were like, well, this game's over. And then it went for so much longer. It was very dramatic indeed. So nothing too crazy here at level 1. Olaf is going to start on his Raptors, and he may very well be going for a very fast level 3.
Obviously, Olaf, one of the quickest clears in the jungle early on. Undertow gives you a relatively good amount of AoE, and the lower you go, the quicker you clear. It makes it very easy for you to speed your way through farming. Qiyana, a little bit slower, doesn't quite have as much damage, but already working her way through that blue buff. Bottom lane is definitely somewhere you will look to as a point of hope for Rogue. Hans Sommer and Trimby have been performing well throughout the entirety of Worlds, and it was actually off the back of Hans Sommer last time that Rogue were able to get back into the game.
Certainly was, but you know, they've drafted Draven Thresh, and this is also kind of a lane that you want to try and leverage. The thing about Damwon is they've got a lot of strong lanes all across the board, and while they will be able to get Prio up towards the top side of the map with this Lucian early on, I'm not as convinced that they'll be able to do the same in the bot side. That level 2 in the bot lane is going to be really important, and it looks like the Hans Sommer and Trimby will get it first. So Ghost and Barrel forced to showcase that respect, and Inspired, based on his pathing, doing a full clear top side. Notice that he's done Raptors into Krugs to go for the most optimal jungle route in terms of getting those camps respawning very, very quickly and leveraging the fact that Olaf has such a fast clear speed, pathing towards the bot side of the map. But I'm curious as to how Canyon will play the next 2 minutes, because Showmaker does have Prio in mid. We've got to remember Qiyana very early on against an Olaf. You do not want to run into him.
Especially with the Rogue bottom lane pushing in as well, you know that they can react a little bit quicker than your own laners. Means that that bot side Scuttle Crab may just be given over to Inspired, but Showmaker back in, does have the TP to get back to this lane, will use it, gets all 3 Corrupting Potion stacks back alongside Boots and that Control Ward. So Showmaker there was running a little bit low on mana, running a little bit low on health, decides to invest his teleport to be able to get Prio over this lane once again.
It's also just really important that you get that base, because he knows that these crabs are going to be spawning soon, and he's upper back against Larson. Larson wants to go back to base as quickly as possible. And he's not going to be given the opportunity to. But for the time being, it looks like that Qiyana knows the situation that, well, Canyon knows the situation that he's in, decides not to try and contest the bot crab, and I think that he may actually just concede both. He may just path back up towards top, continue his full clear, and not gamble running into that Olaf in the early game.
Yeah, a bit of a diffy in the clear speed there. You can see Inspired already on the Scuttle Crab while the Krugs were being started up by Canyon. So that early speed in the jungle from Olaf paying dividends. Now we'll see Showmaker work his way up towards the top side just to see if this Scuttle Crab has been taken. He notes it's not, pings it out. And this means that Canyon can work his way. Lots of question mark pings on where Showmaker would have been, so maybe Inspired wondering if perhaps this location is now warded.
Well, the really important thing here is Khan actually has control over the top wave for now. He would be able to move into the river first, and now that Larson has actually been able to TP back in, there's a way in which Rogue could contest this, but Inspired is saying, no, I don't want to run the risk. I'm not taking the gamma right now, so Canyon will actually secure himself a crab. Now, an engage.
Dennis Blade onto Beryl, Ignite ticking as well. He's going to flash away Trimby with a flash of clips. Damage is big, but Beryl should be able able to walk out of this one. Sun still coming out. Trimby low as well, as both of the bot laners will just back away.
So Trimby, he thought that he could get enough damage down with another Q to be able to secure a kill, but not quite enough damage. Now Inspired looking for a play top.
Odo looking for the slow here. Khan's going to try and dodge in into Odo, and Odo has just gone too deep. Flash away. Khan will flash forward, get first blood. Undertow is going to land. Inspired will be able to clean this one up, but look at the wave under the tower. Inspired might try and hold this one outside of turret range so that Odo can TP back in.
But Khan continues to display his dominance in the top lane. Odo Omne was playing into a huge wave, and Khan took advantage of it. Knowing that he was level 5, knowing that he would be able to trade kills, he does a fantastic job, and he's able to punish him. But now Inspired still hovering in this bush, and Khan, he's aware, he knows what could happen, and he doesn't get punished by it. Great awareness from Khan, and the fact that he's able to trade 1-for-1 there, really best case scenario for Dom.
Just really intelligent stuff from Khan. Obviously did have to invest his flash into doing it, invested his TP to get back to the lane, but because of that, he is now in a strong position in this lane with the pickaxe double longsword. Now hits level 6 as well. Inspired will note that Khan is still here, and you actually saw Trimby roaming all the way up on that first recall as well, perhaps wondering if Damwon would bring Canyon over here to try and make a play, but they decide against it. So both supports will just pass like ships in the night in the mid lane as their mid laners try and get this wave stacking into their opposing tower.
So 1-for-1 on the kill board. The gold is dead even. And I can tell you right now, Rogue's early game going much better than it did last time.
You don't say.
But that might change very quickly, because look at this, Showmaker, level 6. He's going to move into the fog of war, already moving into the river. Canyon has the... Oh, it's doomed. Odo Omne's 100% dead right now.
There's just no way you get out of this one. Odo Omne, no flash. Canyon's just going to walk around the corner. Two more waves.
Showmaker.
They'll wait for the minions to push in. They'll take aggro. Odo Omne, 300 health in a dream is all he can do, but Canyon takes the kill.
Very easy dive from Canyon, and again, it comes from the top diff. Canyon is just schooling on Odo Omne right now. A great utilization of the culling to get Odo Omne low enough. Damwon was trying to stack a wave and set up a dive, and then Showmaker was like, oh, you don't even need me. So he still has his ultimate available. He can still use it for any potential skirmishes that come through, and Damwon, once again, are finding advantages in the top lane.
Khan has really come to this Worlds to party after missing out on a trophy last year, as FPX didn't even make it to Worlds before that, of course, only getting to the semifinals with SKT. Perhaps he wants a World Championship trophy on his mantelpiece, just like everyone else on this Damwon Kia lineup. Inspired looking for the Scuttle Crab here, does have a level advantage over Canyon, and because Odo Omne is here and Khan is not, should be the third Scuttle Crab of the game going over to Rogue.
I mean, also Canyon's 5, Inspired 6.
Yeah.
You just don't want to take that fight, and it's not worth the risk. Meanwhile, the good news for Rogue is that they do have a CS advantage in the bot lane. Hans, Sama, and Trimby doing very well in the 2 versus 2. Expect to see the supports roaming soon once again. Showmaker's going to be donated the blue buff, has switched over to the Ignite. Now let's see Larson going to look for a recall as he spends his mana. And this could be a window for Showmaker to look for a play. The bot lane needs to be careful here. Showmaker's going to notice that he has gone missing. Where's that? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard the ultimate. Heard the sound of a Destiny, but I think it was just the red buff that I heard. Keeping an eye on Khan as well. Look at how he pushes out his top wave, moves into Fog of War, and just creates that point of pressure. Of course, there is that Scuttle Crab as well that will spot him out, but Fog of War is such a powerful thing, and again, you'll see Showmaker doing it all the time. Look at how he just moves into the river. Every single time he doesn't have a wave that he needs to clear, and he's basically just saying, hey, Odo Omne, remember me. I'm still hovering around here. Anything you try to do, I will stop you.
It's just that threat, and you can see Inspired here with Larson trying to clear out some of this vision. Larson even putting the lane ward down there, so if Showmaker backs back towards his tower out of vision, they can at least know where he's going or know whether or not he is moving with that Destiny. Inspired was able to secure the first dragon of the game, now looking for the second neutral objective as Trimby and Larson are waiting in the wings to help him out, if so required. And as you say, it's a relatively good start here for Rogue, considering how far they fell behind last time. They are about 1,000 gold in the hole, as Edu, just Edu, says, let's go Rogue, we still believing.
It's really, oh, here comes another ultimate from Khan. Yeah, I think it's really important for the fans to keep showing their support. Rogue is obviously in a very difficult position, being 1-3, but if they can get a win here and a win against FPX, they may not need any tiebreakers at all to make it out of this group. Now Canyon is in the top lane.
Inspired will be rooted. Odo Omne stepping forward still. They know, of course, that culling is down, but Showmaker wasn't really in position to move for that one.
But the most important thing is Showmaker would have gotten there way before Larssen would have. Noticed that he was killing the wolves on the bot side of the map, didn't have the TP as well, so Rogue, not a play worth investing in, as Darwin now extend their gold lead to about 1,000. And the reason why they were able to get that was because while Trimby was hovering around mid lane, while Rogue were trying to cover for Larssen, that actually left Hans Sama alone in the bot lane, and you'll notice that the CS has now swung back in favor of Ghost as he secured himself a plate as well.
Alongside that, of course, Twisted Fate passive just gives you so much more gold generally, and you can see Larssen about 5-6 CS up, up to about 10 now in that middle lane, but Showmaker will be racking up the stacks. It's a 33% chance to get 6 extra gold from every minion, and you're guaranteed to get at least 1. You gotta count your pennies in games like this, you know? Getting towards that Everfrost first, getting towards that Rapid Fire Cannon has such big spikes of damage and big spikes of utility for the Twisted Fate.
What I think is really interesting though is Larssen is just stealing camps. Whenever he sees an opportunity, he's taken the Wolves. I think he's also taken a Raptors once as well. And basically inspired wherever he is on the map, Larssen is using as an opportunity to just clear camps so that these camps are constantly being recycled and coming up as often as possible. So Rogue doing their best to try and keep the gold as close as possible, but Khan is going to get himself another plate. Odoamne realizes that Showmaker may look for a roam up towards the top lane. He doesn't have information on where Kanyan could be.
Kanyan. I mean,
well, you may as well call them
together
Kanyan.
so much.
And that's the thing, he is worried about the Kanyan duo just hovering around the top side. He could be sitting in that tri-brush right now, and speak of the devil, Kanyan is already on his way up. And look at all this vision they have in the river as well. So much control over the top side. Damwon know what their win condition is, and they're continuing to invest resources into it.
Feels like Rogue are just playing to set up for this next dragon. They can get 2 on the board by about the 12-minute mark. If they do, they still have that Rift Herald as well to apply pressure while they go for it. And because of that, Odoamne has to back all the way away. Kanyan and Khan, the buddy system here in the top lane as Rogue just play around the bottom side of the map. And because of this, Damwon will be able to get probably all of these turret plates down by the 14-minute mark without even having to use a Herald.
Rogue are going to try and answer by throwing the Herald down in mid. I don't think they'll be able to secure this, but they want to try and get themselves at least some plates and get some decent damage down. Larssen will be the benefactor of this, but let's see if they can collapse now. Pings are coming down.
There's the culling, just a chip away at Odoamne. Will be another plate. 4 plates for Khan here on the top lane. And even though that gold looks relatively even, look at the difference. 1,400 gold right now between those 2 top laners.
It really has been a top diff this game, and like, yes, Kanyan and Showmaker have been hovering, but you have to give so much credit to how well Khan is playing in the 1v1.
Tiny thing, there's a ward just up by the tier 2 in the top lane that spotted Trimby going around for a roam, and immediately Khan backs away. Damwon actually using the time that they had here to get that deep vision for Khan, meaning that he's so much safer in this top lane, knowing when the support can roam around. Solar Flare coming out, Realm Warp's going to be used here by Larssen as well. They look for Showmaker. He's burnt the flash to try and get away, and Rogue are trying to add 1 more to their board. TP's coming in, Showmaker down, and now Khan not in the best of situations, could get chased down by Odoamne, but instead he goes in with a Gale Force, and immediately Larssen flashes the hell out of there.
Ends up being a trade of flashes, an investment of 2 teleports, but ultimately Rogue do come out on top. They will alleviate some of the pressure that Khan has been putting down into the top lane. They will also remove the ultimate factor from Showmaker, and Rogue will relieve some of the pressure that Damwon has been putting down. So I respect the proactivity here from Rogue. If they sit around and do nothing, then Damwon will eventually take control of the game. And Rogue is saying we're not down and out just yet.
Here's the thing, Betty. I'm going to put my EU4 hat on for a second. I am an LEC caster. Rogue have done something no other team at Worlds 2021 could do.
Tell me.
Kill Showmaker. Up until now, he was unkilled. I'll bring up his stats because they're absolutely phenomenal. 47 KDA, gold lead of almost 1,000 at the 15-minute mark. Huge kill participation. The man is a monster. He continues to be, but he is no longer unkilled.
His KDA is now cut in half, and if EU can't
no,
be
because that's infinite at that point. So that's actually his official KDA.
He's now at
still
1.
42. Yeah.
So they need to kill him again. Is what you're
and then it will only be you know
small achievable goals. You know, honestly, how achievable is killing the raid boss and Showmaker? I guess we'll find out. 3-man collapse on the top side of the map. Khan now. The shoe could be on the other foot here, but Khan
turn it in. Rune Prison's coming out there, and there's the Solar Flare for the follow-up. Larssen able just to dodge at the edge of range, keep Khan interested, and in the end, Khan was can't.
So, Damwon, though, still trading on the other side of the map. You know, they're never going to give anything up for free. While Rogue are able to get a kill onto Khan, it should still be the first tower of the game going down in favor of Damwon. Ghost is going to be the benefactor. 395 Draven stacks waiting to be picked up somewhere. We'll see if he's able to convert them into anything. And Hans Summer, he is down a level. He is behind a little bit on gold, but itemization, they are still even. So the gold is basically neutralized. The difference, I'm pretty confident, is basically in Showmaker's additional gold. Unlikely, because Khan, even though he has died. Let's have a look here. So 1,200 still the difference at top. Oh, I mean, credit to Larson. Of course, picking up that kill means that he's now 900 ahead of Showmaker. So yeah, it's this is, I think, outside of that win that they had against Cloud9, the best early game that Rogue has had this tournament.
I mean, I think the big thing is we haven't really seen a Destiny be incredibly proactive. Like, we haven't really seen Showmaker getting out of this middle lane and affecting the other lanes. And yes, Khan was able to develop a lead in the top lane with the help of Canyon, but a lot of the time, if you can keep Showmaker under wraps in the early game, you can kind of contain Damwon Kia.
Definitely feels like that. For now, there is a tower in the top lane that Damwon have their eyes on. It is, of course, very low, and they want to grab that for themselves. I believe that was the Destiny coming out from Showmaker, just to get a little bit of information. They know that everyone from Rogue is hovering around the red buff. Odoamne, let me have a quick look. He doesn't have his TP. So Damwon, with 5 members strong, are going to say, well, you can't contest this. We know you can't contest this. And Rogue is saying, that's fine. We'll trade it for a tier 1 in the bot. You're going to secure our tier 1 in the top lane anyway. So let's just make this a fair trade across the board. Hans Summer also, look at his positioning right now. Just showing the utmost respect. He knows that 3 members of Rogue are in the top lane. Trimby deciding not to commit to the fight. And again, it's really important to appreciate how much quicker it would be for Damwon to collapse. And while Trimby was looking at that saying, I could engage here, if they do, they're likely going to find themselves in a numbers disadvantage. And with Lucian on this type of itemization at this point in the game, you probably should just avoid the fight for the time being.
Yeah, you don't really want to take a fight versus a Gale Force Sheen already complete on Khan, building up towards the Essence Reaver. He's a very, very strong top laner, and as you said, Odoamne not having TP just means that Rogue have to back away. Is it a tower for tower trade? And for the first time, it feels like this game, Rogue have actually taken a gold lead here. And we are starting to approach that magical portion of the game that, at least in the LEC, was known as Rogue time, where Rogue tend to over-position, misposition, and get caught out.
Well,
hasn't happened at Worlds that much.
The thing is, I think people have conflated, because Rogue time was when they had a lead, a significant one.
This is 300 gold, Betty.
Yeah, but in particular,
it's against Damwon Kia. That's flipping significant in my book, Betty.
It was funny because it was always 6K. 6K was the number. If they had a 6K
10K
goal
if it was
lead.
Mad Lions.
Yeah, but yeah, if they're going even into the mid-game, I have a lot more faith in Rogue, because I think a lot of their issues often stem from not knowing how to properly utilize their lead. But in a neutral game where you're just trading, I actually think that's a comfort space for Rogue, because in general, I think that they are a very smart team, especially if you ever have the opportunity to talk to them. They have a really great awareness of the game. But you're also saying that into Damwon, who of course showcased an excellent macro game versus FPX in our first game of the day. And that game was basically, what, decided about one team fight, I think it was. And now they're going to use the Herald to break open the mid tower, which means that Damwon will be able to get the tower lead. A lot of people are grouped up. Larson is looking around as he clears out the Krugs, but I think that this tower is just going to fall. Damwon's going to disengage, and they will extend their gold lead ever so slightly.
And the thing for Rogue there is you don't want to over-invest into a fight. The Rift Herald's gone in, your tower's low. If you can get some cooldowns out of Damwon underneath the tower, so be it. Otherwise, back away. Damwon get exactly what they wanted. They get that little bit more gold in their back pockets, and they open up the map by taking down that mid-tier 1. And now Showmaker is looking for that proactive Destiny up towards the topside canyon, looking for the stun onto Larson. Supreme display of talent into the wall, but Inspired's on his way as well, and now the TP is coming out. The Whirling Death, that's a huge shutdown, that's a ton of gold. Going over to the Draven, Showmaker trying to get away from this one, but there's no lantern for him. The Great Everfrost will get the slow onto Trimby. Ghost trading with Hans Summer. Slowed up, stand aside, knocks Hans Summer back. 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Yeah, but the gold lead went from being close to a 2,000 gold lead for Damwon. I'd love to see how much gold Ghost got off the back of that. But Rogue, they're not slowing down just yet.
Hans Summer even flashes over the wall here, looking for Beryl. Has the bullet time, hits Showmaker, hits Ghost, but doesn't quite have the damage to take down Ghost and Beryl. Showmaker will fall, and Rogue are able to strike back. Gold still in Damwon's favor.
Ah-ha-ha-ha! Now his KDA has been cut in half. Achievable goals, Medic. Yes. Rogue will find themselves 2 kills, but Draven got so much money from that shutdown. Last time we checked, he was just short of 400. Yeah. and then we didn't check for a while. Yeah, if we get the opportunity, I'd love to see, and hopefully we'll get to see in this new Axe Effect replay how much money he gets. So the collapse here, Larssen is just a little overextended in the top lane. Showmaker used his ultimate. The ultimate comes through. Oh, we just missed how much money he actually made off the back of that. But he made a lot.
Tons of coins coming out.
That was a lot. Look, he's got the Collector plus a BF sword now. Oh, and a cloak, so he's already working towards Infinity
Edge already. That is a huge buy for Damwon and a huge buy for Ghost himself. Not often the carry for the LCK #1 seed, but when you put money into him, he can always bring that damage to the fore. Now the map opens up just a little bit more as the Dragon was actually taken by Damwon, so that's a... Oh no, it was taken by Rogue. The mountain previously was Damwon, and now Rogue have got an Infernals as we stack up towards that Infernal Soul. 20 minutes in, gold lead still only, you know, less than 1,000 between these two teams, Verius, but Canyon continues to look for things here on a side lane. Odoamne has to back away.
Canyon duo together once again.
You're not, that name is not gonna stick.
I don't know, I can see the hashtag trending.
But the hashtag will trend because you'll tweet it and be like, hey guys, can you retweet this for me, please?
I would never.
Please, fans, engage with me.
I mean, what I just heard is Medic asking everyone to tweet out hashtag
Canyon.
Best top jungle. I think Canyon has been a lot muted this early game, and I think a lot of credit needs to go to the, not what Inspired has done, but the pick. Because I know that Kiana, while, like, usually you go for an early gold drinker if you can, right? But if you can get 9 points, okay, so he's 2,000 gold ahead, okay.
Ghost is 2,000 gold ahead.
Yep. Ghost is in fact 2,000 gold ahead. Really, the only saving grace is the fact that Inspired is much further ahead of Canyon, and that Larssen has further ahead.
Yeah, 1.4k is quite a big lead for Larssen.
This is the most Showmaker has died this tournament, and they've done a pretty good job of keeping him muted. As again, Larssen has been stealing camps, a lot of them. But I think that this Olaf pick makes Kiana really fragile in the early game, and if you make one wrong move, it's so easy for the Olaf to snowball away. And it's interesting that he is actually going for this lethality build. He is going for a one-shot build, which against the Olaf, I'm quite surprised about. I mean, like when I look at this composition, yeah, Ryze, Jace, Misfortune, if you get into any of them, yeah, I can see that you can probably just one-shot them, especially with the follow-up that you have from Damwon. But I think this Olaf is going to be something that they have to be really careful of. But then again, double AD carry against Olaf, they do have a lot of mobility with things like the Thresh and the Lucian on their side, so perhaps they're hoping that they can kite him back. I'm really excited to see if we actually get any fights, because these fights are really interesting when you have such a squishy team on the side of Damwon. You can't play fights traditionally. The front-to-back angle is not something you can rely on, but that's also what's so impressive about Damwon. Coming into this tournament, I believe that they were the best team fighting team in the world. And even when they were at deficits against T1 in their final in the LCK, it was their impressive team fighting that really set them apart from so many other teams. And they're such a joy to watch. We've seen glimpses of it so far at this tournament, so we're very excited to see what they can do with a composition like this.
I think having watched the first stage of groups, some people would now contest you and say EDG, maybe, outmatching Damwon, but still two of the very best. Rogue, a strong team fighting team. They showed it last time they played against Damwon in the group stage, but we're never the best in Europe. Usually that honor went over to the Mad Lions, who kind of fulfilled the Damwon position in our league, fighting back from 6k, 10k goal behind time and time again. Right now, though, both teams very happy with a little bit of a status quo. Wave matching in the bottom lane, going to do the same in the top lane. Looks like Khan's going to go up there and push that one out. 1.5 minutes before the 4th dragon of the game, which would put Rogue onto Soul Point if they can secure it.
You know, we often talk about time, and we've got to check the time, because it's stopwatch check, right? Who's got it? It's, I hate the item. But it looks like for now, only the mid laners are sitting with the stopwatch. I wouldn't be surprised to see that item just come through for a couple other players. Inspired has just completed Starax, and also you can see the Eclipse now finished for Canyon. Infinity Edge done for Ghost. No tier 2 boots needed. He's saying, I just want maximum damage. Level 13 on the Draven, 134 stacks, but that doesn't really matter at this point. He's cashed in. He is chilling. And he is going to be so important in this upcoming fight. I believe everyone has all of their summoners up, and we are building to that moment, because so far, nothing game-breaking has happened. It's been a lot of trading. It's been a lot of back and forth, and everyone just farming up. But this Dragon could decide a lot. Damwon want it to avoid Rogue being on so point. They have control for now. They're getting control through the bot wave, and they have Prio in mid, which will secure them the crab. They're going to get themselves some vision, but look at this top wave as well. Larson has pushed it up. He's now making his way down with plenty of time to spare. Good damage down on the barrel.
Odoamne putting out a world of hurt there. A little bit surprising considering how far that Jason's put behind, but has been able to farm a side lane for a while. And importantly, it's on Beryl as well. It's not on someone like Ghost who can just heal it back up, catch a wave, catch a camp, and sustain through it. Beryl is going to be half HP for this entire fight.
Here we go.
Showmaker is not here. He has the Destiny. Rogue trying to set up towards the top side.
There it is.
There as well. Destiny comes out. Showmaker looking for a place to pour in the Dragon. Aggro. Ghost taking the aggro right now. Inspired looking for the smite as he goes in for the Dragon. It's secured by Canyon. Now the 5 minute begins. Cullen coming out. Ragnarok. Trimby going onto the backline looking for Beryl. The hook hits. Knocked back. But Larson stunned up, and that's enough for Damwon Kia. They pick up 2 immediately. And Rogue have to run for the hill.
A complete disconnect
Flash. Inspired. Canyon's on the chase as well. Inspired. Unable to get away. Damwon Kia get another one. Showmaker going in. Another gold card, but he will pay for it with his life. Damwon now 4 members strong could turn their eyes towards the Baron.
What a massive disconnect from Rogue. That Trimby flashes in while the rest of the team is retreating, and then Larson ends up getting caught in the crossfire with a great hook from Beryl, means that they go down fast. Ghost still alive, 3 kills, has damage to be able to tear down this Baron. What can Hansama and Odoamne do?
You're looking for the shot blast here. Hansama still has flash, has cleanse. Odoamne trying to get in there. Beryl low already. Damwon in the pit. All of them below half HP, but Ghost gets a shield from the shield bow. He's stepping forward onto the Baron. Hansama trying to back away, but the flash forward from Ghost gets him the shutdown, gets him his 5th kill, and secures Damwon the Baron.
The damage from Ghost is just relentless. He is hitting hard. Oh, but Larson wants to try and get something back.
Larson realm warping in. TP is coming out from Damwon as well as Showmaker wants to join this party, wants to join this fight. Immediately, Larson and Trimby realize that was not the best idea, and they will back away.
Wow, Ghost is so strong. But look at this disconnect that we were talking about. Look, all of Rogue, they don't get the Drake, so immediately they're on the retreat. And then Trimby flashes in and misses his ult, and then the hook comes through from Beryl. Larson then gets caught in the crossfire, and Damwon get themselves 2 kills. And with the double AD carry, you know they're just going to melt through this Baron. Yes, Showmaker, he hurts his KDA a little bit more to get a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it works out very nicely for Damwon. And you think that Rogue could maybe turn something around the Baron, but it is not enough. Too smooth and too clean from Damwon as Ghost comes up clutch.
It's great team fighting from the LCK #1 seeds and continues to put Rogue on the back foot. Now a 5,000 gold lead for Damwon Kia, and Rogue looking to defend their tier 2s. Trimby and Inspired stepping forward, but Canyon, Khan, and Ghost so strong. The threat to tower with this combination is absolutely phenomenal. They will take down the tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Double AD carries, very strong for sieging. For the Baron buff as well, Rogue's wave clear becomes so much weaker. You can see the atomization difference between the 2 AD carries. Top lane
just a
as well.
small one, Betty.
Khan level 17 now. And overall, a great performance from Ghost, showcasing that, you know, he can definitely have his games. Obviously, one of the big points of criticism for this Damwon roster, but they put their trust in him this game, and he has definitely met those expectations.
And it's strange to see Draven's doing this well as the game goes on when they don't have much pressure put into them in the early game. Remember, it was only until they got that kill on Larson in the top lane that he was actually able to get any of his adoration stacks, but since then, he has been a monster, a menace. He has totally taken over this game. Showmaker steps forward, there's the stun card locked in onto Larson. Cannon minions surviving in this wave. Baron buff will remain for 45 seconds, and Damwon continue their relentless pressure. No inhibitor towers down yet, and Rogue, if they can survive this, will be pretty happy with the fact that they haven't lost more out of this Baron as of yet. Showmaker hiding in the bush, taking after Faker, hide on bush, gets the stun onto Trimby. Trimby pops the Eclipse, but Khan can look for the damage. Damwon just want the tower for now. Canyon going forward, invisible, hidden in the grass as well. Damwon, 20 seconds left on this Baron. Can Rogue hold on, or will Khan push forward with the culling? There's the root. Solar Flare coming out, the stun, the bullet time! And Khan can't step that far forward.
So Rogue get themselves 1 kill back, and they will stop the siege from Damwon. They still find themselves, though, with a 5,500 gold lead. And Khan will be back alive for the next Drake. Rogue will hold the line for now. The game is not over yet, and They have been in this position before, the last time that they met, but the difference is now that it is Ghost who has all of the money. It is Ghost who has all of the damage, and getting on top of him is going to be no easy feat.
Just a reminder for the stakes on this game, Rogue losing this does not lock them out of a tiebreaker possibility. They would have to beat FPX and then hope Cloud9 lose to Damwon later on. However, if Rogue win this and beat FPX, they can guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals with no tiebreakers played. Damwon, obviously already first in the group, obviously already going to the quarterfinals, but looking for that 6-0, something we have seen a few times in the past from the LCK.
I mean, the last time we saw it from Khan on Longtube.
Yeah.
That was the crazy group of the triple 2-4s with the tiebreakers. That was what that group was. And Fnatic was able to make it out that time round.
Showmaker, Destiny in towards the bottom side, is going to isolate
Oh,
Trimby.
very nice.
Trimby going in by himself, but once again the fight is split. Supreme display of talent. Larson has to flash the wall, exhausted. Showmaker going in as the round warp as well as Larson dodges back into it, and Rogue immediately disengaged. But the positioning on the Destiny from Showmaker was sublime.
Yeah, just really great flank from Showmaker, creating that pincer, made it very difficult for Rogue to commit to the fight, and these engages from Trimby are just not connecting. It is really difficult for Rogue to get any really reliable follow-up when all of their engage is pretty much just this Leona, and then they have to run at their opposition, and Damwon is just utilizing their disengage tools, things like the Thresh Box, the Draven E, the Kiana ultimate, the fact that Lucian can kite so easily. With only one engage tool, Damwon is keeping Rogue at arm's length, and Rogue can't find any successful fights.
Keeping with an even longer arm's length as well, with the triple rapid fire cannons picked up, one on Showmaker, one on Khan, one on Ghost. Draven and Lucian, not the longest range AD carries, but having that extra range for the initial burst, for a single axe, for a single double shot, can make so much of a distance, because it just means that Rogue really can't start a fight on their own terms. They're always going to be chunked out by this Damwon lineup first. Now, Ghost is going to step forward. Wasn't spotted on that ward as far as I can see. And we'll just catch this wave alongside Beryl. Of course, the safety of a Thresh in this situation means that Ghost can be a little bit more aggressive, even waiting to see if Hans Summer is the one to overextend.
Damwon, they're just so patient. They navigate their way through the jungle so well. They're not going to clear out this vision. They know the Baron spawns in 15 seconds. They're pushing out the top wave. Just their map control is so clean. Good ult.
Solar Flare onto Ghost, looking to lock him down before he can get out. Bullet time coming in as well, and Ghost is down! Shut down for Rogue! The singular target that they would have wanted most has been killed off, and now Rogue could look towards the Baron.
He had no cleanse, and the CC comes through from Trimby. Now the hope is alive for Rogue.
Stunned into the hook. Larson almost down, but he pops the stopwatch just in time. Supreme says talent will come out. It's a double for Khan. Benny, the hope was there for Rogue, but immediately it's slammed right back in their faces. Canyon and Khan can do no wrong. And Summer tries to get away, but Khan gets the Quadra. Can he do it? Can he find the Penta here for Damwon Kia? Canyon's going to chase down Inspired. Khan hungrily, greedily looking for it. Inspired is not going to give it to him. He TPs. Canyon goes in for the damage. Khan comes in. Couple more shots. A Penta for Khan.
A beautiful display of when Ghost falters, Khan picks up the pieces. He was the secondary carry. He was the guy that could deal the damage should Ghost fall, and he comes up clutch. Beautiful display from Khan. He secures himself the Penta. He will secure the Baron for Damwon, and they are looking to go 5-0 in the group.
And for a moment, Rogue had hope with the catch on Ghost. They thought they could step forward, but this stun card into hook combination on Larson just gets rid of all their damage.
Just really well played once again from Damwon, utilizing the fog, the double kill coming out from Khan initially. Odoamne trying to get something back onto Showmaker, but he's too split from his team. Canyon then flashing in, forcing the flash out from Hansama, means that Khan can flash in and secure that one, and then it's just a matter of cleaning up the fight. The stopwatches come through, Showmaker will not fall. And it's just very well played from the side of Damwon. Once again, showcasing how talented they are when it comes to the 5v5. Or 4v5 in this situation.
Just their team fighting is on another level right now. You can see, look of elation there for Damwon. Even Showmaker, after destroying his KDA, at least his teammate got a pentakill. That's how you do it as a team here now with Baron buff. Damwon looking to close this one out. 9,000 gold their lead. You can see Ghost 0 in that last fight, but you don't need him when Khan is putting out 6,000 damage in a fight like this. And, now the inhibitor line has to be the next target for Damwon. Still, Rogue will try to defend, but 10,000 gold down, it's a pretty Herculean task.
Certainly is. Damwon, it was a very slow early game. They played very controlled. The kills have been close, but the gold really hasn't. They played very well around Khan in the early game top side. The fact that they were able to find that pick and get that money onto Ghost early, he was really their big transition in the mid game. And really, they've just punished the mistakes from Rogue. Their composition is so difficult to actually get engaged on. And they leveraged the fact that there was only really one engaged tool on the side of Rogue, and they played around it beautifully. Even after they get themselves a pick, Rogue can't really convert into much. And now we see Khan maybe overstepping a bit.
Solarflare goes wide inspired, looking for the slow here as well, but he just gets to the lantern. Stopwatch is the double up as well, just in case that was going to kill him. Bullet time rips through them, but only rips through the grass there. Needed a little bit of a trim, according to Hans Sommer, as he couldn't find his mark.
But now that's a lot of ultimates used. And the dragon is about to spawn. 10 seconds, that will be the soul for Damwon. Notice that they have the Draven ult, they still have the Threshold, they still have the supreme display of talent. Khan just went back to base and grabbed himself an Infinity Edge, so he is now full build. And that was just Khan. Okay, that was also Barrel's ultimate.
It's just the slow. 99% slow in the choke point, just in case Rogue wanted to step forward. Barrel puts it down. Infernal Soul now secured for Damwon. And they are looking pretty hungrily at Trimby. Gold card locked in. Trimby trying to get away with the Eclipse as the Everfrost. The route continues as Beryl will look for the hook here. Another gold card into the hook. Trimby doesn't get to move. He jets away right at the end, but the Cullen coming from Khan at the side. Larson pops a stopwatch, tries to pop Beryl as well. The Everfrost will slow them up. Showmaker has another gold card locked in. Whirling Death does not quite have the damage, but Khan does to take down the mid lane inhibitor tower. Now bot lane the target for Damwon, as they will rip through this base in seconds with their double AD carries, and then they'll run straight back out.
Damwon can be pretty happy with what they got off the back of that. Yes, they didn't win the team fight, but they did enough damage to force Rogue back into their own base. Oh, but Rogue, they're not done yet. They're looking to try and get something back as Larson TP's in.
Oh
no.
And if that's not indicative of Larson's performance at Worlds so far, I don't know what is. Larson pops stopwatches immediately as he gets out of the TP. Counter TP coming in here as Khan wants to join the fight. Canyon low, Beryl the same, but all it takes is a single gold card into a hook, and immediately Inspired is chunked to half. Larson caught out. Solarflare will connect. Trimby diving on the backline, but he's 1v4 and he's only a support. Khan goes godlike. And now Rogue, 3 players left, waiting to be eaten by these hungry, hungry wolves that are Damwon Kia. The TP's coming in behind, and Showmaker's like, Larson, this is how it's done. Locks in the stun card, looking for Hans Sommer, who immediately cleanses and dodges away from the wild card, so he will survive. But Canyon stepping forward, Showmaker going in as well, and Ghost is on the chase. Axe in the back of Inspired, takes him down to a quarter HP. Khan comes in with a culling, and it does exactly that. Locket will be used to battle card save himself, but it's all done, but the Nexus falling here. Damwon Kia will continue their perfect record. Hans Sommer dead, Odo 2. And Damwon, a couple of mistakes perhaps in the mid-game, but go 5-0 in their group.
Damwon continue to separate themselves from the rest of the pack here in Group A. And while this does not mean that Rogue is completely out, they now play up against FPX.
They have to beat FPX.
They have to beat FPX. And C9 really wants that to happen. Because if C9, if I understand correctly, if C9...
Do you want me just to do it because I know it exactly?
Tell me, yeah.
Okay, so if FPX lose to Rogue, then we can have a 3-way tie with C9 still losing to Damwon because they've won 2 games, right? However, if FPX beat Rogue, C9 have to beat Damwon to get into a tiebreaker.
Yes, however, if FPX lose to Rogue,
yes,
then C9 find themselves at 2 and 3.
Yes.
Which means that if C9 beat Damwon, they then just get out of the group with no tiebreakers.
Correct.
So you kind of want Rogue to win, North America.
Yep, that's the way it works. The experts will soon tell you more about Damwon's win and look ahead towards the upcoming fight for quarterfinals in Group A. So don't go anywhere. And watch out.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. Sometimes I can't have the feeling that I'm living a life of illusion. And oh, why can't we let it be? See through this hole in the wall of confusion. I just can't help the feeling I'm living a life of illusion.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave. Look.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the action in Group A is going to continue in just a second with FPX, Rogue, and Cloud9 all still fighting to join Damwon Kia in the quarterfinals. Rogue, through that loss, can now at best get a tiebreaker for the last quarterfinal spot, and we'll look forward to the two remaining games we have here in a bit. But first, we need to talk about Khan just a little bit. Me and Chronicler had a great segment setting him up before this.
Perfect timing.
And then he does this, Raz.
Yeah, insane timing to be able to talk about the history of Khan coming up to this moment, feeling like it's that last chapter in his career before like that military order. And he comes up big in this Lucian game. This is the one that he's having a little bit of fun here, getting that pentakill.
Beautiful. I gotta say, if you look at it from the side of Rogue, it is a little frustrating because you get this pick that you need basically to stay into the game and then promptly get out of position and then get pentakilled on and a bit clowned on through the TP.
Yeah, I feel
sad.
I feel like it is really rough, especially like, you know, great job by Khan in this moment, but like you're saying, Rogue funneling into a choke, they just completely ignore Canyon. He gets a 4-man Kiana ult in, and it just set up so well for the other members of Dom 1 to follow through.
And that's been for me the story of this game. It felt like Rogue was in decent positions to win out in team fights. They had a great team fight composition, mostly based off the misfortune, and especially in the Dragon fight, where I was looking at that and said, okay, this is a really good spot. You know, Jace is getting really strong poke on towards barrel, and they should be in prime position. The MF ulti goes wide. They don't really have that for the next fight that comes forward. Of course, the steal comes through from Canyon. And I mean, Damwon just outplays, and that's rough to see.
Yeah, you may have one strong marksman in Hansama. Well, we've got two. If you kill Ghost, we've still got Khan who's playing Lucian and who played it to a T. Now, I want to take some time to talk about what the group looks like and these matches that we have up ahead, being Rogue versus FPX and Damwon versus Cloud9. So, Rogue can now at best get a tiebreaker for the last spot. FPX versus Rogue, which is the next game, is absolutely massive. Rogue cannot afford to lose that game since they now lost to DK as well. And then, if C9 win versus Damwon Kia, they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for second. So no matter how you toss and turn it, C9 need to beat Damwon Kia, and they would be very happy if Rogue is able to beat FPX. And now I want to talk to Jordan a little bit about FPX so far. The world champion who didn't make it to the Worlds in 2020 now is back and leaves, for me, a lot of question marks so far. What do you think the biggest issues have been?
I definitely feel like the biggest issues so far have been in the jungle. I feel like Tien has not really showed up. He really pretty much only relied on Viego in LPL summer. And we've been seeing the Jarvan and like these other champions over and over again and him not able to find these wins. And like you're saying, FPX are the only team here that have 5 former world champions on their roster. We've seen like the highs, Duinby getting the MVP of the LPL, and we just haven't seen those early game leads able to come through, which FPX got almost every game in the LPL.
And since getting that finals MVP moment when FPX hoisted that cup for Tien, I would say, you know, dealing with the wrist problems, that little injury that made it so Bo came in a little bit. It's been tough. He's been on and off for me watching the LPL. And watching Tien, this is where it comes down to it. I mean, he is known for his Lee Sin. I think if it's going into this next game that's pivotal for this team, I would want him to be on it.
Go on that comfort. Now, last time FPX played Rogue, it was actually quite the stomp, right? We had the bot lane popping off completely, Crisp's Leona, and I think we've overstated it a lot today already, but it's important to say how important Crisp is for this lineup when they can get ahead in this lane, when he can influence the map with Tien.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just spectacular to see because I feel like a lot of people write off FPX's bot lane duo as a whole, where it's like LWX has some bad moments, but LWX and Chris together are extremely strong laners when they have the matchup. They got that. They were able to roam around the map. And again, you see Tien on a champion he's comfortable on, that he was known throughout LPL summer. Duinby's on a champion that can move. And to me, FPX are a team that needs these early game leads because they never really had to play from behind in the LPL. They were second in gold difference at 15. They're pretty much always fighting you. I think the highest deaths at 15 as well. So they're just going to keep going whether they're ahead or behind.
What's your gut telling you after this FPX we've seen so far? Now, I need to remind people that in 2019, they got out of groups with a 4-2 score, but the group was considerably, I want to say worse. Like, no disrespect to the teams in that group then, but now you have Damwon Kia in there. You have Cloud9 who really showed up today. So what's going on, Lyric?
So my gut's telling me, you know, I don't know the result of this game.
Hit me with it.
My gut's telling me at the end of the day, I feel like we're going to somehow go to a tiebreaker, and I feel like FPX are going to get out. Again, the only roster, 5 former world champions. These guys are like tested. They've been in high-pressure situations before. Their skill ceiling super high. They have everything there. They just need to get through the first 15 minutes.
I just saw it in the stars, the tiebreaker versus C9 to get out, and then Perks looks doing me in the eyes once again. We're not there yet. I'm totally running past myself.
You know what this reminds me of, though? Like that talk about 2019, the group of life, how poorly FPX played it out in that group. They just, barely get out of that situation. And if they can get out, then it says a lot to their testament.
Crazy. Also, Rogue, still everything left to play for. They got to win this next game. But we need to get an interview with that pentakill madman in the top lane for Damwon. Here's Lore with Khan.
Thank you very much, Shox and Khan. Congrats on getting the first pentakill at Worlds 2021, and especially on a champion that you didn't play competitively since Worlds 2019 against Splice. So tell me about this pentakill, the performance on Lucian overall, and the fact that you also used your TP to get this one.
네, 우선 올해 월드 첫 펜타킬 너무 축하드려요. 특히나 19년도 월드 스플라이스전 이후로 처음으로 공식 대회에서 루시안을 플레이하셨는데 어떻게 이렇게 오랜만에 플레이한 챔피언으로 펜타킬을 가져갔는지 또 그 당시에 텔레포트까지 이제 과감하게 투자하시면서 펜타를 사수하셨는데 그 당시 상황에 대해서 조금 말씀해 주세요.
일단 루시안 19년도 때 제가 뭐 연습 과정에서나 좀 그럴 때 많이 사용하긴 했는데 요새는 좀 나이 들면서 제가 하기에는 좀 더 많이 스타일리시한 챔피언이라고 생각했고 그래서 좀 손을 안 대고 있었는데 이번에 준비하면서 이제 좀 다양하게 준비하다 보니까 그 연습 과정 속에서 좀 괜찮았고 이제 펜타킬은 이제 마지막에 쿼드라킬까지 했는데 올라프가 되게 빠르더라고요. 그래서 저거를 제가 도저히 거리를 좁힐 수가 없어서 거리를 좁히는 텔레포트를 사용하면서 주게 됐습니다.
So, well, Lucian, yeah, I mean, as I got older, this kid was too stylish for me to handle. So I didn't really play it much, but during the practice, I wanted to try a lot of different picks this year. So Lucian was definitely one of those, and he was having great success. And also the teleport investment. Well, after I got Cordra, I really wanted to Penta, and then I realized that this Olaf is just too fast. I couldn't close the gap, so teleport was the one to close the gap.
It is worth it, and it also speaks for the fact that Damwon looks like one, if not the most strong team at Worlds 2021 so far. And I remember in the LCK finals, you were talking about the coaching staff and how they set you up for success. Tell me about the work you've been doing with them and how strong you look at Worlds 2021 for now.
네, 이제 올해 월즈에서 담원이 과연 가장 강력한 팀이라고 언제나 볼 수 있는 만큼 정말 놀라운 화력을 보여주고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 결승전에 우승하신 뒤에서도 코칭 스태프 분들에 대한 감사 인사를 표하셨는데 그분들이 어떤 식으로 도움을 주시면서 이렇게까지 좋은 활약을 보여줄 수 있게 되었는지.
일단 제가 어떤 식의 플레이를 수행해야 되는지에 대한 길을 너무 잘 제시해 주셔가지고 그 길대로만 따라갔을 뿐인데 이제 뭐 제 실력이 눈에 띄게 이제 늘어나는 게 보이더라고요. 이제 그 점도 되게 감사하고. 일단 김정용 감독님이나 이제 푸만도 코치님이나 항상 뱀픽이나 이제 게임 내적외적으로도 도움 너무 많이 주시고 있거든요. 그래서 그 부분에 대해서도 너무 감사하고 뭐 감사한 거밖에 없어요. 이제 양대인 전력 분석관님도 합류하게 되면서 저희가 이제 메타 파악이나 그런 거에 대한 해석도 되게 질도 많이 높아졌고 이제 그걸로 통해서 승리 플랜도 많이 넓혀 나갈 수 있었기 때문에 그냥 코칭 스태프 분들이 거의 뭐 승리 지분을 많이 가져가도 될 정도라고 생각해요, 저는.
Yeah, I mean, I just follow the path they've shown us, and then I could see that I was stepping so well because of just following what they taught me. And also, Goma, Pumendo, they're doing a fantastic work in and out the game. They're drafted Perspect. They also help us out a lot outside the game. And also Danny, as a strategic coach joining us, he also kind of improved the quality of the approach and analyzation of the meta. And we are having more options in terms of the winning game and winning conditions. So yeah, I think they share a huge credit of this victory and success.
Credits to everyone at this Damwon Kia team. For now, that's all for this interview. Kan, congrats on grabbing the first seed in your group. 감사합니다 for this interview. Jason, thank you so much as always. And we're going to take a break now as Rogue face elimination in the next game. They will face off against FPX. Let's see how they can make it.
And welcome back to Worlds 2021, where we're here with the penultimate game of the group. FPX taking on Rogue. A few quick tiebreaker things for all of you at home. If Rogue win this and C9 lose to Damwon, we will go into a three-way tie between FPX, C9 and Rogue. The tie is decided. The two teams with the longest victory time play first, and then the winner of that plays against the team with the shortest victory time. Currently, Cloud9 have a combined victory time of 53 minutes. Rogue have a combined victory time of 32. They've only won one game.
Right.
And FPX are 1 hour, 11 minutes. So if Rogue want to get into the upper bracket of that three-way tie, they have to win this game in 21 minutes or less.
Easy. Anyway, let's jump straight into draft, because this is do or die for Rogue. Their destiny could very well be out of their hands. Well, it is out of their hands. But they need this win. And FPX, if they can get a win here, then their chances of making the quarterfinals suddenly get a lot higher, because they need Damwon to win. So, without further ado, let's talk about what has been locked in, because it's been a lot. Lucian Nami in the bot lane for Rogue, with a LeBlanc in the mid lane for Larson. So, when you talk about meta, when you talk about power picks, Rogue has gotten a stack of them, whereas FPX are answering with something we've seen a few times now, into the Lucian and Nami, which is this Aphelios and Lulu, a lane that can actually get prio, a lane that can trade in the 2 versus 2, and also scales incredibly well. On top of that, Tian is on his champion.
Yep.
He has a skin for this. This guy is very talented on the champion, and Lee Sin, for LPL players, LPL junglers in particular, is a terrifying prospect. So, Rogue seem to have gotten what they want, but FPX have answered in kind.
As an EU fan, we've been on the wrong side of Tian's Lee Sin in the past. We'll see how well he can pilot it here. Of course, if they win, if FPX win this game, they guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker 4-second spot. And if C9 are unable to beat Damwon, they would just take second seed out of the group no matter what. Xin Zhao banned away in the second phase alongside the Malzahar being removed from Doinby's pool. I like the removal with the amount of dashes. You know, Larson wanted to get in on this LeBlanc. Get rid of the Malzahar. Doinby's already shown us that he can play it at this Worlds.
I wonder if Rogue will also ban Lissandra. With Aurelia gone, Mal's gone, Ryze gone, and TF gone. Oh, they're going to remove the Galio. Okay. So what will... Oh, the immediate Sylas lock in. Now, of course, this can be flexed between top and mid lane, but Doinby is going to lock that in, I assume, for mid, for now. Let's see what the counter pick will be for Noguri. Remember that last time around, he played Jace into Odoamne's Rumble, and he did a very good job. He did a very, very good job. But it seems that Odoamne is once again going to put himself back on the Jace, the safe top side, and the Fiddle is going to come through for Rogue. That sound of defeat already, Medic.
It's not defeat, it's just, I remember what they put me through last time they played the Fiddlesticks, and I'm not sure I can cope with it, but we'll see how inspired they would use this as he locks it in for the second time in the tournament. Kennen, the final pick, going over to FPX. Expectations are Noguri will take that up towards the top lane.
I think this is such a good pick, because the thing is, when you have a lot of mobility, the way you deal with that is crowd control, and Kennen's ultimate can be so effective, and Fiddle is going to do his job for him. Oh, you're just going to jump on top of me, and then I can also just ult on top of you? Nice. Sounds great. It's going to be some intense team fighting, and remember, Sylas can steal away Fiddle's ultimate as well. And while he doesn't have that many other great I suppose Nami ultimate is pretty good. Lucian, the culling also with AP scaling can also be pretty terrifying. I think FPX have a pretty solid draft. 2 of the 5 also have World Championships. I love referencing this. Like, there are so many World Champions in this group. It's crazy. So many talented players. And, like, you have to be honest, what we've been seeing from Rogue recently has not been stellar. They seem to have gone back to comfort. They've gotten themselves a strong 2v2 in the bot side of the map. They have Odoamne on something that he can play relatively safe on. They have Inspired on his Fiddlesticks, but you're going against Tian's Lee Sin. FPX have not won a game yet today, and you know that they are hungry for blood. They do not want to get knocked out at the group stage.
You know who else hasn't won a game yet today either? It's Rogue.
Great.
The 2 teams who are 0-2 on the day so far, looking for their first win of the day and looking for that final spot in the quarterfinals. Damwon Kia well and clear of everyone else in this group. Rogue and FPX alongside C9 fighting for that second place.
Well, this is it. Do or die. Of course, as a reminder, FPX, if they lose this game, it's still not the worst situation for them because they become Damwon fans. Yeah. And then all they need is Damwon to beat Cloud9. And then, if I understand this correctly, they will get a tiebreaker versus... Well, you get the 3-way tiebreaker, right? That's the situation.
Yes. No, so if FPX lose this and Damwon beat C9, we get the 3-way tie at 2 and 4. Yes.
If FPX win and Cloud9 lose...
FPX are through.
FPX through. If FPX win and Cloud9 win...
We play a single tiebreaker between the two teams.
So basically, FPX are... They have good chances.
So if FPX win this, they have at least a tiebreaker. If they lose this, they have at least...
Oh, thank you for bringing up the standings.
Not guaranteed that they have a tiebreaker, yes.
But of course, you're then, you're then expecting Damwon to lose. Yeah. So
it's happened before.
Yeah, true. They did go 5-1 last year as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But in any case, for Rogue, it's a lot more dire. If they lose, they're out. Really simple for them. And if they win, then, fate is not in their hands. We're not going to keep explaining this because right now, what matters is the performance of both these teams in this game. Neither of them have had the best day, but this is for all the marbles. So what will the pathing be? We got a bit of trading in the bot side of the map, but I want to focus in on the junglers because Inspired is going to do the double clip. We already talked about this the last time we got to see Inspired's Fiddle, but it's something that you can do. Your ability to clear 2 camps is what makes Fiddle's clear speed so incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Tian is actually going to start on the top side of his jungle.
Didn't even use his skin.
I know, it always upsets me when they don't. He's going to take out the red buff, he's going to do the Raptors, and he's going to path towards bot, where LWX and Crisp should be able to get priority in that lane, but it looks like Noguri is going to do the same thing up towards the top side of the map. Zodoan is forced to play a little bit defensive. Level 2s are going to be very close. These next 2 melee minions will give the level up for LWX and Crisp.
Last time Rogue and FPX played, Trimby got caught out with that level 2. Crisp was on a Leona, a little bit easier to engage with than a Lulu, but you can see Hansama and Trimby giving the respect due to the fact that Crisp and LWX have those extra abilities. Noguri chunked out a little bit by Odoamne, but Odoamne actually already quite low on mana, and with Kennen being an energy-based champion, Noguri will be very willing to trade his energy for Odo's mana.
Odo is likely going to be forced to back soon because Noguri just popped his health potion just now, and having level 3 and also having a huge health advantage means that it's going to be very difficult to deal with in the straight-up 1v1, especially with Odo, as you already said, being very low on mana. Tian, though, working towards the bot side of the map. It's going to be a trade of jungle sides. Inspired can just use the fact that he has mid-prio in order to secure that top scuttle. And the good news for Inspired is he's not going to lose his camps at level 3.
Rogue tend to have a much more solid early game when Inspired is uninterrupted on his first clear.
Sure.
Something that is very often looked at as a way to shut down Rogue is say, okay, Inspired, we're going to invade you somewhere. We're going to take away a camp, going to take away your Krugs, just going to deny you something, and it can put Rogue very much on the back foot. Here, Inspired has got the full clear. He's gone up towards that top side Scuttle Crab. Tian already about 3/4 of the way through his base, and he will have a little bit of an advantage in terms of coming out back onto the map.
Tian, I like what he did there, basically just hovering, because he was like, in the event that Inspired did a topside clear towards bot, there's a chance there could be a gank, so I'm just going to sit just slightly outside of vision, and if he shows up, then I'm prepared and ready. So good job by Tian. He's going to go back to base. He will be down to camp, of course, because Inspired did a full clear from bot side up through to top, and his Raptors are now already back alive, which means that Inspired, in theory, if they just keep farming the way that they are, you should be able to get that level 5, level 6 just that bit ahead. But meanwhile, when we kind of look across the lanes, everything pretty even across the board, except for Larssen in the mid lane, who's actually putting a lot of pressure down in the 1v1. And that's one thing I will say about Larssen. We criticize some of his impact in the game, but his laning has been pretty reliable. It's simply a matter of he hasn't been able to translate many of those leads into big dominating victories or impacts so far in the tournament.
With that ward across the wall, he will be able to spot out the fact that Tian was in the area. LWX gets the root down here onto Trimby, who's ignited, and Trimby's just down. No heal on the side of Rogue. Trimby oversteps.
And another 2v2 kill. You talked about it, Medic. The last time that they met, it was Crisp and LWX that killed Trimby, and now they just go and do it again. Inspired, hovering around, looking for a potential gank, but it's not going to result in anything. Trimby still has all of his summoners up, and FPX find themselves with first blood.
You can see Rogue thinking, because they landed the Aqua Prism onto LWX, that they could trade in, but Help Pick's shield plus the Guardian shield is an effective, 300, 400 HP on this Aphelios. There's the bubble. You think you can go in.
And they just got level 4 as well, so they have that extra point in the skill. He has 2 great guns for it as well. The damage is relentless. And while it is Crisp that ends up picking it up, you can see the frustration on Trimby's face. Rogue not off to the best start. Not the biggest goal discrepancy, but with a Vamp Scepter already picked up LWX, that's going to give him a lot more control over the 2v2 in the bot side of the map. So now, junglers are continuing to clear. We keep our eyes on the Drakes, which could be a potential option for Tian, considering this wave is going to... Oh, actually, it's frozen underneath the tower. This wave is in a horrible spot for Hansama right now.
Very difficult for them to reset that. Actually, looks like Crisp is working his way up the river. Tian down.
I mean, yeah, leave him.
Bottom side as well. Yeah, he's very happy just to farm this one up underneath the tower.
It will now start to slow push, because you can see the cannon minions just about to drop. That wave is now stacking up, but the damage is done. You can already see an advantage starting to be built, and there was that small window, as you rightly said, where Crisp could look for a bit of a roam. So props to the FPX bot lane, doing a great job here in the 2 versus 2.
It's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Trimby just struggle a little bit on the international stage. Of course, it is his first international competition. Last year when Mo came, it was Vanda alongside Hansama. So not too surprised there were a few nerves, but when you're playing someone as squishy as Anami, you really need to make sure you're in the right position in these sort of trades. And even in the last game as Leona, sometimes just a little bit miscoordinated, uncoordinated, that's the word, with his team in team fights.
I mean, you got to remember the pressure as well. Like, Europe is struggling right now at the World Championship, and you know, every single team wants to represent Europe well. Europe has a pretty good showing internationally.
Yep.
When you kind of look, I think the stat that I heard was out of the 10 World Championships, Europe has made 8 semifinals, which is pretty crazy when you think about the history of the World Championship. And of course, in recent years, it is LPL that has been dominating with, well, MSI victory just coming off the back of it. Damwon securing the title last year, but still Suning making it all the way to the final, and LPL kind of knocking themselves out. Like, the LPL is considered a premier region right now, with all 4 teams right now expected to make it out of groups, and you can imagine that the same sort of pressure is sitting on the shoulders of FPX. Doonby was touted as the best player coming to this tournament, considering his MVP performance.
There we go. There's the Crow Storm inside, looking for Crisp, underneath the tower, looking for LWX, but the exhaust comes out. There's the Guardian as well. Hansama low. LWX able to flash away. Trimby's gonna die. It's gone horribly wrong for Rogue and all kinds of right for FPX. Fly, Phoenix, fly, as LWX able to survive for another moment. Larssen will tank up a couple of tower shots. They're looking for Crisp here as well, but they're just throwing more and more resources down towards this bottom lane, and Doinby is here for the cleanup. Larssen and Hansama trying to get away. Larssen low on mana, should have enough for a distortion. Hansama the same with a dodge to the side. The culling comes out, Larssen has to flash.
Oh my word. FPX's bot lane is just completely outplaying Rogue right now. The fact that this Lulu Aphelios was able to just tank up all that damage was massive. And I don't think Inspired actually got the fear off because of where he used the ultimate from, which means that so much utility was actually lost from that initial engage that he ends up dying to the tower. It was a poorly executed dive. FPX benefit once again, and now they're continuing to rack up the kills. So let's have a look at this. So I'm curious as to whether or not that fear did end up going up, because it applies when you come out of the fog of war. So he comes out here, yeah, no fear. So that double fear doesn't come through. That means Crisp can exhaust him, polymorph him, and shield LWX. All the meanwhile, the tower aggro then gets shared between the two.
And LWX has perfect guns as well. Severin for all of that extra sustain. You can see Larssen does manage to get the kill in the end, but and has to expend his flash on the retreat here. It's very hard to dive a Lulu if you don't CC her, if you don't get rid of the polymorph, if you don't get rid of the shield. Now, if you don't get rid of the wild growth before you go for the fight.
Whew. That's a tough one to watch. That was a tough one to watch.
Not if you're an LPL fan, I'll give you that one.
I mean,
bunch of balls at home. It's like, hey guys, this is flipping great.
I mean, but it's, yeah. In any case, right now, while Rogue do have the gold lead, they're getting a lot of this gold actually back from the plates they're securing. They were able to get these plates in the bot lane. The good news for Rogue is that they actually burn all the summoners down from this bot lane 2 versus 2. Now they've caught Crisp out. They don't want to overcommit, and that was a smart choice, considering Tian was sitting behind them. He, of course, secured the Herald as well, which means that they do have that as an option over the next few minutes.
And we will enter a slight moment of pause here in this game. Currently, Larssen about 20 CS up in the mid lane, continues to put that laning pressure down. They know there's no flash on WX, they know there's no flash on Crisp here, so Rogue are looking for a play down towards the bottom side. Inspired has flash, Crowstorm as a possibility. Tian is around the middle lane as Larssen dodges in, and now has to dodge away because Doinby and Tian are on the chase. Larssen, no flash, remember, from that culling in the bottom side, dodges to the side, there's the Crowstorm in the bottom lane as LWX will be killed off by Inspired. Larssen has been able to survive in the mid lane as well with a good distort away. However, this should be the Rift Herald coming down from Tian after you get a couple of plates.
Now, Larssen's TP is going to be coming up soon, but as you rightly said, a lot of plates will be secured out. I'm not entirely sure whether or not they will be able to secure the entire tower, but they'll definitely get a lot of good damage down and a lot of gold into their back pockets.
Important thing there from Doinby and Tian, walking back in to get that extra plate because the tower becomes tankier as you get through those plates. So FPX will be able to take down pretty much this entire tower. Tian looking for that final order. We'll take it. 11 minutes in. The gold now swings to the LPL representatives.
So this is really good news for FPX because even though Larssen had like a 20 CS lead in the 1v1 and also got a kill, all of that gold influx back is going to benefit Doinby a lot. Now Inspired, he snuck his way into the lane. Oh, don't have time.
Oh, WX is dead again. Trimby takes it. Importantly, none of these kills have actually gone over to Hansame 003 on this Lucian, but
what is happening in bot lane? I mean, that seemed like a big mistake from LWX, but we didn't get to see the lead up, so I'm not entirely sure. Now Inspired is just hovering around the top side of the map.
If you guys do want to see what's happening in bot lane, proview.com/Esports. You can keep your eyes down there the entire time. Aquaprism used onto Crisp once again. Tian is on his way down here. Hansama looking for the damage. Doesn't quite have it. Have to back away. Trimby. Tian going for the kick here, has the Dragon's Rage still up. The ultimate from the Lee Sin available. Ebb and Flow healing on Summer. There's the kick, and Trimby will sacrifice himself for this. Tian was looking for the AD carry, couldn't find him. Instead, just finds a little bit of a fish supper.
I think Trimby could have just flashed there, is my opinion. But in any case, he doesn't. That will be another kill going over towards FPX. They will secure themselves the Drake as well, and they should be able to get themselves a couple plates in the bot lane. But look at Inspired, is hovering around the fog of war.
It's a Crowstorm once again from Inspired. That's the angle he was looking for, and TP's coming out. They know there's no wild growth now for LWX. Flash about to come off cooldown, but you don't even use it. Larssen takes the kill. Tian takes the Drake. And this game is a lot bloodier than I expected,
yep.
Betty.
Both teams really just going toe-to-toe. And that was just a good utilization of the teleport there from Rogue. They knew that Doinby had already invested his TP bot because he was the one that picked up the kill onto Trimby, and then Rogue are able to answer it back. So the gold's still pretty much dead even. The first items are starting to come through, mainly for Rogue, actually. You can see that first items completed for every member except for Trimby. Meanwhile, FPX still working towards those items. LWX investing in upgrading his boots early. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, oh yeah, look, Doinby just coming back out onto the map, still yet to get himself the Everfrost. So those kills kind of paying dividends for the side of Rogue. Also, Inspired running Futures Market, that's cool to see.
Definitely helps on the Fiddlesticks being able to go back, get yourself that first item. Sorcerers early on, and then after that, getting to the Rocket Belt can help out your damage and your pressure in a fight a huge amount. You can see he's already finished off that Rocket Belt, getting to that Mythic just a little bit quicker. Hansama chunked out. And there's the Ebb and Flow, and now Tian's on his way. Doinby looking to turn this one as Hansama and Trimby are on the run. Both of them have the flash. TP only available for Odo Amne. Tian going in. Tidal Wave going wide. Tian looking for the damage. Sonic Wave dodged. Counter Tidal Wave. It's a Tsunami in the bottom lane as Hansama is left for the Wolves. FPX will collapse onto him. Meanwhile, Larssen can't dodge back because of the Polymorph, but is able to after it expires.
So 4 people invested bot from FPX. They are able to get a kill, and they're able to punish the aggression coming out from Hansama and Trimby to equalize the kill score, but Rogue aren't really able to trade anything else on the map. Inspired just continuing to clear his camp. You can see Noguri respecting the potential of a dive top, but now that window has disappeared, so Inspired instead just going to continue to pick up farm. Actually quite ahead of Tian in terms of experience and farm, but equal in itemization for the time being. Inspired now moving into the lane, but you can see Crisp and Tian also hovering around the top side of the map. This ward will spot him out, which means that no play is going to come through. I'm also looking at all these wards in the bot lane and the potential for a TP from Noguri. Larssen, I think his logic was, the only reason why you'd engage on me is if you were planning on killing me.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's pretty good logic to sit with. Crisp Chunk to half HP with a single shot blast. Inspired and Odoamne will be able to walk this one away. However, Rogue may be looking for the collapse. No tidal wave on Trimby. Hansama has the culling. Tian walking down the river here. Should be able to just safeguard to Crisp if he so desires. Second Rift Herald of the game. Started up by Rogue, but immediately they cease going for it as Hansama looks for Crisp instead. Sonic Wave's going to hit the Wild Growth use as well. Tian going back in as LWX has a good position from the side here. Agro Prism will hit, and both teams will disengage. Hansama did have to burn his flash to get away from that.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if he knew, well, he must not have known that Tian's ultimate was actually on cooldown during that small skirmish, which means that there was no way for Hansama to get kicked in, but Hansama's awareness was, if I get kicked in now, I will die, and that will be bad. So he chooses to flash instead. This will, of course, concede the Rift Herald. And you can see that Hansama's really trying not to slow down the aggression. I think the Inspired has been sitting in these bushes now for the last, like, 2 minutes, waiting for someone to overextend, and this could be the overextension.
Doinby stepping forward. Crow Storm available for Inspired. They'll wait for him to dash in, and there they go. Doinby feared immediately, and Doinby is deadby. Inspired on a killing spree.
How long have you been holding on to that one?
It's a really bad one, let's be honest.
All right, Larson is going to secure the bot tower. Doesn't have the TP, but Tian should be able to just dash out that one. Ooh. They could deny the eye here. Nope, they're not going to.
They know that Cannon's coming up. Noguri is on his way, and so they were like, we don't really want to take a fight into a Cannon when Larson doesn't have TP. It would be a 4v4, but we don't have the Tidal Wave, we don't have the Crow Storm into a Slicing Maelstrom. It's just a bit of a difficult situation to be in.
Okay, so credit to Inspired. He has been very active on the map with this Fiddlesticks. When he brought it out the last time against Damwon, they basically didn't let him clear his jungle camps, and he was very limited in what he could actually do on the map. But in this game, he's been allowed to farm, he's been allowed to set up ganks, and he's made use of the pressure that a lot of his lanes have been able to generate and have been finding successful lane ganks. You know, he sat in that brush top lane for like 2 minutes, but it really did end up paying off when they get themselves that kill onto Doinby. They didn't convert it into anything else though, and now the Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. I imagine Inspired's ultimate will be up and available, but FPX are all in a great position themselves. Items are now being completed, TPs are up, and I expect some action to happen around this neutral.
Importantly, Shield Bow available for LWX alongside the Wild Growth and his Flash and Exhaust, so he is going to be very healthy through this fight. Doinby has himself a stopwatch, so if that fiddle comes in, you can just pause the scary movie and wait for it to go away.
So, the thing I will say is Rogue's comp has a lot of mobility. The Rogue's comp has a lot of mobility, so the thing I was thinking about is Kennen ultimate and Fiddle ultimate will be massive in the upcoming fights. But if FPX engage first, just trying to threaten the tower right now. We'll talk about this.
Safeguards away Rift Herald. Chunked out just a little bit. Inspired came in to make sure that that tower couldn't fall. Rift Herald now down.
Okay, so the main point that I want to get to is that Inspired's ultimate is going to be really important, but Rogue's ability to re-engage, if they can avoid the Slicing Maelstrom, I think is something that is worth keeping an eye on, because things like Lucian and LeBlanc and the Jace speed gates as well, there's a lot of dancing in and out you can do with this composition. So I think Noguri's positioning is going to be really, really important as to whether or not he can find an impactful ultimate that can swing the team fight.
Rogue deciding to give up this dragon. They knew that FPX were in the area. Instead, they say, okay, we'll take some gold in the side lane. We'll get the tower in the top lane for Odoamne. FPX very happy to lap up that dragon and put it along that ocean in their column. Cloud Soul is the possibility in this game. Neither team, well, both teams will be happy with it, but it's not as impactful as something like an Infernal or an Ocean is often seen to be.
I think that the bonus movement speed that you can get, you know, we already talked about the potential mobility on Rogue's composition being a big deal. I think bonus movement speed can also help with that.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimate ability haste is never something to be sniffed
at,
you know?
Especially when you're running Fiddle and Kennen. Those two, very, very important indeed. But it's been a bit of a, what's the word? I was going to say timid or trepidatious early game, but I don't know if trepidatious is the one that I want.
Is fine, yeah.
But it's been like very back and forth, you know? It's not been like explosive or dramatic, it's just kind of been an exchange here and there. We'll trade up here, we'll trade down here, we'll give you this, we'll take that. And so the gold has stayed relatively even. Of course, Rogue has been able to turn it into a gold lead, largely because their kills have been going onto their mid laner and their jungler, and they are up in towers right now. But No, I think that's kind of my point.
That was
my
your
summary. I was going to say, like, but FPX have all these things, but I mean, Drake's is the big thing, I suppose, for
And
FPX.
they did get the Herald, so they were able to, you know, chip away at those towers.
Yeah, they have been playing very well around the neutrals, where I feel Rogue have been a lot more focused on securing themselves things like the towers instead. But now, the thing is, these towers are now up for FPX to claim back for themselves, and they will equalize the towers, pick up some of that standing gold, 300 into the back pocket of Doinby. He's working towards his Zhonya's. And Rogue cross-mapping in the top side, but I don't think they'll be able to secure this. But it's funny because this reminds me of the classic Rogue that we're used to seeing from the regular season, right? The Rogue where you would leave Odoamne in a side lane. He is just responsible for staying alive and doing his best, and going even. Whereas they play a lot more around Hansama, and then they try and unlock Larson a little bit in the mid lane, and that's exactly what they've been doing. And so far, it's working quite well. But here comes the TP flank.
Rogue immediately starts to disengage. Tian on his way, TP flank. Do they know? Now they do. Doinby backs away, and everyone will get out safely. So that's a TP expended from FPX.
Yep, and that's a big cooldown now, because they have to send Noguri to match Odoamne in the bot lane, which is fine. But Rogue have the option to play through 3 lanes now rather than just 2, because they know that they can always create a numbers advantage thanks to the TP that they have. And they could be looking for another pick. They've snuck their way in here.
Oh. There's the Sonic Wave. All of them hide. They wait. Doinby maybe the target. There's the Tidal Wave Crowstorm combination! And it's a tsunami of devastation for FPX's Tian falls.
Anyone that has played against Fiddlesticks knows how annoying this champion is, because the moment his ultimate comes through, you just feel like you're permanently CC'd. You cannot move. The follow-up bubble from the Nami also locks down Tian, and he doesn't even get an opportunity to flash. So now Rogue, with the numbers advantage once again, with the pressure that they have in the top lane, they're looking to take the tier 2 tower, but Inspired is keeping his eyes on the potential flank from doing it.
As a note for any supports out there that are wondering, why does Nami keep chucking Aquaprism onto Hansama, even though, you know, he's walking away? Does give movement speed, and Hansama might need a little bit of that as he has to get away from this. Doinby going in with a Crowstorm stolen away. Doinby pops the stopwatch, and Trimby goes pop. Double TP now invested by Rogue. They look to try and catch out this Silas. Larson dives forward, can't get the chains to connect, and is polymorphed as he went in. FPX find a kill.
Huge interrupt there from Doinby. It was Rogue's bot lane just trying to back right in front of his face, and they immediately punish him for it. That was double TPs invested as well, and Noguri chose not to match because FPX could immediately disengage. So great punish. Noguri, though, he's just used his E.
He also knows that Odoamne is there. Larson looking for the damage. Flash from Noguri will get him to safety. It is, with 50 seconds on the Drake, that could be a game changer.
Cannon's flash is so pivotal to his success as a champion, because it gives you that access onto the backline, which is really what you need. When you're flanking, you can leverage your flash to be able to take these crazy paths in order to get behind. So I'm curious as to when Doinby actually used the ultimate, because that was the part that oh, so he interrupts it and then immediately throws it out, saying, you know what, I'm happy to stand in melee range with both of you. Good stopwatch here, because he knows that the culling could very well have killed him. And then Larson, he's a little afraid to overcommit because of Lulu, and so ends up not trading back the kill.
He does get polymorphed as soon as he jumped in there. FPX showing there's still a fight in them yet, even though Rogue were able to get a kill on the top side. FPX now strike back, 2,000 gold between the two teams, and FPX in a very good position to continue stacking these Drakes.
It feels like a very even game.
I think it is. I mean, we're talking like 40,000 to 39,000 gold, like it's basically nothing between these teams.
Yeah, and of course, right now you see Rogue with the kill score, lead rather, Rogue with the tower advantage, but FPX, I still feel like they have so many strong team fighting tools, in particular this Lulu, and it's this fiddle. Well, I talked about it earlier, but I think this fiddle is going to be so massive in determining the outcome of these fights. Can you get a good fear onto the support of FPX to mitigate what utility he can offer? Can Tian kick the fiddle away? What will the Kennen ultimate do? These team fights are going to be so crazy in FPX. They're going to start off the Baron. There are no blue trinkets left on the side of Rogue, and they have no vision.
Starting to step forward. Larson's going to try and dodge in here. Ultra's coming out. Doinby was in the right position there. Tidal Wave coming out. Counter Tidal Wave used by Trimby. Doinby jumps onto Odoamne on the back line. Tian's going to go in there as well. Odoamne able to survive. But there's the fear! And here's the Crowstorm! Rogue look for the follow-up. Doinby able to assassinate one on the back line. And now it's on Hansama, Odoamne, and Larson to kill off LWX and Crisp. You've got no wild growth, you've got no flash, you've got no exhaust, you've got no life. LWX sniped by Odoamne.
And Rogue come out ahead in the team fight. FPX try and use the Fog of War to get themselves a pick. And it looks close because Noguri's, oh, that was such a good Kennen ultimate. He was nearly able to swing it, but Larson was actually so healthy, and the moment you realize LeBlanc is alive, you realize that this team fight is not winnable. We've been talking so much about these team fights, and we finally get to see it. But Rogue, in this new Axe Effect replay, is just showing constant respect. A good ultimate there from Trimby. Doinby gets onto Odoni, but look, he gets kicked away. He gets taken to safety, and then the inspired ultimate. Two-man fear onto Crisp and LWX. I mean, he gets access onto the backline. Noguri does the same thing with his Kennen, and then it's just a range difference. Larson and Oduamne can leverage their strong poke. While they are a little afraid to check the Fog of War, they know that they can find themselves a couple kills, and while Chris does get away, Rogue walk away with a teamfight victory, and now a 4K gold lead.
No Baron take for them off the back of it. They did get the Cloud Drake, though, stopping that stacking coming out from FPX. Let's look at where we are in terms of items. Muramana stacked up for Oduamne alongside that Eclipse. Double Void Staff complete on the side of Rogue with Inspired and Larson looking to chip away at the FPX health bars.
So, Medic, let's very quickly remind people of the stakes of this game. If Rogue win, then they can create tiebreaker situations. It's not entirely up to them, because if Cloud9 can win later, then this whole tiebreaker situation can disappear. But you see that if Rogue win, they can create a tiebreaker situation.
A three-way tiebreaker.
If FPX win, then at minimum, they get themselves a tiebreaker out of the group. But Rogue need this win to stay in the competition. FPX still get more chances even if they lose.
Very true. Unless, of course, C9 are able to take a win against Damwon in the next game, and then...
Point is, these games are very interesting.
Rogue are out if they lose. FPX can lose and still be in, but could lose and be out because of C9. We'll see how the North American third seed play for the rest of the day, because so far they have been exemplary. Tian called out by Hansama. There's the culling, but the minion wave will block it. Hansama has to settle for 40 gold instead of 300. Rogue, though, setting up here is Inspired, has the Crow Storm, doesn't have the vision that he'd want. LWX backing away. Crisp stepping forward, vision going to be cleared out.
But just look at this vision right now. Thank you so much, Observers, for highlighting it, because it is complete darkness for the side of FPX. They want to enter to check the Baron, but Fiddle is lying in wait. He is the nightmare in the dark that you do not want to face check, and it makes it so difficult, because who face checks? Typically, that's what you leverage the melee supports for, but when you find yourself behind with the range support, it becomes so much easier to get caught out and get picked off.
Inspired gets spotted out with that sweeper with the Scryer's Bloom. That's the one as Hansama looks for the mid lane tier 2. That will fall. Rogue get their 5th tower of the game, 4,500 gold ahead. And Betty, this is the sort of position where Rogue time definitely starts to play a factor. They have a substantial gold lead. And we have seen them lose games from positions like this before, but they are doing it by the numbers, setting up vision, setting up a control ward line. Larson here. We'll see if Tian pokes his head a little bit too far forward as he goes for the Razor Beaks. FPX, of course, have fought back from positions like this before as well. World champions only a couple of years ago. This year been disappointing, to say the least. So watch FPX, who, going into their finals, many people thought of as the best team in the LPL. Many people looked at them as the favorites, that they should 3-0 EDG. And since then, it seems like it's been more of a downward trajectory than anything else. Hansama looking in. Crisp has the flash. Tidal Wave coming out as well. Doinby's in a good position to the side. There's the Tidal Wave putting out, but Hansama able to dodge to the side of it. Root coming out. Moonlight Vigil onto Hans. Here comes Inspired once again. Looking for LWX already as Crisp is down. Larson diving in. Larson shut down. And now the slicing Maelstrom finds 2. Hansama has to get away. Doinby and Noguri holding the hopes of FPX on their shoulders as Odo, Hansama, and Trimby try to surround them.
Ends up being a 2 for 3 for the time being. Hansama still lives. Odo goes in.
Doinby has the stopwatch Eclipse coming out from Odoamne. Doinby dodges away from the Aqua Prism. Noguri and Doinby can do this. They have the health advantage, but Rogue will back away. Hansama will heal up off this blue buff.
We talked about those ultimates being so crucial, and Noguri came in clutch for the team there. We're going to get a replay to see exactly how it all broke down, because initially things looked great for Rogue. LWX and Chris once again got chunked out so low, but let's have a look back and see how things happen. So Hansama starts to fight off by chunking down Chris, forcing him out of the fight. Then the re-engage comes through. Larson is coming in from the flank. Hansama takes a lot of damage, and then here comes the ultimate from Inspired. He flashes in, fears up LWX, immediately cleanses that one, trying to disengage. But then look at the damage here from LWX and Doinby. They lock up the LeBlanc, immediately kill him, and then the flash from Noguri. We talked about how important that is, but he patiently waited for the right moment, dives onto the backline, and forces all the summoner spells out. Now, there are no flashes basically on the side of Rogue, still 3 available for FPX.
FPX have that summoner advantage coming into this next fight. Gold still 5,000 between these two teams. 20 seconds on our next battle. You have to think it's a Cloud Drake, and actually, FPX might be willing not to take that fight. They don't need to, they don't have the vision. Really, Rogue get a second Cloud Drake, who cares at this point in the game? FPX only want to take fights on their terms, and we saw in that last fight, because Inspired just couldn't get multiple fears off, how they were able to turn it around.
I mean, they positioned quite well, FPX, to force Inspired to have to use his flash as well, but that's now Fiddle Flash gone, and Cannon Flash gone as well, so positioning is going to be really important in these next few fights. Oh, and the death cap is now completed. 3 items finished for Hansama. Infinity Edge on top of LWX, but the crucial thing is 2-level difference between the AD carries. Nearly 300 farm there for Hansama. And Odoamne, props to him. Rough tournament, but great game so far. Completed his 4th item, a little bit more magic resistance. But look at this fog of war, the pings come down. The Spidey senses from Rogue are tingling, and they will not fall for the trap. FPX still showcasing they are a great team fighting team. They always have been, and they cannot afford to be underestimated. The pings coming down. Rogue feel that this could be another trap, and they're going to use a blue trinket to spot it out.
They know that it's happening. They know that LWX is still on it. Odo1, they're clearing out a control ward. Inspired trying to get into darkness here as Doinby steals away the Crow Storm. Trimby has the prison, has the tidal wave as well. Hansama not here, but look at where Kennen is. Look at where Noguri is. He's in such a good position to flank here, but Hansama spots him out. There's the culling. Noguri was waiting in the wings. The Crow Storm from Doinby is going to come in, but immediately he managed to take one instead. He is popped in response. Hansama with a beautiful Ardent Blaze spotted the fact that Noguri was waiting in the wings.
That's a worthwhile trade if you're Rogue, though. Support for mid laner, that sounds like a great trade deal. They could threaten the Baron, but right now they just have their eyes set on the mid lane. They know that they have the damage advantage. They still have Fiddle's ultimate. Noguri the same, though. Oh, look at the poke coming out from Odoamne.
Noguri has no stopwatch. Like, he hasn't got Seekers, he's got no armor, he's not that tanky. If you can chip him out like this, he does have to reset as Inspired looks for Tian. There's the fear, stopwatch popped. Larson going in as well, LWX with good guns. Mikhail's was used by Crisp in that fight. Doinby has TP up in 10 seconds time. Rogue will disengage. Inspired about a quarter of that cooldown back before the Crow Storm comes. And now Noguri TP's in. Doinby has that TP as well, and FPX are pulling the trigger.
It's such a good decision from FPX because they know that a lot of ultimates were just used by Rogue. They're trying to burn this down with the Aphelios, and you know that it dies quickly.
Tidal Wave and Culling are available. Trimby could put that wave into the middle of the pit and corral FPX to their dooms. Tian's half HP, he takes the Baron, but can they take the fight? Doinby jumped on immediate exhaust onto Larson, he's dead. And now it's all on Hansama and Odoamne's put the damage down. Noguri is on the chase. And FPX actually don't have to go for this one, but they're looking for more. Stopwatch coming out from Inspired. Doinby does the same. Noguri takes the kill. FPX get Baron, get 2, and get out.
And Rogue, they had overcommitted in the mid play. They spent so much trying to get that kill onto Tian that he just walked away spotless, and then knowing that they had the TP advantage, immediately rotate towards the Baron. They have an Aphelios who's going to melt through that objective. The positioning was not great from Rogue, and they caught them while they dropped the ball. Beautiful decision there from FPX to put themselves back in the driver's seat and get a lot more gold into their back pockets.
That willingness to make a split-second decision is something that exemplifies the LPL, something they've done so well over the last few years, and here FPX use it to their advantage. Only 2,000 gold between the two teams now, and FPX still have 2 minutes of this Red Bull Baron power play to play with. Let's have another look at this, because Larson tries to get in. Tian jumps out onto Inspire.
And you can see that Rogue don't have any easy way to get in there, because Inspire doesn't have his ultimate available. Tian just tries to zone Odoamne away with his ult, and then look at the CC that comes down onto Larson. He even gets kicked in the air to maximize that utility, to prevent him from being able to dash back. And then FPX are able to find themselves 2 kills. Now pushing with the Baron, they're making their way towards the base. I thought initially that they would just use that ultimate to buy themselves a little bit more time, but no, they want to push, they want to get as much out of it as they can. And look at that, plus 3k gold for FPX. They are definitely back in this game.
And the big thing as well is FPX now with priority in these lanes can push up and can get deeper vision. They can spot out where Inspired might be flanking, where he might be coming from, because as we mentioned earlier and as we saw in the bot lane play, if you do not stand out of vision, that does not fear. That Crow Storm does not fear your opposition. Hans Summer, though, maybe trying to catch FPX napping a little bit. They will be able to back away. And those Baron-empowered recalls helping FPX defend their base.
So Rogue doing what they can, knowing that FPX was trying to secure the tier 1 top tower, which they should still get. They're going to steal away a lot of these jungle camps, keep the waves pushed in, and try and stall out this Baron buff for as long as they can. Really important to note that doing the 4 items, level 17 now as well. The fact that he was able to do so much in that last fight was massive. And I think that the big player that FPX have their eyes on right now is Hans Summer. Level 16 on the Lucian, nearly full build. He is a terrifying damage dealer. Level 17 now.
I mean, it was this lane, this matchup, the Lucian Nami that worked so well for them against Damwon. It was Hans Summer who kept them in the game. Hans Summer has been Rogue's standout player this entire tournament. I don't think anyone would ever doubt you if you said that, and now so much weight rests on his shoulders, but also inspired. That fear, if it connects, can do so much work here. Cloud Drake up in 1 second.
Look at how FPX position. They try to stay away from the areas that they don't have information on and are always playing around their own vision so that if Inspired tries to engage, as long as he doesn't have his flash, there's no way that he's getting on top of him.
Larsen's actually gone down to the bottom lane here, knowing that FPX decided to work towards this top side of the map. Larsen thinks he can get another wave shoved in towards that tower. Will not take it. Instead, he backs away.
And this is really big now because the QS is now picked up for LWX. Also, you still have the Mikhails sitting in the back pocket of Crisp. So that fear power is now much weaker than it was earlier on. Inspired, he will still have a lot of damage at his disposal with the Void Staff being completed, but this cannon is the other thing that is so terrifying to play into. Rogue's chances looked great. They looked really strong, but after losing the Baron, after FPX have reclaimed so much more control, it really does feel like FPX is the one driving this game.
The game has been back and forth like a yo-yo, and now FPX, as you say, feel to be in the driver's seat, even though the gold is still in Rogue's advantage. Rogue, obviously, if they can find another one of those team fights from 10 minutes ago or so, they can win this game. You have to get a good fear off. You really have to catch Crisp in that fear. Otherwise, the QSS and the Mikhails will start to come up clutch for LWX.
Thing is, this Lulu Aphelios, I think, is just so strong at this point in the game. Level 14 for Crisp, 16 for LWX, 4 items now completed on him with the Runand in his back pocket too. LWX is now such a massive damage dealer. Before, yes, his positioning, a lot of fights he just spent basically running away, getting poked out, but now I think that he has the utility to basically go to toe-to-toe with many of the people that are trying to dive on top of his face. So when you add a Lulu on top of that, FPX's team fighting is only going to get scarier and scarier. For now, Rogue is just looking to control the area of the Drake. There are no objectives on the map. The Baron spawns in about 1 minute and 5 seconds. I think that Inspire is looking to get level 16. So, final point in his ultimate. A lot more damage at his disposal.
There's a ward sitting just around where Rogue's tier 1 would be in the middle lane that is giving them a lot of information, giving FPX a lot of information about how Rogue are positioning, how they're moving around the map.
Also a potential flank ward as well.
That's what I was thinking.
Both Noguri and Doinby with the TPs. Same for Odoame and Larsen. Very tense game right now.
That's some damage.
That is damage. Yep. Odoame.
I mean, it's the issue with not having too many tanky stats. Like LWX, Crisp, Noguri, all of them will take huge chunks from the accelerated shock blast. Now, 25 seconds on the Baron, Betty.
They should still be able to get back to... And LWX can just heal all that. Watch. Here it comes. There it is.
Oh, a single order. Oh, no, it's back.
Yeah. Yeah. So LWX isn't too phased by that.
And the thing with Infernum and Severum is people will see a single auto attack basically heal you to full, and it's actually 5 auto attacks, right? Because you're dusk waving and getting all of the Severum procs out of it. Larsen able to dodge away from this one. Crisp. Whoa! That's support life for you, baby. As Crisp is chunked down to half, Larsen look for the damage here onto Noguri. Doinby steals away the LeBlanc ultimate. Where is Inspired? He's in a good position.
Very far away. I don't think this is a good position.
No, he's going to go all the way around, Betty.
Yeah.
He's going to go all the way around. That's what he's looking for. LWX has to flash away. Hans Summer with the culling. Inspired. Out of vision. Now he steps forward into that control ward, and FPX will know where he is. Importantly, though, LWX, no flash now for this next fight. Baron going to be started up by Hans Summer. Warding Trinket in there. Cleared out. Inspired. Stepping into the darkness once again as Rogue start this one up. The wave in the, yeah, it looks like FPX are just saying, okay, well, we've got a wave in the mid lane. We can just push for this, and Rogue may be caught flat-footed.
They're going to give up the Baron? Wait,
no,
they're not
Rogue
even going to do the Baron?
They have to get back, because otherwise FPX could just walk this into their Nexus. FPX called Rogue's bluff. Rogue wanted them to fight, and FPX say, nah, we're cool. We can just go for the mid lane.
Here comes Fiddle, look at Fiddle, look at Fiddle.
Fiddle in a good position, crisp low. There's the wild growth, that's what they were waiting for. And here comes Fiddle once again. Dives onto the backline, looking for the damage here. Noguri is down, Crisp is down as well, and Rogue may have found their fight. They may have found the moment they were looking for. FPX run straight down the middle lane, and Rogue run them down.
Massive team fight for Rogue as they end up acing FPX. And can they end? They're TPing up towards the top side. That is 50-second death timers. They have a wave at their disposal. Rogue is looking to make the tiebreaker world a reality. They are not going to give up getting out of this group just yet.
C9, of course, could upset every European's hopes and dreams in the next game if they take down Damwon Kia. But if Rogue win here, they equalize at 2 and 4 with FPX and with Cloud9. The Nexus in their sights, 7 seconds on Crisp, 15 on LWX. Do they have the wave? Do they have the time? Do they have the ability to take down this Nexus? Because I've seen Rogue over today struggle to do it, but today they fight back.
FPX fall short. They make the decision to try and run down mid and end the game. And it is Inspired's Fiddle that comes from behind and is able to get the collapse. They fought well. They made a lot of great decisions and they nearly came back into this game. But FPX find themselves 0-3 in the second half of groups, and Rogue will be able to eke out a victory and keep their chances of making it out alive.
Keep the chances of that three-way tie alive as well. It was a close one.
Crazy close.
So tight between these two teams, basically nothing between them, but it felt like FPX made a great move to go for that mid lane inhib, but just maybe a little bit too greedy to go for more afterwards.
But it's crazy to think about that FPX, one of the tournament favorites, the second seed from the LPL, is struggling this much. Yeah. When they were at Worlds in 2019, yeah, they dropped a game here and there in the group stages, and then they picked it back up in the best of fives, but I don't think anyone anticipated this level of performance from FPX, and now Cloud9 has everything.
They've got it in their hands.
If they can do what no one in this group has done yet, if they can take down Damwon Kia, the reigning world champions, they can make it out of this group as the second seed and make their way into the quarterfinals. If they lose, they still find themselves in a good position, because I'm pretty confident, based on that, 40-minute game.
Cloud9 should be favorites coming into that.
No, but
oh yeah,
what I mean is
Cloud9 will be top seed.
Cloud9 will be top seed because it's based on your total victory time. Yep. And so Cloud9 have pretty fast wins, and Rogue and FPX do not. So they will move on, and then Rogue and FPX would have to play, and then the winner of that would end up playing C9 for the final spot. So NA, things are looking great. It's all in your hands now.
It's just Cloud9 things. They're so consistent about making it out of groups. While we wait for Damwon Kia versus Cloud9, you can check out Rogue's pick, Cutthroat by Imagine Dragons. It's a song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. We'll be right back.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Flying with fire, and we'll burn it all down. Something dark in thee. You used to be somebody that's not me. Please on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel it running through my
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We're just waiting for the Rogue interview to get set up. So meanwhile, I guess we'll talk about FPX versus Rogue. I mean, I'm very happy that Rogue finally pulled off a performance like this one and has not exited the group stage yet. In fact, kept the three-way tie dream alive.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I'm sad that we don't have cameras in the back as you're just screaming your lungs off that Rogue has a chance, Shocks.
Never happened. Never happened. But listen, crazy back and forth game. Chronicler, you who had no stakes in this one, what did you make of it?
Again, sitting back very casually. It was a very long journey. When I saw the early kills on LWX on the bot side, I was surely Rogue can come back. And then I think they kind of got control back of the game, stacking multiple Drakes. And FPX went for their own Baron, which was great. And then they also called the bluff on the Rogue Baron, which also felt great initially, but then they didn't back when they knew Fiddle was flanking, and then they lost the game. So that ending was... Yeah.
I'll also give you a look into what happened in the caster room then. It went from Rogue Macro, Keg W into, oh my god, they're actually gonna win.
Yeah, and for me, my eyes were just on Inspired's Fiddlesticks. Like the long journeys he was making for the flanks.
Man was going to Narnia and back.
Yeah, literally. And it was like he was aware that there were no wards on the trek over. And another one too, for me, was on Doinby. Doinby, of course, he has the choice of ultimates, primarily going to be choosing the Fiddlesticks ulti. But a lot of the times when he dove in, gets bursted instantly without using his Zhonya's. And so at those moments, I found it rough to see because they didn't feel like they were playing those team fights properly.
And I want to also shout out just the damage graphs there, although it never tells the full story. But Odawamne, who's been having such a rough time, I think, for Rogue, a Chronicler, he had a great performance here to save them and keep them in groups.
Yeah, 100%, because obviously Hansama's topping damage. Hansama has been great the entire tournament, so that's no shocker there. But for Odo, he's struggled a lot. And then against Khan, I understand that, you know, that makes sense to me. But I do think that, especially in this game, he was consistently winning the lane against Nuguri. He was able to maintain a great level of pressure. And he was also able to avoid some of the pitfalls that Jay's players fall in later on, where they get really greedy to just hit that big shock blast. Instead, I think he played very cleanly, made sure that he was never at any actual threat, and thus was able to consistently pump out damage.
Yeah, that means the three-way tie is alive, or if Cloud9 beat Damwon, they are just in the quarterfinals.
You know what to do, Cloud9!
We'll be back with an interview featuring Hansama after the break, as Rogue are now Cloud9's biggest fans in the World's group stage.
Get her done!
feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we see the huddle for Cloud9. Sorry about the Hansama interview. There were some technical hiccups, but we'll get to that later, hopefully. But now we're focusing on to this next game. And going into the day, all hope seemed lost for Cloud9, who went 0-3 in the first round robin. But we have witnessed a comeback for the history books, and they are looking to claw their way into the quarterfinals. All they need is a win versus the reigning world champions, Damwon Kia. And listen, everyone was doomy and gloomy after the first round robin, saying it is over, saying nothing can happen. Yep. And every time we have to tell them there is a second round robin for a reason. And C9 has showed us why. I'm
not ashamed to say that I was that man too, right? And if I look at this, I just want to take a moment, take a step back. And everyone would have expected this to be Group of Death, Damwon and FPX getting out cleanly. But A, the development from both Cloud9 and Rogue to get to this position, and just the colossal step back that FPX has taken since, you know, coming from the LPL.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy. So Chronicler, now it is, if C9 win, it means everything is locked. Damwon Kia is first seed, C9 is second. If Damwon Kia win, there is a three-way tie between C9, FPX, and Rogue, with C9 as the highest seed due to game time in wins. So C9 would only still have to play one tiebreaker. Rogue versus FPX would then be the first tiebreaker, and after that, the winner plays C9.
I'm liking our chances.
What's going on?
You know, there's a chance. There's a path. I do gotta say, when your best path involves beating Damwon Kia, I'm not gonna be particularly optimistic. But hey, C9 have shown us already that they can win against teams where they're not favored. 15 in this tournament is apparently bigger than 85. So what do I know?
Is this a time to say that Damwon went 5-1 last group stage, or?
I'd like to say that. You know, I'm completely fine with that. The concern that I had was that, like, they already locked in first, and I would have expected them to play loose, and then they still stomped to the competition there. I was like, okay, well, they're still trying.
But let's paint the picture here for Cloud9 and how important this game is. The last NA team to make it out of the World's group stage was C9 in 2018, and they went on to make it to the semifinals. Today, they have it in their own hands. Raz, paint the picture for me, for the C9 that we've seen so far at Worlds and what we're hoping to see in this game.
Well, we already saw the playmaking aspect of it, right? When they went up against Damwon and lost, they started off in a poor state, but they were scrapping. And for me, at least for what we saw today, they took it a step forward, and for me, they were able to snowball leads that they had and work together as a team, make the same play. A lot of the times, the criticism that I made from Cloud9 was that if they were making a play on one side of the map, they were also not on the same page and trying for another side, and they would collapse. And in this case, working around Blabber. Blabber, if he gets a lead, and he's gotten a lead in both of these games, they collapse to them on jungle consistently. They make it so if there's ever a scrap, that the team is a part of it, and that's what's been making Cloud9 flourish.
And Chronicler in that jungle matchup, of course, Canyon versus Blabber. I don't think we've seen Canyon drop the ball maybe at all, right? How can you catch this jungler out, if at all?
Yeah, I'm glad you say if at all, because I do actually agree with Raz. I think the main way that you win this game as C9 is you win the 2v2. Perks and Blabber, to me, have been kind of the engines. I think that Fudge has had great moments individually. I think that we've seen Vulcan have a great tournament as well in terms of his engages. But I don't think you're gonna win if you don't put Canyon and Showmaker behind early. But Showmaker didn't die until like the last game, and Canyon is the strongest jungler definitely in the LCK. One MVP in the LCK Summer Finals, one MVP last World. So as for a concrete way of doing it, flip it early, you know, go for that level 1 again. You got nothing to yeah, but like honestly, you got nothing to lose. If you try to play a straight up game against Showmaker and Canyon, I don't think you ever win.
Ooh, flip it is the advice from the LCK caster who has seen, you know,
I'm liking the sound of that one.
Champion last year.
I'm liking the sound of that one. Hey, it worked. You know, Rogue came face first in our jungle, and then we ended up steamrolling that one.
But they came to you. Do you have to go to them?
Possibly.
We'll see.
I'm willing to take
All
that
right.
risk. For me, you're right. When I see that matchup, by the way, this is just throughout today's games. Blabber is on a hot streak.
He is.
And so I think you keep rolling through it. I think when Blabber is ahead, as he said in his own interview, he knows what he needs to do to get it, like at least for his matchups, to get the job done. And I want to see that today.
And at MSI, the game that was a must-win that mattered the most versus Damwon was also won by C9. So let's get into it. A spot in the quarterfinals is on the line for Cloud9 in this game as they face off against the reigning champions, Damwon Kia. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. What a performance it would be by Cloud9 if they can go 3-0 on the day, defeating Rogue, FPX, and then the reigning world champions to get themselves into a quarterfinals. I had to look back. 5 of the 7 times C9 have been at Worlds, they've made it out of the group stage. So there is a lot of precedent for this North American roster to make it through.
Yeah, it's great to be NA right now. Because in either situation...
It's win-win.
It's win-win. You either... I know some NA fans are a little worried about tiebreakers, I get it. But you either win here and you get out of the group, or you lose and you get another shot. So I feel like that to be in that position, to even have that opportunity in the first place, coming into today, I don't think anyone set that expectation for Cloud9. But here we are, so many players on this roster. Perkz is famous for defying expectations. Let's see if he can do it again. He and Blabber have had a fantastic day so far, and now we are into the draft. So the Rise going to be removed away from Showmaker. Will the Twisted Fate be taken off the board at all? C9 are happy to leave the Aurelia open. We know that because they will play it in both top and mid lane. And for now, it seems Damwon is just going to remove some of the enchant sports from the bot side of the map. You imagine that Yuumi is likely to be removed as well. Look at this. Perhaps C9 is actually suggesting a Twisted Fate first pick right now. And I'd love to see them ban away the Aurelia right now. And if they do Rise, Sylas, and Aurelia, then they can just grab themselves the TF, and then they can say, Showmaker, what have you got?
Also means that Damwon might look towards that Twisted Fate as a final third ban on the red side. Of course, if you ban out the Aurelia here, you're kind of showing your hand, but you don't want to give them both up. You could not ban out one of them, hope that the enemy team bans out the other, and then you take the pick of the litter for the first, but of course, it's likely in that sort of scenario that you end up in a trade, and they're going to go for that strategy. Remove the LeBlanc, now see if Damwon leave both the Aurelia and the Twisted Fate open, or if they decide to ban one of those away.
Ooh, I already like it. C9 coming in with a confident plan. They know exactly what they want, and now it's up to DK to decide how they will respond. Of course, being 5-0 in this group, Damwon have handled every single obstacle that has been thrown their way. So what will their response be? Will the Twisted Fate be taken off the boards? It will not. The gauntlet has been thrown. Showmaker has said, do your worst. Bring your Twisted Fate into me, and let's see what you got.
I mean, here's the discussion there. You can see Fudge being like, well, perhaps we go for the Aurelia here instead. Twisted Fate will be locked in. Now, do Damwon decide that the Aurelia is high enough priority for them to pick it up here?
For me, Lee Sin is the biggest thing. You're giving Canyon Lee Sin. Misfortune is also up and available for Ghost. There's also the Leona. They could just grab that bot lane right now. It depends if they're worried about giving away the Lee. Oh, there's actually so much available still for both teams, and it looks like that they're going to go for the MF Lee Sin combo. Okay, so Leona could be taken away by C9 right now, and Beryl is probably saying, well, you know what, I've got enough champions. He's a big fan of the Rel. We know that he's probably likely, or he's happy to play that into it. And so C9 is saying, well, we can't afford to give you the Leona MF bot lane, so we're going to take that one away. And this Aurelia is still up and available. I'd be surprised if C9 tried to lock that one in now. Instead, they're going to get themselves what I imagine will be the Graves top. So they've gotten themselves a pretty safe blind top laner. We know that Khan has already played Jax into this matchup once before. Question is, will he look to do the same thing again? I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid laner locked in for Showmaker right now, because if he doesn't, that mid lane pool is going to get awfully small.
Looks like it might be the Jax, though, as Damwon decides to invest more into Khan. Had a very good game earlier on today against Rogue, was absolutely popping off with some resources in here. Jax, of course, can get ahead in the early game. We've seen that in the start of groups, but usually much more about scaling towards late game, becoming a split push threat.
I think what's the most impressive about Khan is he's played both sides of this matchup and he's won both of them.
Yep.
He's really had a fantastic group stage, and I think he's cementing himself as the strongest top laner in Group A at the very least, and Damwon is putting their trust in him. Now, Damwon continues to attack the bot lane pool. With Ezreal being removed, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Tristana also removed. We did see that come out from Sven earlier in the day, but it would be a pretty potent 2 versus 2 lane, especially around that level 2 mark.
Syndra getting taken away from Showmaker there in the mid lane. You can see C9 just wanting to shore up their mid lane, make sure that Perkz is in a good position on this Twisted Fate to be able to roam around the map and influence the rest of the lanes, because he and Blabber teaming up is really what's given C9 this acceleration, this momentum today. What's given C9 these wins is that power of the mid-jungle duo.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Xin ban as well, depending on how much they respect it. I think Zan is... No, the Tristana is going to be taken off. We also talked about that earlier. They're focusing on making sure that Ghost has a comfortable matchup as possible in the bot side of the map. So C9 now, they have some options. They could ban Kassadin if they're afraid of Showmaker bringing out. Remember that he did bring out in the LCK playoffs. It does scale incredibly well. It does still struggle into the Twisted Fate in lane, but they're not going to. Instead, they're going to remove the Brawn, any potential disengage that can come out from the side of Damwon. So now, Kassadin is just kind of what I'm looking at, what I'm thinking about from the side of Showmaker. He could also go for something like an Azir if he wants to have a lot of prio and control in the mid wave. He wouldn't be able to follow as easily, but they may also just lock in their support. And for now, that is looking like a Shen support. So they want to still have some power and also be able to match some of the side lane plays that C9 is looking to leverage that Twisted Fate for.
And that's the idea behind the Shen. You know, if you know that the enemy is going to be destinying up towards the top lane, yes, Stand United will take a little bit more time to come online because you're a support, so you don't have the levels. But after the first couple of times it's used, you can then follow them up with a Stand United of your own. Usually answers would be the Rise and the Silas, but you can see, as we mentioned earlier, C9 decided to remove those from possibility. Cloud9 now looking towards their AD carry. Kai'Sa is the pick. And then this Graves may be going to the jungle. Kennen locked in.
So they flipped it up. I like what they did there. So they kind of baited Damwon into saying, well, hey, look, this Graves likely going to go top lane. We haven't showcased that Blabber is happy to play it.
Jack's jungle?
Sorry, I shouldn't talk about how I thought that had been locked in for a second there.
Oh, yeah, because Lee Sin's already there as well,
yeah.
so that would have been the strangest of scenarios.
But is this the Kassadin that we talked about? It will be. So Showmaker is going to be bringing out his fabled Kassadin. From what I recall, he played it twice in their series versus T1, if my memory serves me correctly. He had 1 win, 1 loss on the champion. Obviously, the biggest weakness of Kassadin is your ability to get prio in the mid lane. But you want to talk about scaling? Oh boy. Jax plus Kassadin in a side lane with a Shen on top of them as well. That is terrifying. It is not the strongest mid-jungle duo, but I think Damwon's strategy is going to be very much about attacking the top side once again. We've seen this consistent style of the Canyon, right? The fact that they are playing around top so much, they have the Shen ultimate to be able to offer that utility as well. And it seems that while Cloud9 have shaped up their draft to give a winning matchup for Fudge in the 1 versus 1. I wonder what this will do for Blabber in the jungle, because Graves doesn't have the same playmaking power that things like a Xin is able and capable of in the early game.
A lot of weight on those Cloud9 shoulders here, knowing that your destiny is in your own hands. Of course, Perkz has been in this position many times before, as have many of the players on Cloud9. Question is whether they can bring it home for North America today. Would be the first team from North America to make it through to the out of the group stage since 2018, when it was Cloud9 themselves who ended up beating Africa in the quarterfinals and making it to semis. Damwon looking to go undefeated. It's about that for them, about the pride that comes with sweeping your group, about consistently showing just how much darn better you are than everyone else.
Well, they've definitely shown it so far at the World Championship. In their group at the very least, they're going to be a terrifying team that no one is going to want to go up against in the best of 5s. But that is still a bit away. For now, we have to get through this game, and it is a doozy. You can feel the tension in the air already. So much weight on the shoulders of Cloud9. Just the expectations for the West, all-time low. You know, 4 LCK, 4 LPL representatives. Many people said that not a single EU or NA team or anyone else is getting out as long as those 4 seeds exist. And Cloud9 is super close to defying that already.
Yeah.
One more win is all they need. And you know what? They deserve it. You know, we were talking about this, right? From going 0-3 to 3-0, if they're able to take down Damwon, they really do just deserve it based on how they've been able to turn things around in such a short time as well. They had one day yesterday to go and make so many changes. And you know, it was Vulcan that was saying in an interview, he feels like that individually that's not really their problem, but their mid-game is really where things have fallen short. And what they've done is they've gotten leads in the early game, and they haven't slowed down with those leads. So let's see if they can get that early game lead against the current world champions.
It's a difficult task for them. Blabber starting off towards the bottom side of the map. There's a ward on his Razor Beaks. There's also a ward near the red buff for Damwon, just in case Blabber decided to go for anything sneaky. Khan is running Omni Stone here in the top lane. Currently has Grasp on this Jax. I think it's just you can utilize a lot of the different runes pretty well, right?
Well, he's also in a ranged matchup, so running Grasp, you know, as a rune throughout this match, you're not going to be able to get a huge amount of value out of. So instead, choosing to go up for a little bit of a shake-up there with the Omni Stone, not something that we commonly see, but we'll see how things pan out for him.
It does remind me of a couple of years ago when it was all the LCK top laners just ran Klepto.
Yep.
And we got destroyed by them over and over again.
Nogari with his Jace Klepto and Karma. It was pretty terrifying, to say the least, but that rune's gone.
Thank goodness.
Now Khan looking for a nice trade up towards the top lane. Procs a phase rush from his Omni Stone. Very good trade in the 1v1. Fudge, though, should be able to get something back. Oh, of course, still in level 2. My apologies. Not able to proc that third one just yet. Of course, if he had the passive auto attack on his W, there may have been a way. And either way, Khan's going to walk away from that one, but very back and forth trading. Khan just trying to leverage the fact that he does have a HP advantage in that 1v1 thanks to his the corrupting pot.
And Perk's doing the same in the mid lane, knowing that he has the range advantage, just forcing Showmaker back, getting the stun cards in, trying to harass down that Castan as much as possible, and Showmaker goes for the door and shield, knowing he's
he
going to be
actually
on
got
the
in.
show.
Wow, I thought that would spot him out, but Canyon identifying the vision very well. Look at the Graves in mid lane as well, though.
Blabber and Vulcan are here. Canyon's going to have Showmaker's going to have to flash away from this one. Dodges the Zenith Blade while in the smoke screen. Good dodge on the Sonic Wave there as well by Fudge. Did have to burn his flash.
Sven's here too, just for good measure. Wow, so from the draft to the game...
Okay, Perks, that was a little bit short. Give each other the thumbs up.
Okay, a bit of banter there between the two mid laners, but Showmaker is being shut down right now, being denied as much as humanly possible. We saw it in the draft. It was 4 mid lane bans into a Twisted Fate first pick, forcing him onto the Kassadin. Kassadin's weakest point is the early game. Oh wow, can't read.
I mean, Aftershock doing a lot of work here, but Khan has the flash to try and get away.
Block there.
Getting creep block. There's the leap strike, smoke screen. Straight away, he flashes. Blabber flashes for the chase. Needs one more auto before he gets behind the tower. And just couldn't get enough in. Khan escapes with 100 HP.
Right, I really like what we're seeing from Cloud9 here. Threatening the mid lane dive, rotating from bot up into the mid. Now Blabber
where
in the top
Vulcan
side
is.
of it. Yeah, they want to threaten this dive. Only level 2, but that's all he needs. Now Damwon on the... They're flashing in themselves.
Yeah, flash taunt. Perks has no flash after that attempted dive earlier on. He will be first blooded. Meanwhile, Khan on the top side should have his counter-strike back up. TP coming out. The counter-strike just does so much work in this situation. And Vulcan gone a little bit too deep. Will be able to escape before that final tower shot comes in. Showmaker TP'd in, and the rest of Damwon are on their way. Fudge able to lightning surge away. And C9 will be able to escape. TP used now by Perks to get back to that mid lane.
Woo. I have so much respect for Cloud9 right now. We talked about how they've been winning today is just really forcing fights, going for these skirmishes, not being afraid to challenge their opposition, and they're doing a fantastic job of it in this game. They threaten the mid dive, they threaten the top dive, and while the mid one failed, they end up getting themselves a kill in the top lane. So very well played by Cloud9. They find themselves with a small gold lead in this early game, and a bit of level advantage. As you can see, Khan struggling a little bit in the 1v1 after so much pressure is being put down onto him.
And still being able to keep around 6 CS within Fudge, so not in the worst of situations. Of course, dying early on has cost him quite a bit. Showmaker was able to catch this top wave and shove it out. But Fudge is here in time to catch it back, and so he won't miss out on any of this experience or gold.
This is actually so huge for Fudge, because you just look at the farm right now. He's picking up this huge wave. Khan was zoned away from that stacked wave in the top lane. He also didn't really get a huge amount of farm in the mid lane either. So Fudge now has a level advantage on Khan, and he's now going to have to go back up to top lane to catch that stacked wave. And basically, it's just sad face for Khan across the board.
It's very difficult on the Jax if you burn your flash early on to manage to navigate these fights. Ward coming out onto Canyon. And now level 6 for Perks. Let's see where this first Destiny goes. Showmaker yet to get towards that level 6 mark.
What I would love to see right now is, again, just Blabber, if he wanted to, could start making his way up towards top lane, and they could just threaten another dive.
There's a Zenith Blade looking for some damage here onto Beryl. They can put down the Spirit's Refuge, does so, and then dashes away. Blabber is working on the bottom side of the map right now. Perks hovering towards the top, doesn't have too much mana. Vulcan continues to push forward, Shield of Daybreak for the stun, but now he's down to about 2/3 HP, and they're going top. Perks looking for Khan. Counter strike away from the stun. Fudge has to wait for the minions to get here. Khan will be forced away.
I love this. It's so good. We just talked about how Graves could make his way top to threaten the dive, but the Perks ultimate alone is enough because it's just continuing to zone farm away and experience from Khan in particular. They know how big of a late game threat Khan can be, but now Vulcan could be in trouble.
Canyon lands a Sonic Wave and Vulcan is dead. Beryl lay in wait in that bush for a very long time, and in the end was able to find his catch.
And this is the scary thing about Damwon. C9 have been relentless in their aggression. They have not stopped looking for picks and looking for plays. Yeah, Damwon is so much more patient. They wait for that small window where you make a slide over step, bang, instantly dead. They punish Perks in mid lane for having no flash. They catch Vulcan out in the river. He's only level 3 to the level 5 of Beryl. So yes, we're seeing a lot of proactivity in the early game from Cloud9. But if it's not resulting in huge leads, Damwon is very clever in how they control and find ways to punish each of your decisions.
You can see even Khan in the top lane, even on CS. Now with Fudge, there is a wave pushed in, so it's going to be probably about a 1 wave difference between the two of them. But Khan, after being so shut down in the early game, is actually in an okay spot for Ajax at this portion of the game. Blabber able to secure the first dragon of the matchup with that Infernal. He is a player that you will look to as a C9 fan, as someone who should really shine in this game, someone who has shined across the course of the rest of today as well. Absolutely barnstorming through their first couple of games.
His kill participation at 15 is just nuts.
Yep.
94.7%. He has been so active in the early game with a K plus 8 at 9. Like, that's why I was talking about the Graves being a little concerning, because it's not the same as the Zin. It's not the same as giving him that same agency and playmaking power that we're used to seeing. And I'm not saying that he's bad on the pick by any means, but so far in this early game, it's slightly Damwon favored, and that early game aggression that we've been consistently seeing from Cloud9 today, which has resulted in a lot of their wins so far in this game, hasn't showed its face.
It's kind of just been tempered by Damwon. Showmaker going in here. Look at the damage on the Perks. Gold card locked in. Vulcan here as well, but still only level 4 on that Leona. Up towards the top side of the map. Fudge looking for Khan. Blabber here as well. Canyon has the kick back here, trading onto Blabber. Will dodge across the wall. There's the Stand United. There's the Sonic Wave. There's the kill. And now perhaps C9 will have to react to this dive. Canyon and Beryl waiting for the minion wave to get pushed in. Fudge can try and get back, but the Sonic Wave from Canyon should be up in just a second. There we are. Fudge has to dodge it. He does have Lightning Rush and should be able to walk away.
I like this from Damwon, recognizing that they've been there a little too long. The wave isn't getting pushed in fast enough, so they don't want to overstay. Khan should be able to walk this underneath the tower. He does have to be a little careful. Okay, so he's not going to be able to, but I don't think that Fudge can actually hold this, so it should still get the bounce back. But still, again, we talked about it. Damwon, very aware of how they can punish you on the map, and all Blabber was doing was pathing up towards top, looking for a gank, and then Canyon immediately shutting him down thanks to the ultimate from Beryl. Damwon now find themselves with a 1k gold lead and 3 kills to 1.
And in the isolated 1v1 matchup in the bottom side of the map, Ghost coming out on top. He has that serrated duck, has about a 10 CS lead, has picked up a plate as well. Usually, of course, this lane a little bit more active with supports there, but the supports have not been anywhere near bot lane for the last 5 minutes or so. Beryl with that level 6 Stand United, still about half of its way before it comes off cooldown. So expectations are Damwon might look for a play, but more likely to wait for that ultimate.
You know, I will say, it does make me laugh that bot lane is the new top lane.
Yeah.
You know, how you just kind of leave these players on an island and they just kind of trade farm back and forth, and you don't really impact the game until much later. Personally, I think it's the more interesting way, because AD carries don't really turn on until 2 or 3 items anyway. Sure. So at least top laners get to play now, which is great for them.
Yeah, that's very true. I do think supports have become a second jungler a lot of the time, but you're not allowed to farm.
When were they not a second jungler?
I mean, that's true. That is true. This requires quite a lot of coordination with your team. Gordrin can finish for Canyon as Khan continues just to jump away, but here's the Destiny, and they're looking for Khan. He does have Flash, gold card locked in. Flashes away from it, but immediately Control Wall coming out. There's a slicing match from him as well, but Khan had the leap straight back up just in time to escape from the gank.
Fudge invested the flash on that as well, and Khan, I didn't think he was going to be able to get out of that without his E up and available. But he flashed early and he jumps to safety. Now, Cannon ultimate is down. Damwon is saying, you don't have that, we're stronger, we know we're stronger, so we're going to force this fight.
Vulcan's still only level 5, gold card locked in, lands onto Showmaker, Zenith Blade for the chase, there's the stun. Showmaker will flash away, Khan dodging onto the back line as Perks once again locks in a gold card. Here comes Sven, misses the Void Seeker, but they still manage to pick up the kill. Rift held secured by Blabber as well, and Cloud9 come out on top of the fight.
Now, C9 just execute the 4v4 better. Yes, they did not have Fudge's ultimate, but they're able to lock down Showmaker and force him out of the fight very quickly. Then when Khan actually engages, he's separated from the rest of his team, and Cloud9 have a very easy target to focus, which means that they're able to get themselves a kill. They get themselves the Herald, but now Damwon want revenge.
Vulcan must be so close to level 6. There's Stand United going in, Showmaker diving towards Fudge. No slicing Maelstrom, no hope of getting out of this one. Solar Flare popped by Vulcan, but he's going to go pop as well. Exhaust ticking on him, and the chase continues. Sonic Wave misses, but Showmaker does not. Meanwhile, Sven and Blabber kill Ghost in the mid lane.
Okay, and they will be able to drop the Herald in mid as well, so at the very least Cloud9 is getting plates back in their favor after Cloud9 tried to push a wave up top. Are they going to funnel all this money into Blabber too? Oh no, it's going to be split, but no?
Yeah, no, it was split, it was split. He ordered the tower recently enough.
Okay, Okay, cool, so Sven will get some of that money. And Khan is just going to be chilling in the bot lane for the time being. But once again, really good punish from Damwon as they recognize no flash on Fudge, no flash on Vulcan, and they were just trying to push out that top wave, so they went to attack it. Immediately they get the collapse, and crucially, Canyon gets one kill, but Showmaker gets the other. And the fact that this Cassidy is continuing to ramp up is the really scary part for Cloud9. So let's have a look back at this one. Passive tick is applied by Sven. He's able to ult into Ghost, and even though he's 2 levels down, he can still 1v1 him. In his defense, he knows that Blabber's there, so he's not trading back at all. Ghost is only running, so I'm not going to sit there and say that, like, wow, this champ is so OP, when if you don't hit them back, you know.
Yeah, usually it's a lot easier to kill someone off if they're not able to hit you back. At the 13-minute mark, the Ocean Drake spawned, and about 700 gold between these two teams. We're on a clock watch this game, but it's not stopwatch this time. Instead, you know, ticking that clock to level 16 on Showmaker. Yes. I mean, there will be stopwatches, but I wanted to make a clock reference with the stopwatch.
It was funny, I liked it.
So he's level 9 right now. That's the time for Showmaker.
Close level 10, close to that upgrade in Destiny. He has just base, doesn't have TP. Drake has been started by Damwon. You can see that there is a control ward in there, but I don't think that C9 can really contest this, which means that Damwon is just going to pick that one up for free. The gold still stays even. North American fans, I would not be stressed yet if I was you. I think that for the time being, you're in a very comfortable position. You can see that Blabber is slightly ahead in gold, even though Canyon has so many more kills. He's level 9 as well. The Cannon is ahead of Khan. And, I mean, across the board, the gold is just very even. So, considering the map state and the fact that the Drakes are even, it's going to be in this mid-game where we really see the comparison and how things pan out. Showmaker on the casting, very difficult to lock down. They would really need the Twisted Fate ultimate, which is not up yet. Oh, but
they're looking for Showmaker.
Around. Canyon is nearby.
He will have Rift Walk. Blabber on his way up here. As they look for the fight, there's the Stand United, and perhaps Damwon want to turn this one around. Bell with a flash torn, but the flash comes away. Blabber still torn it up, Bell underneath the tower. Making a little bit of damage, but the Spirit's Refuge keeps him alive. Sonic Wave popped by Canyon, won't follow it up onto Vulcan.
So Beryl does invest a flash, doesn't actually end up locking anyone down underneath the tower. Did Vulcan have flash at the beginning of that fight? Or?
I think he Hex Flashed the wall, but
I think it was Hex Flash, but I can't quite remember. In any case, C9 just hovering, looking for something. Showmaker's not going to take the bait, just going to go back to base for the time being. And props to Showmaker. A lot was thrown at him this game, and he is yet to die. Interestingly, Rogue is the only team so far in this group that has been able to kill Showmaker. We'll see if C9 can do the same thing. But again, I really like this proactivity that we are seeing from Cloud9. Overall, this team is really trying to make stuff happen somewhere on the map. They're looking for windows where they can look to punish someone sitting in a side lane. And again, they tried to find that pick on a Showmaker, but unfortunately, they couldn't quite turn it into anything.
As you say, no real cause for concern yet for NA fans, but as the game goes on, as Damwon get more gold in their back pockets, they are starting to get these items. Everfrost complete, Gore Drinker as well on Canyon. 3-0-2 on this Lee Sin can be very scary. I wonder where these two teams will decide to fight next, because so far it's kind of just been allocated lanes, you know, like Perks is up in the top lane, Showmaker matches him, AD carries in the mid lane, top lane is in the bottom lane. Usually, when you see teams start to fight around objectives, they'll move things around a little bit more. They'll say, well, where are TPs? Basically, no one has one right now.
Barrel's also down. Canyon will spot out Vulcan, but I doubt they can do anything. I think this is just covering hit. Down one have their eyes set on the bot tower, and now Blabber is starting to make his way up towards top lane, and they're going to look to try and cross-map this one. The second Herald is also spawning in a little bit. And so this should just be a straightforward cross-map as Khan gets a little bit more money into his back pocket. Quick reminder of the stakes. If Cloud9 win this game, they're in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Locked and loaded. No more games. That is it. Cloud9 advance. If Damwon win this game, three-way tiebreaker. Rogue and FPX will start, and then the winner will play against Cloud9 for the final spot in the quarterfinals. So, in either case, C9 will have
another shot.
And it's in their control. Yep. And that's the most important thing to acknowledge.
Oh, Sonic Wave there, Canyon. Safeguarded into second Sonic Wave there. Looked a little bit funky with the Spectator, but he was trying to get the extra damage down.
There was something about his kick that he was trying to do, and for whatever reason, he didn't do it. I don't know if it was an execution error, or he just decided in that moment not worth.
I don't know if it was a range thing as well, because he kind of safeguarded, and Sven was on the other side of the wall, so maybe he just couldn't get in range to get the kickoff and then follow it up for the execute.
In any case, Canyon didn't really lose anything off the back of it, and now both teams are here for the Heralds. Showmaker on his way down on the flank.
Showmaker in a good position here. Perks has locked in a gold card. Could look for Showmaker, could look for Beryl. Now it expires, and you have to expect that's when Damwon will want to go for the fight. Khan coming in, Fudge spotted on a ward. Vulcan gets the stun onto Beryl only. Riptail down to 1,000. Perks stands up towards the top side. Riptail secured by Blabber. The stun coming out with a solar flare. C9 have to back away from this one. Don't want to take this fight. Showmaker going forward. Sonic Wave connects. Perks turns it back. Spirit's Refuge will block the stun. That eye sitting there. Greedily, C9 want to step forward for it, and they will secure it. Fudge, I believe, took that. As Damwon, for that, will take the mid lane tower.
Okay, you can see both teams eyeing each other up. I really like that Damwon treating C9 with the utmost respect, recognizing the threat there. The position was not ideal. This Kassadin is not at crazy power levels yet. You have to be careful about the fights that you pick this early on into the game. And they try their best to deny the Herald from C9, but a good smite comes out from Blabber. This Graves is getting very, very strong with the Youmuu's completed. Yet to get his shield bow just yet, but he is working towards it, and he is level 11, so he has that advantage over Canyon. And with this Herald, they should finally be able to break down one of the towers that they're yet to claim. A lot of standing gold still up and available. The Dragon spawns in 5 seconds. Fudge's top lane does have the TP. Let's see if C9 want to contest or instead just want to continue farming for now.
That's what we talked about with the movement of your pieces, your chess pieces as the game goes on, because Khan and Fudge have TP. They're both on the top side of the map now, knowing that the objective to be fought around is that Mountain Drake. It would be a pretty big win for either of these teams to stack those up. The tankiness you get from the extra armor and magic resist is surmountable. No. Substantial is the word I was looking for. But looks like C9 don't want to fight for it. They're just going to give up this dragon as Canyon and Showmaker will secure it.
Okay. Whew. So, a couple things I've been thinking about.
Yeah, hit me.
Damwon's engage is not very good.
It's a flash taunt.
It's a flash taunt, right. The power from this composition largely comes from their side lane. Now, for those that don't recall, in their game versus Rogue, they had a similar composition, except they had a Rise instead of a Kassadin. The thing about this composition is it's not the easiest to siege because you have so many melee champions in particular. And also it's not easy to start a fight because you don't actually have a huge amount of utility. Instead, where your power comes from is 1v1s, 1v2s, catching people in a side lane, collapsing on people out of position. So in terms of the straight team fight, I would say that C9 have the advantage. They have so many options in their composition to actually force fights and also potentially find picks and catch people out off guard thanks to the Twisted Fate ultimate. So I think that C9, if they can force Damwon into these fights, are actually in a pretty good position, and they could find themselves in a similar position to what Rogue was in, where if they can actually get the 5v5, there's a real win where they can, a real chance that they can come out on top. It's this situation that becomes problematic, because what can happen if you're Damwon is your Showmaker, you chunk out Perks. You know that he doesn't, well, his TP's now just available. You chunk him out, he goes base, UTP 5v4.
Yep.
That should be the general idea. Or Khan shadows him, you chunk him out, and then you take the bot tier 2. And you kind of just keep making these plays knowing that you can attack the sides faster. And that's what C9 have to be really careful about. Playing around these side lanes and making sure that you don't fall prey to these 1v1s or 2v1s or 2v2s.
So Solarflare traded there for the bullet time in the mid lane, as Sven and Vulcan wanted to crack that tier 1. Top lane tower falls as well, but C9 able to take some of that standing gold on the map and open up the map a little bit more, making it easier for them to catch someone out in a side lane. Showmaker continued to push in the bottom lane, now has rejoined his team in mid. And with a Dragon up in about 3 minutes time, Showmaker is going to set up down towards this bottom side. Perks has that TP, obviously used the exhaust last time they two traded, and Showmaker takes away the big Krug.
If we get an opportunity, I'd really like to have a look at the golds to see how things are kind of distributed right now, mainly because when you kind of look at Canyon, he's at 2 items, and while he's 50 CS down, he's actually pretty even.
Oh, Stand United, Canyon going for the kick as well onto Vulcan. That's the target. Epicboss coming out. Good route there by Beryl with the taunt. Vulcan able to flash and get to safety though. So that's the Stand United burnt. It's the Dragon's Rage kick burnt as well. And Vulcan had to expend his flash.
The problem for Cloud9 is there's nothing else that they can do on the map to actually reclaim some control, because Damwon already had the top wave pushed in. They had Khan pushing in mid lane as well. And so it's a great thing that Cloud9 was able to get out of that situation, but this is exactly what we were talking about. This is how Damwon wants to approach the game, attacking these side lanes, looking for small skirmishes, and looking for picks. So the second item now done for Showmaker. So once he hits that third one, once he upgrades to the Seraphs, that's where this Kassadin really starts to get scary.
Have you seen the time, by the way?
It is stopwatch o'clock.
It's also about 3 levels to death for Showmaker as he's on his way to level 16. But yes, as you say, stopwatch is starting to come in. Perks has one, Zonya's complete.
Look at this too. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for Khan. If that's not a split push build, I don't know what is.
I will say the look at this, you actually have to say it for people to hear it out. You can't just point at it.
Yeah, but it's like that anticipation, you know.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this.
This is what I'm going to talk about, you know.
Engage coming in onto Beryl. There's the taunt away. Showmaker in a good position to flank this Solarflare. Only gets the slows as Fudge is on the chase. Perks going in with the Destiny. Has that stopwatch remembered. Stun card coming out. Showmaker towards the side. Sven diving onto the back line. They're looking for Ghost. Looking for the slicing mouse from C9 and found a perfect fight for themselves. C9 ripped through Damwon in the jungle, but can they kill Showmaker? Can they kill Khan? Beryl, Showmaker and Khan start to punch back. Start to fight back, but Khan will fall. Showmaker dives in once again. He'll kill Blabber, but Fudge is there. The stun is there. C9 are here to party.
And this was the team fight that we were talking about. Cloud9 find their opportunity. They get a good 5v5 and they shut down Ghost so quickly. Immediately the gold has been equalized and Cloud9 have showcased their potential. They are on the board. Fudge is 3-1-3, and Damwon have to spend everything just to get out. Let's have a look at this new Axe Effect replay as we watch the C9 engage. So Canyon is a little bit split off. Ghost is trying to back away, but he's backing away into this choke point, which Perks really good ultimate there to allow Sven to follow up on the back line, and then they can just dive onto Ghost and get themselves that kill. Canyon then immediately follows up. Then Showmaker just gets crazy. This guy dives into 5 people, utilizes the Zonyas to buy a little bit more time. Rather than go out, he goes back in, which baits Khan a little bit, because I don't think his counter-strike was back up. Showmaker then, his ultimate is up, but he gets CC'd long enough to prevent him from getting over the wall. But the fact that he was able to trade 2 kills back there was kind of ridiculous.
You can see what C9 want to do with this composition. Dive onto the backline. Gold, though, still even between the two of them, and C9 actually didn't get much out of that. There were no neutrals for them to take. They didn't want to go for the Baron. And so Damwon actually still in a pretty good position with this split push. Khan and Showmaker now pushing down towards this bottom side. Khan pops the Predator. Dragon secured now by C9, but Perks caught out underneath the tower. No stopwatch on him. Actually, he's rebought one as he looked for the dive. Khan going on to Perks. Perks able to get taken out, but he able to survive for long enough for Khan to fall as well. I forgot that Perks actually didn't use his stopwatch in the last fight and still had it up for that one. 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
Okay, but will C9 look to try and force something
no
off the back
TP on
of this?
Showmaker.
You're quite right. He needs to go back to base based on his HP. No, C9 not going to take the gamble. Okay, so C9's able to trade 1-for-1. Their TP was expended, but ooh, they may have caught Beryl.
He's going to have the taunt. There's a blast going there for Vulcan to get away. Canyon diving in with the Sonic Wave. Beryl, of course, the Spirit's Refuge stops the Leona stun because it's an auto-attack modifier. And so Shield of Daybreak does not work when you are on that nullifying field.
Towards It's now being cleared out in the back of the pit. Blabber.
They're not doing this. It's
No,
just, it was aggro and him. TP coming into the mid lane as Perks joins.
Showmaker sees an opportunity here. Doesn't want to force it, but this Baron is still aggroed. Blabber is still hitting it. No, no. There's no way.
Oh, Stand United. Perks needs to get away from this. Showmaker jumping in. There's the root. Beryl misses the taunt. Oh, that was just...
Perks doesn't flash either. I can't believe he holds his nerve there.
This ward spotting out Vulcan is pretty big here for Darmon as well. They know that Vulcan's now backing away. Ghost coming in with the strut. Darmon will clear out the vision.
Perks just used TP, so do Darmon want to threaten this? They don't have control over the top wave. The bot wave is in an awkward spot too, but Darmon don't have the TPs to actually clear that one out. Whoever shows bot runs the risk of the Baron being started off immediately. Showmaker looks like he's pathing towards there for now. Remember, he does have the ultimates to immediately go from one side of the map to the other. But still, what a tense game. 3 items now completed for Fudge. 4-1 and 3 on this Kennen. He was massive in the last team fight, getting a multi-man ultimate off, but his flash is unavailable. But regardless, Cloud9 find themselves even with the reigning world champions in a game that could decide whether or not they get tiebreakers or they move on to the quarterfinals. Cloud9 has stepped up massively on the final day of Group A. And here comes the Destiny.
Looking for the damage here onto Canyon. Khan will be able to jump away with the Counter-Strike. Destiny just used there, but
damage.
Showmaker is not there, and he doesn't have TP. C9, if you want to pull the trigger, you have a short window of opportunity now to do it. Showmaker's doing the Krugs. Instead, C9 say, nope, we will back away. We will reset, we will let you game mid-prio, and we'll work our way around. Sven's going to have to go the long way around here. Could be dangerous for him to step through. He will manage to get towards this mid lane once again, and now it's Damwon's turn to gain vision control around the Baron.
And we reset. You can feel the tension mounting. Mounting.
I mean, it's a mountain of tension.
It is indeed. Showmaker level 15. The level 60 mark is getting ever closer. There's that 3rd item on the horizon for Showmaker as Perks has already completed his. The gold is dead even. And this could be massive for North America. 2018 you said, right? 2018 was the last time a North American team made it to the quarterfinals, and it was Cloud9 that did it.
They then went on to make semifinals.
That was
only
the year,
North American team
that was
ever
the
to do
year
that.
that they beat Genji and Afrika, right?
Yep.
And Vitality. We won't talk about that.
I mean, Cloud9 have the track record. 5 of the 7 worlds they've attended, they have made it past group stage.
And they've got Perks, the guy that does the unbelievable. He has for Europe many times now. He represents North America, and now the Baron has begun. The TP will be up soon for Showmaker, but C9 is forcing it. They're flipping this.
It's 100% a flip. They don't know the Canyon's there. Vulcan's going to put a ward across the wall, and now Canyon maybe spotted out for the second. Canyon goes in way too early. Can they kill it before he gets it? But Canyon secures the Baron! The bullet time smite combination was enough. Canyon will die for it. Showmaker now with Baroned up minions in the bottom lane pushing in. Perks looking for the fight. He's going to get jumped on with a Counter-Strike, but he will pop his stopwatch. Beryl flashes away. Fudge looking for the chase. Khan going in. Once again, the gold card locked in. There's the solar flare for the chase. Showmaker now coming in with the TP. Stand United TP
16.
available. Level 16 Showmaker. He's going to try and get away, but they still got the Stand United. Instead, they turn back onto Ghost. C9 with moment-second perfect decision-making are able to win out the fight. They lost the Baron, but maybe they can push for an inhibitor.
Wow, so even though Damwon get the Baron, C9 still come out ahead on the fight. The fact that Showmaker could not join was massive for them, and they were decisive on their decision to go for it. But what a play from Canyon. He went in at 2k HP, and he said, nope, I'm kicking you out of the Baron pit. My Misfortune's going to do the damage for me, and then I'm going to smite secure this. So just watch Canyon. He's the only player you need to keep your eyes on right now. Knows that Vulcan is going to try and CC him out, so he's got to do something unpredictable. Goes in, kicks Blabber out. The MF ultimate does more than enough damage to allow him to get the smite secure, and there's nothing that Blabber can do about it. What a crazy play that he made. Tries to flash out to safety, and then the collapse comes through. Now,
Showmaker looking for this. That's the Stand United used as well. Fudge, no slicing mouse, does pop the stopwatch. Canyon and Khan on the way as well. There's the gold card locked in. He's gone in again, but Canyon's by himself right now. Khan going back in. There's the Dragon secured. Perks low though. Showmaker stunned up with the stun card. Can they get the damage down before he pops the stopwatch? He's alive, and now there's the bullet time ripping through C9. But they've already got another kill as Fudge goes unstoppable. They try to turn it back around. Khan with the Counter-Strike. Slicing mouse from coming out. There's the stun. Khan out. Shut down Showmaker. It's the Showmaker show as he cleans up in the river.
and just like that, Damwon flip it on its head. C9, they wanted to get themselves the Drake. They thought that they were stronger in the team fight, but there were so many tools that they did not have at their disposal. And then the level 16 Kassadin does what level 16 Kassadin does. You couldn't lock him down. Showmaker found his targets, and he shuts down Cloud9.
You can see through this, he's just trying to kill off Perks. There's no slicing mouse from the stun card comes out for the stopwatch.
It's the double stopwatch. Look, he burns the first one, burns the second one. He's just in gold for so long, waiting for his team to rejoin the fight. He still has the max stacks of his ultimate, and he's just playing on the very edge. Forces the flash there, gets the shield from Canyon as well, and just does so much damage. What a well-executed team fight from Damwon, and a heartbreaking team fight loss for Cloud9. They were going toe-to-toe. They were winning out on the team fights, but it feels like that the late game has finally shown up for Damwon, and now they feel like a menace when it comes to the 5v5.
C9, though, able to kill Showmaker 5-1 and 5, as you say, on that Kassadin. Done what only Rogue have done before as well. Now we'll see if C9 can find some miracle, can find something truly magnificent out of the blue, out of the darkness here, because it does feel like Damwon have control of this game once again.
That Baron was still so crazy to me.
I actually think Perks Unsealed Spellbook smited as well. I think they were trying to double smite. I didn't see it 100%, but I thought I saw it on the replay, so that's something definitely to look back at for all of you highlight makers out there.
Yeah. But wow, what a play from Canyon as well. Because you were calling it out for ages, right? The fact that Showmaker was bot lane with no TP, and C9 were a little hesitant, but then they went for it, and they were like, oh, well, let's just do this. Let's flip it, you know? Like, we can keep Canyon out of the pit, and they couldn't do it. And then off the back of that, Damwon find a huge fight. Now,
Hex Flash.
Let's have a look.
Looking for Beryl here. Ghost is waiting around the wings. There's the Spirit's Refuge, and that keeps Beryl safe. C9, though, do have the push in the mid lane. TP's coming in as they look for more out of this. Vulcan, Solar Flare available. Destiny used as well. Perks try to get onto Khan, couldn't quite get there. Stun card locked in, and we'll use it just to kill off that minion. Khan and Showmaker, look at where they're coming from here, Vedius. They're trying to get the flank behind them, and Khan and Showmaker are massive. Hex Flash. Vulcan flashes away. Showmaker spotted on vision. You don't killer instinct that one. For a second, you could see Sven is a little bit of call of the Q, the call of the W, as he spots out Showmaker. Khan and Showmaker, though, gonna step into darkness here. They're being chased around.
They must have been spotted. They're 100% spotted.
They know that Khan's here. They know that Showmaker's here. They know the slicing mouse from can come in. Counter-strike used by Khan. There's the Stand United as well, but they just don't have the damage to kill him up quickly enough. The Solar Flare connects as well. Khan, stopwatch. He's able to survive. They turn it around. Khan survives. It's a 3v5 in favor of C9, and they will kill off 2. Showmaker survives. Khan and Beryl die, but Ghost and Canyon are pushing in the mid lane, and Showmaker might look to stop C9. Instead, no, he's going to back away.
Oh, the pings are coming down, though. He is looking at an opportunity here. No, he's not going to find anything off the back of that, but Damwon will walk away with the base broken for Cloud9. And Beryl, you deserve a shout out there, because that was ridiculous. The Spirit's Refuge came in so clutch to provide so much damage mitigation. There was the dodge from the E, then there was the Sterak's shield.
Does he know? Does he know he's going in? Down to half mana. That can be big. Fudge flashes away. They're looking to turn this onto Showmaker. He still kills him off. Now can they lock him down? He's looking for the double. Showmaker gets in, gets stunned, but there's Vulcan low. Killer Instinct coming in from Sven as well. Showmaker down, he gets the double.
Late game Kassadin is what you're looking at right now. It required 4 people from Cloud9 to actually kill Showmaker. He's sitting at 7-2 and 6. His death cap is near. Nope, his death cap is fully completed. Oh, this game is just slipping further and further away from C9. They're staying close in the kills, but it just feels like that it's so hard for them to do anything on the map. The good news for them is that Showmaker's dead and the Baron is alive in 5 seconds time. But we just saw how difficult it is to flip a Baron against this team. So let's have a quick look back at Showmaker here. He does damage. Yeah, he's stacking up the ult.
The thing is, Fudge does everything right. Dodges,
he does everything he
jumps in.
But the cooldown on the ultimate at this point in the game is just so low, and you can just see his. It's just the stacking ultimate when you're able to land that. Stopwatch, stopwatch, stopwatch! It's everywhere.
Big shot down there for Sven. Did manage to pick up 850 gold. Dragon, a possibility here. Showmaker does have TP and now has respawned. He's going to TP away. And C9, do you go for the Dragon, or your back's just going to get stopped? Dragon's going to be secure. There's the Mountain Soul. They need to back away. Destiny used by Perks to get him back towards this mid lane. don't step up.
I think Damwon have recognized the same thing that we have, which is that in the straight-up team fights, they're worried about their ability to actually come out on top, so instead they are committing to just playing through the side lanes. They've now taken 2 towers down, and now they've started off the Baron because they know that Cloud9 is forced to go back to base. Really good awareness here from Damwon. They're burning everything that they can to take this one down, and I don't think C9 is going to be able to respond in time.
Yeah, they won't be able to get there in time. 5,000, 2,000, 1,000 and done. Baron secured by Damwon. 35 minutes in, 7,000 gold the difference. Mountain Soul for C9 and a Baron for Damwon.
And some people may be sitting there and asking, well, why didn't C9 just send 1 or 2 people back and then go to contest the Baron? And the truth is, 1 or 2, you just saw what Kassadin did to a 1v4, and they had stopwatches. If they didn't, they would have died so much faster, and he may have been able to kill all 4 of them. So you need at least 3 or 4 people just to stop Showmaker alone, let alone Khan supporting him on the side lane as well. So if they tried to contest that Baron, they were likely going to lose their Nexus, which is why they made the decision to save the Nexus and instead give up the Baron and hope that they can stall this out before Damwon can do more damage.
I do hear a Baron for Nexus trade isn't usually the best trade.
Not the best trade
in the world. We've all been on the losing end of that one. Vulcan get a Hex Flash in here. Khan, he was on vision there for a second.
It's quite fun hearing their Hex Flash not fully.
But yeah, I just want to come back to something we talked about a little bit at the start of this game, and something I think is worth re-saying. And that's like, holy moly C9. Like, they came into today 0-3. They then won their first 2 games in pretty convincing fashion, and now 37 minutes in, yes, they are losing to Damwon. But what a game this has been. Last time they played in 32 minutes, Damwon had a 13,000 gold advantage. C9 only got 1 tower. Here, it has been neck and neck the entire game long, and they look to continue to fight. Inhibitor in the top lane, the target for Damwon, Showmaker and Beryl in the mid lane will continue to chip away. Khan by himself down towards the bottom side is now going to jump onto Sven. The counter-strike will keep Khan safe for the moment. 2 inhibitors down as C9 on their last legs, looking for the last dregs of defense. Root coming in, Showmaker down to half HP. Canyon gonna dive forward. There's the solar flare on the backline, but Ghost has the cleanse. Ghost will be fine. Defender's advantage here for C9 is the cannon looking for the slicing maelstrom. Maybe only on Ghost, maybe on Khan. Where have you gone? Where have you gone, Fudge? Who are you looking for? Where's the flank? There's the Destiny. Where's the Fudge is the question. Down towards the bottom side. Khan and him are going to match up. Showmaker dives onto Sven. The Killer Instinct, not enough. Stopwatch popped as well. Slicing Maelstrom used by Fudge. And Fudge is going to be a non-factor in this fight. Showmaker diving in once again. Perks and Sven went on a mission to kill off Showmaker. But in the end, they end up dead. Fudge, Blabber, and Vulcan try to kill Canyon. Khan TPing back in. Counter-strike. Will not find the stun, and Canyon gets popped into the GA. Blabber still trading here onto Khan. Ghost flashes forward. Blabber down. Showmaker has the flank, and this is all done, but the Nexus falling. Clean ace for Damwon as C9 tried as they might to fight back.
The fight was too split, Damwon was too strong, and they tore apart Cloud9. An impressive game once again for Damwon. They will go 6-0 in the group, and Medic, we're going to tiebreakers.
That we are. More tiebreakers, more games, more Worlds 2021. That's what I like to see. FPX versus Rogue will kick us off. And then it will be C9 up against the winner of that for a spot in the quarterfinals.
But I think that we can safely say that C9 is clearly the raid boss in this tiebreaker scenario. They have looked so good today. And even in this game, they showcased so many amazing things in the fights they were able to find, their early game aggression, and they really made Damwon work for it. And really, this game came down to that hero play from Canyon and Ghost around the Baron. The fact that they were able to secure that, and then, of course, the late game came through, and that's when Showmaker really started to dominate. So, huge props to Cloud9. They really made Damwon sweat for it, and they're looking good coming into these tiebreakers. Destiny's still in their control.
I mean, they've already beaten the 2 teams that they could face up against today, so they are very much riding high on momentum. FPX and Rogue have a lot of work to do if they're going to be able to match against the North American 3rd seed. We'll see if they can do it.
Congratulations, though, to Damwon. Not many teams go 6-0. It's actually very rare throughout the entirety of World's history. And even last year, it was Damwon, who were our eventual World Champions, still went 5-1 in the group. So very impressive, the level of performance they were able to show in this game, throughout the entire group.
Oh, definitely. Damwon very much the favorites for the tournament in my eyes. We'll look back at Damwon's group stage run in just a minute before we turn our attention to the first tiebreaker game, FPX versus Rogue.
shape, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way. Look.
Hey, how you doing, baby? You look mighty fine. I figured I might come your way and roll up on you with that golden ticket. Shawty, can I get your digits? Maybe we can kick it. Hey, just wait till all my time is up. Just wait till all my
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the State Farm. Analyst S, Damwon Kia came out on top in a dramatic fight versus Cloud9, which means that the fight in Group A continues with 2 tiebreaker games. But you know what? We're going to get to the tiebreaker games in a minute. They're coming. The teams are getting ready. They're getting super stressed out. One team that doesn't have to get super stressed out is Damwon. Before we break this game down, you're the one person, you're technically not here, but you're the one person here who gets to feel really happy about today's results, Chronicler. How are you feeling in this moment?
Yeah, it's a great day. I do think that as far as any LCK team go, I didn't really have any doubts that Damwon would ever get out of the group. But a 6-0 performance, and especially in the way that they did it, I think was beyond what my expectations were, but makes me very, very happy, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It does not surprise me, and especially when we look back at this game, specifically Canyon and Showmaker doing some crazy stuff, and across the board. This game was, I think, the icing on the cake because there was just so many individual highlight moments.
It was a really fun game. Damwon sometimes have a tendency to get a little loose, and I actually, like, while I think Damwon showed again their individual class, I was very pleasantly surprised. I think C9 has had one of the most, like, exponential curves in terms of improvement. But I've also seen enough Damwon games to know that the difference between Damwon when they're, you know, going for a jungle fight that they don't need to take, and Damwon that realizes, okay, we're at a little bit of risk, let's pull it together and show what we can really do. It's unreal. The inevitability that this team has shown in the LCK as well when they are on form is, I don't know, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you talked about both sides of the Damwon coin there. And usually it's like one game we see one and one game we see the other. And I think we saw both sides of the coin in this game. We saw the incredible individual players, the players who can make those really intelligent decisions. We saw the guys who, you know, run it down a little bit. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. A 6-0 is a 6-0.
Yep.
So my question to you is are they your tournament favorites? Do you think that they can defend their title?
Yeah, 100%. They were my tournament favorites coming in. I got them in my crystal ball. I'm very confident this team is going to, at the very least, make a deep run into the tournament. But I think that with how the meta has been developing, how they're looking individually, Ghost and Barrow in particular, who were looking, you know, rough at MSI, but then slowly progressed over the split, look good. And Khan is looking to be in incredible form. And then, I mean, I don't need to talk about Showmaker and Canyon, so definitely my favorites for the tournament.
I like the absolute confidence that you don't need to talk about Showmaker and Canyon. And I wish I could say, elaborate, but if you have eyes, you know. You're sitting at home right now going, yeah, he's right. Showmaker Canyon. It's got to be one of the scariest duos. I'm personally super excited for best of 5. Is there anything that you're looking forward to as like Damwon come into best of 5? Because they were relatively unchallenged domestically in the LCK. Are you hoping for some 5-game series, or are you the kind of LCK fan that's like, give me 3-0s all the way?
I think they will get a lot of dominant victories. 3-1s, 3-0s should be likely. I also hope they can dodge EDG until later on, because that right now is like the match that I want to see that. I think EDG in their group have been a little bit slower than Damwon, but also more controlled, and they look very hard to match. And I think like stylistically it's really cool with obviously the best bot lane, arguably in Viper and Mako, going up against what I believe is the best top side in the world. Like that's really exciting. But I don't want to see that in quarters, right? Like getting that in quarters would be horrible. But because I think both teams, or obviously Damwon is first, EDG I think should also finish first, that is not looking likely.
Yeah.
So keep that as far away as possible.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the privilege of a man who's already gotten his team out of groups on day 1. We have 3 more days to figure out who these teams are actually going to play. But before we even do that, we have to figure out the second team coming out of this group. After the break, we're going to look ahead towards the first tiebreaker game, Fun plus Phoenix versus Rogue, fighting to stay alive at Worlds 2021. Do not miss it. Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Group A looked to be pretty straightforward, but as we've learned in the second round robin, everything can change. And in this case, everything has been thrown out the window. Take a chance to look at the standings. Of course, three-way tie, Rogue, FPX, Cloud9, all at 2 and 4. Of course, their head-to-head is even as well. And then we have to play 2 tiebreaker games now to decide who will advance from Group B. Cloud9 have the shortest average win time, which you might not have thought was important, but in this one exact circumstance, it's super important. It means they have the top seed. So FPX is going to play versus Rogue, and then the winner will face off versus Cloud9 for a quarterfinal spot. This is huge.
Yeah, and it's going to be good from Cloud9 to just be able to watch this match, immediately see what the drafting strategy is going to be for both Rogue, if they're going to run it back with the Fiddlesticks as an example, or if how FunPlus Phoenix is going to be taking it. I know the Silas was a look that they had, but it failed for them. So at least we get that perspective. But Dracos, it didn't have to be like this.
I mean, I definitely know that it didn't have to be like this, but I want to know more about this team on your screen who certainly feel like it didn't have to be like this.
Yeah, it's so crazy coming in, right? Because a lot of people even had FPX over EDG, who they lost to in the LPL final, but it just feels like they haven't had the same, I don't know what the word is, magic mojo coming in. Like the meta definitely not as good for them in my opinion. You could see TN really failing with like the jungle picks coming in. That's something we've hit on almost every time FPX have played. Yeah. But even like individual underperformances coming in, I think Duenby definitely not living up to the hype that he came out of in LPL. TN there with him. I think bot lane has looked decently consistent, and then Nuggery having some up and down games.
There's some picks that he's not willing to play. LeBlanc is a good example of it, but you know, I've always felt like Duenby, when he's on his rise, as a great example is when he actually started to take wins and was a real presence.
Where's the Kled?
Where's the... Look,
okay,
you don't have to,
one step
tell
at a
me
time.
that.
I mean, it is maybe time for something crazy. And I wish I could say on the opposite side for Rogue that this is like massive underperformance, but people didn't know what version of Rogue we were going to see. Were we going to see domestic, regular season, hyper-dominant best-of-1 Rogue, or are we going to see, well, kind of falling apart best-of-5 Rogue? And we've gotten a little bit of both, but 2-4 kind of points more towards the latter.
I do feel like Rogue have actually been one of the Western teams coming in that like definitely have impressed me, right? Both in ANU kind of being up and down throughout the tournament so far, but Rogue have had strong points. Hansama's looked pretty much consistently good throughout the tournament. I think Inspired as well, having some up and down games. Of course, in their win earlier against FPX, the Fiddlesticks, which me and Raz were questioning all day, like, you know, jungle support 2v2 doesn't really work. FPX have a ton of sustain. He still made it work. Found the big ultimates for the team fights, and yeah, I think Rogue have looked pretty decent.
Yeah, and what I'm looking forward to is it is in that bot lane, because while Hansama has been performing really well, Trimby, on the other hand, has actually been having a lot of mistakes this day. And so, like, for this team to succeed, first of all, draft resources straight to the bottom lane. Pull as much as you can in giving Hansama the best matchups, because he is a Draven player, right? He does have a strong pool. And then on top of that, Otuamna on his Jace was just spectacular and was destroying the Lulu in these games, or at least the last game that they had. I really enjoyed his play, and I want to see more of it.
Yeah, and I think this is absolutely massive after what has been a relatively difficult tournament for him overall. Now, of course, important to note as we look at these highlights that Rogue will not have the luxury of blue side this time around. FPX was the higher seed in this little mini bracket, so they have selected blue side. So some adjustments will have to be made, but I like what you're talking about. Otuamne, big step up in performance, and I think the thing that scares me, not as a host, not as anyone, none of that, just as a fan, is like, okay, you've bombed a lot of games, you've had a couple shining moments, like which version of Rogue do we get now?
Yeah, it seems different consistently, and for me, kind of hit on what I'd like to see. I think the creativity of the team is something that's shining with Inspired. For me, watching his play, being like one of, if not the best jungler in Europe coming into this tournament, and it looks like performing on the sticks. The sticks. And I want to see more of that. And I think if we get Inspired playing at his best, and the same with the bot lane, that we should have confidence there, where I look towards that, as you mentioned, blue side being picked for FPX. And if we see another Lee Sin game there from Tien, I'm starting to feel like FunPlus can pull that win and then go into the next stage.
I feel like at this point, I mean, if I'm FPX, maybe I just take the Viego. I mean, he was, I believe, 12-1 on the Viego in LPL Summer in both regular season and playoffs. It was the one convincing win they've had here in this tournament, but I definitely think getting Tien on something he's comfortable on is key. And even though I think Crisp looked good on the Lulu in their last match, Crisp is definitely like the key engage for FPX. You saw Duenby on the Silas. I think a little bit over-aggressive sometimes, so having Crisp on a main engage role, I think will do quite well for FPX.
Certainly have to hope that it will, because at the end of the day, when we look at these two teams, I mean, this is an insanely high pressure situation, right? Do or die. We've seen underperformances, and this is the sad thing, because I think EU fans had some faith in Rogue, some hope in Rogue, had a lot of faith in FPX. I felt like finals was a fluke, but we've seen so many individual underperformances that you're not betting on things that you've reliably seen, because we had earlier the Gragas game for Nuggery, where he's absolutely shut down, as highlighted earlier. We had this TN game. We've had Trimby, who did so good domestically in regular season, but continued to struggle to adapt to best of 5. So it feels like there are no safe bets on anybody in this matchup.
And I think what will win out in the end is usually like veterancy, being here before, because these days, while it's long for us and the fans at home, it's long for the players. Like the grueling mental pace of these games, having to go game after game, the roller coaster that it is, and now know you're in a tiebreaker. I look to the side of Rogue, and knowing that Hansama has been there before, it gives me confidence in Rogue. So there is that. It's going to be fun, and it looks like the pick band's about to start.
Pick band is going to start. One word prediction, go.
Oh!
One.
FPX.
FPX. Easy. All right, everything on the line for FPX and Rogue as they look to earn a showdown with Cloud9 for a quarterfinal spot. Medivetti, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Let's get on into it.
Let's get into it.
2 games to round out the group. We'll hark your mind back to 2017 when Longzhu, with Khan as their top laner, went 6-0. It was the last time we had three teams tied at 2-4. We had a tiebreaker, and it was Fnatic who came out on top then. Here we'll see if FPX can take down Rogue in game 1, or if Rogue will be facing up against C9 later. Draven, Lucian, and Leona banned away by FPX. Hard bot lane focus. Irelia and Yumi taken away.
They have said, no, Hansama, no, you are not allowed to carry. And they have removed as many tools as possible to prevent him from doing just that. The respect also going to be shown towards Tian. So what will the first pick be? The Twisted Fate for Doinby. Now, Larson is known for playing the Silas, but typically he prefers things like the Orianna as an answer to it. Usually Rogue shift more towards the team fighting rather than trying to match on the side lanes. But I think that with the Misfortune still open, it's something that Hansama can look for if they want to try and get him on an AD carry to potentially carry with. But with things like the Jhin, you imagine that LWX would be more than happy to answer it. But it does seem that Larson is saying, well, I'm down to play the Silas side of this matchup.
Last time we saw Doinby on the Twisted Fate. He had a lot of damage in the later game fights, and as you say, no. Like, there's picking. It's not that Inspired cannot play Fiddlesticks. We've seen him play it well.
There's no way
but picking Fiddlesticks at this point blind with no enemy jungle already locked in.
But he's using the fear early. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, as a Nocturne main, you know a lot about fear. He's like obsessed with it. It's just paranoid. But yes, MF will in the end be the lock here for Hansama. So a very strong AD carry, great duelist. Has a lot of damage in later game fights if you can connect with your bullet time, because we've seen a few of those going wide. Jace locked in here for Nuggery on the top lane.
So it is full comfort for FPX. Like, look at this, a full topside focused draft. It is what we've been seeing, well, dominate a lot so far today. And I think that it is a very effective one. It's a clean one because they're challenging Odoamne here. They're saying, what have you got? What have you got in the top side of the map to really allow you to try and stop this? Because they haven't locked in the jungle yet. They haven't locked in top lane yet. And if they do lock in this Rakan, which they will, they can now ban out supports as an answer. They can mitigate what Crisp has an access to. They may choose to get rid of something like the Rel, something he has gone for, give you that engage. I just feel like LWX is looking at either a Kai'Sa or a Jhin. And I feel like Jhin is what he's primarily going to go for to try and synergize more with that poke style comp that FPX have gotten themselves with the Jace and with the Twisted Fate and the Rapid Fire Cannon later.
Well, Rogue agree with the AD carry focus at least for these bans. They'll take away Aphelios. FPX can look up towards that top side if they so desire. Can look to the jungle as well. Could say, hey, Inspired. I'm not going to give you something like the Xin Zhao. I'm not going to give you, I mean, Talon or Graves as well. There is the Graves ban by FPX. Rogue have a wealth of options at their fingertips in terms of what to ban. But it's a single ban that could sometimes be the difference in games like this, making sure that you really set your lanes up for success. I like the Ezreal ban personally, just removes LWX's ability to be safe.
This to me suggests more of the Jhin. And the fiddle is going to be banned away. They are not letting him have it again. The respect has come through. Now, part of me thinks that Rogue will consider a Camille here. It's not the best matchup into Jace, but you do know that it will eventually outscale. Oh, wait. Actually, this fits way more with the Rogue style. Weak side up towards the top side of the map. A potential winning matchup, but instead they're going to go for the cannon. It was Odo that was playing this side of the matchup. They're now flipping it around, and remember that it was Odo in lane. It was going pretty even, but later on, Odo was able to get the better of Noguri in the straight-up 1v1. He was massively impactful on the Jace with the amount of poke that he offers, but now it's very clear that Rogue is going all in on the team fight. To me, they're looking at a Jarvan final rotation right now. Gives you some early game setup, also gives you a very reliable engage, but perhaps they want to put Inspired on something that can have a little bit more of a carry performance. With the Kiana slot up and available, that is always something that they can go for and would combine well with their composition as FPX round out their draft with a very solid and reliable bot lane. Crisp gets himself Thresh, LWX gets himself Jhin, makes sense with the context of their comp, and also provides that extra bit of safety thanks to the land.
Yeah, of course, Thresh good into the Rakan as well. Definitely helps you out in the laning phase. And now Rogue, a long discussion as to this jungler, and is going to be the Jarvan. Good prediction there, Vedius. A few low mobility lanes for Inspired to play around, but so far at this tournament, I think a lot of people would agree, Jarvan has been underwhelming at best most of the times he's been played.
Well, pick 22% of the time, win percentage 40%. And Inspired he was massive in their last game against FPX. Thanks to the amount of damage and the flanks that he was able to find on that Fiddlesticks, you're not going to have that same type of carry performance on a Jarvan. It's going to be much harder. It's going to rely on the solo laners and the engage, but I will say Rogue have a lot of engage. They have a lot of tools to start fights, and FPX, obviously their early game plan is to play very much towards the top side of the map. They can look to try and attack side lanes with the global that they have on Twisted Fate and try and play through Noguri. The question is, what will this early game look like? Because I think this whole game could be decided by how the early game plays out. We've seen both sides struggle when it comes to getting through the early game, and I think it's going to determine a lot what will happen. A lot of comfort on both sides, in particular for FPX. I think that anyone that's followed FPX will look at this draft and say, this definitely looks like an FPX draft to me. So let's see how they make things happen. Will they be able to turn it around? The tiebreakers are going to start. The winner will go up against C9. The winner will still stand a chance of making it to the World's quarter-final stage, and the loser will end up going home. Their world run will end.
FPX, previous world champions against Rogue, a number 3 seed from the LEC. Both regions with a lot of pride on the line. I think, speaking as someone from Europe, it's been a disappointing world so far, but if Rogue are able to make this run, it will be all the brighter. LPL, FPX especially on the other side of the coin, will want this win. Like, to get knocked out by NA, to get knocked out by EU is just not something you want to see, and I'm sure the Bilibili forums will be full of a lot of copy pasta after this one if they end up losing.
That's definitely true. Odo Omni starting with the E there. As Jace already skilling in the queue. Trimby going to sweep out the bot side. And a lot on the line of this game. No more second chances. No more opportunities. This is it.
We haven't said it today. Do you want to say the words?
Tell me.
Would you say it's make or break?
It is. It is make or break for both of these teams.
Good one, man.
Burst out into song. Burn it all down. Okay.
I mean, the singing lessons have been going well. So.
Right, so Viego starting on the bot side of the map, but it doesn't look like that Tian is going to get a leash. Whereas Trimby, is this some very clever ploy? Surely Crisp is going to check this. You can see his hesitancy to check the brush. Oh, okay.
I mean, they might not when MF walks into the lane.
But they don't know Trimby's in there.
Yeah, so my thought is they see Hans Summer walk into that second bush. Trimby has been hiding in his first bush and now can look for the fight. No. Single auto attack was less exciting than perhaps we'd built it up to be, but I do like that little bit from Rogue. Tiny bit of extra harass as Tian started down towards the bottom side. Neither jungler getting a leash. So,
yep, both junglers starting on the bot side and that pathing up towards top. Typically, Cannon will get priority against the Jace early on. So it kind of makes sense to me that Inspired is pathing up towards the top side, whereas Tian just doing a full clear. He might look for a potential gank, or maybe he'll leverage the fact that they will have mid-prio to try and contest this top side scuttle, something to keep an eye on. But as I say that, we can also see Noguri getting the first push. Knock up from Trimby.
Early play there from Crisp. Trimby knowing that he could go in with the grand entrance. LWX trying to trade back into this. Both AD carries low. LWX below half HP. Down to about 150 as the Ignite does tick.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Like, oh, the level 2.
Crisp will have play back up here, so can use it.
Nice.
But Trimby dodges away from it. LWX now has 2 back.
A lot going on in these trades very early on between the two. I was surprised that Hansama didn't just turn around and hit LWX, because while he was reloading, there was a window there where I thought that Hansama and Trimby really could have done some serious damage. But let's see if they expect this. All summoners are up and available. If Inspired goes to this gank, he's likely going to lose his top side.
You give up so much.
Yeah, you do give up a lot. And look at this ward as well, dropped by Doinby in the bottom river. Not going to spot out the Jarvan. As a good trade comes out from Noguri in the top side.
And Noguri really putting the hurt down onto Odoamne, who's down to half HP. Inspired now working his way up towards the top side of the map. A full camp and a half behind because of the little bit of time that he spent down in that bottom lane. And for the moment, no real advantages gained. Tian will be able to get this first scuttler of the game, and I wonder if Inspired will just give up both scuttles, allowing the FPX junglers to get ahead.
Well, so the thing is they don't know where Inspired is, so they don't know if he's topside, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that he pathed towards bot, simply because that's where he has his prio. So they can make that safe assumption right now, but Jarvan is here. Odo forced to flash.
He's going to go back in, looking for the stuns here underneath the tower. Tien able to get away from this one. Odoamne still alive, and here comes Inspired. Nuguri dodges to the side, but still gets knocked up. Nuguri low, 100 HP on him. Inspired will flash. Martial Cadence for the kill. Tien now trying to trade underneath this tower, but Odo in Inspired. Oh, there's the TP coming in from Doinby. They're looking to keep this play going. Spectral Maw gets the stun. Tien possesses Odoamne and helps Doinby get the second kill.
Beautiful TP from Doinby to make that work out nicely for FPX. And Larssen didn't have mana to join the fight, which means that even if he did invest his TP, he likely wouldn't have been able to offer anything anyway. So really well played from Tian as we see another trade in bot lane.
Yeah, Trimby there smartly waiting out the flay so he could dance back with the E. What you want to do on the Rakan in this sort of trading, and bot lane definitely going in Rogue's favor so far in these short burst windows, but a big lead now developed for Tian in the jungle, 1-0-1, and alongside that Doinby getting a kill.
And it's a strategy that many teams in this group have tried to utilize, shutting down Odoamne in the early game. It wasn't even a stacked wave, but they know that Odoamne is very squishy, and Odoamne, I think in this situation, just wants to try and leverage the tower, but he takes so much damage actually getting back underneath the tower, as we see it fighting bot.
Oh, Tian was lanterned in there. They're going to get the root onto Trimby. The Ignite is sticking. Inspired is here as well. Tian's going to keep trading in. Play to the Ruin King doing a little bit of damage, but Inspired doesn't actually have to go for this, just able to force the FPX bot lane away.
So the problem with Inspired trying to force a play there would have been that all of the summoner spells are still up for FPX, except for the Ignite, of course. But also, because Trimby can't re-engage due to his HP, that would have been a 2 versus 3. And because Inspired doesn't have Flash, the moment he commits to that, he is not getting back out again. So not risking the numbers disadvantage there, he decides not to overcommit. And fortunately for Rogue, they do not lose anything off the back of it anyway. So FPX with a very small gold lead for the time being, largely building up towards the top side of the map. But I think that Doinby is going to be pretty happy with the kill that he's currently sitting on.
Noguri will be pretty happy with the fact that he's sitting on a serrated duck as well. That lethality already stacking up on the Jace. You can see Doinby and Larssen trading XP in the mid lane. Both the top lane is pretty even, both the junglers pretty even. Say a quarter of a level between the two of them. So pretty even across the board. Only 200 gold the difference between these two teams. And I did ask our stats team ready to have a quick historical look at the records of all these regions in tiebreakers internationally. LEC sitting at 10-3. They've actually only ever lost tiebreakers for first. They've never lost a tiebreaker to make it through to the quarterfinals. LPL with a pretty good record as well. And the LCS never won a tiebreaker in the World's group stage. They've actually only ever won one in play-ins.
Okay.
I think C9 have lost every tiebreaker that they've played.
You're not filling them with a lot of faith, are you?
I mean, C9 definitely look like the best team today, so it would truly be some sort of disaster for NA if they're not able to take the win today.
You're just stacking those curses up, aren't you, Medic? Let's have a look at this. Inspired looking for a play on Noguri. No mana there, but Tian is level 6, and Inspired should be aware of that. Sidestep comes through from Hansama. But I see Trimby roaming up towards top.
There's the Destiny as well, stolen away as Larssen looks for Noguri. Doinby coming in as well. Trimby trying to join the fray, but Tian has actually gotten down to half HP before this really begins. Slicing Maelstrom available for Odoamne if they try and turn this around, but you can see Trimby trying to battle dance away. Stunned up Tian. Spectral Maw was dodged there by Odoamne. Hansama surviving in the 2v1 in the bottom lane.
Okay, so the good news for Hansama is that he's not really losing a huge amount off the back of this. There's no real risk of a dive because of how many people are actually in the top lane. But Larssen did end up burning his flash, Tian as well, but because he's level 6 and because he has that ult, there was a real risk of him getting one reset and really snowballing that fight in their favor. So Rogue, they get paranoid, they don't overcommit, and look at Doinby. He's pushing in that mid wave now. He's going to catch a lot of farm, likely get himself a plate. Crisp again, just can't land those hooks on Hansama.
I mean, the thing with MF is she has so much passive movement speed just from her W that it's actually really difficult.
Of course.
Like, Crisp struggling a little bit, but not really his fault. I mean, Hansama's just a beast, let's be honest. He's been practicing DDR before this, like, it's fancy feat, man.
Dodged everything. How do you even dodge that against the wall there? Absolutely crazy. We'll hit the level 6. Larssen, you're going to get force back. Yeah, really going to pick up more fire. I'm surprised that Larsen's actually ahead in CS right now. The fact that he has been matching Doinby on some of these roams, I guess that very first roam where Doinby TP'd to top is where that difference came through. But I'm having a look at the mini-map once again. I see Tian eyeing up that top lane. Looks like for now his priority is just getting the Herald on spawn, and given that Larssen has to base, doesn't have TP, this should be uncontested, and you imagine that Rogue should look to try and trade a Drake for this.
Yeah, FPX probably want to use this up towards that top side, get Noguri even more gold in his back pocket. Inspired is going to start up the Drake with the control ward to make sure that no one can spot him. He actually might look for a fight down towards the bottom side, in fact.
Oh, okay.
Good red buff back towards the Drake. Of course, we are around that second buff spawner time. You can see Inspired's red about to come off cooldown. You can see Tian's blue here as well. So Inspired using a small window here to steal away this red, but if you don't get the Drake off the back of it, it feels like you have lost a little bit of that neutral advantage.
Well, let's see what he does next. They're setting up for a dive on the bot lane. No TPs available. Destiny on cooldown as well.
Flash exhaust available here for LWX, though Hansama gets hooked. There's the exhaust. Hansama low underneath the tower. Bullet time just outside of turret range. Cataclysm coming out as well as LWX tries to flash away, but the Ignite is ticking. Hansama just needs a single auto instead. Trimby will take it with the auto himself.
Hansama flashed at the end there because he thought he would get the kill and he would get tower aggro, but he ends up using that and Trimby ends up picking up the kill. Now Tian looking to make the cross map happen in the top side.
Larsen's on his way up there as well. They're trying to make this a 2v3. There's the Destiny slicing Maelstrom coming out. Odo Omne trying to survive, but you just can't survive that dive. It's a heartbreaker for Odo as he gets killed off in the top lane.
Huh? Wait, he stole Kennon's ult?
Yeah.
That's how that works?
Yeah.
So he becomes Kennon and he can steal his own teammates also. I didn't know that was the interaction.
It's a cool interaction.
I suppose it makes sense because you
You possess him, you become the champion, you have his items and everything.
But Tian doesn't get Kennon's ultimate.
No.
He has Viega's ultimate.
Really what's happened there is Tian has done all of Europe a favor. Okay, what other good old
Wait, but now,
the quickness,
hang on,
the bullet time?
But hang on, but that's the icon of Larsen's.
Yeah, maybe it's just a visual thing.
Maybe it's just a visual thing. Maybe he does have Viega's ultimate.
Okay, so here's why. He stole it while Viego was Kennen.
Okay.
So the icon is the icon that Viego would have, which is the Kennen ultimate because he's Kennen.
Okay.
But it's actually the heartbreaker.
But he always got.
Oh, no, but here's the question. Okay, I don't actually know this.
I don't know
Here's
either.
the question, tweet at us. If he uses it before Viego becomes Kennen again.
I don't know.
Before Viego becomes Viego again and is still Kennen, can he use the Slicing Maelstrom?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But now he's got the heartbreaker and we'll keep our eyes on that.
All right. Well, that was stressful. Let's have a look back at this. Odo Omne, he knows that he's in danger. Larssen tries to roam up to try and assist, but Larssen can't get in range fast enough. And while Odo Omne survives for a little while, he isn't quite able to turn it into anything. Really good management of the tower aggro there from FPX. And they're all able to disengage very smoothly. So the gold remains even, the kills remain even, a lot of focus on the top side of the map for FPX, as we talked about in the draft. Meanwhile, a lot of focus on the bot side of the map for Rogue. And let's see what it turns into, because Twisted Fate Ultimate is on cooldown. Larsen's is the same, but he will be rotating up first, as we can see an engagement
going in, they're looking for LWX. There is the bullet time combo, and LWX unable to get to the Lantern. It's Odo Omne with the Slicing Maelstrom in the top lane. Noguri's low here. Tian gonna get caught out as well. He has to flash away. Noguri has to be the target here. Cataclysm coming out as well. Doinby locks in a gold card. Larsen's still on the chase. Tian has flashed away, and Rogue continue to look for these kills. Doinby once again has that gold card in, and Larssen will be able to land the chains on Tian.
I think that was water walking coming into effect there for Tian. Actually, maybe I'm wrong in that one, but nevertheless, Tian was able to disengage from that. Was Inspired? No? Oh, Inspired is looking. But they feel like this is a bait, you know what I mean? Yeah. There's no way that Doinby just pushes that up without support. TP into the top lane. Odo has TP. Odo has TP.
Trimby's on his way as well. Inspire going in, Doinby with a great... Oh, that was
nice.
Beautiful!
That really was so well done there from Doinby, and Crisp able to sidestep that one. But let's kind of take stock, because what Rogue successfully did there was get a kill in bot lane in the 2v2, which, bear in mind, they've played 3 times now, and it is LWX and Crisp that has 2v2 killed Hans and Trimby. They've killed Trimby. Yeah. And this time around, they're finally able to get some revenge as they get kills. Meanwhile, Larssen roams up top lane and is actually able to trade back a kill, which means that Rogue are now +2 and are slightly ahead in gold. Of course, this is all going to be gone the second that this tower ends up dropping, and FPX will be able to equalize it.
Coming out. Odo one way there, Spectral Morph for the stun. Odo able to dodge to the side just in time. If that Spectral Morph had connected, so would the Shot Blast, and that would have been a very dead cannon. Riftail's going to get another charge in here, but with Inspired, should go down before they can actually take the tower. FPX investing a lot into trying to take this tower. Gold card locked once again. There's no minions there, and FPX will get that extra 600 gold.
I think it was worth it for FPX.
Yeah.
They really make life difficult now for Odoamne. That wave is now so much longer. And of course, while Rogue are cross-mapping, the overall gold benefit will go into the back pocket of Rogue. This should continue to equalize the gold, though. I think the biggest thing that I'm really starting to see is, and thank you so much, Observers, for highlighting the gold, 2K is the gold lead for Hansama. He is a player that every caster and analyst has talked about for Rogue. And in a lot of games, teams have shut him down, aggressively shut him down. Now he is poised and ready to carry. He's been given all of the gold. He is miles ahead of absolutely everyone. And when it comes to these team fights, he is going to be someone that you have to keep your eyes on. Hansama in a position to help Rogue get to the quarterfinals. Remember, he's been to the quarters before. Misfits 2017. He and Alfari on that roster were able to come out, and they won the tiebreaker against TSM, I believe.
I
think
it was TSM.
I think it was a tiebreaker versus TSM. I seem to remember them playing 3 games, and then they were able to come out on top. He may find himself in another tiebreaker against NA if he can come out on top of this game, but FPX still very close in gold. Noguri, the main benefactor of that, with the Jace, working towards his second item, with the Eclipse already finished. Tian also with the Divine Sunder done, and Stopwatch now grabbed and ready to go for doing level 11s are going to be coming through soon. That means level 2 in a lot of ultimates, and violence will soon ensue, is what I imagine.
It's what we hope for as well. Watching this game, basically even right now. Inspire's going to take this Drake. A little bit delayed from the time the Rift Herald is being done on the other side of the map, but now actually Trimby and Hansama in the vicinity, in the area, to spot out if this Rift Herald had been started again. First items across the board, Gale Force for both the AD carries, Everfrost for both the mid laners. And the first discrepancy we see is in that jungle. Gore Drinker to a Divine Sundra for Tian.
Sorry, I was just thinking about, imagine if Silas did get Cannonol and they had 2 Cannonals. Yeah.
I mean, that would be pretty broken.
Yeah, that would be.
I had a look at the spectator client when it was in the replay, and it showed Heartbreaker the entire time.
Okay,
so it showed it showed Viego.
That makes more sense to me.
It does to me as well, but it's not an interaction you often think about, or you often see. As FPX look to push in this bottom lane, Tian and Nuguri have been by each other's sides the entire game long.
Yes,
and it's just what they've been doing. They've been looking for these towers. They've been looking to crack through the defenses of Rogue, and they continue to chip away at that bot lane tier 1. Rogue will get the Rift Herald after getting the Infernal as well, though, so that's 2 neutrals over to them, and Larssen should just retreat from this situation.
Twisted Fate ultimate going to be used top lane. I was just going to say that Hansama, he's pushing towards this mid tower. The thing he has to be the most careful of is that Destiny from Doinby. But now that that's gone, this actually opens him up to be more aggressive in the mid lane if he wants to, but instead he's going to path it towards top. One of the crazy things about MF is, you already mentioned it earlier, her insane movement speed. Makes it much easier for her to rotate from lane to lane, and actually keeping her in mid is can be really valuable because of how quickly you can collapse on side. So something to keep note of as Hansama has been moved into this position. Have to note, FPX are currently up 3 towers to 1 because they secured that tier 2 in the top lane as well. They are still even on gold though, and it's because of the difference between the 2 AD carries. Hansama getting all the plates down bot lane, securing that tower as well, and more resources being funneled into him. He is level 11 right now. He is matching the solo laners because of how much Trimby has roamed, yet Trimby is still a level up over Crisp. He's 191 CS at 16 minutes and 45 seconds. Hansama wants to make it to quarters.
Dear me, he's having a absolute storm of a game so far, but in these later game team fights, it's all about his positioning. He's got one cleanse, he's got one flash, he's got one gale force, and there's a hook, there's a stun card, and there's a spectral maul coming forward.
So the thing that I will say about team fights is I think that in straight up 5v5, front to back, traditional team fight, Rogue has the stronger comp on data. FPX, though, have a lot of poke, especially once the rapid fire come through from Doinby. And I imagine that when they're playing around these neutrals, if they even want to, they'll try and leverage this poke before a fight actually even starts. But I think ideally they want to try and attack the side lanes, as we've pretty much been seeing all day. You know, you push out waves, you have the TF or the J shadow, one or the other. You try and look for picks on side. You try and attack these routes so you don't give your opposition the straight up 5v5. But that's a matter of, will FPX respect that and not actually go for these 5v5s at the end of the day?
Riftel being put in the mid lane here by Rogue. They want to break this tier 1. You can see Odoamne working his way across as well. Of course, Tower's not quite as tanky as they are with all of those plates. Riftel will charge, but will fall before they can take down the tower itself. So Rogue still sit at that one tower. Tian looking for the Spectral Maul. Doinby has the Destiny if he wants to join this fight. Meanwhile, he's up in the top lane pushing out that wave. Larssen doing the same on the opposite side of the map, and we're pretty symmetrical right here, Betty.
The only other thing I wanted to say about teamfights before moving on is it was Inspired who got a pentakill on Viego.
Yeah.
That helped him even get to Worlds in the first place.
I mean, it was the reason that they beat Misfits in that best of 5. They were 2-2, they were on the losing end, and then Inspired gets the penta. Larssen looking for the Heartbreaker, stolen away from Tian. Rest of Rogue on their way as well, but nothing really doing there. Rapid fire cannon now complete for Doinby.
And the main point that I wanted to make there was that Viego is always that X factor when it comes to team fights. One reset could literally be enough to swing an entire fight in the favor of FPX. So even though I think on paper Rogue's comp is stronger in the 5v5, there are these other variables to take into consideration. For now, the gold continues to remain even. Once Odoamne takes down this tower, we should see the gold pretty much flatline. And once again, FPX is trying to play towards their strong side of the map. They're working towards the tier 2. Now they're looking for a pick on a Larssen.
TP coming in. There's a gold card looking for Larssen as Trimby dives onto the backline with the quickness. Noguri has to flash away. Ignite ticking, slicing Maelstrom coming out the Rocky Bow, not able to get him in range. But Doinby has to pop the stopwatch, and there's the first reset. Hansama has the bullet time. Hansama has the flash. Gale Force for the execute. A double for Hans. LWX opens the curtains, but Hansama's looking to shut them down with a bullet time. Tian has to flash away. The chase is on. Inspired now joins the fray, and that is 4 kills for 1 in favor of Rogue.
And just like that, Hansama, the assassin AD carry, comes out of nowhere right behind FPX and shuts them down. 3-0-4 is now the scoreline for him. Oh, hang on.
LWX can probably do this. Gale Force, that's enough.
But what does it cost?
LWX has flash, has exhaust, puts the exhaust down. Hansama looking for the damage from the side, but remember, he has no gap closer here. However, Larssen is on his way. LWX will flash and get dunked in the river. Everfrost coming out here as they try and turn it back onto to Jace. Noguri has to flash away. Shock blast. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Jace.
That is... Wow, okay, so Rogue is going to choose to disengage, not overcommit for that Drake. But let's have a look back at this play and this new Axe Effect replay. So FPX is just playing around the side lanes. We've talked about it pretty much all game. They're looking for a pick because they think Larssen's overextended. He's able to disengage. Then Trimby commits because they know, look at the minimap. You can see that Hansama is making his way over and how quickly he's able to collapse. Then when the fight initially looks like it's going in favor of FPX, flashes over the wall, Gale Force into Auto immediately turns the fight in their favor. Hansama does not want to get knocked out of the World Championship just yet, and he is doing everything in his power to turn it around. Huge props to obviously the other members of Rogue to set that one up for Hans to knock it right down.
As part of that Rogue squad last year that went 1-5, a lot of people criticized them just as a roster for a disappointing showing here. They came into a group by many people seen as done before a game had even been played. Everyone was saying Dom1, FPX make it through. Rogue and C9 have had other things to say. Of course, FPX still have the opportunity. Dom1, 6-0. They're definitely the best of the 4. But Rogue and C9 are trying to fight back for the West. And of course, if Rogue can win this, they will face C9 in the final match of the group.
I mean, that's one perspective too, right? Should Rogue win this matchup, an NA or EU team is guaranteed in the quarterfinals, you know?
No airport speedruns for us, lads. Let's go.
The West You know, 07s in chat, you know what I mean?
Sorry, is one team in quarterfinals enough to us to say the West has risen up once?
No, it's not. I didn't say that. It's just the West is not that bad.
Gap is closing.
No, it's not. It's just, you know. Anyway, focusing back in on this game, it's obviously not completely over yet for FPX. They're only about 2.5k gold down. The problem they have is that they are looking down the barrel of a Hans Summer, who is level 13, working towards his Infinity Edge. And Larson, who, to his credit, 302, is also very strong himself. Not quite 257 CS, 22 minutes strong, but definitely very strong. You just feel like FPX is playing on the back foot because this whole composition relies on trying to attack the side lanes. Yep. And they haven't really been able to do that. You can see that Noguri, while he is still very strong, I don't think he's at Icon 1v9 this game levels of strong. And
LWX has no sums. He tries to get out with the Gale Force, but you can't dodge across the wall. You're locked in there with Inspired and locked in there with Rogue. Rogue now, a man advantage could turn to the Baron.
Noguri doesn't have TP either. Remember, he used it in the mid lane. We saw that little scrap with Larson, and I think that FPX are either going to have to try and fight this 3 versus 5 or give it up completely.
Tian still in position to perhaps steal, has the smite, no flash on him. Trimby's going to go across. Blast cone there. Trimby in a good position with the quickness here to dive in. Rogue starts to disengage. Inspired. EQ combo available for him. They keep the Baron aggroed for the moment. Noguri now, who's worked his way up from the top side. There's the Everfrost. Onto Trimby, pops the stopwatch. Baron down to 2,500. Trimby dodging away. Rogue looking to burn through the Baron. Tian gets in, but Rogue get it. Inspired secures it. Tian jumped in and out. Couldn't quite take the Baron away, and now he might look for a little bit of this fight. Could try and stop it back. Doesn't manage to do it.
Wow, that was risky though. Flipping that Baron versus Tian was a very dangerous thing to do for Rogue, but taking some inspiration from Damwon earlier in the day, leveraging the Misfortune ultimate to burst it down to make it that much harder. Inspired was able to secure it, and now with the Baron buff, Rogue find themselves with a 4,000 gold lead in prime control to take the first tiebreaker. The winner of this game will go up against Cloud9. But now with the Baron buff, Rogue is looking to break into the base.
Could be problem this Shirelli is there in the middle lane, perhaps wondering if he could catch out Doinby. Inspired in a good position to the side once again. Cataclysm just off cooldown. Mid lane tier 2 is forfeit as Rogue push into it. Nuguri and Doinby trying to defend, but they can't do it. And meanwhile, Odoamne has a wave stacked down towards the bottom lane if Rogue want to rotate across there.
They'll likely keep 1 or 2 people in the mid lane. Or actually, oh, interesting. Okay, so they'll just let Odoamne solo push it down towards the bot side of the map. Typically, you would just want to keep, as exactly you're seeing on your screen right now, Hans Sama and Trimby around mid to instantly clear out this wave so that when the next wave comes in, they can Baron power it up and FPX is forced to catch it without any sort of leverage, which gives Rogue the opportunity to reset. They get themselves 2 quick towers and they can spend some of the gold that they've just acquired. Infinity Edge now being finished. The Starak's also in the back pocket of Inspired, and it looks like Odoamne working towards his death cap as well.
2 more towers over to Rogue. FPX trying to find a way back into this game. As you said, their power is side lanes, but Rogue haven't really had to meet them in the side lane. A lot of the time it's been LWX getting caught out in these last couple of plays. And because the Cataclysm alongside the Flag and Drag combo from Inspired gives you such a long range engage, very difficult for LWX to survive.
But I mean, just look at the levels, right? Like, if FPX were to team fight right now, Doinby is 2 levels down. Yep. Yes, he does have 3 items, but those levels matter. And Larson is so much stronger and will offer so much more in the 5v5. Now, Jace is trying to split push in the bot lane, but he's going to be forced to recall as Rogue now knock on the doors of FPX's base.
And a minion there, Baroned up on Summer. Takes a chunk down to about 1,000. Odoamne pushing in the mid lane as well, and it looks like Rogue will want to reset before this Dragon would be their 3rd of the game. A Mountain Soul on the horizon for them. They're going to back, they're going to get their wards, and then they're going to walk back on towards the map. You can see control wards, 3 of the inventories.
Sorry, I was looking at the inventories and I see Zhonya's stopwatch, Zhonya's stopwatch on the side of Rogue.
And you want to know why FPX are losing this game?
Yeah, because no stopwatches.
One Zhonya's, no stopwatches. As Trimby looks for the quickness engage here in the middle lane. Bullet time coming out. Noguri is able to survive. TP's coming out from Rogue as well at the moment. It's a 3v5. Hunt Summer low. Tian trying to kill him off. Trimby kills off LWX. Cataclysm coming out. But Doinby onto Hunt Summer on the back line has to be what you have to watch. But instead, Odoamne doesn't care about Doinby. He just slices through FPX. And now Rogue 4 members strong. Baron buff expired. Could look to push down these inhibitors.
A huge flank from Odo Omne comes in, and he is able to melt through the lineup of FPX. He's finally able to dish back some of the punishment that he experienced in the early game. And FPX falls short once more. 3 members dead. Rogue will finally be able to break into the base.
Doinby and Chris trying to defend here as Rogue push forward. Minions in the mid lane will help Larson with that backdoor. As without the backdoor bonus, obviously Tian now up in 4 seconds. No inhibitors fall here for FPX. The Dragon wasn't taken either, so Rogue don't have that soul on the way. However, Baron up in 2 minutes time, maybe Rogue will want to play around that.
And now Rogue is just going to steal away everything. Initially, this fight didn't actually look all that bad for FPX. Look at Hansa. Oh, wow, forces the flash out from Noguri. No reliable engage actually comes through from Trimmy. He's perma-CC'd. Hansama takes a lot of damage, but then here comes Odo Omne with a huge ultimate to just provide so much CC, so much damage. Inspired with the lockdown on the ultimate, and then Doinby using his ultimate to get out of danger to prevent Hansama from securing himself another kill. So very well played team fight from Rogue. And again, you're seeing how difficult it is for FPX to just play the straight up front to back team fight, especially when that Kennen is able to get onto the back line.
Yeah, my eyes were all focused on Hansama. I'm like, he's the key carry for Rogue, and Odo Omne has other plans. Slicing Maelstrom still does a lot of work, even if you are not as far ahead as this AD carry. Almost a flame horizon for Hansama over LWX. A couple more CS would get to that point. Mounted Drake now taken by Rogue. A 6,000 gold lead. It's going to be a very difficult walk here for FPX to get back on into this game.
And what a shocker for FPX, because so many people have already said it, but they were considered tournament favorites. I remember seeing, my rating was FPX, Dom1, and EDG as top 3, with RNG being the big dark horse. You know, it was one of these 4 teams, in my opinion, that was going to win the World Championship. And when people saw this group, everyone believed that FPX and Dom1 would be fighting for first. Similar to what we saw last year when it was Dom1 and JDG, and they took games off of each other. But they have not performed to the level that they expected, and now they're making a play to try and get back in.
Larson uses the stopwatch, flashes away from the Everfrost. Trimby stunned up with the gold card. Inspired's on the way. Odo Omne has a flank position here as well, and the counter destiny has been used. Trimby going in, looking for Doinby, quickness used, and there's Cataclysm onto Noguri on the back line. And meanwhile, Noguri just can't do anything, locked up in place. Rogue able to find 2 more kills. And that Baron looking very juicy, 20 seconds away.
It certainly is, Medic. FPX, they tried to go for a pick on a side lane. Larson is able to navigate his way out of that situation, and even if they wanted to fight, it was never going to be good. LWX nowhere near the fight. It was always going to be 5v4. Rogue extend their goal lead to 7,000. And with the Baron in their sights, it is unlikely that FPX will be able to contest.
It's truly a shocker for FPX, as you say. However, Tian does still have Flash, does still have Smite, does still have the Heartbreaker to get into the pit. Everfrost to try and keep him away here. Larson trying to keep that jungler at bay. Odo Omne locked up, Slicing Maelstrom coming out. Crisp almost down. Odo Omne posts the stopwatch. Larson trading onto Tian as well. The Heartbreaker coming out, but the resets just aren't quite there. Tian will fall. Larson and Rogue will get the Baron. 2 kills down. TP coming in. As Noguri and Doinby going to join this fight. They might actually look to take down this mid lane tier 2 before Rogue can react.
Remember that they do have a numbers advantage here with a wave right behind them. They could keep pushing this if they wanted to, but instead they're not going to take the gamble with Inspired. Larson and Hansama all still up and alive. Looks like that they're just going to back off. Rogue will secure themselves the Baron. Frozen Heart coming through from Inspired. I quite like that. With so many auto attackers on the side of FPX. Offering that little bit of attack speed reduction, always very nice.
Especially if you're jumping right on top of them.
Yep. The GA now also completed for Hansama, level 16. He's a higher level than Dune. 345 CS at 30 minutes. An incredibly impressive game from the AD carry from Rogue. Really an impressive tournament overall from him. And now he's level 17. No, he's just higher than every member. He's higher than
everyone but
Larson. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, he has been funneled this game.
That is true.
Definitely, you can see Odo Omne sitting at 240 CS. About 60 behind Noguri. But right now, Lichbane finished for Doinby. FPX on their last legs. One last defense, one last hope for the LPL in this game. Inspired, looking for that position to get in. Oracle's pop to clear out this ward. Gold card locked for Doinby, but he's going to be able to find his mark yet. Hansama, no cleanse on him. Well, no QSS has the cleanse. As the bot lane inhibitor tower, Rogue's target with this Baron buff. Bullet time coming out. Noguri forced back to base. Hook lands onto Trimby. only. Hansama heals up from the minion wave. Larson and Odoamne chunk to half. However, with the Baroned up minions pushing in, Rogue will look to take their first inhibitor of the game. Tian is going to step forward and Rogue will take it and back away. Wave's not in the best of spots in mid and top for them to go and get another one. Instead, it looks like they're going to reset.
Well, I think the biggest thing is that Dragon spawns at mid time. And we are approaching, well, late game. And if they die, those death times are quite long, and there's a real chance that they could lose out on the Baron and give FPX another way back into the game. So they just said, you know what, with only a minute left on this Baron, let's just create a little bit of pressure. We've taken down the bot inhib. We've created a source that FPX have to deal with, and now we can attempt another push towards the second inhibitor.
Also place some wards in that red side jungle in case a dragon fight starts. Odoamne, no TP on him, but Larson could look for a flank play if FPX decide to push out that way.
Look at this as well. Rogue trying to steal absolutely everything away from FPX in their half of the jungle as well. Continuing to deny these smaller neutral objectives in the blue and the red. Baron now. Baron. Dragon, 15 seconds. And this area of the map does not belong to FPX.
See, walking into darkness, placing the ward over the wall there. Crisp just trying to get some vision, uses the oracles as well to sweep out as they step forward. Larson is not with the team right here. Destiny coming out to keep Rogue eyes on. The FPX know that they have a man advantage for a moment until this TP comes in. Larson's going to join the fray. Odoamne has Flash, has Slicing Maelstrom, has the stopwatch. Noinby has the gold card locked in Mountain.
That's a lot of wards in the pit. Rogue going to look to pull this one out. Bot wave is continuing to push in. Destiny is on cooldown.
Spire tries to get into this push without being seen, but he is spotted. Tian only level 14 here, but of course smites equalize at 900 damage. Curtains open. Hansama takes one, takes two. There's the quickness onto the backline. He's looking for the charm, and then look just to burst down Doinby. And the bullet time means die, Phoenix, die. Doinby will fall. Larson dives onto the backline as well, and there is the damage onto LWX. Odo with the shutdown. Chris trying to get into the middle of Rogue, but he just can't do enough. It's a clean ace for Rogue as they make their way to the tiebreakers.
5 still alive for Rogue, 5 dead on the former world champions of FPX. Their world championship run will end right now as Rogue continue to advance in the tiebreakers to face Cloud9 for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Once more into the breach, my friends, once more. Rogue have one more opportunity, one shot to make it to quarters. FPX are knocked out of Worlds 2021.
And such a massive comeback win for Rogue. They have looked shaky throughout the entire group stage, but Hansama was unleashed in this game. Larson was able to match any of the early pressure that Doinby was trying to throw out, and in the team fights, it was Rogue that came out on top. Huge win for EU, as they will now get one last shot at making it out of Group A, as Rogue and Cloud9 will fight for the final spot.
And of course, Cloud9 have had a little bit of extra time to set up, a little bit of extra time to watch Rogue play against FPX, and will be looking hungrily at that quarterfinal spot. Have had an incredible day today, 2-1, only losing to Damwon. Cloud9 should be favorites coming into this final game on current form.
Certainly should be, but also once again, commiserations to FPX.
Yeah.
Truly a shocking outcome, given the expectations, especially with how Doinby has been playing all year.
Yeah.
Rated so highly, and how could he not be? He looked so incredible. To then have FPX perform the way that they did is truly shocking. And of course, the LPL is still a very, very strong region. Still a lot left of the tournament.
Still probably 2 of the tournament favorites
Still
in RNG, EDG.
2
right?
of the tournament favorites indeed. So quite a shocker. FPX will be knocked out of Worlds as we move into our final tiebreaker to round out Group A.
We're looking forward to that final game of the day. Be sure to check out the new Spotify exclusive podcast, Rift Reaction, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand. And for the next episode, they want to hear from you. What team with a losing record has the best shot at making the bracket stage? Well, Rogue or C9. Head to Rift Reaction on Spotify and select the latest episode to submit your answer. Listen in on the next episode of Rift Reaction on Tuesday. With that win, Rogue stay alive at Worlds while FPX end their journey here. We're looking ahead towards our deciding tiebreaker game in just a minute, so be sure to stay with us.
What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. We'll let them swallow the pride, turning the tides to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly,
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Rogue came back in the 11th hour with back-to-back wins versus FPX and now have a shot at making quarterfinals. For 2019 World Champion FPX, their run towards another title ends here, and it's a particular piece of brilliance and also cruelty from our production team that they played Phoenix in that last break. But naturally, Lyric, I have to go to you first, man, because you know how I feel as an LEC pundit, but I got to know how you feel in this moment.
You know, I feel like for me, and for all LPL fans out there, it's a sad day, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad day, right? FPX clearly weren't the better team coming into this tournament. I think they didn't play at all like we saw in LPL. Again, we talked about bad meta read, bad like overall individual skill like being lower than we expected coming in, but you know, we got other teams. I think for FPX, it's quite sad. They didn't make Worlds last year, so this was really their time to come back and like look to get a second title. But yeah, I think now we're just looking at Rogue and what they'll be able to do.
I think a fair thing. And of course, FPX, it is naturally, it's sad to see them get knocked out of the tournament. I envy you with your 4 seeds, both of you, actually, in the luxury of being like, it's fine, we lost one. Appreciate what you have, gentlemen. That's all I'll say in this exact moment. But one person who is going to get a lot of appreciation this game, Chronicler, is Hans Sama.
It's got to be Hans. Like, he was the one person I feel who almost took the team on his back in the Damwon game. Of course, there was impact from his Spider as well, similar to this game. And I think Rogue as a whole played well around him. But this game, again, on the misfortune, getting so much resources. And if you see the way he utilizes those resources, it's not a shocker, right? Because the fact that he's able to arrive, and if you take a look to the top left here, you're going to see him zoom in. He blast coned over this wall, flashes over this one, Gale forces in, and in of itself, this play, like, it looks cool, but it doesn't really tell you that much, right? Because like, it's a good trade. Rogue don't necessarily get like a mind-blowing advantage of it, even though it's a good punish. But it's more kind of emblematic for the performance that we've seen from this player throughout basically the entirety of the group stage. Like, no matter what Rogue's performance has been, Hans Sama has been insane.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like even like looking beyond these super awesome highlights, like him in team fights, even in lane this game, they were doing super well up against FPX's bot lane. And the one thing about this matchup is in the previous 2 bouts, FPX's bot lane actually solo killed them both times. But this time around, they were doing really good in terms of like CSD. And this time they were bringing Inspired down towards the bottom lane and capitalizing on it, diving them 2v2 as well. And it feels like that was really the big opening for Rogue to find this win.
Absolutely was. And I think fantastic to see Hansan perform that. We'll see if he can perform in the next game as well. Obviously, pressure continues from Rogue, but again, bringing us back to FPX. FPX, one of the tournament favorites. And you highlighted it already once, and I think we just have to say it again because it's weird to talk about, but this is the last time that we will talk about this team at Worlds, which feels so wrong because we saw, even in the World Championship that they won, really shaky group stage performances. So to me, when I looked at this team, it was always they're not out until they're out. You know what I mean? Like I was always like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. And then they didn't figure it out in the final moments. And Lena, we've talked about it a little bit already, but Chronicler, what was your read on kind of FPX throughout this tournament as someone who's, wasn't immediately part of the OPO?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of multiple things. I think it's just a drop in overall gameplay. This is something that we saw with Damwon as well. If you look at like their summer finals and then spring finals and their MSI, there was a notable drop. I think that the meta never really kind of it didn't really fit them, and it also took them a lot of games to kind of get a grasp on it, right? And then I think the final couple of games, it was just this shell-shocked feeling of already being in such a disadvantaged position, because it's got to mess with your mental as well if you come into the tournament as one of the favorites. There were many people that had them on the first place on that list, right? At the very least in the top 3. So to then be like fighting for your life already after a pretty good week 1, I think it's understandable that the team kind of crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, still sad to see FPX go. But of course, there remains a game in front of us, all crucial, deciding the second seed to make it out of this group. After the break, Rogue are going to return to the stage to fight for their lives once again as they take on Cloud9 in a direct elimination match. NA versus EU to make it out of groups. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down,
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. After a crazy turn of events, we have arrived at the final chapter in Group A. Cloud9 versus Rogue for a spot in the quarterfinals. It's the classic NA versus EU tiebreaker game to decide it all. You'll notice that we have sectioned myself and Raz off. We put a non-biased LPL representative in the middle to make sure we don't fight to the death.
Don't get me anywhere near you. My hands right now.
You're shaking? You nervous? Are you nervous? So let's
that's
talk about
adrenaline.
the matchup.
You think that's nervous?
That's actually a good question.
Yeah.
I think that's nervousness?
I think that is. I think you should. I think
I'm
you should
just
be
saying,
fighting.
NA and international tiebreakers, you know.
I think it's getting a little hot. That's my thing. I'm a little concerned about the heat in this room. And you know why? It's those 5 guys in the back, goddammit. I'm here for one team and one team only.
I wasn't warned. I don't have a shirt on under
You
this.
want a shirt? Take my shirt. That's the shirt you need.
Okay. All right. One thing we have to cover, as much as I would love to just do this for all of our remaining time, we should talk about the game and we should set the stakes, I think, for what this really means. Because obviously, if you're not NAEU, you're just going to get tired of this very quickly. But the winner, of course, is joining Damwon Kia in the quarterfinals. As a second seed, they'll play against a first seed from another group. The loser is eliminated from Worlds 2021. And the important thing to look at, and when we come into this matchup, and I say that because it kind of favors EU teams, is that Cloud9 are 0-4 in tiebreaker games at international events. So in order to return to the knockout stage, they need to make the first happen right now. Lyric?
Yeah.
Who's going to make it happen? You have to pick a side. That's where we're at in this segment.
You know, the problem is every side I've picked has been wrong. I've consistently voted
why
for
you're a
FPX.
big C9 fan.
Well, no, I was actually going to say I've been impressed by Rogue. Like
there it is.
All group block. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there that I really liked watching Hansama.
Yeah.
I really like the way they draft for these aggressive lanes. So
Tell me more.
I don't know if Europe should be feeling that good with me on their side.
All right. It's really hard to put aside regional rivalries, but I think, remember, also if you're a big fan of historical facts, you also know that EU is a region are 11-3 in tiebreaker games at international events with a 3-0 record versus NA. And as much as I would love to tell you, oh, history is so wonderful. Yeah, of course, we're never going to break that. Cloud9 have looked awesome today. Yes. I don't want to admit it, but I have to. Raz, talk to me about what changed for this team coming into week 2.
That's why you have to look ahead. And when we saw what happened in the previous 3 games, coming up to today, yeah, a lot of hope was lost from a lot of people. But then today, C9 really cleaned up a lot of aspects of their mid-game. And sure, a lot of their games started with early leads, but the most important aspect, especially in the Damwon game, even if it ended in a loss, was the fact that they fought together. If Blabber was moving in, it was Perks and it was Fudge, especially on the top side of the map, that was rotating first. When the level 1 invade that you just previously saw, you know, of course, the same could be said about Perks moving. A lot of these things is just going back to the bread and butter of what made Cloud9, which is we have an incredible carry jungler, and we have players that can move and consistently give him those resources and back him up.
The thing I've loved about watching Cloud9, especially today, right, is we saw the aggressive tendencies last week, but there were a lot of like weird individual fumbles, whether it was things like Blabber and Red Buff or like weird Perks TPs coming out, and like they weren't able to keep those leads. Today, they've just really been slamming their foot on the gas pedal. You've consistently seen this 3-man core of Vulcan, Blabber, and Perks pretty much constantly moving around the map.
Yeah.
They've been setting up Fudge quite well as well. And yeah, I think this has just been a really aggressive team that it's going to be very hard to play against if Cloud9 get ahead.
That's why it's interesting just seeing these 2 guys right behind us, that it seems like it's going to be a jungle focus. Like both these teams, I know Hansama was a certain focus from Rogue side, but Inspired came off with really clutch performances, especially on his Fiddlesticks, while Blabber did the same on his own play. And so it is going to be decided, in my opinion, in the jungle. So it's going to be fun, especially when the draft starts, to see what the plan is.
I mean, it makes sense when we look back, too, at how different the Blabber wins and losses have been. You know, you saw these high highs, and you've also seen these games where he's, you know, flashing over walls or jumping over walls that he maybe shouldn't be. Obviously, today has been fantastic for Inspired. Yeah. We've seen him finally stepping up. He was the crux for so much of Rogue's domestic success. And I think, again, we go towards Hansama as the other big player to look at. And the side of Cloud9, we've seen Vulcan step up in a big way, whereas Trimby's been struggling. So it's interesting. Jungle, easy focus for both sides, but we've had overperformers and underperformers and a lot of not matched roles across both teams.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting, right? Because it's going to be about who shows up in this individual game, and when it comes down to a tiebreaker that decides, hey, do I get to a quarterfinal? I feel like a lot of it's going to be about being able to like keep your mental well and be able to deliver in high pressure, which feels like Cloud9 definitely have the edge, right? Having players like Perks, but I mean, again, I feel like Rogue beating FPX showed that they are able to deliver in high pressure as well.
And in just the game we saw, it felt like the member that we were looking at the closest, being Trinby, really delivered on his Rakan pick. I mean, historically, he has like an 80% win rate on this champion, and I think that's something that they'll probably look to go back to. Whenever you're in long, arduous days, and you're just going to, what's going to make us successful in a best of one to move us forward? It's your most comfortable champion. So if I'm looking towards this bot lane, Hansama has been performing consistently, and Trinby, off his, sure, during the group stage, his Nami play, he's had some great performances, but I'm seeing this Rakan, and I think that they can definitely capitalize on it.
Absolutely. There's so many questions that we can ask about this matchup, but ultimately the only one that matters at this point is who's going to make it to the quarterfinals. Everything on the line for Cloud9 and his Rogue as they are fighting for that spot in the quarterfinals. Medic, Vidius, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And, yeah.
You know what's crazy?
What?
This is only day one. We still got 3 more days after this.
Oh my goodness, man. Like, I thought we were done with the 8-game days. We're already back. C9, higher seed, chose the blue side. Let's get on into this draft. 1 game between either of these teams in the quarterfinal spot. 1 game between either of these teams and a very long holiday.
So, Twisted Fate going to be removed alongside the Lucian. The Yuumi and Leona have been taken off the board. And what we heard the analyst desk talking about was this Rakan priority, which, given that Leona has been removed, wouldn't surprise me. The Draven also being respected. Seems that C9 is saying, you know what, we'd rather have you have MF than one of these 2 carry champions.
Does mean Aurelia is still open here, and we'll see if Rogue decide to ban that away. They do immediately. Now
C9. Lee. So this is the interesting thing. So I think that the Lee ban is primarily because of Korean and Chinese teams. I think that it is these junglers that are so terrifying on this champions. And like, don't get me wrong, Blabber and Inspired are like obviously very good Lee players, but can they have the same impact? Or do you even need to prioritize it in the same way that other regions do? For now, it is going to be up and available for both these teams as the MF is now locked in for Sven. What can Hansama go for? Because his primary ADs have been removed. Aphelios would be the one that you would kind of look at as an option. And I feel like it's kind of the only other option that you can go for because those are the 4 that we've already seen. And I don't remember Hansama ever playing Jhin.
No, it's not really in his wheelhouse, not something he's too practiced on. I do wonder, even though she's not that meta, if he'd go towards something like the Kalista. Hansama has brought that out in the past.
That is true.
It's a very aggressive bottom lane, works okay with Rakan. Xayah as well. A possibility whenever you have a Rakan, even if she isn't as powerful.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good shout there, Medic. The Rise is going to be the priority here for Larssen. I will say, you know, we talked a little bit about Larssen. Well, we've talked a lot about Larssen throughout the day, but his laning phase has been very strong. Yep. And last game, we really felt his impact on the Sylas. He was doing a lot in these team fights as Inspired and Trimby were setting up the engages. But Perkz going to respond
LeBlanc right
with
there.
his LeBlanc. Any EU fan would be excited to see Perkz' LeBlanc, but now he is using it against them.
I mean, dude's got an 80% win rate on it all time. That is...
All time?
All time. 80% win rate on the LeBlanc. The guy is a monster when he gets this pick. And now Larssen has to find a way to deal with it. There is the Jhin that you were talking about with Ovedi. Hansama going towards that pick, that AD carry. We have AD carry, mid, and jungle locked in for the side of C9. Whereas Rogue have decided they wanted to shore up their entire bottom lane and get that mid lane pick.
So now you imagine they're going to try and limit supports. They could consider getting rid of things like, Amumu, and I was going to say maybe Rel or Alistar are also champions you could consider getting rid of. You probably don't mind playing into the Braum because Rakan is considered quite good into that matchup.
Also wonder about the Thresh as a possibility.
That's the other one, yeah. That's
gives Sven so much safety in the lane. Can work very well into the Jhin as well. We'll see where C9 want to send their bans. Could be junglers, could try and pinch Inspired's pool, or could even look towards the top lane and say, hey, Odoamne, we don't want you to get anything strong. There's the Fiddlesticks respect ban, not giving Inspired something that he is so comfortable on.
Speaking of comfortable, look at Inspired right now, just chilling in his chair.
It's gamer posture, man.
Yeah, it is.
8 games into a day, we're in gamer hours, 100%.
That's for sure. So the Fiddlesticks being removed, we already talked a little bit about it. Alistar, Rel, some of these other engaged supports that Rogue may want to try and get rid of to limit Vulcan's impact on the map and often pair so well with the MF. So it will be the Rel. Alistar could be an option. And given that the Rise is locked in, you don't have to be too worried about a Sylas answer. But now we will have to see. I imagine the Xin will be removed. They may also choose to get rid of Viego. only because I think about matchups that could be quite good into the league, and that's one that kind of stands out in my mind. Also something that Inspired is obviously very, very comfortable. Oh, okay, so they're actually going to ban away the cannon. I think a part of the reason for that is Rogue are likely to blind their top here, and then they give counter pick for jungle to see what the entire comp is. Because obviously they know what the jungle matchup is, but they don't necessarily know what comp that he is playing into, and they want to give Inspired as many options as possible, as Odoamne is likely going to be put into the weak side position, and with the Jace still up and available, they're going to lock that one in, suggesting that C9 might be looking for something like the cannon. We've been seeing the cannon used as an answer into the Jace multiple times. As I say that, it is banned away. So there you go. With Aurelia ban and cannon banned.
I'm wondering if Fudge goes to Graves here.
Maybe.
So
yeah.
All right, into the Jace, obviously an option.
Nah is the other one, which I don't love, but is something that especially Western top laners will use. Ooh.
Okay. I like the Wukong alongside the Alistar. That's a huge teamfight threat from both the Alistar and the Wukong. Those knockups can be deadly, and of course you have the bullet time to layer on top of that. And now jungle for Rogue, the final option. You've got a nice mixed damage composition overall. You've got AD top, AP mid, so you can go either AD or AP as your picks. And Zach, currently the hover. No. Instead, it's going to be the Olaf. Olaf into Blabber is a brave choice to make. The guy knows the champion inside and out, but of course, we saw Inspired have a good game on it earlier today.
Well, so Rogue have actually drafted themselves a very similar composition to what we saw earlier in the day. I believe it was when they were playing against C9. Oh no, it was Damwon. Damwon, when they had the one engage coming out from their bot lane, and that was kind of it. They relied on Trimby to find these good startups, and then they could follow up, but Trimby couldn't ever really get those reliable engages. Now that he's on something that he's a lot more confident on, we'll see if things change around for Rogue, because again, when you have this Olaf and Jace, you have a very strong top side, especially in these early 2 versus 2s. But you know later on into the game, when you get to these mid to late game fights, C9 is going to have a lot of power. They have a lot of mobility with the LeBlanc. She's going to offer a lot of damage, a lot of poke damage as well. The Wukong is eventually going to have a much better time into the Jace and will eventually outscale in the side and in team fights as well. So I feel like Cloud9 could be pretty happy with what they've drafted for themselves. They have good answers for everything that Rogue have brought out. It now ultimately comes down to the execution. Can this LeBlanc Lee Sin mid-jungle combo that has proven so successful for Cloud9 throughout the day be enough to get them to the early game, get them to the team fights, and shut down Rogue? Or will Rogue find a way to unlock Hans Sama? Will Larson be unleashed on the map? Can he look to roam around the map? This is it. The final game of Group A. It is the final spot for the quarterfinals from this group, and it is between North America and Europe.
One last time we go on to Summoner's Rift. One last time for North America and for Europe. One last time for C9 and for Rogue. Get your tweets ready, get your memes ready, get your swords drawn, get your shields stocked up. Because C9 and Rogue have one last chance to make it to the quarterfinals. NA this, EU that. I'm just here to have fun with chat, and I know you guys are too.
Just hope everyone has a great time. Of course, we are impartial casters here.
No, I'm going to be honest. I would like Rogue to win. However, I will cast it the same no matter who wins.
That is fair. That is very, very fair. Right, let's have a look at this early game then. Pings coming through from Cloud9, identifying that they do have a bit of information on Jace. I'm pretty sure he stood outside the brush right now, and that ward will be spawning him out. Sweeper has been exchanged for perks very early on, so it looks to me like C9 is looking for a delayed invade on the top side of the map.
I mean, it worked out well for them. Last time they met up against Rogue, they won the level 1, and from that they were able to
Well,
take
that was
the game
Rogue
over.
coming to C9,
I mean,
though.
sure, but like the level 1 worked for C9, didn't it? If they can find something here. Looks like actually Blabber is going to back away, go over towards his wolves, and might just be perks prodding into the enemy jungle.
Well, Inspired is going to solo start on his Raptors, likely to do a similar path to what he did previously, where he starts on the Raptors, moves up towards his Krugs, then does his red to make sure that those camps are spawning as quickly as possible. Alistar hovering back on the wave. On the buff to see if there any sort of invade shenanigans have come through. He spots nothing. But the problem with that is it means he gets to lane late, and Hans Sama and Trimby will take early control. Of course, you expect Alistar not really to have that much control in the early laning phase because he does offer very little as a support, levels 1, 2, and it's really level 3 that he really becomes a champion in lane.
Yeah, as soon as you can get your stun off when you get that WQ, Headbutt Pulverized combo, makes you a lot stronger. Of course, Rakan very slippy, very easy to dodge out of that. Sven, even though he did miss that first minion, was able to get the XP from it, so he'll be getting up towards level 2 about the same time as Hans Summer and Trimby, but it looks like Hans and Trimby have the push. Speaking of push, Perks in the mid lane, about 5 minions here to the 2 of Larson, and so should be able to get that wave towards the tower as well. Both junglers finishing off their first side clear, and it looks like it's actually Blabber with a slight advantage here on the Lee Sin.
It's moving towards the bot side of the map, which means that both junglers could end up meeting up. You notice that Rogue don't have prior bot, don't really have prior top either, as you come to expect, which means that a lot of the responsibility for securing one of these crabs is going to come off the back of Perks. Let's see what he tries to do with it. Moving up towards the top side of the river. He's not going to have that ward that you normally see placed on something like a Raptors. He should walk into it, get a little bit of information for himself. Oh, okay. Hans Summer are actually going to drop a ward in that brush. I was kind of expecting that. But their ability to
this is the thing, though, because you know the Alistar has oracles. You step into the bush, make it look like you've placed a ward, and then retreat, and the oracles...
You've played support before.
Yeah, I have. Blabber there, smites. Inspired has smite of his own. Blabber should be able to secure this with the Sonic Wave as they can strike. 1 HP, Inspired unable to get into rage. And now Inspired will work his way up towards the top side, but you can see Perks coming in. Inspired actually popping the Ghost here because he knew he could be collapsed on an Olaf before 6, before that Ragnarok. Very easy to lock down.
Now, Blabber is immediately pathing towards the topside scuttle. Larson is going to try and get a quick base off so that he can TP back and contest this crab. But Odoamne, the wave is bouncing back towards him.
So Blabber doesn't have smite here. Inspired spots him out. Blabber just used the Sonic Wave resonating strike. Odoamne is coming off from the top side as well, and Inspired should just be able to smite this one away. Blabber almost really well played there to get both Scuttle Crabs, but just unable to do it in time. And Inspired didn't even use his smite to secure.
So I think the really important thing there was because Larson had TP'd back in, restocked his corrupting pots, and also got himself a tier. That really made a difference and a little more scary because Larson would be able to push this wave out. You can see it was really starting to stack up, and also the fact that Odoamne could collapse as well. So ends up being a trade overall. Rogue do have a slight CS or gold advantage in the early game. I think a lot of that's coming off of Inspired because he's now already back on his camps, remember. He's already cleared out his Raptors. He's now on his Krugs again, and that's why you take this path to get these camps spawning more often, faster, so that you actually can maximize your extending fast ability.
Trimby trying for a short W there just to get the knockup. You can see Vulcan pops the E as well. And neither support actually able to find their marks. Across the board, relatively even, as you say, Betty. CS in the bottom lane has evened out after the initial lead for Hans Summer and for Trimby. Just really that jungle difference between the two teams right now. Only 200 gold as Rogue and C9 face off for this quarterfinal spot.
Both supports going back to base, level 4. Ooh, but Hans Summer interrupts. This does mean that Trimby will have a bit of a tempo advantage. Gets to move back out onto the map much earlier. And look, he's already making his way towards mid lane. Let's see if they can convert this into much, because the fact that Vulcan has to stick around means that there is a big window where Trimby can create a numbers advantage and Rogue can look to try and force a plate. With LeBlanc and Lee Sin both coming back out onto the map on the bot side, and with Wukong resetting with the TP up. Looks like nothing too crazy is going to happen. I think Trimby's main priority here is to clear out some vision. And look for any overextending and gain a little bit of information, and there is some information gained.
It's a bit of a waste of the control ward. Trimby trying to get that vision in, expecting Vulcan to have reset at some point, meaning that the Alistar wouldn't be there, but he's going to step in here once again. Inspired is on the way, and Vulcan, of course, disadvantaged in terms of itemization, only has that support item, the Relic Shield. Sven will get here first, though, because of that strut on the MF, and Trimby continues to act more as a scout than anything else. Expectations are that Rogue will not want to go for a play.
Feel the tension between both teams right now. No blood has been spilt just yet. Blabber hovering around the bot lane. Trimby lying in wait. Sven knows he's in there, but of course Trimby can just jump to safety, has the Guardian to mitigate some of the damage as well.
Both junglers going to meet in the mid lane. Perks with the chains there onto Larson. Blabber coming in. And everyone backs away. Yeah, you can tell because it's one of those things where if this was a regular season match between these two teams, there's a few plays that they would have gone for that they're not going for in this game. There's a few bits of aggression that you'd go for. There's a few like, oh, maybe it's 50-50 sort of plays in the mid lane. Neither team willing to give up that early advantage to their opposition.
There's just so much on the line.
Yeah.
It's a spot out of groups. You're representing your region. There's a huge amount of stakes, and this could be the first big skirmish. The blue buff is in contention.
Inspired,
no smite, yeah. But even if they give this over to Blabber, I would say that that would have been a success for Rogue to deny it away from Perks, but they do get forced back, which means that C9 still able to give that blue buff over to the LeBlanc.
You can see where Vulcan just recalled from. He was actually just on the bottom side of mid lane, so perhaps Rogue were like, well, we haven't seen the Alistar for a little while. We don't want to take this fight if we might be at a numbers disadvantage, so they back off. And Vulcan can just work his way down towards the bottom lane once again. Moby boots on the Alistar. He's going to be all over the map. It's a very fast cow as he looks to try and make things happen here for C9.
But very small thing, but really interesting, LeBlanc. The way in which Perks is playing the lane. Look at his positioning. He's in a position where his W will land behind the minion wave until Larson recognizes that if he steps up to last hit, he's just going to take a huge chunk of damage. So Perks playing this lane very well to maximize pressure, and this is how you build these small CS leads in the lane.
Is that just to make sure that you're not pushing the lane as you're trying to harass as well with the W?
So the thing, yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but also it's because he knows that the wave is pushing towards him, which means Larson has to overstep in order to clear the wave. So every time he tries to step up, Perks is matching him in his step, and again, it's so important that that W then goes past the minions, as Ready say, so it doesn't push.
Also, so you can get the chains off, obviously, because if the minions are in the way, they tend not to connect. Odoamne here pushed up a little bit in the top lane. Fudge does have the Cyclone, but he's all on his own lonesome. 1v1 in that top lane. Of course, Wukong very good. His passive giving you that extra armor in trades like this. Works better in team fights, but good into AD top laners. And both supports around mid lane once again. C9 looking to continue their record of making it to quarterfinals as an organization. 5 of the 7 times they've made it to Worlds, they've made it out of groups. Last time in 2018, well, it's the last time we saw any NA team make it out of groups. They went all the way to the semi-finals. Rogue, of course, only been to Worlds once and were knocked out ignominiously at 1 and 5 last year.
Ignominiously? What does that mean?
That's like disrespectfully, like without honor, without pride.
Yeah, they were 1 and 5. It wasn't a good look.
Also, if you could stop asking me to define things, because sometimes I get it wrong. Perks dodging back here as the round wall coming out. Trimby looks for the flash engage. Perks going to flash away. Where are the distortions? TP coming in from Wukong to the top side. Odoamne is going to get caught out by Vulcan, and there's a fight on 2 fronts. Ignite ticking on Perks. Odoamne has the flash. Cyclone coming in. Fudge knocked back. TP, but it's cancelled, and Larson flashes the wall, and Perks is down for first blood. Odoamne survived in the top lane.
Wow, okay, so a couple of skirmishes going on across the board there, but it is Rogue that draw first blood, and onto Perks no less, and they give the kill over to Larson. Great roam from Trimby to be able to punish Perks' aggression in the lane, because when you're playing that far up and you're constantly looking to trade, there are windows where you can look to punish, and Rogue do just that. They extend their goal lead to about 1k now. They should be able to secure themselves the Herald as well, so they can continue to accelerate this early game gold lead.
What was burnt on either side in the top lane? TPs and flashes. So Odoamne and Fudge just trade both their summoners with each other. Larson burnt his flash, Trimby burnt his. Blabber looking for this Rift Herald. Vulcan's here as well. The eye is open. Secured, I believe, by Inspired. He's going to pop the Ragnarok to try and get away. He does pick up the eye. Blabber will take the kill. Inspired was trying to sneak that one a little bit and didn't have the protection of the rest of his team.
So he does end up dying, and this will give a little bit of gold back to C9, but of course they do lose the Herald, and Misfortune has to play very respectfully because Trimby and Larson were both not in that play. Pings are coming down. They have information on MMF, which means that Hans Summer will be able to get back out onto the map first. The question is, where will they use this Herald? But I have to get my eyes on the supports right now because Vulcan level 6, roaming up towards the top side of the jungle. They have the Rise set on Larson.
No flash on him. Blabber, flash, kick, jump across the wall, kicks him. Larson tried to trade back, but Blabber is there. Odoamne trying to trade on the top side, but Fudge, of course, can just use the decoy and get himself out. C9 now with a gold lead, 2 kills to 1.
Very nice play there from Blabber. Remember that after that whole Herald play, because Inspired was dead, C9 had access into the topside jungle, and they know that they could sweep that out entirely, so Larson had no information on where Blabber could be. Even his positioning, it wasn't like he was egregiously overextended, and the fact that Blabber committed his flash to that play as well means that a kill goes into the back pocket of Perks.
Yeah, really smart play to get Perks ahead in this middle lane. About 16, 17 farm up. Rift Herald, of course, still sitting on Rogue, but basically on as even through this early game. 11 minutes in, 1 neutral objective taken in the form of that Herald. Gold even between these two teams. And no real advantages developed anywhere for anyone.
And again, just highlighting something in Perks' laning phase. Notice how he's hovering towards the top side of the lane this time because he knows where his vision is. He knows that Trimby is missing. He's already experienced a Trimby gank once before, so he's just hovering to the part of the map where he has that information and is playing respectfully. This means that Inspired will be able to take the bot scuttle. We'll be able to go back to base and likely buy his first item.
Might be a little bit short of a gold drinker right now.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Oh, hang on, he's waiting in base. Surely he's just a little bit of gold off it.
There we go.
There it is. So now he's matched with Blabber. He does have that slight level advantage thanks to the CS lead that he's built up. So far, pretty much even Stevens across the board. Herald about halfway until it gets used up. But C9 now looking to aggress. They have a wave stacking up towards the top side. They could threaten Odoamne here. But the pings immediately come down from Rogue. And they will. C9 rather will choose to disengage. I noticed as well Vulcan hovering around the mid lane looking for an opportunity. Does have the flash. Larson's still on cooldown.
And this is the cost of Larson burning his flash to get the kill on Perks early on. You can flash engage like this. Perhaps not expecting Trimby to be there. Vulcan trying to get away. Quickness coming out as well as Vulcan is low. The undertow connects and Inspire takes the first. Blabber no flash, Perks no flash, but they can just walk away. Blabber going back in for the kick onto Larson, but there's the quickness from Trimby. Straight onto the back line as well. Larson kills off Blabber. Perks able to get one as well as Trimby tries to dodge away the double up. Not enough. Stop. Watch. But Perks just waiting with a distortion. Trimby flash dances away. And I felt like C9 should have been able to pick up that Rakan.
Well, still, it ends up being 2-for-1 in favor of Rogue. A heavy commitment from Vulcan. Flashing in, but you can see all this CC comes down. But then the follow-up isn't there from C9. The good news for them is Perks is still alive. He is benefiting from the plates. And even though they don't convert that into multiple kills, they're still getting gold onto the C9 mid laner, and they're keeping Larson behind.
Yeah, Rift Tower still not put down as well by Rogue. They've got only about a fifth of the timer left on that as the Cyclone goes down in the top lane. Eclipse shield for Odoamne trying to get away from Fudge, who has no flash. Neither of them do. Odo should just be able to walk this one out with an Nimbus Strike. Chase continues. Fudge underneath the tower. Oh, that was so close. Vulcan has the Hex Flash. Odo will continue to run with the Hex Flash movement speed. Perks low as well. He dodges back!
What? Why?
What? After all this time?
But I'm so confused. What was that? Oh no, but now that C9 top lane could be in trouble. You can see that Inspired is on his way and Trimby has not got the ultimate.
Fudge's flash is about to come off cooldown as well, and Olaf was nowhere to be seen, so it should be fine.
But what happened there?
I don't know why he dodged back.
What was that? I'm so confused right now. Wow, okay, well, hopefully the replay will give us context. You can see a smile on the face of Perks. I can only assume it was just a misclick or a misplay.
I mean, it happens, right? We saw Larson earlier on today TPing and then stopwatching immediately.
Or
like,
if we had all chat up, you could see Perks furiously typing 40U. That's the only other, the only other plausible.
Yeah, let's have a look back at this. Rift Herald was used, and Perks, he just gets chased down.
Yep, so he W's over the wall, takes a decent amount of damage, uses his ult at this point.
Oh, no, okay, that's just really bad.
What was that?
I mean, honestly, it's inexcusable, right? Like, you're in a tiebreaker match to make it to the quarterfinals, and you get out, you are miles out, and then you just jump back. Maybe he was timing something in chat. Obviously, we can't know the inner machinations of his mind, but what I can tell you is Rogue will be very happy for the gold injection that came from that situation. Trimby off towards the top side, Vulcan looking for the flank. Quickness available. TP's coming onto the back here as well, as Perks looks to make amends for his previous mistake. Trimby has the quickness. Perks going in and kills Odoamne. Just deletes him off the face of the rip. Great kill there for Perks.
So, a much-needed return from C9. As you rightly said, Perks does make up for it, and they secure a kill. They get the flash and the tower from Odoamne. And Trimby, he just couldn't do much to help protect his top laner. Of course, the awkward situation for Rogue is they can't trade it anywhere else on the map. They don't have that much pressure in bot. Ryze has been left alone, but overall, C9 is sitting pretty comfortable right now. You can see first item finish for Sven is level 11 as well. The first Drake of the game going down at 16 minutes.
It's a very late Drake, of course. But I do think one of the big differences between this game and other Rogue games we've seen today is Hansamah's a bit muted. Right? He hasn't had the option to influence the map. He hasn't been roaming around on the MF like he did in the past. He hasn't had the Lucian pick. This Jhin just feels a lot quieter than anything else Hansamah's played so far. It's been much more focused on Rogue's top side, with Inspired and Larson trying to team up and make things happen for the team.
It seems that way. Of course, still a lot of the game left to be played. We'll find out if he becomes a little bit more unleashed, but you can see that Perks is definitely unleashed, level 11. After his blunder back then, he still does have the Ludens completed with the Sork shoes, which means that he does offer a lot of damage. And with the pressure that he's generating in top lane, there should be an easy secure for C9 as well. They can use this Herald to break open the mid tower, give themselves more options as we transition into the mid game. Wukong being sent to the bot side of the map because he does have the TP. And once again, Odoamne finds himself in a very awkward situation where he is on the weak side. He has had some assistance from Trimby, but overall, he's just doing what he can to stay alive.
Vulcan look for Hans Summer. He's able to walk away, but Perks continues to be a nuisance in the side lane. C9 very happy for the pressure that he puts down all by himself. You can see Trimby has been hovering around Larson for the longest time. Double jump forward, there's the root. You just can't catch him. It just distorts back to the initial position.
And again, we're seeing this Misfortune's ability to rotate because they keep Sven in the mid lane. Notice how quickly he can transition from mid to top. The bonus movement speed that he gets is just so crazy. He can very quickly collapse and assist his team.
I see C9 just playing so well around gaining vision control, pressuring top mid, using the Rift Out now to break through this mid tier 1. Rogue, seems like they're stalling with the Rift Out going in. There's the realm warp. Sven's going to try and flash away. Curtain Call comes out and Rogue want to make a play. Rogue want to make something happen, and Rogue have found Sven. There's the shutdown. They'll look for Vulcan as well, who does flash the wall and manages to escape. But a single kill onto Sven. Just the shutdown there. I assume it's because of CSing, because he hasn't really been involved in the game. And while all of this is happening, Perks continues to push in top lane.
Chooses not to overextend though, but he could be looking for a rotation from a member of Rogue. Larson has information on where Perks is though. Does Odo Omne with his TP? Maybe they can look for a play here.
Larson's going to try and clear out the way, but that tower is done before Larson can get there. TP coming in from Fudge as well, just to make sure that Perks hadn't overstepped.
Yeah, I think that was smart from C9. I really felt like that collapse was coming from Rogue, and clearly Fudge felt the same thing. So he does invest his TP. Will give Odo Omne the TP advantage. But C9 find themselves with a gold lead. They were able to take down the mid tier 1. They were able to take down the top tier 2 rather. And Rogue, all they could really get in exchange was a kill onto Sven. And sure, killing him is a big deal. You did get his flash as well. But in terms of map control, C9 still in the driver's seat.
Definitely walking Rogue around the map right now. Only about 500 gold between the two teams, but there's a Drake up in 2 minutes if either of them want to play for it. C9 should be very happy with this sort of position. Their team fighting very strong. Of course, Alistair, Wukong, great initiators, and then on top of that, you layer down the bullet time, and Lee Sin dodging onto the back line. It can be absolutely devastating.
Definitely can be. With the Drake spawning in about 1 minute and 45 seconds, a very, very late Drake game. It could be the opportunity for C9 to be able to find that fight. But still, right now they have level advantages pretty much everywhere except for the jungle, which I can understand. They're trying to attack this final outer tower. Rogue's actually trying to match them. I'm not sure if they would actually win out on a fight right now. You can see more AP coming out from Perks, level 13 as well right now, the highest level in the game. But yeah, I feel like that right now, C9's map state is a very good one.
Yeah.
And I think that, obviously, I know the NA fans' concerns right now are don't throw it. Because we've seen this from Cloud9 before. I remember, I forget which game against 100 Thieves it was, but I just remember them being in such a commanding position. And then Perks' TF just like, going in and then killing himself.
We
and
even
then
saw what it was, right? Perks just getting caught in a side lane over and over and over again.
And it's one of those things where, like, I understand where the concern comes from, but right now
TP for Perks.
The ball is in their court. And obviously the game is still very close. No significant team fights have happened just yet. But when it comes to team fights, I am looking at this C9 composition and I like what I see. But in any case, Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds time. For now, C9 have no vision control around that. In fact, Vulcan is top lane, so this Drake is not going to Cloud9. I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, Spire's topside as well, so.
True, that is true.
He is the jungler for Rogue.
That is a great
Usually
point.
you want one of those around when you go for
that is
the Dragon.
That is a great point.
One benefit for Cloud9 at the moment in terms of map state and vision game is these outer towers still remain for C9.
Yeah.
Rogue haven't been able to chip through that top or that mid, and it means you can never really advance your vision line to the point where you want it. You see C9 able to walk further into the jungle, able to get deeper wards, while Rogue do take the Dragon. You were great on your prediction. Nostravedius, I guess.
Yeah,
Vediadamus.
Yeah.
Vediadamus.
What a crazy prediction that was. C9 using that window to claim some control over the topside jungle. Vulcan now eyeing something up, but Hans Summer has that protection, has his summoners up as well.
The problem for C9 is they don't have TP on Fudge right now, so if a fight did happen, Rogue would be at man advantage. They've got double TPs, and so Cloud9 really just want to clear the way, back away, and keep this gold lead, you know, around the 1,000 mark that it is right now. Rabadon's complete for Perks. He is incredibly strong. So is Blabber.
Look at
Sterak, Score Drinker.
Didn't see the control ward there. Larson. The pings. They are coming down.
Question marks on it. Perks does have TP as well.
The question is, should we do it? Should we do it? But look at this. Misfortune and LeBlanc also have the mid-prio. They move into Fog, and they're collapsing on that tier 1. So C9 should be able to secure themselves another free outer tower. They should be able to clear out all this vision in the bot side jungle. And just overall complete map control right now for Cloud9. Rogue is going to try and trade up towards the top side of the map where they look to secure this final outer tower, but with no real wave there for Larson. It's just going to be another advantage gained, and I think that C9 are doing the correct thing here. They're continuing to push the pressure up. They're making their way towards the tier 2 in the bot lane. That's immediately going to get cleared out, but then they're going to rotate from bot into mid. This could be dangerous for Inspired.
Inspired has to put the Ragnarok. Perks going forward, flashes away. There's the Locket as well. Trimby has got that Shurelius. Vulcan knocked up. Bullet time coming out, but that's a lot invested by C9 to defend. Vulcan has also used the Unbreakable Will, that Alistair ultimate. C9 are able to disengage it. Perks did have to expend his flash.
Inspired, he did end up losing his Ghost off the back of that. And I think it was a bit unfortunate for Hansama if his ultimate was slightly more shifted to his left.
Yeah.
I think they could have had more ways to actually engage, but Trimby recognized that, hey, if I overcommit here, this could be really bad for us, so decided not to do it. So Rogue and Cloud9 once again don't end up fighting. The goal gap is only 1k. You know, we talk a lot about Cloud9 having the map control, which is largely because of the towers that they have and the way that they're playing through their side lanes. Looking for picks. Perks.
Trimby is here, has the quickness, but Perks can just jump across the wall once again. Safety that LeBlanc offers. Again, it's just Perks on LeBlanc is such a sight to see. He's so good at understanding his windows to jump in, understanding how aggressive he can be in a side lane without getting
I also
out.
think he's pushing it a little bit, though.
I mean, sure, but
because
it's Perks. You got to push it, you know?
Yeah, that is true. That is what ultimately makes Perks one of the GOATs of Western League of Legends. But I like what we're seeing from Cloud9 for the time being. They've maintained good control. They haven't been called out of position. They continue to extend their gold lead. They're slowly chipping away at these tier 2 towers, and they're not really giving Rogue the ability to trade back. So as long as they can keep this up, they're in a good position.
I think the point we're getting to, though, is this Infernal. In 2 minutes' time, C9 can continue this pressure, but in 2 minutes' time, they will have to go either for that Infernal Drake or for a fight around it as Hansama locks Perks down, and Perks falls. Trimby with a flash charm there as well as they look to try and kill off Sven. Sven does have flash, has the heal, has a blast cone, gets to it, and gets out. Trimby, though, jumps across the wall. A couple of auto attacks will be enough. The curtains open, but Hansama closes them immediately as Rogue get the kills. And now, that Baron is a possibility. Fudge flanked. Larson looking for the fight, but will Fudge be able to get away, or will Rogue actually just let him get out and go for the Baron themselves? TP coming in from Rogue as they look for this big objective.
The important thing to note is the Perk still has TP up. 15 seconds until he's back alive, and with the fact that Fudge has Flash and TP himself, there is no reason why Cloud9 cannot fight this.
Slimer can steal as well. Sonic Wave coming in. There's the flank TP. Fudge looking for the fight. Will he be a factor in this battle? Rogue back away. Fudge is all on his lonesome. Rogue checked it. Fudge gets away, and C9 able to distract Rogue enough that they don't get the Baron.
So it's important to put into context what was traded here. Now, Rogue get themselves 2 kills, and they get themselves a teleport out from Fudge. So they do not have a TP advantage because Odoamne and Larson invested both their TPs. Yep. So it's Perks who can actually sit on the side and create more pressure. However, Fudge did a good thing and just pushed mid lane. So he got another tier 2 tower and extended the tower lead to 5 and 2. Now the real problem for Cloud9 is that the gold is even and there's a lot of standing gold waiting to be claimed by Rogue if they're able to win another fight. The ultimates are coming back up. The dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. And we'll see if Rogue decide to fight, because right now it's Cloud9 that have position over the objective as Inspired has actually snuck his way in, and it's going to smite steal away this crab.
Where are we in terms of ultimates? That's a big question as well. Every ultimate available for C9, no curtain call for Hansama. Everyone else on Rogue has theirs. No flash for Trimby, though, so that engage potential from the
No flash on Sven either.
Not as good as it could be. As you say, no flash for Sven, no flash for Perks. Hansama catches the mid-wave, Dragon started up. Will Rogue just back away from this one? They don't have to fight. As the Dragon gets lower, 2,000 on it, C9 will secure it. Trimby pops the Shurelius, looks for the engage. Fudge spotted off towards the side. Inspired now on its lonesome in the middle of them all as Fudge looks for that flank position. Inspired going in, the bullet time ripping through. Inspired still alive as he gets onto Fudge. The quickness coming out as Trimby dives into the backline. The curtain call hits out Blabber. The Cyclone onto the back of C9 are trying to turn this one around. They've already killed off Inspired. Larson flashes. C9 have found the fight they were looking for. Odoamne and Hansama running for the hills, Trimby left behind. And Rogue will be able to escape, but C9 find the fight.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Cloud9. I'm sure they'd love to try and convert this into a Baron, but they lost their jungler, and they're not going to take that flip. Fudge on the flank, creating as much pressure as possible. Made it very awkward for Rogue to commit to the fight. You saw Inspired running all the way through the river and just soaking up as much damage as he could before things ended up falling apart. So in this new Axe Effect replay, keep your eyes on Fudge on the right-hand side, because he is just creating pressure. He's just making things awkward for Rogue. They don't want to overcommit, and that was a great ultimate from Sven to zone away Larson and Hansama. And while initially Hansama gets a great last tick of the ultimate, just look at how much damage Fudge is able to do on the backline. Odoamne feels muted. Larson is permanently CC'd. And while a lot of damage is coming out on the side of Rogue, it cannot compete with the damage available for Cloud9.
And once again, we come out of that 1,000 gold between the teams. Importantly for C9, they secured the Infernal. They stopped the souls stacking up. Rogue unable to find that moment in the fight, find the re-engage. Fudge burnt his flash, but nothing really to fight over here for these two teams right now. 1,000 gold or thereabouts ahead for Perks. In terms of AD carries, pretty much even, 500 between them. 1,000 in the top lane as well. Really only Inspired ahead on the side of Rogue, assuming we don't look at the supports who have that 300 gold difference. You can see it's been pretty even for the majority of this game. Rogue have led a very small amount of the time, but still it's always been within that 1,500 mark. As C9 and Rogue continue to battle it out for this final spot out of Group A, alongside Damwon.
The important thing to note as well is that Sven didn't have Flashlight last fight, now he's going to. That Summoner spell is up. Fudge did expend his flash in exchange for Odoamne's, but C9 have a lot of their Summoner spells up and available. And they're continuing to keep these waves pushed in. They have the bot wave in control. They keep contesting over mid. Perks, with 3 items now done, is leveraging the poke that he has at his disposal. That could be a big pick, though.
Vulcan pops the Unbreakable Will, damage reduction, and gets out of the CC.
Oh.
Third and cool. First shot misses, second shot misses, third shot misses, and Vulcan walks out with a thumbs up. Perks, though, gets hit by the fourth. The mid lane tower does fall. Fudge is pushing in the top lane, and Rogue will now have to go and answer that.
I like that Fudge is continuing to keep the pressure up. Rogue will finally take down that mid-tier 1. They'll close the gold lead ever so slightly. But 1,000 still in the favor of Cloud9. Tension continues to mount.
What is this day, Vetti?
It's stressful.
We came into this day, it was like, okay, Damwon FPX, cool, 6 games, let's go home. C9 then go 2-0, only losing to Damwon. Rogue managed to pull a win out of a hat somewhere. FPX collapse.
Against FPX.
And now we are in the final game of the day.
We're in a nail biter between
30 minutes in, and as you say, it's a nail biter. I'm sure these players probably don't have any fingernails left after this grueling affair. 30 minutes in, basically even. You know, 700 gold here or there really doesn't matter too much. However,
80 carries too. 3 items on both of them. 3 items on both mid laners. 2.5 for both junglers.
And the threat that Perks provides here. Dash forward, use your Q, dash away. That's all you have to do. Trimby would be half HP if a single Q chain hit. And Rogue continued to be penned back on their side of the map. That's the difference between the two teams right now.
I would say that, like, I favor Cloud9's position. I think that their team fighting is stronger. I feel like this game is going to come down to a team fight.
I agree.
And I feel like that the control that they have right now is just so much superior. Perks, with being level 16 with the items that he has, it's so difficult to also enter a space that you don't control. Face checking into an Alistar and a LeBlanc means that I just feel the Rogue are on the back foot and they're going to have to do something crazy or going to have to punish a huge mistake from C9 in order to reclaim some map control.
And looking over the course of the way this day has gone, I think everyone coming into this game would have favored C9. They were far superior in their match versus FPX. They beat Rogue earlier on today. Against Damwon, they took it to 37, 38 minutes, and it was pretty even for the majority of the affair, even though Damwon did take the win in the end. C9 have come out storming today, but Perks is going to jump in, and they're looking for the charm on the back. And Perks, oh, in the waiting arms of Trimby, he was ready. He was waiting to find that fight, and now Perks is down. Odo's pushing in the top lane. Larson's pushing out the bot lane. The Dragon has been started, but Rogue can double TP into this one. Dragon taken, Blabber secures it. Fudge trying to get away, the curtains open, the TPs are not really starting. Odoamne going to continue to push in. the top lane. Fudge caught out, has the GA, has the flash, has the Cyclone. There's a high pressure front coming in, and Fudge is trying to survive it with the Cyclone. Vulcan, Blabber, and Sven waiting. Bullet time available. Will they turn this around? C9 may have left their man out to die here. Fudge will fall. Odo's pushing the inhibitor.
Oh my word, that was such a massive mistake from Perks. He was not expecting Trimby to be lying in wait. The man that has been the weakest performer on Rogue has been killed 2v2 in bot lane so many times, has found his comfort pick, and is able to punish Perks, of all people, to get Rogue some control back in this game. The top lane inhibitor is exposed. 5 members are alive. They're making their way towards the Baron with Fudge dead. Let's see how things pan out.
Rogue will melt this. Blabber has flash, has the Dragon's Rage, could look for the steal, and what a steal it would be for Blabber. After MSI, Flash Scuttle Crab means Blabber could find something here for C9, could get themselves back into this game. Blabber still in a good position, and Rogue once again will disengage C9, hold them at bay, and hold on to hope in this game.
Trimby used his ultimate and he didn't get anything off the back of it.
He can one-shot Hans. He can one-shot Inspired. Inspired does have the Ragnarok TP now coming in. This is smart. Inspired's half HP. You go for this now, and he doesn't have flash, and he doesn't have a blast cone, and Trimby doesn't have the quickness. As you say, Hans Summer, no curtain call. Perks standing in the darkness, waiting, laying in wait for his former EU brethren. He looks to take them down. Trimby can jump across the wall here. Odoamne's trying to put the damage down on Fudge as well. Perks forced away, but that Baron is down to 2,000, and Inspired is not there! Cloud9 secure at Ragnarok now, Pop, Trimby diving in, Vulcan trying to get onto the backline, but he misses the headbutt over his combo. Trimby going in, the kick from Blabber, the shutdown for Fudge, C9! They found the fight they were looking for, and they are making a march to quarterfinals!
3 members of Rogue are dead. They have the Baron basically uncontested. Larssen is able to get 1 kill back, but Rogue is running back to their base in tatters. Larssen is gonna fall, Odoamne is gone, and there's only a Nexus standing in the way of Cloud9 at the quarterfinals.
There's no waves, Freddy, there's no waves, I just looked at it. Nothing there for them to find. They found the fight, but they could not find the minions to help them win. They will recall, they won the fight, they're 3,000 gold ahead, but the victory lap will wait for a moment or two more.
Such a great kick from Blabber as well, onto Hans Sama, shutting down one of the big carries for Rogue. And look at Inspired here, he's nowhere near the objective, he's not even threatening, he has the ultimate up, and then he pops it just as it basically goes down. They don't have any information inside the pit, they don't have any control wards left. Just a really well-executed team fight, and then a great kick there from Blabber. He also stays alive, utilizing the stopwatch. Good knockup from Fudge as well. And we talked about it, the team fights from C9. This comp is just stronger when it comes to the 5v5, and they're getting the better of Rogue. Massive team fight. And with the Baron, they can continue their siege.
Baron remaining for a minute and a half, 5,500 gold. The Red Bull Baron power play, and they are looking to make it 5,500 gold plus 1 Nexus. C9 are very strong when they have a Baron. They end a lot of their games with this Baron buff. And here they are looking to break at least this inhibitor line. Mid lane, no wave for them. C9 pushing in. They actually don't have Perks here right now. Rogue can look for the opportunity to engage. Make it rain on the tower. Isn't going to do too much as Perks jumps in. Now has the Banshees. Important to pull that one out. Larsen's Banshees popped as the Sonic Wave does connect onto him. Perks catches the mid wave. Tries to clear that out. Baron up for 48 seconds more. Perks pushing in now. And Rogue, you got to choose. Do you engage? Do you back away? The cannon minion will still chip away at that inhibitor tower off towards the top side. Trimby still looking for the engage. The control ward is cleared out. Jumps onto Fudge, gets a knockup. Fudge can decoy away. Larsen down to half HP as the inhibitor tower in the mid lane will fall, and C9 will accept that as their prize.
Baron buff is going to be disappearing, but 6k is the Baron power play.
And it's a 4,500 gold lead now for Cloud9.
Yes, it is. Cloud9, they were in a good position before, but it was such a smart decision around that Baron. They knew that there was that window. They leveraged their teleports, and they punished Rogue for starting it in the first place. Rogue refused to take the flip. So C9 said, okay, we'll take it.
I mean, that really feels like the difference between these two teams.
Yeah.
There have been a few minor misplays mechanically from Perks a couple of times. It's been caught out. But C9 have always been in control when it comes to map state. They've always seemed more willing to take the fight. It's twice we've seen Rogue back away from a Baron. Be like, hey, we don't want to do this, we're not sure. if we can take the trade. Third Dragon of the game for C9. It will be their third Infernal, only buffing them up even more. Perks must be questing towards the 500, 600 AP mark now on that LeBlanc.
And just look at the levels as well. 18, 16, 18, 18.
556. That's a lot of damage.
It's just, it is, there's such a big gap right now between the two teams in terms of how much damage they can actually output. And then even if they fight, you just know that C9 have so many more tools at their disposal to be able to come out on top. And now the stopwatch also finished for Sven as well. This game feels done and dusted. It feels like a matter of time before Cloud9 close things out. And Perks, he needs to chill out, okay? Perks, you know, you've had your ups and downs this game. The last thing you want to do is make that mistake that costs you the game. Rogue is playing on the back foot right now, looking to do everything they can to defend their base, trying to funnel as much gold into their back pocket. Larssen does have a lot of damage. Hansama just finished his 4th item, actually picking up the Bloodthirster, so he'll have a little bit more utility to mitigate the burst that can come out from Perks.
But it's a lot of bursts.
It's a lot of burst.
C9 currently on the cusp of breaking the LEC's undefeated spree in tiebreakers between North America and Europe. Also on the cusp of breaking their unbeaten spree of not making it through a tiebreaker, never winning a tiebreaker at an international event. C9 have gone 0-4 so far. And now, I mean, they've even lost a tiebreaker this Worlds against DFM in the play-in stage. What a performance it would be from them today. They have truly been a cut above everyone else in this group apart from Damwon Kia. Surprised they might. Rogue just haven't found a crack in the armor. Blabber pushing forward now with C9. 45 seconds on the Baron. C9 will want to break this inhibitor before they can get to it. Perks is splitting down towards the bottom side, has the TP. Fudge in the vicinity, in the area as well. Vulcan continues just to prod, just to poke, just to see if Rogue have left a man undefended. And although Vulcan has struggled sometimes throughout the course of Worlds so far, I think this Alistair game has been pretty darn good from him. Constantly just harassing, finding avenues to approach these fights.
3 GAs now on the side of Cloud9. They're keeping the waves pushed. They have to go and catch top. The Baron is spawning in 10 seconds. They'll push out that top wave. And this Baron could very well decide it all.
Now Fudge and Larssen are off in the side lane. Fudge has TP. C9 have total vision control. There's one ward behind them, just over that wall near the mid lane. And looks like Trimby was able to get a ward just in the pit there as well, but that's cleared out. Spire's going to undertow it. They know that it's not happening yet. Larssen now backing from the bottom lane. You can see Rogue basically no vision, but standing on vision themselves as Trimby clear out the ward on which he stands.
Full build now for Larssen as well.
Yeah. Not quite yet for Perks, actually. He's sitting on a Kindle gem.
But Rogue are pretty much as strong as they can be for the time being, and they're going to start off the Baron. No flash available for Inspired. There's no easy way for him to get into the pit. They're going to have to walk their way through the river. It's melting.
It's been stopped though. Vulcan flash engages, a beautiful engage from the cow, and Trimby almost down before the fight can really begin, but Vulcan's already dead. Fudge trying to come in from the side, Oda1 is going to knock him back, and the chase is on as Trimby looks for the re-engage here. Curtains open. There's one GA pop. Blabber might be next. The shot doesn't come in, but Blabber will survive. Fudge will die, and Rogue, they found a fight. It looked like Vulcan had found the engage that C9 wanted, but just got burst where he stood.
And just like that, Rogue find themselves another team fight win. Notice that members are going back to base because they are afraid of the potential push towards the towers of Rogue.
So here's the thing, Betty. Rogue have done this twice, and they've gone away from the Baron. At some point, you have to say, we stick this. We go for this. We trust ourselves. We back ourselves.
I think they've got it.
I think it helps when Blabber's nowhere in the area. They trust themselves to secure this one against no jungler. Rogue will get the Baron, and with it, a brief reprieve. However,
oh my God,
you got 60 seconds here, Betty. Down to 59 right now because that Infernal Soul, a possibility for Cloud9.
It couldn't end any other way, could it? NA versus EU, we're 41 minutes into the game. The kills are basically dead even. The gold is basically dead even. Let's have a look back and see exactly how this fight played out. So, Perks goes over the wall, gets a bit of chip damage, doesn't really do much to Inspired. C9, they disengage, and the thing is here, Wukong bases, then TPs. Vulcan engages a little preemptively, I feel. Actually gets one shot, while Perks isn't really contributing anything. So now it's 4v1. Hansama's position is perfect for the ultimate, and then look at these slows that keep coming out from Inspired to prevent Blabber and Sven from actually getting involved in the fight. He then drops. And Rogue find themselves with 2 kills. Now with the Baron, they're the ones on the offense.
It's just too far away from Vulcan. The rest of his team couldn't follow up. Dragon up in 10 seconds time. Blabber will be able to recall here, so he's fine, but this Dragon has been given up. I mean, the good thing for Cloud9 here is, I agree with you, Eddie. The good thing for Cloud9 is this is not solved for Rogue. They got the first 2 and then they didn't get any after that, so it's 3 Dragons apiece.
I'm just, my head is getting dizzy. I'm oh my word.
You got some sugar?
It's so, no, not literally, you know, like it's like that metaphor. No, you're a great guy, buddy. You're a great guy. Dr. Medic. It's just the fact that we've had so many crazy and intense games today. We were not expecting the games to be in this sort of a situation, and I literally said, this game feels pretty much done and dusted, and I can already hear all the tweeting being like, yeah. But it should have been. It felt like that this was Cloud9's game.
But so should this group. This group was done 1 FPS and it was done. Like, no one had any hope in Rogue, no one had any hope in C9 to make it out of this one, but now they are fighting for that quarterfinal spot in a group of life and a group of death, sorry. We're seeing which one of them can come to life and make it all the way to the final quarterfinals, sorry. Rogue now with control, Larson pushing in the bottom lane, hasn't got the TP, and Perks has his, and Blabber has a flank position, and Rogue don't have vision. Blabber, all you gotta do is kick on Summer. All you gotta do is kick on Summer. Oda1, already half HP. Razorbeak's taken. Blabber, he's in such a good spot. Snuck around any vision the Rogue could have, but Rogue back away. They still have the Baron for 30 seconds. Not as big a lead taken off it as C9 had from theirs, but Rogue were looking for this tier 2 in the bottom lane. I think they'll back away. Kind of been the story of the way they've played this game is, not too far, not too much. Don't go for something too risky. Blabber continues to stand here, though.
This bush.
I mean, the thing is, you get this, you get the game. And, like, who cares if you're missing some jungle camps right now? You can stand in that bush for a while and see if you can kill off Hansama. I mean, he's the player that's been so consistent for Rogue across the course of this tournament.
All right, Hansama, full build. Larson has changed something out. I don't know what he changed out, but he has a death cap now.
Okay. Cosmic Drive complete as well for Perk, so he's full build. Jungler's not. Actually, interestingly, Inspired not going for the control wards here, where Blabber decides control wards over whatever his next piece was. Inspired gone for the cloth armor. GA available for Blabber. Perks jumping in once again. Trimbeat down to half. Deadly Flourish goes wide. Where are our other GAs? Well, Sven still has one, Fudge does not. His is probably a 10th. Whoa. Okay, Vulcan going in. Looks like they just want to continue putting some damage down. Vulcan chunked a little bit, but he's got Anathema's Chains, or Anathema's Chains as you would call it. Does reduce that damage just a bit. Baron in 2 minutes. Infernal Drake in 2 minutes. And Vetti, I think this game's going to go on for 2 more minutes.
Again, what better way? I can hear every EU and NA fan sweating. I can hear their sweat. Because it's literally down to the wire. It's one more fight. It has to be. The death times are so long at this point. But what better way to end this group than NA versus EU, 45 minutes. Ooh. That's good damage. Inspired can lifesteal some of it up.
I mean, he's got Spirit Visage as well, so that self-healing will be increased. The Razorbeak's available. They're pinged out. Blabber going in by himself. He kicks away Larson. TP's coming in, and now Fudge is going to be in for a world of hurt as he comes out knocked up. Inspired low. Smites away. GA popped on Fudge. Curtains open, bullet time coming out. Where's Perks? Where's Perks? Where's Perks? He gets onto the back line. He doesn't kill Hansama. He doesn't quite do it. But he does stop Rogue in their tracks. He stops them from finding the fight, from finding those kills. Because if Hansama had really been able to open up, you have to think that Rogue would have won that fight. But instead, Perks jumps onto the back line, finds the sneakiest way in hell to do it, and keeps C9 alive in this game.
Oh my Gideons. Hansama, that heal just barely kept him alive. The Bloodthirster shield did so much work as well. The GA went down for Fudge. He also lost his teleport. That's a pretty big deal because now Oda1 and a side lane can be a big threat. But Rogue are so afraid of how quickly C9 can engage that they instead are choosing to stay as a group, and I understand it. The Baron spawning in 40 seconds. Infernal in 50. Blabber, he wasn't able to land the kick in the last team fight. Pings coming down onto Alistair. They saw him. I'm not sure how they saw him, but there are pings.
Obviously the wave in the bottom lane not in the best of spots here for Rogue. I wonder if... no, Vulcan didn't sweep, so yeah, I'm trying to work out how they would have seen him. Maybe they're saying, hey, let's make sure he's not hiding here, so that when we start this Drake, we could go for the full fight. Perks TPing in now, level 18, elixired up, potted up. They know that this fight could be their last of the year. Perks jumps in, Banshee's popped, Inspired takes a chunk, but there's some big damage numbers coming out from Larson as well. If he can open up in this fight, that's 1,600 damage from the Spell Flux, Vedi. Odoamne tries to chip away at C9. Deadly Flourish coming out as well. 8 seconds, 7, 6. Take a breath, because you've got 5 seconds left before the biggest fight of these teams' lives. Infernal spawns, Perks jumps in. Stopwatch from Odoamne, trying to keep himself alive. Quickness coming out from Trimby, and Odoamne's dead. Perks takes him out. Realm Warp coming in as well. And now Perks is separated from the rest of the team, and Rogue might look to take a fight while he's gone. Budge going forward, Larson putting the damage down. Dodges away from the Everfrost with a flash. Rogue at a numbers disadvantage. Perks still off to the side. Caught out with the captive audience, but the Deadly Flourish from Hansama does not go through. Infernal secured for C9. They didn't get enough to take the game, but they have taken a massive step forward to quarterfinals.
Wow, that pick from Perks was huge. The immediate stopwatch from Odoamne meant that he was just a sitting duck, lying in wait, ready for Perks to get that kill. Yes, he lost his flash, but that is a huge death timer. And Rogue, they know that C9 have started the Baron. They know that it's going to go down, but they can't face check the LeBlanc. They're too afraid to do it. Their best chance is some sort of steal with Hansama. He's going to go for it with the ultimate.
Blabber should secure this, gets it. It was close, but Blabber takes it. And Rogue now looking down the barrel of an Infernal Soul and a Baron for the next 3 minutes.
C9 is in a great position, and Perks, that was such an important pick. He managed to navigate his way through the jungle and was able to get on top of Odoamne. The fight never happened. Perks stopped it before it could start. We saw Larson's damage as well, but it wasn't enough to get the kill on the Fudge. If it had been, that could have been a very different outcome. But the gold doesn't matter at this point. Everyone watching, it does not matter. Everyone is basically full build. The only thing that really matters are summoner spells, ult cooldowns, and who makes that final play. C9 have everything that they could want. The Infernal Soul is theirs. The Elder is going to be spawning in 4.5 minutes, but if things go the way that they plan, shouldn't get to that point. Perks now respecting that fog of war. He knows someone could be in there. He's not going to overcommit. The ping's onto the bot lane. C9 looking to play through 2 waves. They have a wave pushing in mid, a wave pushing in bot. Perks, for the time being, just going to be that point of pressure. We're approaching the 50-minute mark. I can say with confidence this is the longest game at the World Championship this year. And there is so much on the line. Neither team wants to give up. MF ultimate!
With the Infernal Soul, that does so much work. Odoamne has the GA, but he has to back away. That's the Inhibitor tower down. Inhib next to follow. Baron's still 1.5 minutes on it for Cloud9, and this could be the final push. This could be the final nail in Rogue's coffin. Will they fall out at the group stage once again? Last year it was 1-5. This year could be 2-4. Could be Cloud9's first ever tiebreaker win at Worlds. Could be NA's first ever tiebreaker win against the LEC. Cloud9 so consistent for North America. 5 of the 7 times they have come to Worlds, they have made it out of the group stage. They're looking to make it 6 of 8. Odoamne by his lonesome has the GA, but that's just QR! Coming out from Perks, there's the GA pop. That was half of Odoamne's health with 2 individual skills. Sven get locked down here, and he's down as well, but he's going to come out of the GA. Perks takes the tower. They're looking for Sven, but C9 can just push in the mid lane. Sven will die. And now, in a 5v4, Rogue have to try and push this one out. Perks trying to get away. Odoamne on the chase. Perks hits a shot. Realm Warp coming in from Larson, and perhaps Rogue are looking for a fight here, but now, do you overextend? They don't. Rogue back away. C9 get the inhibitors. They do not get all 3, only the mid lane and the bot lane.
Wow.
And the game goes on, Vedi.
The game goes on, but the damage is done. C9 have torn Rogue's base apart. There is nothing left but a single inhibitor and 2 Nexus towers. And C9, they know that the map belongs to them. Still, GA is available. They still have GA on the top laner, GA on jungle, and there's still a long time before these inhibitors respawn. Rogue are not going to get any stronger than what they are. The money's gone. GA actually being sold by Odoamne to buy some magic resistance.
Get yourself a Hex Drinker. Not the most efficient item in the game at the moment.
But it's better than nothing.
It's 100% better than nothing, and GA right now is basically nothing. You just want to take a moment to think about Odoamne and Hansama, so many times denied by G2 in the LEC, now perhaps denied by Perks once again. of making it to the World's quarterfinals. C9, though, on the back of some great individual play today from everyone on that team, are looking to make it out of the group of death. FPX already left by the wayside. They'll be swimming home. And now they're looking to stop Rogue from making it out as well. Of course, Rogue's swim is a little bit shorter. But C9 not willing to go home yet. Trimby chunked again, but the Anathema's chain sitting on Perks means that he doesn't take as much damage as someone like Odoamne.
Elder, 1 minute, 15 seconds. Baron, 1 minute 50. I mean,
this is it.
I mean,
like, there's no way this fight is not it. I know I've said this is it before, but there's no way this next fight is not it.
Death time is going to be so long. We're approaching an hour of game time. I wish that I could tell you that there's some high-level macro stuff here, but it's not.
I mean, that you can't at this point.
You're so late into the game. It's literally just if one person dies, that could literally decide everything.
Here we go. Fudge pushing in the top lane, has the TP, has the flash. Last is going to try and answer him, as now C9 advance. Once more, they step into the Rogue base, and once more, they look into the eyes of their foes and try and get the damage down. Perks does it once again, inspired down to half. No waves here for C9 to push in. Those two Nexus towers still standing, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, those super minions are on their way. The inevitable march of the minions into the base of Rogue as C9 continue to step forward, as Perks continues to jump in, and as Rogue continue to have to find some semblance of defense. Inspired chunked out once again. The super minions met by an unrelenting wave of Rogue players. They heal up, they come back, and now the Elder up in 8.
Exactly, and they've just sent Misfortune down towards it. They know that MF can solo this. Rogue is just stuck in their base. I don't think they're going to be able to get close enough, especially with the lack of vision that they have. Look at how quickly Sven is taking this one down.
Vulcan's there! Oh, he missed times there, but the bullet time coming out still! Perks low! Vulcan still does a lot of damage. The quickness coming off the back as Inspire's killed off Sven, but Perks is still alive! Perks survives, Trimby dies, and Perks starts to rampage through Rogue. Perks takes 2. Fudge gets the shutdown as well. Odoamne gonna trade with Perks on the top side. Perks takes it. It's the shutdown. It's the ace. It's C9 on their way to the quarterfinals. And what a way to do it in the group of death. C9 breathe life into North America.
Elation on the faces of Cloud9, and they have fought incredibly hard throughout the day. Going 2-1 on the day, only falling short to Damwon, having to play this tiebreaker game. North America has a long, long history of losing tiebreakers to Europe.
They've never won one until today.
But today, that changes. They will make their way towards the quarterfinals. North America and Cloud9 will lock a spot in the best of 5s. And Rogue will be sent home.
Commiserations, of course, to Rogue. You could see just how hard that final game was, just how much they were fighting. Trimby, a lot of weight put on his shoulders, a lot of mistakes throughout the week, but he's young, and Rogue will bounce back. Still a relatively young roster overall. We'll see them again next year, I'm sure.
It was a difficult game to play for sure, but it really did feel like that they weren't willing to take those risks.
Yeah.
And admittedly, yes, Perks did make mistakes, but he also made some incredible plays that helped C9 win the game. And it was some of those plays, especially in that final team fight, the damage that he was able to dish out, the fact that he found that kill onto Odoamne was such a big deal. And it was a hard-fought game. It literally could have gone either way multiple times. But huge props to Cloud9. They came up clutch, they delivered, and they will be making their way towards the quarterfinals.
Joining Damwon, of course, who 6-0'd their group. Khan did that last back in 2017 with Longshu, and what a game that was.
55
I'll be, like, it's 9 o'clock. I will so be ending at normal times, but we'll soon hear from Perks before Dracos and friends look back on this crazy day in Worlds Cooldown. Don't you dare miss it.
yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions break the one false steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. What do you know yet? What do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, what do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome to Worlds Cooldown. I'm Dracos, joined by Raz and Chronicler, two of the happiest people in the world today. But we talked about Chronicler's happiness earlier. I feel like your therapist sitting here, Raz, but tell me what this moment means to you as an NA fan, what you feel like it means to Cloud9, because obviously the NA-EU rivalry, we joked about it at the start, but this is a massive, massive moment for Cloud9 as an organization, for the LCS as a league. This is huge. It's the first time since 2018 a team has made it out of groups.
Yeah, and that team was Cloud9. And they did it through, at that time, it was Svenskeren and Jensen. It was through the kind of same hectic, constant skirmishing and team fighting. Just let it all out in the field, and that's what we saw here from Cloud9. But never in this fashion, where you come into today winless, and they're able to just take it game by game. And it's pretty incredible to say, not just for them, but also looking to Rogue, of course, who made it really competitive, taking down FPX. And just as a reminder to people out there, this was the group of death. You had no shot being able to take down former world champions and finalists in FPX, but I mean, sure, FPX underperformed, and C9 came up massive. These team fights were insane.
Yeah, Chronicler, I'd love to get your read on the C9 run, the C9 turnaround, because I imagine it caught you off guard, maybe in the same way that it caught me off guard.
Yeah, I still need a moment to kind of recover from that game, because it was a roller coaster with a lot of loop-the-loops.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think the cool thing about what we saw here today from C9 is that we saw them in real time fix a lot of the issues that they have, and it even showed up in this final game, right, where we saw some of the over-aggression, some of the forces, a little bit of disjointedness left and right. But then the way in which they improved over the course of today, Raz really put it well when he said, like, it was a game-by-game thing, right? Like, just game one, win it, and then look forward from there. And being able to actually compartmentalize like that, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, we kind of hit on it in a lot of the games coming in, and just being able to play like a unit. Because there were multiple games, the FPX game that was close in the first day, and a lot of those mistakes that they made in those moments were like, once again, trying to fight for vision when your top laner doesn't have TPs on the opposite side of the map, or you're making like another play outwards, disjointed. Didn't see that. And oftentimes, they rallied around members. Good examples, Perks, but also Blabber. Blabber had an insane day, actually. Every game that he had monumental performances. There was the Lilia game that we had a lead, and he just steamrolled it, forced dives bot lane, made it so Hansama had to constantly get dove and fight for his life. And then the same thing happened in his Xin Zhao game, where he got a triple kill next to Raptors camp topside. Like, and when he's making these plays, it reminds you of C9 of like 2020, I want to say, where they're being able to constantly play around him and just basically push and anything for Blabber, Captain Blabs. So good stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing that same performance in quarters.
Yeah, and I'm excited to hear what Perks has to say. We are a few minutes away from an interview now with him to get his thoughts right after what I'm sure was the most intense day imaginable.
Yeah.
Because obviously, Damwon, and we'll talk about Damwon in a minute here, are the other team that made it out. But it was smooth sailing from the start of the day. As soon as they came out on that rematch, they were chilling, they were sitting pretty. But on the side of Cloud9, it was completely unexpected. They were absolutely the underdogs in this group alongside Rogue, as you highlighted so well. And I think I do want to take a moment to go back to, I think, the biggest surprise to me outside of Cloud9 making it out, which is fantastic, huge for Cloud9, is FPX's knockout.
Yeah.
We hit it on it earlier with Lyric. Chronicle, I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Like, we talked about it briefly, but what do you feel like this means for expectations for the rest of the LPL teams? Is this exclusively like an FPX thing? Do you think we should adjust expectations for other teams, or is this just one team kind of collapsing under the pressure maybe?
I don't think it means anything for the other LPL teams. Like, I'm going to be really straight up. I don't see RNG or EDG suddenly taking a nosedive and performing much worse. I think that what happened to FPX was kind of a perfect storm of, like, as we already talked about, meta reads not working out, players individually underperforming, team looking disjointed, players not playing up to their usual level, and it all came together with an upsurging C9 and Rogue, because honestly, like, both those teams clearly smelled the weakness that was being shown by FPX and then really capitalized on it. And I think that at this point, it's happened multiple years, right? That like one of the LPL teams that is pretty hyped going into the tournament kind of drops the ball. But Lyric, he was already very excited with RNG. I think that point still stands. I think EDG still look like the favorite to top the group tomorrow. So don't think that for the LPL specifically, this is cause for worry. But for FPX, obviously, it's heartbreaking. And it's, I think, one of the biggest shocking underperformances that we've seen in, I don't know, recent years, possibly ever. Like, I can't remember a time where a favorite to win the tournament underperformed like this.
They made a huge acquisition with Nuguri. Like that pickup, being able to pick up one of the best players in a championship team, bring him over, carry top laner, a consistent performer in this tournament, I would say. He was topping the rankings in solo kills. At the beginning of the day, he topped in solo kills, insane damage percentage. That does still play to like how FPX were playing, how they viewed the meta. Honestly, at times putting Doumbé on things like Galio and Malzahar, and that wasn't the meta. And it worked for them in moments domestically when the games are just a lot more scrappier. But yeah, it definitely didn't work when they went up against Damwon. And when they went up against Cloud9, they were not actually anticipating a lot of the plays that, I mean, Perks just played better through mid. And then near the end, of course, jungle, I think, was the most influential role that came into it, with near the end, Inspired having strong performances, you know, Blabber having an insane day. And then Tien, as I've seen domestically, was just hot and cold. And I think that was just a constant thing. And especially in his J4 game, was just pretty bad. But it's a rough one for them. I think they can still turn it around. I want to see what happens next year for FPX and the history of Doumbé. I think Doumbé, I just want to continue to push people to watch the LPL because he's a treat to watch domestically. He's insane, and he didn't get to really show his best self.
And while we do have to say goodbye to him, reminder that it's still a very happy day for NA, for the LCS, and for the man that Laura's about to talk to. Let's hear from Perks.
Thank you very much, Dracos and Perks. Congrats on making it out of group. That was an insane day from you guys and such a turnover compared to the first set of games. I do want to talk about your confidence because throughout the entire game, every time the camera was on you, I kept on seeing you smiling. So I want to talk about the confidence because when we talk about C9, we often say that you're a leader for the team and you're very vocal for the team. So tell me how you led the team throughout the victory today.
Oh, I mean, I was laughing already when the game started and draft ended because I got LeBlanc. And like, I don't know, I haven't been playing LeBlanc the whole tournament right now, or like the main stage at least.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm just thinking like, what the fuck am I doing not playing LeBlanc? So I just got LeBlanc and I knew the game was already insta-won. Granted, like I was griefing a bit because I think there was like some like insider secret agent EU in me, you know?
Yeah.
Like thinking, oh, should I actually kick Rogue out, you know? Blah, blah. But in the end, like I actually prevailed and I got G2 out of groups.
You got G2 out of groups. In the end, the spirit remains. And I mean, some things need to be said about the work you've been doing throughout the last 24 hours. That's something I talked to Blabber about, actually. What was different today compared to the first set of games? Draft, but what else?
I mean, I think, granted, we for sure had some better info on Prio going into today's game. Like, for example, Prio on TF. Like, we lost 2 games to TF. And we also, I feel like, we play a little bit worse when we have, like, when there's like, I guess, the pressure on us to win or something, you know? For example, this game or game against Damwon, but when there's like no pressure on us to win, nothing to lose, like the other team is choking, you know, and we are playing a bit better. So I think there's a lot of like, I guess, mental and small mistakes, you know? But I think today we just basically had, when they were like, you know, nothing to lose, you know, beware of men with nothing to lose.
And you had the momentum when it matters now. I remember that when we had the group draw, everyone saying, this is doomed for the West. It's going to be Damwon Kia, it's going to be FPX, but there's no chance for the West. You defied expectations today, and I want to have your take on what it means for the rest of the tournament when it comes to quarterfinals, even though we don't have your opponents, but how hopeful are you?
I'm just so happy right now, and like we get turbo smashed by Asian teams in scrims, but it's always different on stage, and I know it. And our games are close against Damwon, our games are close against FPX. They are the 2 favorites, you know. So I'm pretty sure whoever we get, and I'm looking at RNG right now. I'm looking at RNG right now. It will be a nice matchup, you know, in the quarterfinals. But I think I have a lot of like momentum and confidence for us right now. So I'm pretty sure we're able to take any team down, and it'll be, well, we might lose, but you know, we might just win.
You might just win like you did today. Well, Perks, I appreciate the confidence as always. Thank you so much for this interview. Congrats on reaching the quarterfinals for the West. And back to you, Dracos.
Thank you so much, Lore and Perks. There's so much to unpack in the interview. I think the joy of the moment is the most important thing.
Yes.
But obviously, there's a time probably in prepping for next week, prepping for quarterfinals cast, where we can like dig into the nitty gritty. But I love the enthusiasm. I love the joy we hear coming out of Perks, and that he's just like randomly picking LeBlanc. That's wonderful.
Yeah, like. That right there was an interviewer's dream where you just have headline after headline. Like, RNG, I'm looking at you, check. Just made G2 got G2 out of group, check. Like, it was just amazing to hear.
Look, if we were BuzzFeed, we'd be thrilled. We'd have like 30 headline options to click the people in. You know, this would be primo content. That said, as excited as I am for C9, we still have 3 more days of groups. Tomorrow is Group B. Chronicler, you've got 1 team out. Is it going to be 2? How are you feeling about this group?
I would be shocked if T1 don't make it. I mean, after today, I probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that because that is what people thought about FPX today as well. But I think tomorrow, yeah, it's EDG and T1. Surely, there's no way that backfires.
100 T?
Right?
Raz, this is your chance.
Guys?
I heard a 1 and a T, and I see 100 Thieves just sitting there. But no, like, look, today is probably the best way to start week 2 of groups. Because now everything's on the table. You know, you're hearing what Detonation Focus Me had to say. I think hearing the interview from Arya, and he was just saying that, like, you know, eyeing 100 Thieves, saying that he feels like confident that he can take that one. But 100 Thieves sees that. They saw the blue make it out. Cloud9 goes in quarterfinals. Now we just need the red. send 100 Thieves over to quarters as well. As an NA fan, this is definitely the best high.
Wait a minute. Are Team Liquid, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, red, white, and blue?
Hey, They're blue as well.
Oh,
They're a blue
man,
horse,
it's so
but there's white in
patriotic.
that logo. I see that white jersey cross nest. So we've got the best
All right, I think
teams.
one step
representing
at a time, North America. Like we got one team out, taking it one day at a time. Obviously, it's going to be a huge, huge day of League of Legends tomorrow. We'll have to see if there will be more upsets and surprises, or if the expected favorites will make it through. You can never be 100% sure here at Worlds 2021. But that's going to be all from us tonight. We'll be back for tomorrow for more. I can't compose a sentence, but hopefully NA can get another team out of groups. Congrats again to Cloud9. Momentous day for North America. Welcome everybody to Worlds 2021. Now, we're going to jump into it. You know what it is. It's time for week 2 of groups. It's time to start taking teams out. They're going to try to go for Nuguri. Nuguri now running for his life, but he is going to get collapsed by this Poppy. There's no way he makes out of this one. Steadfast Presence is going to deny him, trying to go over the wall. All over the wall, into the wall, and take it out. First blood for Damwon. Are they going to be able to turn this fight around? Doinby still standing strong with his 4 members. The Dragon 4 of Damwon Kia. The Dragon getting lower and lower, but Canyon's going to finish it. Doinby on the backside. He's so tanky. He does so much damage, but the raid boss will drop. Damwon Kia, steady, controlled, confident game as they guarantee their way out of groups. First fight battle. First and Larson. Who's going to win this fight? Rally lost the stacks. Who got it? Blabber managed to get it. Trippy's getting burned down. Trying to block as much as he can. Inspired again in the darkness, but he is going to fall, trying to get at least 1 kill back. In the meantime, Cloud9 get away with everything. First blocking the last tower shot.
Gentlemen, you are witnessing domination from the side of Cloud9.
Flash in on the way. He can take his time on this one. Has to flash out, but he's going right back in. That's going to be the gold card. Bolton getting burned lower and lower. They're trying to barbecue him alive. He's ticking down, and he will drop. How many kills can he trade back? For now, it's a 1-for-1, but Nuguri on the way in. TP coming in, too. Perk's going to go for the gold card, waiting to lock it in now. Blabber committing fully to the fight. Xin Zhao absolutely popping off. They do it versus Rogue, and they're going to do it again versus FPX.
He TPs. Canyon goes in for the damage. Khan comes in. Couple more shots. A penta for Khan.
Tiebreaker. Wait, what is NA's win rate in tiebreaker?
No, don't talk
pretty low. Okay, we'll see. North America, you can be happy right now. We'll talk about everything else later in the day.
Storm available for Inspired. They'll wait for him to dash in, and there they go. Doinby feared immediately, and Doinby is deadbeat. Inspired on a killing spree. Baron is down to 2,000, and Inspired is not there. Cloud9 secure at Ragnarok now. Pop Trippy diving in. Vulcan trying to get onto the back line, but he misses the headbutt over his combo. Trippy going in. The kick from Blabber. The shutdown from Fudge. C9. They found the fight they were looking for, and they are making a march to quarterfinals.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting.